I casually took the rice cakes that my mother had made. Discarded into the waste bin. The competition incited nationwide panic in the Dragon Nation. Before long, it spread throughout the entire blue planet. Nations around the globe are bewildered by my actions. Only because I find myself ensnared within the peculiarities of a bizarre narrative. Failure to adhere to the rules may result in dire consequences. The foremost rule is to present the rice cakes made by mother to grandmother. In truth, the year 2025 heralds the arrival of the enigmatic lore of the rule of strange tales upon the blue planet. The world of eerie tales will select participants from various nations to partake in the game. Should a participant meet their demise, the nation in question shall succumb to an invasion of eerie tales. Conversely, successfully navigating through the challenges yields an inexhaustible wealth of resources. In the month that has transpired, the Dragon Kingdom, where I reside, has experienced. In a series of 10 games, 7 consecutive losses resulted in nearly 1 million casualties. The chosen participant this time is my 18-year-old self. Behold my handsome yet somewhat youthful visage. The populace of the Dragon Kingdom is engulfed in a profound sense of desolation. I am still merely a student, bracing myself for an 8th consecutive defeat. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that I possess a check-in system. Checking in at various locations allows one to receive distinct rewards. Basic necessities such as food and daily essentials. Advanced capabilities encompass luck, physical prowess, and intelligence. Even aspects such as lifespan and magical artifacts. Soon, I discovered a note on the dining table in the living room. It is a message from mother, as well as the rules that must be adhered to in this round of the game. My dearest child. Mother is feeling under the weather and needs to stay in the hospital for a few days. During this period, you shall temporarily reside at your grandmother's house, and once mother is discharged from the hospital, she will come to fetch you. The bus to my grandmother's house is right downstairs. Upon locating the station, board the 402 bus to arrive at Dayue Station. Upon disembarking, one can immediately behold the residence of my grandmother. The 402 bus operates merely 2 services each day. At 9 o'clock in the morning and precisely at noon. There will be a 10-minute stop at Luton Station along the route. If you find yourself hungry, you may disembark to purchase rice cakes. However, one must refrain from conversing with strangers. If you engage in conversation, please cover your ears and swiftly return to the vehicle to inform the driver. When visiting grandmother's house, remember to bring along her favorite rice cakes. Mother has already prepared it and placed it in the refrigerator. Should you forget to bring it, you may procure it from the supermarket located downstairs. Grandmother retires for the night at 9 o'clock. Therefore, it is imperative that you arrive before that hour. Do not be late. On the table lay a 10 yuan coin, evidently left by my mother for me to take the bus. I pondered the fact that the bus only operates at 9 in the morning and 12 noon, yet the arrival time extends to 9 in the evening. It appears that the journey duration of this bus is quite considerable, underscoring the paramount importance of managing time effectively. Upon contemplating this, I resolved to procure an object capable of tracking time to accompany me on the bus. At that moment, I abruptly lifted my gaze towards the clock mounted on the imposing wall. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly dismantled it and embraced it in my arms. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in my mind. Upon first entering the realm of eerie tales, one is bestowed with a novice gift package, including the remarkable skill of photographic memory. Current location available for check-in. Would you like to check in? Without hesitation, I chose yes. I received 20 yuan in ghost story coins. After exploring the hall, I proceeded to the kitchen and retrieved the rice cakes. The small, white round cakes appear rather unremarkable, yet they emanate a faintly unpleasant odor. The remaining chosen ones first took out the rice cakes before noticing the time on the wall. It is currently 11:30, and there remains only half an hour until the last bus departs. Many chosen ones hurried downstairs to seek the bus station. Some took the clock from the wall before departing. Some hurriedly dashed down the stairs, while others hastily descended from the 7th floor. Yet I found myself in no haste to depart. Instead, I meandered leisurely within the confines of my home. Kitchen check-in successful. Obtain a rule prompt card. A sudden shock coursed through my heart. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Successful check-in at the restroom. Received a rule prompt card. Successfully checked in at the bedroom. Gained 5 points of mental energy. Successfully checked in on the balcony. Received 1 marinated chicken leg. After I have checked in at every corner of my home, the once desolate purse has suddenly become bountiful. However, my peculiar behavior left the viewers of the live broadcast in a state of perplexity. I shall visit the realm of supernatural tales. If he were to enter a realm governed by peculiar rules, merely stepping into the restroom might lead to his untimely demise. On the other side, within the conference room of the Dragon Nation, the group of experts in strange tales fell into a profound silence. This is indeed a world of peculiar tales governed by rules. Does he not fear the ramifications of transgressing these rules and becoming tainted? Other countries have already arrived at the station. Wang Jia hesitated for a moment before offering some solace. Actually, it's not so bad. After all, the station is just downstairs. We could simply walk a little further. Perhaps a visit serves to alleviate tension, or so it may be. Just as the crowd nodded in agreement. My erratic behavior caused everyone to be taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. With a swift motion of my hand, I merely flicked my hand, and to my astonishment, I tossed the rice cracker into the trash bin. He then swaggered out of the door. What on earth is Jiang Fan doing? How could he have discarded the rice cake? That was meant for grandmother. Just before stepping out, I seized the opportunity to utilize a hint from the rules. A line of crimson characters promptly materialized before my eyes. The rice cakes crafted by my mother harbor an anomaly, tainted by an inexplicable contamination. Consuming 7 of them might lead one on a journey akin to seeking enlightenment in the West. I can't help but smile. Since this is the case, there is no point in keeping it. Since I have some extra money, I might as well purchase a few items at the supermarket. Alongside me, there were 5 or 6 others who opted to purchase rice cakes at the supermarket. John from the United States is participating in the Strange Tales game for the second time. He deduced from the rules inscribed on the note that the rice cakes held significance, whether to present to his grandmother or to purchase during a hunger-induced stop along the way. It can be established that rice cakes are currently the only known food that is safe for consumption. Since there may be unforeseen circumstances during the journey, it would be prudent to procure some from the supermarket downstairs to avert potential dangers that may arise from alighting mid-journey. A rice cake is priced at 5 yuan. After purchasing one, the remaining money is sufficient for transportation as well. He simultaneously engaged in analysis while processing the payment. Outside the live broadcast room, people are praising Yang. Truly a distinguished graduate of Houston University. Did you see? The Dragon Nation actually discarded rice cakes into the garbage bin. It seems they are destined to lose once again. The ugly nation will forever hold the top position. On the other hand, I simply purchased 2 rice cakes. An extra one kept for unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, a check-in was initiated within the supermarket. Sign-in successful. You have received 1 pack of Tiger brand cigarettes. Before long, all the chosen ones had arrived at the station. The buses numbered 503 and 118 gracefully traversed the route. The 336 and 707 buses have passed by. The multitude of vehicles compels the chosen ones to remain ever vigilant, fearing the possibility of missing the 7,402 bus. At long last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, bus number 402 gradually approached. The chosen ones eagerly produced their funds, preparing to embark. However, I glanced at the clock on my wrist and shook my head. Not this one. It is currently 11:56, just shy of the hour. The time is merely 11:56, falling short of noon. The arriving vehicle, number 402, is likely to be a disappointment. Most of the chosen ones, apart from myself, have also discerned the presence of the clock. However, another group of the chosen ones did not share such fortune. The confident Nava from the land of romance stepped onto the bus. Yet, at the very moment the car door slammed shut, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within. The live broadcast room of the Romantic Nation has also been closed. The live streaming room of the Romantic Nation has also been shut down. There is also a small segment of individuals who do not bear a timepiece. Received timely information from the state. The prompt was crucial in preserving 7 lives. The populace is increasingly anxious, urging swift action. In this initial round of confrontation, nearly half of the nation has exhausted their opportunity for a hint. It seems that this horror-themed game presents quite a challenge. As time ticks away, at precisely 11:59, another 402 bus arrives. In an instant, all the chosen ones found themselves hesitating. The regulations stipulate that it is exactly 12 o'clock, however, one may calculate the time based on when the doors of the vehicle are closed. This particular vehicle also adheres to the 12 o'clock mark. What should one do if, by chance, there are no buses available later? Rock from the land of Asan hesitated as well. Oh God, please assist me in making a choice. Yet, as he vacillated, a decision eluded him. However, it was observed that several individuals at the station boarded the 402 bus numbered 7. In an instant, the platform transformed into an expanse of emptiness, as if the entire populace of the city had vanished into thin air. The cold breeze that swept in from behind made him shiver involuntarily. At that moment, he made a resolute decision. This must be the bus he was waiting for. Yet nearly half of the chosen ones, upon encountering similar circumstances, they all chose to take the 402 bus number 7. This situation has left people from various nations perplexed. I gazed at the approaching number 402 bus, arriving at 59 minutes past the hour. The inquiry took advantage of a prompt opportunity. Utilize the opportunity presented by the prompt once, as crimson letters emerge. By boarding this bus, one can immediately indulge in the exquisite service of painless kidney removal. Upon witnessing the scene, I quickly took a step back to distance myself from the vehicle. Indeed, after this bus departs, not far away, a bus numbered 402 reappeared. Two vehicles are entangled, one positioned behind the other, at exactly 7:12. Everyone held their breath, pondering whether it was right to board the vehicle or to stay behind. In the next moment, there will be 238 live streaming rooms. At the same time, the screen went black. And these are precisely the chosen ones who have just boarded a bus shortly after 7. The chosen one of the land of kangaroos, Long Kai, has met his demise. Random arrival of strange tales. The lifespan of the populace has diminished by 10. The chosen one of the kingdom of grapes, Yinjir, has perished. Strange tales descend unpredictably. Grain production has diminished by 15. Azerbaijan has become the first nation to fall victim to the ominous tales. Consequently, all cities have succumbed. In light of the circumstances, several smaller nations have resorted to severing ties and seeking survival through mutual integration, striving to ensure that their cities do not succumb entirely to devastation. In the realm of eerie tales, I have embarked upon the number 7 bus. The vehicle appeared to be devoid of occupants, its slightly rusted chassis resembling that of a long-abandoned relic. The driver spoke coldly. Please pay upon boarding. 2 yuan for each passenger. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom was instantly thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing this scene. If I recall correctly, I had already exhausted all my funds when purchasing rice crackers, leaving me utterly devoid of money for transportation now. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, the esteemed leader of the Strange Tales group, Wei Jian, shook his head. Please convey the message. Prepare to relocate the populace. It is imperative to minimize casualties. This command instantly brought tears to the eyes of everyone present in the conference room. The Dragon Nation has perpetually stood as a formidable entity among nations, demonstrating an unwavering spirit of self-improvement from ancient times to the present. Yet, it is precisely in the realm of strange tales that I have stumbled. Wait a moment, one of the team members exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the screen. Jiang Fan is wealthy. I merely pulled a peculiar coin from my pocket. The inscription of 20 yuan above appears particularly resplendent. Wei Jian could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, where did he acquire those bizarre tokens? Not only Wei Jian, but also the high-ranking officials from other nations were equally bewildered. It is common knowledge that the money left by Mother amounts to 10 yuan. Where then did this 20 yuan come from? Certain countries have specifically tuned in to watch the replay of my live broadcast. In a mere half-hour live broadcast, I have watched it several times yet still failed to discern the crucial points. On the other side, I discovered a set of regulations affixed to the bus wall. Code of Conduct for Public Buses. All passengers utilizing the city's public transportation must adhere to the following regulations. Failure to comply will result in personal responsibility for any consequences. The first bus shall not accommodate the elderly, pregnant women, or children requesting a seat from you. If you encounter, please decline politely. It is perfectly normal to observe a woman holding an umbrella inside the vehicle while commuting. Please remain calm. If you feel someone tapping on your shoulder from behind, please turn your head and engage in conversation with them, adorned with a gentle smile. If you hear unfamiliar sounds within the confines of your vehicle, please clarify whether this pertains to conversing with passengers or not. The sound associated with the rear wheels of a vehicle. If it is relevant, it can be disregarded. If it is another sound, one must politely apologize for sitting in the wrong place and vacate the current seat within 5 seconds upon hearing the sound. Fifthly, regardless of what you hear or what transpires, do not alight from the vehicle before reaching the designated station. If you have disembarked, please return to the vehicle within 1 minute. During the journey on the 6th vehicle, please refrain from opening the curtains and windows. Extend various parts of the body out of the window. As we approach the penultimate station before reaching our destination, kindly prepare to alight at the rear door in advance. The 8th bus undergoes daily cleaning. If you happen to observe red liquid or remnants of bones within the vehicle, please close your eyes and rest for a moment. That is merely an illusion brought forth by your fatigue. Upon reviewing the rules, I did not dwell excessively on my thoughts, yet I soon uncovered the inherent flaws within them. Upon encountering sights of bloodstains and bones, it is advisable to close one's eyes and rest for a moment. One needs to close their eyes and rest for a while, indicating that they have been subjected to an eerie contamination. Should one close their eyes to rest, there exists a significant possibility of missing their stop. In such circumstances, one should strive diligently to maintain clarity and seek the truth. I surveyed my surroundings. Ultimately, I settled into a window seat in the last row. Rule 1. A cabinet must never relinquish its seat. Rule 1. Refusing to yield one's seat. If someone were to come from afar to request that I relinquish my seat while seated here, this suffices to demonstrate the validity of this rule. Simultaneously, with no passengers behind me, I can also evade the shoulder tap conversations stipulated by Rule 3. At that moment, the sound of the bus siren echoed once more. Obtain peculiar protection once. When self-contamination exceeds 50%. Automatically eliminate all pollution and achieve immunity to all contaminants within 10 minutes. It is not only one individual who perceives that the rear of the vehicle can withstand the stipulations of Rule 3. John hurriedly positioned himself at the very back. However, he chose not to sit by the window, opting instead for a seat on the outer side. Since there is no window to rely on, naturally, the act of drawing back the curtain and extending a hand, which contravenes Rule 7, does not exist. A small contingent of the chosen ones also opts for positions near the rear door of the vehicle, lest they miss their stop at grandmother's house. The diverse choices made by different chosen ones have sparked heated debates among the populace of various nations. Jiang Fan possesses remarkable insight, effortlessly discerning that the individual seated at the rear of the vehicle is capable of addressing the complexities of Rule 3. Is it clear? Most of the chosen ones are at the rear of the vehicle. It is only when Jiang Fan approaches the window that he appears truly foolish. Jiang Fan's proximity to the car window truly reveals his folly. Silence, please. The chosen ones of our nation sitting by the car door embodies the utmost correctness. Simultaneously, the leaders of various nations are fervently engaged in negotiations. The high-ranking officials of the land of cherry blossoms burst into laughter upon seeing me seated at the rear of the vehicle. Fortunately, our chosen one is seated in the solitary seat near the aisle. Who is unaware of the Dragon Nation's consecutive 7 defeats? To make the same choices as the Dragon Nation is undoubtedly a path to ruin. Wei Jian couldn't help but murmur to himself. Jiang Fan and the chosen ones from various nations occupied similar positions. Yet, why did they choose to sit by the window? It would become quite troublesome when it came time to open the car curtains and windows. Moreover, this position is encircled on all sides. In the event of danger, it becomes exceedingly difficult to escape at a moment's notice. In the realm of eerie tales, it is uncertain how much time has elapsed when the bus finally comes to a halt at its initial stop. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the West Station. Kindly disembark in an orderly manner. Please adhere to the public transportation regulations and pay your fare upon boarding. Instantly, the once desolate carriage buzzed with liveliness. They engaged in conversation, their voices growing increasingly louder. At that moment, a passenger seated by the window suddenly drew open the car window and the curtain. What purpose does it serve to be closed? Not a trace of air or sunlight has penetrated within. The chosen ones were taken aback. The passengers opening the car windows might very well be attempting to confound them. However, after waiting for a considerable time, no signs of discomfort have manifested. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Is it possible to open the window? Is Rule 6 erroneous? Some audacious chosen ones even began to observe the surroundings outside the window. I reminisce about the rules on the bus. Please refrain from opening the car curtains and windows, or extending any part of your body outside the vehicle. Initially, I believed this rule was established to prevent the chosen ones from extending their bodies outside the window. If that is the case, why not simply say, please refrain from extending your body outside the window? Why insist on adding, please draw the curtains? Merely opening the curtains does not allow the body to extend beyond the window. Suddenly, I recalled Rule 7, one must not panic upon encountering a woman holding an umbrella. I pondered that the purpose of an umbrella is to shield one from sunlight or rain. As I boarded the vehicle, the interior was shrouded in a dim and murky ambience. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. When considered collectively, the primary purpose of drawing the curtains is to block out light. However, the passenger before me has already opened the curtains, yet no anomalies have manifested. The so-called light is not light in the conventional sense, but rather a peculiar light tainted by pollution. Thus, when someone opens an umbrella, it signifies the emergence of this form of light pollution. It is necessary to close one's eyes to avert contact. After passing several more stations, it is now 7 hours past 12 o'clock. This has led many chosen ones to believe that as long as they adhere to the rules and remain seated in their original positions, thus, one can safely arrive at grandmother's house. Jinchi Strange Comic Society. At that moment, the electronic display screen in the middle of the bus began to broadcast the midday news. Such a peculiar comic society. The time is displayed beneath the news. It is quite peculiar that many individuals have observed that the time displayed on their clocks perfectly coincides with that of the comic society. Suddenly, it occurred to me that the time displayed on the screen was accessible. Before long, the bus arrived at the Yongsheng Hospital stop. Strange Comic Society. Outside, there is a considerable number of individuals waiting. Each one carries a medical record bag. Clearly, they are all freshly discharged patients who have just recovered. Strangely, the Comic Society. Yet upon boarding the bus, I discovered them wearing smiles, engaging in lively conversations with the fellow passengers around. You appear remarkably vibrant, entirely unlike a patient who has just been discharged from the hospital. At this moment, a fellow passenger has taken a seat in front of me. Strange Manga Society. He eagerly rose to engage me in conversation. Young man, which station are you heading to? I disregarded him. It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. Yet he appears unaffected by my indifference, continuing to engage in conversation with an unexpected familiarity. I intend to disembark at Daiyue Station, though there are still numerous stops ahead. I reside in a private room at the hospital, which is quite peculiar. The atmosphere is rather monotonous, leaving me utterly bored each day. At last, I have someone with whom I can engage in conversation. Strangely, the Comic Society draws near, as he speaks of his body while leaning towards me. The gas emitted during the conversation is nearly palpable, almost reaching my face. It is rather peculiar, the Manga Society. Suddenly, I noticed a few crimson veins in his eyes, as if fatigue had taken its toll. It appeared incongruous with his fervent emotions. To offer unsolicited kindness is either insincere or deceitful. I decisively leaned back slightly. A rather peculiar situation unfolded. I nonchalantly turned my gaze away. Strangely, the Comic Society, having observed my prolonged silence, ultimately turned away to seek conversation with others. Other chosen ones encountered equally enthusiastic passengers. Strangely, the Comic Society members remained silent, their heads bowed, much like myself. Some engaged in polite conversation. The audience outside the live broadcast room engaged in animated discussions. Yet, our banana republic remains courteous. Who could possibly refuse a recently recovered patient? Indeed, it is quite astonishing that the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom have missed the opportunity for conversation. It is rather peculiar, the Comic Society. One must acknowledge that this passenger disembarked at the Daemoon station. This could very well present a fortuitous opportunity, allowing us to alight together. Drawing from past experiences with bizarre tales, it is not uncommon for the game to feature NPCs who guide players steadfastly towards victory. Before long, the bus arrived once more at the 7th Daxing Market Station. However, this time, the number of passengers boarding is exceptionally high. It is quite peculiar that the Comic Society has not only filled all the remaining seats but also has an excess of over 10 individuals without a place to sit. Passengers were tightly packed, pressing against the rear door. It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society, as they carry an assortment of various dishes in their hands. A rich aroma of gas wafted through the cabin. Strangely, many passengers seated near the windows hastily opened them in an effort to dissipate the unpleasant odor. At that moment, a frail elderly man took a seat beside me. Strange Comic Society. He gasped for breath, clutching a bag filled with crimson liquid, from which wafted a powerful metallic odor. I apologize, I hope the scent of the pig's blood hasn't overwhelmed you. It is rather peculiar, the Comic Society, yet I merely gazed silently at the new intervals displayed on the electronic screen without uttering a word. After a while, his heavy breathing grew louder, and it was evident that Xi Ping was experiencing considerable discomfort. Young man, could you please open the window? It's quite stuffy in here. My condition has flared up. And I require some fresh air. He opened his mouth wide. Strange Comic Society. The pallid visage unmistakably suggested an imminent demise. Yet I remained indifferent, continuing to gaze at the news. It was merely because I observed that beneath the elderly man's gaze, there seemed to be a hint of crimson threads. It's quite peculiar, the Comic Society. If you do not intend to open the window, perhaps we could switch places instead. I simply can no longer endure this. The elderly man's pleas grew increasingly desperate. The surrounding passengers also turned their heads to gaze. Young brother, you should yield to him. One must show respect to the elderly. Observe how he is nearly out of breath. It is rather peculiar, the Comic Society. Even if you choose not to relinquish your seat, at least open a window to allow the elderly some fresh air. Yet, I did not respond, still engrossed in gazing at the news displayed on the electronic screen. Strangely, the Comic Society witnessed passengers beginning to curse at me incessantly. It is a peculiar situation. The more they berate, the more unseemly their words become, to the point where their expressions contort in anguish. The interior walls of the bus began to peel away in patches. Strange Comic Society. It seems that failing to open the window or offer one seat may soon invite an enigmatic contamination. It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. Simultaneously, other chosen ones encountered similar circumstances. Some expectant mothers experience morning sickness. There are adorable children. Strange, the Comic Society still has only ordinary passengers. In the land of banana, Pad gazed at the adorable little girl before him. Wolf Chi Man Society. It is quite strange, the Comic Society. In my heart, I ponder, typically, when taking the bus, one must show respect for the elderly and kindness towards the young by yielding one seat. Yet, in the face of a distressed child, they still refuse to offer a place. This is devoid of humanity. It is erroneous to assert that one's refusal to yield one's seat is justified. It is rather peculiar, the Comic Society. Subsequently, I rose to my feet and changed places with the little girl. The little girl smiled politely. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Manga Society. Yet in the next moment, her smile widened ever more. Strange Manga Society revealed a mouth full of sharp fangs.
The elder brother, so benevolent, could lend me a hand once more. I've been famished for quite some time. The surrounding passengers bared their sharp teeth, their eyes gleaming with madness as they encircled Pad. Blood gushed forth, streaming from beneath the passenger's feet. No! Help! In a fleeting moment, a fragment of bone tumbled from a passenger's mouth, marred with remnants of flesh. A little girl picked it up and swallowed it, the bone crunching audibly as she chewed. In a live broadcast, the little girl appeared to discover something amusing. She suddenly turned her gaze to the sky, baring her jagged teeth. Her face contorted in a grotesque snarl. The screen from the Banana Kingdom abruptly went dark. The chosen one of the Banana Kingdom, Pad, has met his demise. The chosen one of the Banana Kingdom, Pad, has perished. Random horrors have descended. In the Sakura Kingdom, the atmosphere was different. Sorry. But I cannot switch seats with you. However, I can assist you by opening the window. Kawada drew back the curtain and opened the window. according to the rules. One must politely decline the request to switch seats. Furthermore, one should not lean out of the window. He merely opened the curtain. He did not violate any rules. How clever. The netizens of the Sakura Kingdom were equally delighted. Tankoin is truly remarkable. He managed to assist the passenger without breaching the rules. Tolite Tenkun, we are proud of you. Indeed, unlike individuals from other countries, especially from the Great Xia, who not only refuse to open the window, but are also so discourteous. The citizens of the Sakura Kingdom engaged in fervent discussion, blissfully unaware that after opening the window, Kawada Yusuke's momentarily faltered, and he began to cough lightly. In the Goryeo Kingdom, Park Soo occupied a seat by the aisle, with one seat vacant beside him. "Oh, I cannot give up this seat." Park Soo politely declined. After a brief pause, he added, "However, you may sit in the inner seat." He shifted his legs to allow the passenger to pass. He merely moved his legs. Surely, that does not constitute offering a seat, right? The passenger remained silent, only offering a peculiar smile. The higher-ups of the Goryeo Kingdom observed their chosen one with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "See, I told you, our nation's chosen one is the most formidable. There's no need to relinquish the window seat or even touch it. Ha ha. It seems our Goryeo Kingdom will successfully clear this round and acquire resources." Yet, before the words could fully escape their lips, their screen went dark. The Goryeo Kingdom has perished. The higher-ups were left in shock. What had transpired? Their chosen one had died? Merely moving his legs, could that be considered yielding a seat? My goodness, that passenger was neither an elderly person, a child, nor a pregnant woman. Why did moving his legs lead to death? The higher-ups of the Goryeo Kingdom reacted with intense disbelief, furiously contesting the rules. The passenger was an elderly individual. They merely underwent cosmetic surgery. After a moment, the Goryeo Kingdom issued a decree. Citizens over the age of 50 are prohibited from undergoing cosmetic procedures. Chapter 9, you come here. The audacious Jiang Fan. What does this have to do with the rules? In the Great Xia Kingdom, Wei Jian anxiously watched Jiang Fan's live broadcast, his palms drenched in sweat. The perilous scenes displayed on the screen, an unsteady, dilapidated bus, began to unsettle Wei Jian's heart. The cherry blossoms have opened the window. The absence of death signifies that this is the correct course of action. The nation of Beach has yielded, resulting in death, which is a grave error. Rather than hesitating, we should seize this opportunity and allow Jiang Fan to make a choice. Let him open the window. If necessary, we can always close it later. Wang Jie also supports utilizing this chance to prompt Jiang Fan to open the window and avert this crisis. He gazed at the detached interior panel of the vehicle, his heart racing with the dread of a potential loss for the Great Xia in this bizarre narrative game. Just as the group was about to employ a rule prompt, suddenly, they saw Jiang Fan extend his hand and make a move. Stop. Jiang Fan is about to open the window. At that moment, everyone in Great Xia sighed in relief. Wonderful. Jiang Fan is finally going to open the window. Oh my. That sudden falling panel of the bus interior nearly scared the life out of me. You should have opened the window sooner. Now look at the panel falling off. If we wait too long, Great Xia will lose again. I suspect the state has intervened with hints. Otherwise, how could Jiang Fan change his mind? Wait, Jiang Fan isn't opening the window. Everyone look. The citizens of Great Xia ceased their chatter, their hearts racing as they focused on Jiang Fan's actions on the screen. Inside the live broadcast, Jiang Fan reached out, swaying his hand until it reached the window. Then, with his other hand, he waved it around, reaching above the elderly passenger, completely disregarding the old man's tightly clutched sleeve. After stretching both hands, Jiang Fan leisurely yawned and retracted his hands. It appeared he was merely stretching and had no intention of opening the window at all. In Great Xia, a profound silence enveloped the populace. At such a perilous moment, he still had the composure to stretch? Truly astonishing. However, the next scene left them utterly speechless. On the screen, Jiang Fan surveyed the passengers, extended his hand, and curled 4 fingers, leaving only his pinky finger extended. He said nothing, merely inserted his pinky into his ear and scratched, as if the voices of the passengers were disturbing his peace, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were in a world of eerie tales. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Wow, this person is incredibly arrogant. It's as if he is the epitome of insolence. Incredible. Is Jiang Fan mocking the world of eerie tales? Or is he belittling the passengers? Not only is he refusing to open the window, but he's also publicly digging in his ear. Jiang Fan, you are perhaps the most gloriously doomed chosen one in the history of eerie tales. Prepare for the arrival of the eerie tale. Jiang Fan's arrogance is unbearable. It feels reminiscent of teacher Shun's "Come here." Ha ha ha. Other nations also took notice of Jiang Fan's situation in Great Xia and couldn't help but laugh. This Jiang Fan can't be serious, can he? Is he tired of living? Great Xia is destined for destruction again. Just wait for the entire nation to succumb to eerie tales. I wonder how this differs from the ritual suicide in the land of cherry blossoms. Isn't at all just self-destruction? I have never seen such a chosen one who is so oblivious. He is either a coward or a fool. In various nations, the Great Xia observed the increasingly deteriorating interior walls of the bus, provoking a spectrum of reactions. Some shook their heads in resignation, others laughed mockingly, and many were engulfed in profound sorrow. Meanwhile, the last few individuals, like Jiang Fan, who steadfastly refused to give up their seats or open the windows, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. They could no longer endure the persistent transformation of the bus's interior. Opening a window was a trivial act. As long as one did not lean out or violate any rules, it was permissible. At that moment, only Jiang Fan remained resolute, neither opening the window nor yielding his seat. After cleaning his ears, he observed the increasingly irate and contorted faces of the crowd, chuckling softly as he settled down. He had not breached any regulations. The directive to refrain from giving up one seat had no bearing on his disdain for the other passengers. He had not transgressed any rules. He merely had grown accustomed to the incessant barking sounds, clearing his ears. Was that a problem? Absolutely not. It was quite trivial. Research suggests that regular exercise contributes positively to one's physical health. Jiang Fan boldly extended his middle finger yet again, with a smile upon his face. He remained unfazed by the bus's peculiarities. Were they angry? Frustrated? Oh, I am so terrified, he mused. In fact, amidst the peeling walls of the bus, Jiang Fan even stumbled upon an amusing notion. If the entire interior were to peel away, could he check in again? After all, it would be a brand new bus. Alas! Before he could entertain this thought further, the bus reverted to its original state. Indeed, it returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. There was no bizarre contamination, nor any fatalities. It felt as though it had merely been a tempestuous farce. This bolstered Jiang Fan's belief that his hypothesis was accurate. The choice between yielding a seat and opening a window was merely to allow that non-existent light to penetrate. Outside, the nations were baffled. Why? What could possibly explain this? The interior seemed so perilous and terrifying, yet Jiang Fan rejected all fear, even ridiculing the situation. How was it that he had not perished? Was it possible that the macabre tales had yet to take effect? The nations waited in silence. 5 minutes passed. Would Jiang Fan meet his demise soon? Yes, surely the time had not yet come. They decided to wait a little longer. 10 minutes later, as the bus reached a new stop, Jiang Fan remained unscathed. This infuriated the nations. I want to report this. It's unfair. My country merely retracted a leg and perished. Yet Great Xia did nothing and remains alive. I seriously suspect that this is a game of ghost stories. Jiang Fan is still alive? Impossible, damn it. Reported. Jiang Fan won't last much longer. Of course, those who felt aggrieved were but a minority. Most nations resolve their disputes, with only a handful harboring deep-seated animosity towards Great Xia. The fact that Jiang Fan navigated this bizarre occurrence unscathed elicited considerable excitement among the netizens of Great Xia. In response to the brash comments from netizens of other nations, rallied to defend Jiang Fan. Hey, isn't that banana country? Reclining a leg is still yielding a seat. Indeed, the rules state not to give up seats and also not to open windows. Jiang Fan did not violate any regulations. Why should he concede? What are you barking about? My brother Fan is alive and well. Unhappy? Deal with it. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenes, Wei Jian's expression stiffened momentarily before he gradually regained his composure, feeling a mixture of anger and helplessness. Ultimately, he exclaimed, "This rascal Jiang Fan truly possesses audacity. How dare he disdain the passengers? I have longed to do just that. What a thrill!" However, he indeed anticipated correctly. Refusing to yield his seat and keeping the windows shut will not provoke the passengers. Perhaps we might endeavor to place our trust in him. Wang Jian nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the screen displaying Jiang Fan's tranquil yet confident visage. Jiang Fan is the longest-standing chosen one of the great Xia Kingdom, boasting a significant probability of successfully navigating this bizarre game, thus bringing hope to the nation. Subsequently, he cast a stern look at the barrage of comments in the live stream and declared, "Anyone who insults Jiang Fan in this room shall be permanently expelled." Chapter 10. The Illusion of the Chosen Ones. Getting off means certain death. The bus ambled along the road. Jiang Fan glanced at the clock. It was already 3 o'clock. The vehicle gradually exited the city, heading towards the outskirts. The bumpy, uneven dirt road exacerbated the bus's instability, causing it to sway violently, leaving passengers questioning whether it would disassemble at any moment. The tumultuous ride incited adverse reactions among several chosen ones. Some felt dizzy, others were shaken up, and a few experienced nausea. Yet, Jiang Fan remained unaffected, even taking pleasure in admiring the scenery outside the window. As the bus continued its journey, a small courtyard gradually came into view, reinforced with iron sheeting. A sign above the courtyard read, "Road Service Station." This revelation sparked excitement among many chosen ones. A note left by their mothers indicated that they could stop at the road service station for 10 minutes, allowing them to purchase rice cakes. After a lengthy journey that had drained their energy, the chosen ones felt ravenously hungry. Coupled with the bumpy ride, their hunger peaked, and they longed to disembark swiftly to buy rice cakes. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed from the bus. An abrasive, grinding noise emanated from the bottom. In the next instant, the bus came to a halt and remained stationary. The driver's voice resonated from the front, announcing, "The bus has stalled. The road service station is just ahead. You may disembark here and walk to the service area. Those wishing to buy something or take a break can head over first. This bus has its old issues. It's uncertain when it will be repaired." After speaking, the driver exited the vehicle and made his way towards the service station, returning moments later with a toolbox in hand, presumably to fix the bus. Many passengers began to disembark one after another, heading towards the nearby road service station. Jiang Fan surveyed the station ahead. It was not far off, and under normal walking speed, it would take just 2 minutes to reach, even a minute if one were to run. However, Jiang Fan had no intention of alighting. The rules stipulated that regardless of what occurred or what was heard, one must not exit the vehicle before reaching a designated stop. If one disembarks, one may reboard within a minute. This rule is indeed plausible. Yet it pertains to reboarding after a full minute, not dashing to the roadside service area. The note left by my mother indicated that the bus would pause at the Lutang station for 10 minutes, allowing passengers to disembark and purchase rice cakes. However, the prerequisite for exiting is the bus's arrival at Lutang station. When combining these factors with the driver's words, a slight lapse in attention could easily create a misleading impression. The chosen ones might believe they could avoid the bizarre erosion and adhere to the rules simply by racing to the roadside service area within a minute. This is evidently a trap, a straightforward logical dilemma. Neither of the conditions has been satisfied, so how could one disembark? Jiang Fan quietly remained seated on the bus, disregarding the throngs of passengers disembarking around him. Simultaneously, chosen ones from various nations encountered the same predicament. Carrie from Pasta Nation observed the passengers getting off one by one and decided to rise as well. His stomach grumbled, overwhelming him with hunger. "Isn't Lutang Station the one where my mother said we could get off? I'm starving. I must get down to buy something to eat." Carrie shook his dizzy head, grasped the handrail, and followed the other passengers off the bus, oblivious to the strange smiles adorning their faces. The Lutang service area was close. Yet he felt so weak from hunger that he staggered, gazing at the station sign before him, which appeared somewhat blurred. Suddenly, The passengers ahead came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had been suspended. Why has everyone stopped? Carrie muttered, confused. As soon as he spoke, the passengers turned their heads. With a crack, reminiscent of bones snapping, their necks twisted in grotesque angles, their heads seemingly suspended, their faces pale and bloodied. "We are waiting for you." Carrie, in a daze, stepped forward, his limbs stiff as a puppet. In the next moment, his head spun 180 degrees, precariously dangling from his neck, his gaze becoming hollow. He swayed, mimicking the same eerie smile shared by the surrounding passengers. Strange, devoid of souls. The passengers giggled, encircling Carrie. A gentle breeze swept by, and the Lutang station sign bled, rusting and appearing as though it had been abandoned for ages. Carrie from Pasta Nation has perished. The bizarre tale has randomly unfolded. In Broccoli Nation, have we not yet arrived at Lutang Station? The rules seem to indicate that one cannot disembark mid-journey. Yet there is a minute available for reboarding. Being so close to Lutang Station, I surely can reach it in under a minute. Orlan vaguely recalled some of the rules, her hunger nearly sapping her strength and clouding her mind. Estimating the distance, she took a deep breath while clutching her watch. And as the door opened, she sprinted with all her might. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Orlan was almost at the Lutang Station service area. This thrilled the citizens of Broccoli Nation. "Keep going, you're almost there." Orlan truly lives up to her reputation as our nation's renowned sprinter. Her speed is remarkable. A mere 100 meters. One could traverse that distance several times within a minute. The high-ranking officials of Broccoli Nation were elated as Orlan arrived, her speed mirroring her typical running performance. "Remarkable. Look, representatives from other nations have only reached halfway. Let us hasten to procure some rice cakes. Just observe how famished they appear." On the screen, Orlan had already reached the Lutang service area, with merely 20 seconds elapsed. This brought immense joy to the high-ranking officials of Broccoli Nation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the jubilation. "Why should we be pleased that Orlan has arrived at the Lutang service area?" Upon hearing this, the officials of Broccoli Nation were momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the speaker. "Because the rules state one cannot exit the vehicle for more than a minute," a voice responded. "What does exceeding a minute have to do with reaching the Lutang service area in under 1 minute?" The officials' expressions darkened, and they erupted in furious shouts. "Curse it! We have been deceived by the rules. Quickly, send a message to Orlan, instructing her to return to the vehicle at once." In the realm of strange tales, Orlan caught her breath, surveying the service area, her eyes brightening as she noticed a small shop selling rice cakes. Just as she was about to approach, a notification from her nation echoed in her mind. "Quickly, Orlan, return to the vehicle. The rule states you must be back within a minute. Not that you can reach the Lutang service area in that time." "What do you mean I must return within a minute? I have already arrived at the service area." Orlan screamed, her face draining of color as she realized the gravity of the situation and turned to sprint back. This time, her speed increased. However, as Orlan turned, the passengers behind her, who had appeared normal moments ago, transformed grotesquely. Each one was swelling, their bodies resembling inflated balloons. Their bloated faces compressed their features, water continuously oozing from the tops of their heads and dripping to the ground. They appeared as though they had been submerged in icy water for days, pale and grotesquely enlarged, resembling giants. These swollen passengers nearly blocked the path back, staggering as their bodies leaked incessantly. With each step, the fleshy soles of their feet were worn down by the friction against the floor. "Get away! Move aside!" Orlan shrieked, the 402 bus within sight. She felt the sticky, slimy sensation on her skin, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Despite her terror, she struggled to escape the mass of bodies. Yet, an array of bloated, pale hands grasped her, pulling her into the morass of corpses. 1 minute later, a similarly swollen figure appeared on the screen, as if compressed by some immense weight. Its face bore shades of black and purple. Chapter 11. Where did the chicken leg come from? Jiang Fan cleared out the entire supermarket. In the outside world, Orlan, the chosen one of Broccoli Nation, has perished. Strange tales have randomly descended. Shading, the chosen one of West Nation, has met the same fate, strange tales have randomly descended. Part C. The chosen one of Ali Nation is also dead. Strange tales have randomly descended. The live streams of various nations blacked out, one after another, as the ominous news of strange tales echoed forth. The chosen ones who disembark can never board again. Fewer than 20 nations remain. This has compelled the fortunate survivors to utilize their hints. The bus on Route 402 cannot stop. However, while the crisis of disembarking has been resolved, another peril persists: hunger. After a long journey, the chosen ones are already dizzy with starvation. The bus stop is tantalizingly close, yet they cannot alight. The driver has indicated that repairs may take an indeterminate amount of time, possibly several hours. As they gaze upon the bus stop, their frustration and fear intensify their dizziness. Particularly, the wafting aroma from nearby only exacerbates their hunger. In their state of near fainting from hunger, nearly all the chosen ones recall the rice cakes they brought from home for their grandmothers. This has left many of them in a quandary. Should they endure their hunger and deliver the rice cakes to their grandmothers, or consume them now? In Sakura country, Baka. Had I known, I would have purchased the rice cakes in advance at the supermarket downstairs. Kawada gazes at the rice cakes in his hands. This was a gift for his grandmother from home. Though it has begun to emit a faint odor, the overwhelming desire for food compels him to disregard it. After all, as her grandson, what harm would it do if he ate them? Unable to withstand his hunger any longer, Kawada takes a bite of the rice cake. To his surprise, despite its odor, it tastes delightful, with a hint of meat flavor. He devours the rice cake with fervor, appearing almost frenzied, with a look of bliss on his face. His eyes, reminiscent of someone who has been on a long journey, exhibit the strain of fatigue, with red veins appearing. The viewers from Sakura country observe Kawada use enthusiastic consumption of the rice cake with amusement. How could a rice cake possess a meat flavor? A glance at the other nations reveals that many surviving chosen ones have also produced rice cakes intended for their grandmothers, indulging in them with evident pleasure. Their expressions reveal the delightful texture of the rice cakes, bringing relief to the populace of Sakura country. Indeed, the rice cakes in this bizarre world are extraordinary. They even possess a meat flavor. Of course, not all chosen ones opted to consume the rice cakes meant for their grandmothers. In ugly country, fortunately, I had preemptively purchased rice cakes at the supermarket downstairs. John takes out the rice cakes he bought and begins to eat. The bland flavor of the rice cake makes it difficult for John to swallow. Yet with each bite, his mind becomes increasingly lucid. This small piece of rice cake alleviates all of John's current hunger. In Great Xia country, disembarking at the bus stop is merely to procure rice cakes to quell hunger. Jiang Fan, having purchased 2 rice cakes in advance, wonders why he even needs to disembark. Not only does he possess rice cakes, but also chicken legs and cola from the system's check-in rewards. Calmly, he retrieves the 2 rice cakes from his pocket and begins to eat. The rice cakes are small, pale, and only the size of a fist. Upon seeing Jiang Fan produce the rice cakes he purchased from the supermarket, the audience in Great Xia country's live stream cheers for him. Jiang Fan is so clever, he bought the rice cakes ahead of time, just in case they needed to disembark. In neighboring countries, rice cakes are known for their meaty flavor, while those from the ugly country are devoid of any taste. One wonders how the rice cakes purchased by Jiang Fan fare in comparison. Jiang Fan bought 2, which should suffice. Upon tearing open the packaging and taking a bite, he grimaced. These rice cakes were truly unpalatable, utterly flavorless. He then retrieved the chicken leg he had earned from signing in. The large, hand-sized chicken leg gleamed with an alluring caramel hue, and a delightful aroma of marinated spices wafted through the air. Jiang Fan took a bite, tearing off a generous chunk of succulent chicken meat. The chicken leg was far more delectable, infused with 5-spice seasoning, a significant improvement over the bland rice cakes. In the external live broadcast room, viewers reacted in surprise. Where did he get that chicken leg? Could it possibly be from the supermarket? After finishing the chicken leg, Jiang Fan opened a bottle of cola, drinking it heartily. The bubbles from the cola caused him to let out a small burp, which jolted the audience back to reality. Maybe he bought the chicken leg and the cola at the same time at the supermarket. Seriously, did he buy out the whole supermarket? Observers from around the world noted Jiang Fan's expression while eating the rice cakes. which markedly differed from that of other chosen ones. They speculated. Perhaps he purchased them from a supermarket, where the taste differs from what his mother makes. After all, the chosen ones from their countries experienced no significant changes after consuming the rice cakes, aside from some enjoying the treat. There were no signs of pollution or death. Time seemed to stretch on, and an hour passed swiftly. After finishing the chicken leg, Jiang Fan sat quietly. He was the sole occupant of the nearly empty bus. The silence was palpable, broken only by the electronic display screen continuously broadcasting news updates. A major accident occurred in the Peace Tunnel, resulting in a multi-vehicle collision with over 20 fatalities and 5 injuries. The police are currently managing the scene. Good news! Jiangjian Supermarket is having a grand opening promotion. Spend 300 and get 30 off, plus receive a complimentary Jiangjian rice cake. The news continued to drone on, much to the chagrin of the chosen ones remaining on the bus, who had grown weary of the mundane updates. Jiang Fan casually sipped his cola while watching, treating it as a diversion from boredom. According to the Meteorological Bureau, a typhoon is expected to arrive on the 21st. Citizens are advised to prepare accordingly. The volume of the news broadcast was quite loud, and amidst it, other voices subtly emerged. Recently, there has been a surge in flu cases in the city. In addition to common symptoms such as fever, cough, and nausea, severe cases may lead to disorientation, reddening of the eyes, and even death. Red eyes? Bloodshot? The elderly person who had asked him for a seat, as well as the passenger in the front row, both exhibited bloodshot eyes. Jiang Fan furrowed his brows and leaned in to listen closely. The news being broadcast was chaotic, yet did not hinder Jiang Fan from catching the hidden updates within. Upon investigation, it has been determined that the patients ingested contaminated raw water, leading to the invasion of parasite eggs, which primarily survive in water and can endure outside of it for 24 hours to a week. These eggs can be transmitted through water and, upon entering the human body, hatch and mutate, subsequently parasitizing within. In our city, a Dragon Boat Festival event will commence, distributing zongzi to millions of households. Recent studies indicate that this parasite has evolved to spread its eggs through aerosols, yet fortunately, it can only enter the body orally. Currently, there exists no specific antidote for this parasite, which has already claimed thousands of lives and infected over 10,000 individuals. We urge the citizens to refrain from consuming untreated raw water, minimize outings if unnecessary, maintain a distance of at least 1 meter from others, and avoid conversation when possible. Chapter 12. Parasites. The infected mother. 3 conditions of death. The bank has announced favorable interest rates. Bank has recently launched a promotional campaign offering gifts for deposits of 1 million, with annual interest rates reaching up to 3. Jiang Fan continued to listen for another 10 minutes. The news was still broadcasting, but the faint sounds had faded away. Red veins appeared, producing hallucinations. Could parasites in the water be transmitted through aerosols? Due to the memorization achieved through sign-ins, Jiang Fan's memory had significantly improved. He meticulously analyzed each word, his eyes gleaming. This sudden news initially seemed unrelated to his current bus journey, yet in reality, it was profoundly connected. The elderly gentleman beside him and the passengers in the front row exhibited red veins in their eyes, indicating they had contracted the novel parasitic virus, reaching a severe condition. If Jiang Fan's memory served him correctly, the elderly man had boarded at the vegetable market, while the front row passenger had boarded at the hospital. The distance between these boarding points was sufficient to prove that the infectious parasite had already spread across various regions of the city. Fever and cough. Aren't these the most fundamental symptoms of an ordinary flu? Jiang Fan hastily retrieved a note left by his mother, his eyes fixated. Mother, I have caught a slight cold and need to be hospitalized for a few days. XIN, you should stay at Grandma's for a while. I will come to fetch you once I am discharged. A common cold typically does not necessitate hospitalization unless one has contracted a novel viral parasite. Thus, it appears that his mother has been infected and admitted to the hospital, and given the absence of a specific antidote. The note's mention of her discharge may not happen soon. It is no wonder Jiang Fan carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. It is clear why the system indicated that the rice cakes taken from home had already been contaminated. Jiang Fan understanding deepened. The parasite eggs infiltrate the human body through the water, surviving for 24 hours to a week, hatching en route, parasitizing the host while simultaneously producing new eggs that spread through aerosols. This leads to the conclusion that his mother may have come into contact with certain individuals or consumed raw water, resulting in her infection with parasite eggs. Subsequently, while preparing the rice cakes, she may have splattered some aerosols onto them or used raw water in their preparation. This reasoning elucidates why the rice cakes have been contaminated. Now, considering that the rice cakes are tainted, irrespective of whether the chosen one consumes them en route, once they reach Grandma's house, she too will inevitably contract the novel parasite. Grandmother has contracted a parasitic infection, and thus, this so-called Shin, upon visiting her home, cannot escape the fate of also becoming infected. The sole remedy lies in procuring fresh rice cakes from the supermarket downstairs or from a nearby bus station to bring to grandmother. The packaged rice cakes purchased may have been produced prior to the emergence of the virus, thus devoid of parasitic eggs. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Fan shook his head in dismay. The difficulty of this bizarre set of rules was indeed overwhelming, setting aside the necessity of purchasing rice cakes in advance. The lengthy hours spent journeying made it nearly impossible to refrain from conversing with fellow passengers, even if he were fortunate enough to acquire the rice cakes beforehand. The 10 yuan provided by his mother would only suffice for a single rice cake, leaving no viable solution to the contamination issue regarding grandmother's portion. Not to mention, maintaining distance and refraining from speaking with passengers while discerning the correctness of the bus's rules posed an additional challenge. Furthermore, some individuals had already erred at the very first step. At this moment, the outside world was alerted to the news emerging from Jiang Fan's livestream. Drawing parallels to previous experiences in the bizarre game, many speculated it to be a concealed clue. Each nation observed its own chosen ones. Not only did they fail to notice the hidden news, but they also did not even bother to view it. A comparison between the two revealed that the high-ranking officials of various countries were on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, some chosen ones remained vigilant regarding the news, yet regrettably, the outside world did not witness the same hidden news within a live stream. Of course, Jiang Fan was not the only one to spot this concealed information. John, the chosen one from the United States, also noticed it. Beyond them, no other chosen one was privy to this hidden news. Among the remaining 20 or so chosen ones, only these two had seen the concealed information. In summation, the external world speculated that it was indeed the rice cakes that were the cause. Both chosen ones had consumed rice cakes from the supermarket and were able to see the hidden news. The others either ate rice cake from home, which did not reveal any hidden information, or endured hunger, lacking any interest in the news whatsoever. Such different behaviors likely indicated whether they had been contaminated or not. This conclusion left various nations in a state of concern and trepidation. For according to this analysis, the remaining chosen ones belonged to two factions. One of untainted chosen ones, Jiang Fan and John, who could perceive the hidden news, and the other of contaminated chosen ones, who were completely oblivious to the news. The distinction between these two groups represented their respective probabilities in this bizarre game. The former had a significantly greater chance of success, while the latter, having consumed the rice cakes, faced the dire prospect of annihilation rather than merely failing to succeed. Having gleaned insights from the preceding rounds, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. In a world fraught with peril, being contaminated was undeniably dangerous. A review of the fates of the contaminated chosen ones revealed a near-universal outcome of demise. This revelation sent chills down the spines of officials across nations. Heavens, why did this cursed news not appear sooner? It had to surface only after the chosen ones consumed the rice cakes. It is of no help now. Oh, I have already foreseen the fate of our nation's chosen ones. Damn it. Fortunately, our nation's chosen ones refrained from consuming the rice cakes and endured hunger. Well done. It is no wonder that I previously sensed the intense discomfort experienced by our nation's chosen ones while consuming rice crackers. Perhaps it is conceivable that those who perceive the concealed news are the truly contaminated. The viral infection may induce hallucinations. At this moment in the Great Xia, a peculiar group composed of the nation's brightest minds, including professors and detectives, is fervently speculating after witnessing the hidden news. The leader, Wei Jian, pointed to an image depicting the expression of ecstasy on the faces of the chosen ones from another country as they indulged in rice crackers. Undoubtedly, these rice crackers are to be avoided. From the news observed by Jiang Fan, it is evident that aside from adhering to the rules of this round of the bizarre game, one must also be wary of viral contamination. Consuming rice crackers from home may lead to pollution, the extent of which remains uncertain regarding the ability to maintain clarity of consciousness throughout this round of the bizarre game. Furthermore, the transmission of parasitic eggs through unboiled water and droplets serves the purpose of entering the body via the oral cavity for reproduction and infection. Therefore, it is advisable for Jiang Fan to refrain from conversing with anyone, and if conversation is necessary, it must not be face-to-face. Wei Jian paused momentarily before speaking earnestly again. As of now, over 100 chosen ones globally have met their demise after boarding the wrong bus, while others have succumbed to death after disembarking at service areas. There are 3 distinct methods of death based on the unfortunate fates of chosen ones from other countries. A series of images appeared on the conference room projector behind Wei Jian, each depicting grotesque and blood-soaked scenes that instilled terror. Chapter 13. Not merely protecting the nation, but safeguarding the chosen ones. The first method of death involves offering one's seat, regardless of whether one vacates a seat or shifts to allow passage. Such acts result in death. Rule 1 holds true, and from these fatalities, it can be inferred that any form of yielding one's seat leads to demise. This includes voluntarily leaving one's seat, as well as allowing another passenger to sit in one's vacated spot. Thus, it is prudent for Jiang Fan to remain seated, regardless of whether the passenger is a child, elderly, or pregnant, unless compelled by Rule 5. One of the images displayed was a screenshot from a live broadcast in the Banana Nation, showcasing a bus full of passengers grotesquely tearing flesh from the chosen ones. The second method of death occurs when turning to converse with fellow passengers. Jiang Fan, seated at the rear of the bus, is in no position to have someone tap him on the shoulder for a conversation. However, in other countries, those seated near the doors or in non-rear positions have experienced shoulder taps and turned to converse, all of whom have perished. As the team gazed at the newly projected images of death, they could not help but gasp in horror. The latest images, while not as gruesome as the previous, featured a headless corpse silently standing behind one of the chosen ones, sending chills down their spines. Wei Jian's expression darkened. He was not frightened by the grotesque and bloody images. The Great Xia Bizarre Tales group stands as a steadfast shield for the chosen ones. The members of the Bizarre Tales group maintain a calm demeanor, constantly seeking clues for the protection of the chosen ones. As the team leader, he must maintain composure. The slightest misstep could result in the chosen ones from the world of eerie tales meeting a dire fate. The task of the supernatural team extends beyond merely safeguarding the populace. It encompasses the protection of the heroes striving valiantly in the realm of strange narratives for the sake of their homeland. Wei Jian, determined to prevent the demise of the chosen ones from becoming his own comrades, must conquer all his inner turmoil and pressure, painstakingly deciphering clues amidst gruesome images of death. Not only must the chosen ones exercise caution within the realm of bizarre tales, but they must also remain composed in the outside world. From this, it can be inferred that Rule 3 is flawed. Should Jiang Fan be forced into a rear-facing seat, turning his head is prohibited. Wei Jian spoke sternly, subsequently gesturing toward the final video. In the third recorded instance of death, a chosen one opened a window and extended a hand. Like the others, this individual encountered an issue with yielding a seat and, exercising caution, chose to roll down the window. After doing so, nothing transpired initially. However, when a single finger inadvertently extended beyond the window, the normal scenery outside abruptly transformed into an abyss of darkness, followed by the live stream cutting off as the bizarre narrative proclaimed the chosen one's demise. Almost all chosen ones are aware to refrain from recklessly extending their hands outside, treating car windows with utmost respect. Thus, only this singular unfortunate soul has met such a fate worldwide. That is all for now. Does anyone have anything to add? The members of the meeting exchanged glances and murmured softly among themselves. I believe that if we hypothesize based on the theory of not leaving one's current seat, Rule 7 may indeed be erroneous. Wang Jie pondered for a moment before cautiously speaking. If one arrives at a station and waits by the door to disembark, leaving the seat to do so, could that be interpreted as yielding a seat? If another passenger occupies the chosen one's seat before they have exited, would this breach the rules? Therefore, I propose that the chosen ones should only vacate their seats upon reaching their destination. Once they have exited, the seat becomes vacant, which should not be construed as yielding, as they have simply arrived at their destination, and vacating the seat is a normal procedure. Wei Jian contemplated this deeply, uncertain of the validity of this rule. The crux of the matter lies in whether preparing to disembark and leaving one's seat constitutes yielding a seat. Moments later, a spark of realization lit up his eyes, and he retrieved his phone to dial a number. What was your initial intention behind instructing passengers to wait by the door? After concluding the call, Wei Jian hung up and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Jie. Indeed, this rule is likely flawed. Waiting in advance facilitates the vehicle's stop and ensures the bus operates smoothly, while subtly allowing for yielding to other passengers still aboard. Thus, Jiang Fan can only leave his seat when it is time to disembark. Well done. Wang Jie silently applauded in his mind. As expected of the team leader, possessing an extensive network of connections, he directly contacted the bus headquarters. Let us summarize and send this conclusion to Jiang Fan. Wei Jian nodded and promptly conveyed the latest findings. Meanwhile, nations around the world are offering hints and assistance to the chosen ones. In the realm of the eerie tales, players are granted 3 opportunities for hints. However, even with these chances, the number of successful chosen ones remains exceedingly scarce. The primary reason lies in the fact that before the nations could provide guidance, the chosen ones hastily made choices that violated the rules, leading to their contamination. Hints serve merely as a form of assistance. They cannot cleanse the pollution already inflicted upon the chosen ones. In the world of eerie tales, one must rely primarily on their own abilities and maintain a state of alertness at all times. Consequently, after witnessing the unfortunate mistakes of others, nations promptly analyze the situation and offer the correct answers to the chosen ones. In Sakura country, Kawada, you received a prompt from the government. Do not extend your hand out the window. I knew that Rule 6 was correct. Turning to Converse, he coughed lightly and pondered, is everything all right? Then Rule 3 must be right. I should engage with others. Why is there no hint for the rice cakes? What do these symbols mean? Kawada, you coughed softly, his eyes now adorned with additional red veins, giving him a rather peculiar appearance. If there's nothing, then so be it. Perhaps it's just these few. He licked his lips, his gaze fluctuating between clarity and daze. As he stroked his slightly distended belly from a recent meal, a fervent expression crossed his face, entirely disregarding the external hints. The higher-ups of Sakura country, observing this scene, felt a chill in their hearts. They had clearly indicated that Rule 3 was incorrect, yet it appeared to be valid before their own chosen one. Moreover, had the chosen one already lost sight of the hints due to the ensuing symbols? It was evident that Kawada, you had been unnaturally contaminated. Unwilling to relent, Sakura country sent another message. Wake up, Kawada. There is something wrong with the rice cakes. Check the news, please respond. In Chapter 14, Kawada, you had already succumbed to contamination. Who was that girl? The hints fell into silence. In the live broadcast, Kawada, you showed no sign of reaction, his eyes drooping as he nearly succumbed to slumber. Baka, Kawada has been contaminated and cannot see the hints. The Emperor of Sakura country exclaimed in fury, cursing for a considerable time. The higher-ups felt despondent and immediately prepared for the impending eerie tales. In the world of eerie tales, the contamination of a chosen one is far more terrifying than merely guessing the rules incorrectly. Making a wrong choice still leaves room for salvation. Whereas contamination signifies that one has already stepped with one foot into the gates of hell, thereby reserving their ticket to death. Death is an inevitable fate. Furthermore, the higher-ups of Sakura country gazed at the somewhat obsessively deranged Kawada-yu and sighed, shaking their heads. What about a chosen one so contaminated that they cannot see the hints? They're no different from the living dead. Many affluent individuals from Sakura country have discreetly contacted the United States, expressing desires for immigration. The fate of their nation's chosen ones is all too evident. Sakura country is merely a minuscule nation. Even if they were to win a round or two, the number of cities they possess is wholly insufficient to sustain them. Moreover, defeat is imminent. It is far wiser to emigrate early. However, before immigrating, one must seize the opportunity to amass some wealth while the news remains undisclosed. It is not only the land of cherry blossoms that has noticed issues with its chosen ones. Other nations have gradually discovered that their selected individuals are not receiving all the necessary prompts, and they too have chosen to guard their information closely, much like the cherry blossom nation. Consequently, driven by certain individuals, countless praises have emerged, shifting attention to various corners of the world. The emperor of the cherry blossom nation, in an interview, claims to have analyzed all the rules. The president of the Titan nation, with a beaming smile, expresses confidence that their chosen ones will surely prevail. The wealthiest individual from the broccoli nation has immigrated to the ugly nation, having previously expressed optimism about its strength. Jiang Fan also received a notification from his country. He must remain seated before disembarking, cannot turn his head, and must not exit the vehicle midway. Rule 7 is incorrect, indicating an issue with the rice cakes. Thus, combining his conjectures, Jiang Fan has gained a rough understanding of all the rules. Rule 1. Refusal to give up one's seat correct. Rule 2. The appearance of umbrellas. Incorrect, as inferred from the notion that when a woman enters with light, one should close their eyes. Rule 3. Turning to converse. Incorrect. Rule 4. Giving up one's seat upon hearing a sound. Largely correct. Rule 5. Do not exit the vehicle, as the front may be incorrect relative to the back. Rule 6. Do not extend one's hand out of the window correct. Rule 7. Waiting in advance. Incorrect. Rule 8. Closing one's eyes and resting upon seeing blood. Incorrect. From his system, Jiang Fan has utilized one prompt on the rice cakes and another on the bus. Currently, he has 2 prompts remaining, along with one strange protective measure. Time passes steadily, and soon the sun sets, marking 6 o'clock. After several hours of repairs, the bus has been restored. The bus driver enters, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Fan, then silently takes his seat and starts the vehicle. After a short while, an announcement echoes throughout the bus. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Lutang Station. Please exit in an orderly manner. The driver glances at Jiang Fan and, as if casually, states, passengers must pay attention to the time and return safely. This stop will only last 10 minutes. At this moment, Jiang Fan is the sole occupant of the bus. Unbeknownst to him, whether this remark was directed solely at him or is merely a standard phrase, he ponders the words return safely. This phrase seems somewhat familiar, echoing the last line of the existing 2 rules, both containing the notion of safely returning home. In this peculiar narrative, as long as the chosen one successfully reaches their grandmother's house, they will pass the challenge. Reaching grandmother's house inherently signifies safety, aligning with the concept of returning home safely. What connection does safety have with this strange tale? Perhaps it is merely a simple interjection. Jiang Fan does not dwell on it. He decides to alight and investigate. His mother's note specifically mentions that one can stop at Lutang Station to purchase rice cakes. It is already known that the notes left by his mother are intended to assist the chosen ones, and the subsequent note indicates that if rice cakes are forgotten, one may also buy them from the supermarket downstairs for grandmother. Since everyone is purchasing rice cakes, why does mother not combine this rule with the following information? Unless the rice cakes at Lutang Station possess some unique quality, only then would mother overlook the inconvenience of adding an extra note. It is not just Jiang Fan's bus that stops at Lutang Station. Bus number 402 has been repaired and is now heading there as well. However, nearly all the chosen ones have no intention of disembarking. After the previous warning about the dangers of getting off, those who have already consumed rice cakes are unwilling to take the risk of alighting. Outside, onlookers are taken aback by Jiang Fan's decision to exit the bus. Filled with confusion. Didn't Jiang Fan already eat the rice cake? Why is he getting off? He should return. It's dangerous outside. I don't understand. Jiang Fan is clearly safe, so why would he engage in such a perilous act? Perhaps Jiang Fan is getting off to search for clues? After all, this is the only station where one can disembark during the entire journey. Following the bus rules suffices for clues. What more is needed? Not only the viewers in the live stream, but the gaze of the entire world is now fixed upon Jiang Fan. Among all the remaining chosen ones, he alone has chosen to step off the bus, a decision that is both abrupt and conspicuous. At the Lutong service area, as indicated by the sign, it serves as a bus service zone, featuring not only a stopping point but also shops, restaurants, and what appears to be a small vehicle repair shop. The passengers who disembarked earlier have not returned to the bus, and Jiang Fan sees no trace of them within the service area. It seems as though they have vanished entirely. The deserted service area is silent, with only Jiang Fan present, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Clutching the clock, he strides towards the shop, aware that he has only 10 minutes to spare. The shop is modest in size and under the twilight. He can barely discern the items within. The lights are off, and the dusty shelves suggest a long neglect to the merchandise. Jiang Fan brushes his hand over the dust. Realizing the lack of any semblance of life, the area has become desolate. Given the accumulation of dust, it would take years for it to reach such thickness. There are not many items on the shelves, and Jiang Fan quickly locates the rice cake. Wrapped in oil paper and tied with a cross of straw, it is the only rice cake available. Priced modestly at 3 yuan, Jiang Fan takes it and, regardless of whether anyone is in the shop, places the 3 yuan on the counter while simultaneously checking in. Ding! Store check-in successful. You have received a forgotten fairy tale book. A fairy tale book. To be narrated to the bazaar? Jiang Fan shakes his head, realizing that the level of contamination in this shop is not severe. At this moment, only 2 minutes have elapsed. Glancing at the clock, he decides to explore other areas of the service zone and check in again. However, just as he steps out of the shop, a voice resonates. "Thank you, Grandpa." Jiang Fan halts in his tracks, the sound of sweet, youthful voice echoing in his ears. Instantly, the desolate service area transforms, bustling with a throng of people walking about. In an instant, the dim and dilapidated little shop was transformed, radiating a newfound brightness, as if one had stepped into an alternate realm. Beside Jiang Fan appeared a girl, her smile as radiant as the sun. She carried a pink backpack and held in her hand the rice cake wrapped in oil paper that Jiang Fan had just purchased. "Ha ha! No need for formality, little one," chuckled an elderly gentleman at the cash register, waving his hand dismissively. After finishing his laughter, the old man turned his gaze to Jiang Fan, inquiring with curiosity, "Young man, what would you like to buy?" Jiang Fan, taken aback, looked at the rice cake that had vanished from his grasp and slowly replied, "I wish to buy a rice cake." "A rice cake, you say? The last one has just been purchased by that little girl over there. Is there none left?" Jiang Fan glanced at the girl who had not yet walked far and hastily followed after her. The rice cake that had slipped from his hands and the shifting of time seemed to whisper to him that there was a secret hidden within this phenomenon. Yet, just as suddenly, the scene before him changed, reverting to the desolate service area. The rice cake he had just bought reappeared. Jiang Fan turned to observe the shop, which remained unchanged in its dilapidation, and furrowed his brow. Is this an illusion? And who is that little girl? Chapter 15. The Lost Pink Backpack. The van. A spark ignited within Jiang Fan as he clutched the rice cake and hurried towards other sections of the service area. If an illusion had manifested within the shop, might there be similar illusions in other parts of the service area? The restaurant. Jiang Fan initiated the check-in and waited for a minute. No illusions appeared within the restaurant. The service area hotel. He could not enter as the door was secured with chains. Likewise, no ilusión emerged. Just as Jiang Fan began to think that the earlier illusion was merely a coincidence, the rest area in the service area suddenly revealed another illusion. The old, rusty iron benches around Jiang Fan transformed layer by layer, shedding their rust. Passengers appeared, some seated, others reclining, as a cacophony of voices filled the air. In an instant, the once empty rest area became bustling with activity, filled with passengers disembarking from their vehicles, their luggage congesting the aisles. The little girl reappeared within Jiang Fan's sight. She found an empty seat, unwrapped the rice cake, and nibbled delicately. Beside her was another vacant seat. Just as Jiang Fan intended to approach, a middle-aged woman swiftly occupied the empty spot. With the benches now fully occupied, Jiang Fan resignedly stood at a distance. The middle-aged woman exuded a down-to-earth demeanor that felt inviting, her large woven bag suggesting it was filled with belongings. She appeared to say something that elicited laughter from the little girl. The rest area was a hive of activity, with individuals bustling about, their various parcels weaving between the seats. The bus to Lee Family Village is departing. Hurry up if you haven't boarded, shouted a long-distance bus driver from afar. With that admonition, many hurriedly dragged their luggage towards the bus. A figure flashed past him, a hefty bag colliding with Jiang Fan as the passerby continued onward, undeterred. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, a wave of foreboding rising from within. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Just then, the little girl he had been observing vanished. The middle-aged woman beside her had also disappeared. Damn it! Jiang Fan cursed under his breath, hastening to the spot where the girl had been seated. The chair was devoid of her presence. Beneath it lay a half-eaten rice cake, scattered on the floor, as if hastily dropped by the girl in a moment of panic. The rest area was bustling with a throng of people, a sea of faces stretching endlessly. Where is she? Where? Jiang Fan quickly looked up, searching desperately. But all he could see were countless individuals, none of whom resembled the little girl. Suddenly, a flash of red caught his eye. It was a large snakeskin bag. However, this bag was being carried by a man, not the middle-aged woman from earlier. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Jiang Fan swore he saw the bag shift slightly. The man patted the bag on his back, appearing somewhat anxious, his pace quickening. Within seconds, the man's figure vanished from the service area. At that very moment, the scene before Jiang Fan shifted once more, and he found himself back in the dilapidated rest area, beside rust-streaked chairs. The snakeskin bag. Was the girl lost? Or had she been abducted? Jiang Fan took a deep breath, struggling to deduce the fate of the little girl within this illusion. Although he wished to avoid dwelling on such dire possibilities, the vision seemed to convey something significant. The items he would sign in for next would further substantiate his suspicions. Ding. Rest area sign in successful. Obtain a lost backpack. A pink backpack materialized in the system's storage. Jiang Fan immediately recognized it as the one the little girl had been carrying in the vision. While one might argue that the lost storybook suggested the girl had simply wandered off, what about the abandoned backpack? Who, while lost, would leave behind their bag? The girl had been kidnapped in this service area. That couple were human traffickers. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated, veins bulging in his hands, his heart surging with rage. Traffickers are the scum of this world. They do not merely ruin one life, but devastate entire families, whether in his past life or the present. The legal systems of both worlds wield significant power against human trafficking. In today's technologically advanced society, there had not been a reported case of a child under 10 being abducted for 3 consecutive years, and those over 10 were exceedingly rare. In reality, Jiang Fan might have pursued the matter further. However, this was a realm of strange tales. The bus only halted for 10 minutes. If he exceeded that time, even with the protection of his formidable physique, it would be futile. His time was running out. Jiang Fan sighed, closing his deep-set eyes to calm the tempest of emotions within. It was time to leave. His safety must come first. Cradling the clock, he swiftly exited the service area. As he was about to step out, he paused, turning to gaze back at the dilapidated rest area. How many children had been abducted here in the past? Buses, coaches, long-distance vehicles, and vans all converge here, creating a chaotic scene that offers opportunities for nefarious individuals. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Fan seemed to catch a glimpse of a gray van departing the service area, heading toward a realm of malevolence. Outside, the crowd remained oblivious to the surreal experiences Jiang Fan had endured. Within the livestream, Jiang Fan appeared to linger in a store for a moment before hastily making his way to a restaurant, a hotel, and a rest area, seemingly lost in thought. Ultimately, as he prepared to leave, he stood idly at the entrance. During this time, aside from purchasing a piece of rice cake, there were no additional clues to be found. Furthermore, the rice cake was moldy, and he had only acquired half of it. The spectators were utterly baffled. You spent 3 yuan on a moldy rice cake? You could have saved that for later. Why waste your precious currency on that? So, Jiang Fan simply went down to experience solitude? What's wrong with appreciating the scenery? Staring blankly at the view, how delightful! Not only were the citizens of Great Xia perplexed, but onlookers from various nations were even more confounded, particularly in the chosen nations where individuals had perished upon alighting, such as Pasta Country and Broccoli Nation. Observing Jiang Fan's actions, he entered the service area with apparent ease, devoid of any hint of danger. He even had time to daydream. For heaven's sake, is Kyrie a fool? Jiang Fan from Great Xia breezed into the service area. So why did Kyrie die? Is our chosen one truly that unfortunate? The high-ranking officials of Pasta Country cursed bitterly, their expressions grim. They felt both anger and helplessness. The ease with which Jiang Fan navigated the situation led them to question their own capabilities. Yet, the death of their chosen one signified something serious. Reflecting on this, a high official from Pasta Country suddenly spoke, "Increase the bounty for Kyrie's death, and let us seek out the luckiest citizens of Pasta Country for our next selection of chosen ones." The points from the bizarre tales can be exchanged for anything, including designated chosen ones. Indeed, responded a member of the Pasta Country Bizarre Tales team, who had previously succeeded in the trials. Time slowly passed. After exiting the service area, Jiang Fan hurried back to the bus. Ultimately, he returned to his seat just 10 minutes before the end of the journey. The bus was empty, and he chose his original spot. Once he settled in, a crowd suddenly emerged not far away from the previously desolate Lutang service area. It was the passengers who had disembarked earlier. They appeared as if they had materialized out of thin air, holding various food items, seemingly having genuinely gone to the service area for supplies. Jiang Fan stole a glance and then diverted his gaze. Though not one to judge by appearances, the inhabitants of the bizarre world were indeed rather unappealing. Perhaps it was an intentional design by the Bizarre Tales game to frighten them. Each individual bore a ghastly visage, their eyes bulging grotesquely. Coupled with their occasionally stiff movements and pallid faces, they resembled walking corpses. One could easily imagine that if they donned ties, they would perfectly fit the role of zombies from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Jiang Fan silently muttered to himself, completely oblivious to the passengers preparing to board the vehicle, who suddenly paused, their eyes collectively fixated on his position. Their expressionless faces, with dark, icy pupils, exuded a chilling aura, yet paradoxically, it seemed as though this group was irate. While Jiang Fan remained unaware, the external spectators took note, erupting into laughter. This group of soulless beings resembles Empress Wu Zetian mourning the loss of Li Ji. They heard it. How utterly amusing. Passengers appear to harbor suspicions that the ghost stories within the game possess their own emotions, as if imbued with a soul. A soul? Isn't it merely a desire to eliminate the chosen one? The group of supernatural tales from the Great Xia Nation, led by Wei Jian, also took note of the passengers' expressionless yet furious demeanor. However, their focus diverged. This group of passengers appeared as isolated entities, each exhibiting distinct behaviors and varied reactions. Wei Jian scrutinized the facial expressions of dozens of passengers, repeatedly reviewing the footage from the previous supernatural game, attempting to glean some insight. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes deepened. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Fleeting images of supernatural tales flashed before him, yet he could not grasp the essence. What exactly was amiss? Wei Jian pressed his forehead, gazing at the scene in the live broadcast room, lost in contemplation. Chapter 16. Should I give you a slap? The Curse of the Headless Man. One by one, the passengers returned to the bus, and the driver commenced his journey. However, Jiang Fan observed that before the driver boarded, he rummaged through his pockets, revealing a red box, and his fingers incessantly rubbed against it, his expression tinged with irritation. That red box was a cigarette case. It seemed that he was craving a smoke, yet lacked a cigarette to indulge in. Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance, as if struck by a thought, and accessed the system's repository. Tiger brand cigarettes? Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon the crimson-packaged cigarette boxes in the warehouse, a spark igniting in his eyes. Perhaps he could undertake a certain endeavor. The bus began to roll forward, its cabin resonating with a rhythmic clatter. Occasionally, The wheels encountered minor elevations, causing the vehicle to jolt as if on the verge of disarray. The passengers, once boisterous, now succumbed to a tranquil slumber. The electronic display perpetually broadcasted the news. The gentle voice of the female anchor invoking a sense of relaxation, lulling many into drowsiness. Almost all of the chosen ones felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning to close their eyes and indulge in a brief respite. The bus glided steadily along the highway. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, like long nails scraping against the seat, a chilling cacophony of clicks followed by a sinister hiss. In that moment, Jiang Fan sensed a peculiar tapping beneath his seat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound grew increasingly frantic, as if someone were trapped beneath the seat, scratching the underside with elongated nails, producing a piercing noise. Once, twice. My heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped, pushed to the very brink, sending shivers down my spine. Immediately thereafter, the once quiet passengers suddenly erupted into a cacophony, effortlessly drowning out that peculiar sound. Rule 4. Should you hear an unfamiliar sound within the confines of the vehicle, it is imperative to discern whether it pertains to conversations among passengers or the sounds generated by the wheels of the car in motion. If the sound is related, it may be disregarded. However, if it is of a different nature, kindly utter, "I apologize, I seem to be in the wrong seat," and vacate your current position within 5 seconds of hearing the sound. Within the bus, Jiang Fan had encountered the sounds of wheels rolling and passengers conversing. Yet, he was certain that this particular sound was unlike any he had ever experienced before. This is not the usual sound associated with public transportation, prompting Jiang Fan to make a swift decision. Even if there was a possibility of mishearing, he expressed his apologies, stating that he had mistakenly occupied the wrong seat. Jiang Fan swiftly vacated his current position, rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings. The bus was teeming with passengers, with only a solitary seat available near the front by the door, which Jiang Fan promptly approached. At the very moment he stood, a collective silence enveloped the passengers. They abruptly ceased their conversations, their heads turning in unison, expressions void of emotion, their eyes wide and fixated on Jiang Fan. Dozens of gazes scrutinized his every move, inducing an involuntary shiver down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The palpable pressure of collective scrutiny seemed to urge Jiang Fan to return to his original seat. Yet, lost in a haze of anger amidst his illusions, he remained unfazed. Even the most gruesome acts of violence or terrifying scenarios unfolding around him failed to elicit a significant reaction. The only thought that pierced through his detachment was that of human traffickers. Children, when abducted, could be sold to another family. Such an outcome, while dire, was still a lesser evil. What of those who, as adults, might find themselves sold into remote regions to become wives? And what about those in between? Jiang Fan found it unimaginable. The mere thought of the tragic fate that could befall the young girl filled him with dread, as he feared losing control over his thoughts and consequently plunging into the perils of eerie tales. As he continued onward, he suddenly felt as though he had stepped on something hard beneath his feet, and with a cry of surprise, a voice echoed from behind. "You stepped on me." Behind him came an exasperated voice, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. A hand clapped on Jiang Fan's shoulder. Jiang Fan, visibly irked, wore an expression of displeasure. The person behind him clearly had no intention of letting Jiang Fan off the hook. "You stepped on my foot. Do you not intend to apologize? Why are the youth of today so impolite?" "Hello, I'm speaking to you." Seeing the unfolding situation, the individuals behind him seized Jiang Fan's clothing, insisting that he provide an explanation. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, who remained unaware of the circumstances behind him, those in the live broadcast room observed with clarity. The previously ordinary passengers abruptly rose from their seats, enveloped in an eerie silence. They gradually approached Jiang Fan, their faces adorned with unsettling smiles. The grins stretched wider, seemingly tearing at their cheeks. Among them, a headless corpse emerged from the shadows, incessantly raising its hand to pat Jiang Fan's shoulder. "Do not look back, for those who have turned their gaze have met their demise." I was so startled that my phone slipped from my grasp, just as I had retrieved it from the restroom. How repulsive! It reminds me of the headless plastic mannequins found in shopping malls. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, disregarding the commotion, and swiftly took a seat at the front. The authorities had previously informed him that Rule 3 was erroneous. Turning to converse with others was prohibited. The persistent passenger behind him continued to pester him. Jiang Fan was incensed. He was already in a foul mood. The incident at Luotang Station had left him with a simmering anger that sought an outlet. Now, was this not the perfect opportunity for venting his frustrations? In the next moment, Jiang Fan reached back and seized the incessantly chattering headless passenger, pulling him forward. The headless man was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would confront him so aggressively, leaving him momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, as if struck by a violent force, a resounding crack echoed. The passenger's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. An apology? How many apologies did he owe? Would he prefer a slap instead? Jiang Fan grasped the passenger's collar with one hand while unleashing a torrent of blows with the other. A powerful slap sent the headless man's neck veering to the left. I have not even held you accountable for obstructing my path, yet you continue to prattle on? Another blow followed, turning the headless man's neck to the right. Do you not realize how difficult it is to navigate your feet? My own feet have been injured in the process. Hurry and apologize. As the headless man attempted to speak, a resounding slap landed, causing his very skull to reverberate with the impact. Apologize? Still unwilling to offer an apology, he had the audacity to demand one from Jiang Fan. The headless man clenched his fists, utterly enraged. This individual was insufferable. He would make him taste the essence of death and the depths of fear. He would render this man's existence a living hell. Another resounding slap followed, accompanied by a deafening echo. The headless man's neck fractured, blood gushing from the wound, staining the ground crimson. Desperate to escape Jiang Fan's grip, he found to his dismay that the man's strength was akin to that of an ox. Liberation was utterly impossible. He remained firmly restrained. Jiang Fan's single hand held him down with an unyielding force. The headless man seethed with fury, his innermost thoughts roaring in protest. You coward! If you possess any real courage, cease your assault. Release me, and I assure you, I would annihilate you. How infuriating, you dare not. I knew you lacked the guts. Spit. Weak human, taking advantage of a specter's plight, you shall not live to see another day. Why was it that so many aboard the vehicle chose to target him? Was it because he was without a head? The attributes he had acquired in the bedroom had endowed Jiang Fan with an extraordinary constitution, propelling him beyond the capabilities of the majority, granting him unparalleled strength. Now, controlling a mere passenger devoid of any significant abnormalities was effortlessly within his grasp. After all, in the realm of bizarre tales, aside from the mainstream anomalies, the vast majority bore no distinction from ordinary individuals, let alone this mere backdrop, which was not even a proper specter. Jiang Fan was confident that as long as he adhered to the regulations, he could easily eliminate this individual. Observing the passenger's continued defiance, Jiang Fan rolled his eyes and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Do you dare to glare at me? With a series of resounding slaps. He not only targeted the headless man's neck, but relentlessly pummeled his entire body with powerful blows. The sound of bones shattering echoed incessantly within the confines of the vehicle. Crack! Crack! It appeared as though the entire skeletal structure of the headless man had been pulverized by Jiang Fan. The surrounding passengers were left in a state of shock. Even the driver in the front occasionally glanced into the rearview mirror to observe the spectacle. They had never encountered such an unreasonable individual, despite having trodden on another's foot. He insisted that his path had been obstructed. It was nothing short of thuggish logic. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. Although the passengers were astonished, none dared to intervene. They fell silent. They were too afraid to approach. What if they too became targets of his wrath? Just look, not only had he lost his head, but now even his neck seemed to have vanished. No, every part of him that possessed bones had been distorted beyond recognition. It was utterly deranged, transforming the headless man into a contorted figure. The most astonishing aspect was that this man had managed to inflict such chaos while seated. He had not even risen from his seat. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The passengers trembled in fear. The headless man gazed at the passengers on the bus, who were feigning nonchalance, and felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Were they not kindred spirits? Why did they not come to his aid? The passengers remained silent, their hearts heavy with trepidation. The headless man, in despair, could only curse the passengers inwardly. Curse you, heartless beings, may you give birth to sons devoid of sight. Curse you, may you dine on skewers without dipping sauce. And you, driver, do not think I am unaware of your furtive glances. What are you staring at? May you forever find that your passengers travel for free with senior, love, and child cards. However, before the headless man could utter more invectives, his strength gradually waned, for his heart had been obliterated by Jiang Fan's punch. Chapter 17. Approaching the station. What is the light that cannot be seen? The bus glided to a halt at the next station. Observing this, Jiang Fan swiftly raised his foot and kicked the headless man off the bus. Afterwards, he rubbed his hands together, expressing disdain. Such audacity. My hand is exhausted from the effort. The passengers, witnessing Jiang Fan, covered in blood, yet smiling at them, instinctively recoiled. Oh my, he is looking this way. Run, brothers. With limbs stiffened, they executed the swiftest steps of their lives, hurriedly finding their seats, sitting obediently and daring not to utter a word. A group of passengers, seated in a manner reminiscent of school children, maintained a serene silence while Jiang Fan, blood-stained, occupied the front. It certainly raised questions about who was truly peculiar and who was genuinely terrifying. Jiang Fan, unfazed, recalled the earlier incident of giving up his seat and opening a window. He stood up and raised his middle finger. Just this small act alone allowed Jiang Fan to deduce that, as long as one did not violate any rules, making minor gestures posed no significant risk. Since raising a middle finger in derision bore no consequences, then perhaps striking someone was permissible? Oh no, it was merely about eliciting an apology. Just a friendly greeting. After all, perhaps due to the intimidation of Jiang Fan's violent behavior, no passenger dared to pat him on the shoulder again. Not to mention shoulder taps. For several subsequent stops, the passengers refrained from speaking above a whisper. Upon disembarking, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearful that Jiang Fan might unexpectedly appear behind them and deliver a punishing blow. This spectacle left the online community in a state of astonishment. Wait, did Jiang Fan strike a passenger? Incredible. After observing the bizarre tales for so long, I've yet to witness a chosen one taking the initiative to confront the uncanny. Previously, the chosen ones merely reacted defensively against the supernatural. This time, stepping forth with aggression raises questions of peril. Regardless of the danger, I shall address him as Brother Fan. Jiang Fan's combat prowess is formidable. While Jiang Fan managed to maintain safety after confronting a passenger, the fate of other chosen ones was far less fortunate. At the moment when a passenger first tapped on a shoulder, a chosen one instinctively turned, meeting their demise. Clearly, turning upon being touched is a fatal mistake. This rule is not confined to remaining seated. Any location within the bus could trigger the deadly consequence. Death lurked in every corner. Following the passengers' provocation, only 10 chosen ones remained. Those who survived, even without turning, were submissive before the passengers, hesitant to engage, and felt compelled to endure their incessant chatter while seated. In Jiang Fan's live stream, the absence of the passengers' incessant prattle significantly quickened the passage of time. As the bus ambled along, the sky outside darkened. Street lamps flickered to life, illuminating the path with a ghostly glow, casting the tree's shadows inky black, swaying gently in the breeze. The outstretched branches resembled frantic hands, dancing wildly, brushing against the bus and sending shivers down one's spine. Passengers gradually alighted at their respective stops, leaving only a handful behind. The electronic display continued broadcasting repetitive news, enveloping the bus in an eerie silence. Jiang Fan glanced at the time on the display, 7 o'clock. He checked his wristwatch. It too confirmed the same hour. Slowly, the bus reached its destination and came to a halt. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Gushi Station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and adhere to bus regulations by depositing your fare. Gushi Station marked the 4th stop from the end of their journey. After one more stop, they would arrive at a U station, the location of his grandmother's home. At this moment, the remaining chosen ones, along with the onlookers, felt a surge of excitement. Hooray! The ugly nation is about to secure victory. Finally, we are nearing the end. Our country will be safe. Oh no! The Xia has managed to hold out until the last moment. Brother Fan is amazing. Has the ugly nation finally arrived? John exhaled with relief. The tension of the past several hours had left him weary. The thought of swiftly completing the bizarre game revitalized his spirits. In Sakura Nation, Kawada Yuichi sat silently in the front seat, his head bowed, unresponsive to the bus's announcements. In the dim, yellowish light, his pallor appeared ashen. In the gloom, no one noticed as Kawada suddenly blinked, the red veins in his eyes seeming to shift and contort. A slight movement on the nape of his neck suggested something was crawling beneath the skin, causing grotesque, prominent ridges to form on the surface. "Bear country," he exclaimed, laughter escaping him as he realized he had indeed cleared the game. Once out, he vowed never to return to this wretched game again. With the rewards from the high echelons of the Pasta Empire, he envisioned a future of wealth. Alexei, the chosen one of Bear Country, was already imagining the thunderous applause awaiting him upon his exit from the game. Jiang Fan, equally relieved, fixated intently on the broadcast. According to the information relayed by the Daxia Strange Tales group, Rule 7 indicated that preparing in advance at the rear door of the vehicle could very well be an erroneous guideline. Thus, he needed to keep a vigilant watch on the station, ensuring he disembarked at the earliest opportunity to avoid the door closing and missing his chance. As the critical moment approached, urgency was paramount. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, his mental focus taut. He recalled the rules from the bus, meticulously retracing them. Almost every rule had manifested incidents corresponding to it. There were occurrences involving the elderly, children, and pregnant women on the bus. Someone had tapped his shoulder. There were sounds irrelevant to the bus, and restrictions on opening windows and disembarking, among a host of other incidents. However, 2 rules remained unaccounted for. Rule 2 involved the appearance of a woman holding an umbrella, while the final rule pertained to the emergence of a red liquid on the bus. If he was correct, these rules were not mere embellishments. Most would likely correspond to actual incidents. If Rule 8 served as a reminder of the chosen ones being infected, then Rule 2 was likely to manifest during the upcoming journey. Jiang Fan exhaled deeply, pondering. Should the woman with the umbrella appear, she would presumably usher a beam of light into the bus. Do not listen, correlating with Rule 5. Do not speak, corresponding to Rule 3. Do not move, aligning with Rule 1. Do not see, connected to Rule 2. When encountering the woman with the umbrella, one should simply close their eyes. Yet Rule 8 also pertained to sight, closing his eyes to avoid the light. Was that not to obscure vision of something? To see the source of the bizarre? To touch it would mean death? The invisible light that was not light. Moreover, why did that scene manifest in the environment? The little girl, the human trafficker, and a note left by her mother indicated that one could disembark at the Lutang station. It was precisely this rule that led him to a light, subsequently resulting in the vision experienced at the service area. Was there a connection between these 2 elements? The inability to perceive light, yet experiencing a vision. The game time was now in its countdown phase, yet a multitude of questions remained unanswered. An abundance of uncertainties lingered, unsettling Jiang Fan. As they drew nearer to his grandmother's house, an escalating sense of crisis enveloped him. Was something overlooked? A woman with an umbrella, a little girl, a human trafficker? Bus number 402 arriving at Grandma's house before 9 o'clock. Words floated through Jiang Fan's mind, intertwining and forming an immense web that ensnared his thoughts. A slight headache began to form, prompting him to cease his ruminations. In the realm of eerie tales, every rule possesses a multitude of interpretations, perspectives, and conjectures. Much like the countless readers of Hamlet, each harboring a distinct understanding. His sole requirement was to avoid transgressing the rules and to navigate through unscathed. Behind every rule and every eerie tale lay an abundance of perplexing questions, far too many to fathom. Chapter 18. The Peaceful Tunnel. Where's my child? The woman in red. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the peaceful station. Please disembark and board in an orderly fashion, adhering to bus regulations and kindly depositing your fare. The bus came to a halt. This marked the final stop. The next destination was the Great Moon Station. Jiang Fan observed that this stop was situated before the entrance of a tunnel, inscribed with the words peaceful. Clearly, beyond the tunnel lay the city. The tunnel appeared somewhat dim, its profound darkness resembling a monstrous maw, seemingly poised to swallow anyone whole, emanating a chilling breeze. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air, evoking a sense of suffocation. The yellow light at the platform struggled to illuminate the tunnel's entrance. Not a soul was present at the bus stop. It felt desolate and silent. The wind whistled through the open windows, echoing like the mournful sounds of the tunnel, resonating throughout the bus. The bus lingered briefly before resuming its journey into the tunnel. Occasionally, the dim lights within flickered. With a sudden jolt, the bus seemed to have traversed over a large stone, producing a crashing sound. Jiang Fan turned his gaze, and in the next moment, a woman appeared at the front door of the bus. Bathed in the faint glow of the display screen, Jiang Fan discerned that this woman was holding a red umbrella. A sense of certainty surged within him, compelling him to shut his eyes hastily. Reflecting on the earlier act of giving up his seat, he solidified his hypothesis. If giving up his seat could breach the rules, then why was there an additional option to open the window for the chosen ones? Indeed, it was to allow the so-called light to enter the bus. Although enveloped in darkness within the tunnel, the woman with the umbrella undoubtedly brought this so-called light inside. He needed to evade it. Yet, to evade the light meant he could not behold anything. Simultaneously, in the remaining dozen or so livestream rooms, women holding umbrellas began to appear. In the Batai kingdom, Take observed the woman standing at the bus door, unable to suppress his trembling. No, there had been no one at the station moments ago. How could a woman with an umbrella suddenly appear? Take remained acutely aware of the rules. Rule 2. If you see a woman with an umbrella inside the bus, it is a normal occurrence. Do not panic. Yet, this inexplicably manifested woman exuded an aura of the uncanny. How could he possibly remain calm? Take clenched his teeth, striving to conceal his panic, his gaze diverted elsewhere. The sound of vehicles' rumble echoed in his ears. Within the bus, an eerie silence prevailed. After a moment, Take's eyes grew weary, and he slightly closed them to alleviate the strain. In the next instant, his pupils dilated sharply. Take's complexion turned pale. The woman who had just been at the bus door now stood beside him, holding an umbrella, her long hair cascading down as she fixed an unwavering gaze upon him. Her mouth twisted into a frenzied, hateful grin as she slowly lowered her head, inching closer until she nearly pressed against him. Take's pupils constricted as if he had glimpsed something horrifying. His limbs trembled uncontrollably, a chill rising within him, rendering him breathless with dread. The woman drew near, her disheveled hair revealing a clearer visage. Outside, the audience in the live broadcast gasped in horror at the sight of her face, their fear palpable, their scalps prickling with terror. The woman's complexion was ashen, devoid of color, yet her eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue, devoid of pupils. Her mouth overflowed with tiny red insects, 1, 2, hundreds writhing in grotesque unison. With a maniacal smile, she incessantly murmured, "Where are my children? Did you take them from me?" As she spoke, the red insects surged forth from her mouth, cascading to the ground, writhing in a horrifying ballet. The nightmarish scene left Take speechless, his head shaking in frantic denial. "No, it was you who took my children," the woman bellowed, her hatred palpable as the insects scattered over Take, twisting and burrowing into his skin. More and more of the tiny crimson creatures fell from her mouth, enveloping Take in a suffocating swarm. In mere moments, his skin, arms, head, eyes, and ears became a canvas for the mass of insects, transforming him into a moving, grotesque figure of writhing red. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The live broadcast from the land of Iron went dark. The chosen one, Take, was dead. Outside, nations watched in horror, chills running down their spines, goosebumps rising as if the swarm of red insects had infiltrated their very beings, inducing a suffocating itch. Goodness, I can handle a swarm of insects. but even a single one landing on me would send me into a frenzy. My phobia is flaring up. Such slender insects, there must be thousands of them. Good grief. Compared to this, I'd rather be covered in caterpillars. In comparison, roundworms seem almost charming. After the initial shock, various nations' paranormal groups sprang into action, speculating that Rule 2 might indeed hold the key. The chosen one from Iron, upon seeing the woman, reacted with panic and denial, leading to his demise. Thus, it seemed that if the chosen ones maintained composure and refrained from succumbing to fear, they might evade death. Of course, closing one's eyes might also ensure safety. With the country's warnings echoing, the remaining chosen ones, who had yet to react, began to shut their eyes or stifle their screams of terror. Yet, the woman showed no mercy, constantly inquiring, "Where's my child?" The chosen one of the Bear Nation, Alexei, did not respond to the woman's question as per the government's directive. Closing his eyes, he feigned calmness. My child," the woman whispered, her voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Alexei, suppressing his terror, remained unaware of the horrific scene before him as he shut his eyes. Yet, a chilling breath brushed against his face. He could not ignore the sensation. Alongside the cold, a subtle rustling sound intensified in his ears. Without a second thought, Alexei recognized it as the sound of insects writhing and colliding, as described by the woman. The whispering continued, gradually diminishing. The chill on his face disappeared. Could it be that the danger had subsided? Sighing in relief, Alexei cautiously opened his eyes. The woman had vanished. Indeed, ignoring the situation by closing his eyes was the correct approach. Just as he relaxed, however, he felt an unexpected sticky moisture on his exposed neck. A slight itch arose, as if something were writhing upon it. What could this be? Confused, Alexei reached to touch his neck. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to retract his hand swiftly. In the dim light, he spotted a tiny red worm on his fingertip, burrowing into his flesh. The sensation at the back of his neck intensified, a blend of pain and itchiness. Dozens of small red worms slithered down his neck, landing on his legs. How could there be worms? In a panic, Alexei sprang to his feet, attempting to shake off the worms, his hands frantically patting the back of his neck. Yet, no matter how much he swatted, the red worms only multiplied. Suddenly, Alexei seemed to notice something. He raised his head stiffly, a bone-chilling cold creeping up his spine. Before him appeared a ghastly pale face. Hanging upside down from the top of the bus, the woman stared at Alexei with a sickly, eerie expression. Her disheveled hair floated in the air, each strand encrusted with tiny red worms. In a live broadcast, the camera abruptly shifted outside. On the surface of the bus, a section had turned crimson. Upon closer inspection, the red appeared to spread, gradually engulfing the entire bus in a darkening hue. Chapter 19. Closing your eyes and ignoring the danger can lead to death. I know where your child is. Of course, not all live broadcasts feature the woman in the red dress holding an umbrella. In a land of cherry blossoms, the Emperor observed the live broadcast of Yu Kawada with a hint of confusion. In his dream, the red-dressed woman did not appear on the bus. Had Tankoin been completely engulfed by the strange phenomena, unable to even see the warning? How was it that he had not encountered any anomalies? Could it be that Yu Kawada was indeed correct? The Emperor gazed at the quietly seated Yu Kawada, surprised and delighted. The absence of the strange presence on the bus suggested that Tankoin's previous actions might have been justified. How wonderful! Tankoin had not encountered the bizarre. He would surely navigate through this supernatural tale successfully. Unexpectedly, even the United States has encountered the bizarre, while our beloved Sakura Nation remains unscathed. The members of the Sakura Nation's Paranormal Investigation Group expressed their excitement. Initially, upon witnessing Kawada use contamination, they had lost all hope, for in the realm of the uncanny, contamination typically signifies a dead end. Yet, it now appears that in this instance, contamination might prove advantageous, allowing one to evade the attacks of the woman in red. While the reason behind the absence of the woman in red on the bus despite contamination eludes their understanding, it does not hinder their joy. It seems that not only has our Sakura Nation been spared from the bizarre, But several other chosen ones from various nations have also not encountered the uncanny during their bus rides. One member of the Sakura Nation's paranormal group quietly remarked. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively, asserting, though the death rate in past paranormal games has been high, it has never been the case that only one person could clear the game. This time, the difficulty seems to have lessened, allowing for multiple successful completions. The members of the paranormal group glanced at Kawada's live stream, then turned their attention to the other streams devoid of the woman in red. A sense of discomfort lingered, though they could not articulate precisely what felt amiss, and they nodded in agreement. I see now. Your Majesty's insight is indeed profound. As the vehicle glided forward, Jiang Fan closed his eyes, hearing the woman's whispers in his ears. According to their deduction, when encountering Rule 2, one should close their eyes and disregard it. Is it truly as simple as that? The next stop is Dayu's station, where he will arrive at his grandmother's home. An uneasy feeling began to swell within him as the woman's voice faded. Since he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, he decided to utilize a hint. Just as Jiang Fan was about to seek assistance, a prompt arrived more swiftly than anticipated, originating from the state. Jiang Fan, closing your eyes and refusing the woman's query will lead to death. Shaking your head in denial will also result in demise. Could it be that my assumptions were incorrect? Opening the window does not merely let in light. The woman holding the umbrella does not bring light either. I cannot close my eyes and ignore her. If I cannot disregard her or shake my head in denial, what does she wish for me to answer? The chill beside him diminished, and the woman's final whisper reached Jiang Fan's ears. My child. Then, silence enveloped him. Outside in the Great Xia, the viewers in the live stream held their breath, their heartbeats synchronized with the woman's murmurs, nearly rising to their throats. Open your eyes quickly. Refusing to answer will lead to death. Fangu, even if you don't want to answer, just open your eyes for a moment. Don't do this. Embarking. It's over, it's all over. The insects are about to invade Fan Ji's body. If I open my eyes and answer incorrectly, I will die. Even ignorance leads to death, and refusal to respond also results in demise. How can I solve this? The crowd watched as red insects poured from the mouth of the woman in red, their spirits plummeting. It's over. Everything is finished. The Great Xia is on the brink of failure, and the bazaar is about to descend once more. Is there truly no hope left? What in the world do you desire as an answer? In a rare outburst, Wang Jie from the Daxia Ghost Stories group uttered a profanity, wishing fervently to plunge into the realm of ghost tales and deliver a resounding slap to that woman. He pondered what response would ever satisfy her. Was there truly no hope left? Refusing to answer would lead to death, while shaking his head in error would yield the same fate. Surveying the situation, he realized that since departing from home and throughout his journey on the bus, he had uncovered no clues apart from a brief stop at the Lutong station. Curse be it, without any answers, who could fathom what to respond? Child, you've lost your child. It's not as if we have misplaced them. How am I to know where the child has gone? Wei Jian exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, veins throbbing at his temples. Despite replaying every detail in his mind, including the attire of fellow passengers, he could not conjure a single satisfactory answer that matched the woman. Failing to respond would result in death, unless he could eliminate this woman. Yet, Wei Jian had not descended into madness, believing that Jiang Fan could vanquish the woman in red. Gazing at Jiang Fan, whose eyes were closed in the live stream, Wei Jian felt engulfed by despair, as hope slipped through his fingers. The members of the Ghost Stories group sighed collectively, enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. Suddenly, Wei Jian ceased his furious shouting, staring blankly at Jiang Fan in the live stream. Wang Jie, too, fell silent, intently observing Jiang Fan. The group members raised their heads, fixated on the figure of Jiang Fan. At that moment, all across Daxia, people looked up to the projection of ghost tales in the sky, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. On the projection of the ghostly realm, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, their brilliance striking as he slowly spoke. I know where your child is. Chapter 20. The girl named Xin will never return home safely. I know where your child is. The words echoed within the confines of the bus. The vehicle was empty. The woman in red had vanished. Yet the red insects continued to spread across the floor. It seemed as though the woman had departed, her response unfulfilled. Before long, the insects infested the entire bus, leaving only the spot where Jiang Fan stood untouched. Unperturbed, he gradually articulated his next statement. At Lutong Station, XIN was abducted by human traffickers. As his words settled, time itself seemed to freeze, enveloping everything in a profound silence. A flash of red appeared before him. The woman brandished an umbrella, her crimson skirts swirling, hair billowing in the air, emanating an aura of wrath. In an instant, the woman in red materialized beside Jiang Fan, her malevolent energy palpable, chilling to the bone. The bus transformed into a realm of eternal ice, suffused with an intense chill. Jiang Fan felt his limbs grow cold, shivers coursing through him, his heart stalling as if paralyzed by the sinister aura, rendering even breathing a laborious task. My child has been taken, the woman's white pupils fixated on Jiang Fan. Disbelief etched upon her face as red insects continued to cascade from her form, betraying her inner turmoil. Observing this, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He had deduced correctly. From the very beginning, the name Xin was not difficult to deduce from the note, which was left by her mother for her daughter. The note's initial mention of picking her up after falling ill to the conclusion where the little darling safely returns home reveals that this girl, named Xin, is quite young. Initially, including Jiang Fan, everyone believed they were the Xin who was traveling to her grandmother's house in this eerie tale. No one paid attention to the naming issue on the note, as almost all supernatural games feature the chosen one appearing as the individual named on the note. It was not until later, when the illusion at Lutong Station captured Jiang Fan's attention, that he began to ponder its purpose and significance. Was it merely to allow the chosen one to witness a tragic incident of humanity? It was only moments ago, with the woman's final words, "My child," that Jiang Fan suddenly grasped the answer regarding the illusion at Lutong Station. Throughout the entire journey, there was only one little girl present, the one abducted by human traffickers within the illusion. The woman's inquiry regarding the child's whereabouts could only lead to that singular answer. Only the abducted girl could correspond. As for confirming the little girl's name as Xin, the woman's appearance had already provided that answer. Jiang Fan looked at the woman, from whose body red insects were emerging, with pity and sighed deeply. The note indicated that the mother had fallen ill, and from the news broadcast on the bus, it could be inferred that she had likely been infected by parasites. The passengers boarding at the hospital and the elderly from the market were all infected with parasites. In severe cases, symptoms of red eyes appear, which now seems to indicate that the parasites entered the body through the mouth, infecting the brain. The eyes and brain are almost in the same location. Jiang Fan paused and sighed again. What red eye symptoms and what appearance of red blood vessels? Those were evidently the eyes overtaken by parasites, exhibiting a red hue. According to the news, there is currently no effective medication for parasitic infections, which explains why the mother suddenly appeared on bus 402. She would not survive for long and had already passed away. Based on the rules governing the bus, the mother must have been present on it for a considerable time, likely aware of her daughter's disappearance and boarding in search of her, as her daughter had indeed taken this very bus 402 before her disappearance. Jiang Fan reflected, feeling the woman's helplessness and sorrow. Alas, the girl named Xin would never return. She could never safely arrive home again. Outside, as Jiang Fan quietly explained, the crowd began to understand, casting compassionate glances at the woman. May the traffickers meet their demise. It is imperative for the state to vigorously combat human trafficking, leaving no refuge for these criminals. I am merely curious. How did Jiang Fan know about Xin's abduction? When did the incident at Lutong Station occur? Mother has become an obsession, endlessly wandering the bus in search of her lost daughter. Alas, the fate that befalls young children with memories who have been abducted is all too clear. Most are left maimed, cast aside to beg on the streets, or worse, sold for their organs. I am reminded of my missing cousin, unaware of his current whereabouts in this world of eerie tales. Upon receiving news of the child, the woman in red ceased to trouble Jiang Fan, merely gazing at him vacantly, motionless. The crimson insects on the ground ceased their expansion, offering Jiang Fan a momentary reprieve. However, this relief seemed excessive. 10 minutes passed as Jiang Fan observed the still figure before him, his initial joy transforming into confusion and dismay. Why isn't she left? Does she expect a meal in return for the news I provided? Although the woman remained immobile, the insects upon her continued to writhe incessantly, a sight too repugnant for Jiang Fan to endure. "Miss, if you don't leave soon, I shall miss my dinner," he exclaimed. "If you wish to dine together, let us make it another time, shall we?" Sensing the heavy air laden with sorrow and resentment, Jiang Fan surmised that the woman in red would not vanish anytime soon. A flicker of inspiration struck him as he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a backpack acquired from the System S repository upon his first venture into these supernatural tales. With no points to exchange for a refuge, he needed a cover. The pink backpack was rather large, and, as he extracted it, he nearly tore his pocket. With considerable effort, he finally pulled it free, smoothing out the wrinkled fabric with a gentle pat. "This is for you," he offered, extending the pink backpack to the woman in red. It belonged to a little girl and should prompt her to leave more swiftly. Jiang Fan wished to see no more of those insects. No, he could not bear to witness the woman's sorrow. Perhaps with this token, she would find another place to weep. The woman in red paused, appearing momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of the backpack. After what felt like an eternity, she awkwardly extended her hand to receive it, trembling slightly. "Sheen sheen," she murmured, seemingly lost as the insects fell from her mouth. The sorrow in the air multiplied exponentially. Noticing the encroaching swarm of insects, Jiang Fan hastily interjected, "Madam, seeing you in this state surely does not bring you happiness. You ought to find joy once more. Perhaps, one day, you will meet Sheen Sheen, reborn as a human, and protect her. Yet, who knows how many billions of days that one day may be." The woman in red seemed to grasp Jiang Fan's words, her head nodding stiffly in acknowledgement, as the air around them lightened significantly. Embracing the pink backpack, she gradually faded away within the confines of the bus. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. The ghostly figure had finally departed. Had she lingered any longer, he might have found himself in tears. He needed to reach his grandmother's house before 9 o'clock. Time was of the essence. However, soon, a furrow formed on Jiang Fan's brow, his confusion deepening. However, a sense of unease lingered. The tunnel seemed interminably long. Why had they not yet reached their destination? Chapter 21. A calamity unfolds in the Peace Tunnel, where a bus meets with disaster, leaving passengers unable to return home. Jiang Fan, filled with confusion, turned to gaze out of the bus window, only to find darkness enveloping the outside world, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. The departure of the woman in red restored a semblance of normalcy. Yet several unsettling details emerged. It was not merely the impenetrable blackness outside. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that the bus was entirely empty, with the driver conspicuously absent. The sounds of the tunnel and the rush of wind had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence, as if the bus existed within a frozen moment in time, utterly devoid of life. In this stillness, a sudden, jarring bang reverberated. It felt as though the vehicle had been violently struck, causing it to sway perilously. A dense, acrid smoke filled the air, enveloping everything in a suffocating embrace. The bus had been involved in an accident, flames erupting from the front where the impact had occurred, accompanied by chilling screams echoing in the air. I knew it. How could it be merely the woman in red? That woman was infected with parasites. If she were to perish, it would be in a hospital, not in a tunnel. There could only be one explanation. This bus had indeed suffered a calamity within the tunnel, or perhaps it was XIN. Jiang Fan steadied himself, furrowing his brow and calming his thoughts. He could not afford to dwell on these matters. His immediate priority was to escape, to flee from this vehicle. The bus had sustained severe damage. Flames roared menacingly at the front, consuming everything in their path. A portion of the bus's frame had collapsed under the impact, and some passengers lay broken and bloodied, while others had succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Fan did not linger on them. If his deductions were correct, those passengers were all but lost. Suddenly, someone shook him from behind, urgently exclaiming, "The bus is on fire. We must escape." The individual seemed to have inhaled the smoke from the collision, coughing violently. After issuing this warning, they hurriedly exited the bus. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, but the fire from the wreckage illuminated a small area ahead. Jiang Fan, aided by the flickering flames, caught sight of the vehicle that had collided with theirs. His pupils dilated in shock and confusion. The vehicle involved in the crash was a gray van. If his memory served him correctly, this was the same van he had seen after leaving the service area, the one that had haunted his thoughts. The van suspected of abducting a little girl. A multi-vehicle collision had occurred in the Peace Tunnel. In that moment, Jiang Fan recalled the news broadcast during his stay at the Lutang station, initially believing it to be a mere cover-up for the parasite story. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. No wonder the bus had echoed the last sentiment, wishing all passengers a safe return home, mirroring the final words from the note left by his mother. It became clear that none of them would arrive home safely. As he surveyed the ground strewn with shattered limbs and bones, a profound sorrow washed over Jiang Fan. Were the passengers of the bus that had collided in the Peace Tunnel casualties? The abducted girl? The mother infected with parasites? Is this the eerie origin of Bus 402? As Jiang Fan pondered, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha! It no longer matters whether the little girl was abducted or if she boarded this bus to return home, for the outcome remains the same. None shall arrive home safely. The thick smoke was choking Jiang Fan's throat, causing a sharp sting. In the live stream of the Great Xia Kingdom, the audience felt a sense of melancholy. The safe tunnel. Haha, this is what they call the safe tunnel. Safe at home, yet no one can truly arrive home safely, whether they are passengers on the bus or the abducted girl. How ironic. For us, reaching home safely may merely be a set phrase, but for them, it remains an unattainable dream. I understand now. Henceforth, when I wish ill upon someone, I shall tell them to have a safe journey home. How amusing. Meanwhile, outside Jiang Fan's live stream, 5 chosen ones from different nations were still alive. Among them, for had not encountered the woman in red, and their live streams had not suffered any accidents. Everything appeared remarkably tranquil. The remaining one had indeed met the woman in red, but fortune smiled upon him as he managed to copy Jiang Fan's assignment and thus avoided elimination. At this moment, the fortunate soul who had copied the homework found himself in a similar predicament as Jiang Fan. The bus had been overturned due to a collision. Oh, damn it. John, the chosen one from the United States, struggled to rise amidst the smoke-filled bus. The front of the bus was shattered, and the entire compartment was overturned. Some passengers seated at the front had been gruesomely mangled, their remains scattered about. Blood and bones littered the interior, and even a severed hand had been flung beside John. It's on fire. We need to get out. John noticed that the person who had awakened him was one of the passengers engaged in lively conversation ahead. Through the window, he glimpsed the van that had collided in the tunnel, irritation bubbling within him. Oh dear, how are we supposed to reach our stop now? A crash in the safe tunnel. Is this what it truly means? As a professor at a renowned university, John's memory was sharp, and he quickly recalled a news segment he had seen while waiting at the Luodang station. Don't worry, once we exit this tunnel, we'll be at Dayua Station. We can still walk home from there. Exiting the tunnel leads to Dayua Station. John turned to the enthusiastic passenger beside him, who he remembered shared the same destination, Dayua Station. Indeed, it isn't far now. As soon as he spoke, the smoke within the bus intensified. A flash of flames erupted. The bus was beginning to ignite spontaneously. The situation was perilous. An explosion was imminent. We should evacuate at once. Yet, John hesitated, gazing at the inferno that loomed before him, feeling the searing heat in the air, and witnessing the passengers slumped unconscious in their seats. The fire blazed fiercely. There would be no salvation for those aboard. However, he recalled the rule. One must not alight before reaching the designated stop. John glanced back at the clock on the bus. It was already 8:30, with only half an hour remaining. Damn it, it's nearly 9 o'clock. I must arrive at my grandmother's house before 9. Should I stay or go? John could hardly expect the bus, on the verge of explosion, to continue its journey to Dayua Station, just as it would be miraculous for a teacher to finish class on time. Upon glancing at the time, a wave of urgency washed over him. Steeling himself, he promptly resolved to disembark from the bus. The viewers from the United States held their breath, a sense of tension enveloping them. I seem to recall that the rules indicated one cannot exit mid-journey, one remarked. I wonder if Professor John's departure was permissible? Another pondered. Could it be that the rules are erroneous, only applicable to the preceding stops? John stepped off the bus, exhaling in relief upon feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. Was it indeed permissible to alight? Could it be that the destruction of the bus rendered the rule prohibiting disembarkation before reaching the designated stop obsolete? A sense of confusion enveloped him. He had previously been one of the chosen ones who had remained aboard the bus. The national announcement had warned against exiting before the established stop, lest one meet their demise. Yet now, stepping down posed no danger. This surreal circumstance unsettled John. The tunnel was dimly lit, with only the light of an exit visible ahead. Within the expansive tunnel, the only sounds were the footsteps of John and the passengers in front of him. Behind, intermittent cries and pleas for help echoed. The acrid scent of smoke compelled John to cough involuntarily. Turning back, he gazed upon the 402 bus, engulfed in flames. The fire blazed upward, accompanied by anguished screams emanating from within. The van ahead had been completely consumed, its frame obscured by the inferno. Enough of this. Let us hasten, John instinctively urged. What about those people? He pondered, deducing that they were likely beyond salvation. With a resigned sigh, he fell silent, quickening his pace to match that of the passengers ahead. Emerging from the tunnel, a dilapidated community appeared before him. The bus stop was just ahead, and apart from this neighborhood, no others were to be found. The area bore signs of neglect. The words Sunshine Community rusted and faded. The note his mother had left indicated that upon reaching the stop, he would find his grandmother's home. It was evident that Sunshine Community was indeed their destination. Chapter 22. Come on, XNXIN, we are going home. The chosen one from the United States, John, had met his demise. A sense of clarity began to dawn within John. Was everything unfolding too smoothly, despite an unsettling feeling? He continued onward. Time was of the essence. As he entered the community, the live stream went dark. Yet, the viewers from the United States remained unperturbed. Each time a critical choice approached, leading to consequential outcomes, the screen would black out. Some instances were to deter the unchosen from mimicking the winner's decisions, while others misled them into selecting erroneous answers. Afterward, a unified announcement of the results awaited all chosen ones, whether they succeeded or perished. The viewers from the United States held immense confidence. Victory seemed assured. After all, Professor John had successfully reached his grandmother's home. The irony of arriving home safely after traversing the tunnel was palpable. Every utterance of safety seemed to carry an undercurrent of peril. Jiang Fan was smiling, but suddenly came to a halt. He had received the final message from his state. Jiang Fan, based on the demonstrations from other chosen ones. Just beyond the tunnel lies Dayue Station, where Grandma's home is located. Additionally, it seems that you can disembark here without any repercussions. Jiang Fan, it's up to you now. Good luck. Is Dayue Station just beyond the tunnel? Can I disembark without facing consequences? As Jiang Fan gazed at the blinding white light at the tunnel's end, an impulse surged within him. Yes, the next stop is Dayue Station. I can return home to XIN. With renewed determination in his eyes, he fixated on the dented van that had collided with the bus. With a swift motion, he leapt from the bus window. Jiang Fan was enveloped by a torrent of scalding heat in the air, as if flames were threatening to consume him. Thick, acrid smoke billowed around him, carrying with it intense heat that left his throat parched and dry, compelling him to cough. The side of the van was nearly fused to the bus. Flames roared at the front of the bus, spreading menacingly to the van, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Enduring the searing pain of the fire, Jiang Fan exerted tremendous effort to extract XIN from the van. The little girl, burdened with a pink backpack, had been cruelly tossed into the trunk by a trafficker, crammed into a tight space. As he beheld her face, tinged with a purple hue and devoid of life, Jiang Fan's hands trembled, and his steps faltered. The asphyxiating death that had claimed XIN in the van's trunk was unfathomable. Her fingers were rigidly curled, bearing the marks of struggle against the confines of the plastic sack. Tear streaks marred her face. The entirety of it left Jiang Fan unable to fathom the depth of despair that Xin must have felt in her final moments. Her tiny frame had been incapable of breaking free from the suffocating bind, left to await the depletion of oxygen in a state of hopelessness. Suppressing his tears, Jiang Fan genli zitan sin. She felt as light as a feather, akin to cotton. With little effort, he lifted her frail body, each step forward a Herculean task, as if every movement drained him of his strength. Step by step, he carried Xin toward the light at the tunnel's end. Come on, Xin, let us go home. Once we return home, those bad people will be gone, and we will be safe. From now on, whenever you go out alone, remember, do not talk to strangers, do not accept anything from them, and avoid secluded alleys. They could be perilous. Above all, remember to arrive home safely. Jiang Fan spoke earnestly, like a concerned guardian, incessantly reiterating his warnings. The desolate tunnel echoed only with the sound of Jiang Fan's footsteps and his voice, amplifying the profound silence that enveloped the space. Okay, big brother, I will remember. A bright, clear voice resonated, reverberating through the tunnel. Jiang Fan seemed to anticipate her response, not looking down at the girl he held, simply continuing his steady pace while earnestly imparting his advice. Since you remember, let me test you. If you encounter a strange uncle offering you candy, should you accept it? No. Brother said not to accept things from strangers. Correct. Well done, Xin. Jiang Fan wore a look of solace, striving to mask his sorrow with a smile, entirely indifferent to his surroundings. In the pitch-black expanse of the tunnel, no figures could be seen. As he approached the tunnel's end, the light grew increasingly radiant, seemingly poised to illuminate everything. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hand, as if something had vanished. Jiang Fan, unfazed, merely curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and waved his hand backward, as if bidding farewell. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to produce a storybook. I must take my leave now, Xin. This storybook is for you. Please do not misplace it again, for if lost, it cannot be retrieved, and I wouldn't want you to weep over it. With that, he stepped out of the tunnel entirely. Beyond Jiang Fan's line of sight, the Daxiao livestream was vividly displayed. In the darkness of the tunnel, a little girl with a pink backpack beamed like a flower, cradling a storybook, while her other hand waved in return. She seemed to be saying, "Humph, I want to cry. I'm a big girl now. Goodbye, brother." Accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, gazing at the intact bus, his thoughts tangled. The bus's rule number 8 stated, if you see red liquid or fragments of bone on the bus, please close your eyes and rest. It is merely a figment of your fatigue. The blood and bone fragments following the bus accident stirred doubts within Jiang Fan. It was only after realizing that the tunnel indicated he could not check and that he fully comprehended his predicament. He was ensnared in an illusion. What did he need to accomplish in this dreamlike state? Whether it was a note from his mother, wishing for the little one to return home safely, or Xin's safe return, he had to exit the tunnel. Surely, Xin must have returned home safely by now. To his dismay, the bus halted before the mouth of a tunnel, inscribed with the words "Safe Passage." In the dim glow of the vehicle's lights, the woman with the umbrella was no longer present. The passengers remained, eyes closed, resting. Jiang Fan quietly observed as the bus entered the tunnel. Within its shadowy confines, he appeared to glimpse a mother and daughter nestled together. The girl, with her pink backpack, clutched her mother's hand tightly, while the mother, clad in a flowing red dress, radiated warmth. A dawning realization struck Jiang Fan. He understood why Xin had vanished just before exiting the tunnel. He had initially believed he was heading home to his grandmother's, only to discover he was still within the tunnel. Jiang Fan cast a knowing smile at the woman in red beside Xin. Wherever family resides is home. As the bus emerged from the tunnel, all the passengers seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving only the driver in the front and Jiang Fan. Outside, upon witnessing Jiang Fan reappear on the bus after exiting the tunnel, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned, each engaging in speculation. Could it be a ghostly wall? Why did Jiang Fan not reach his grandmother's house like John from the ugly country, but instead reboard the bus? Such a mystery, Yet thankfully, Jiang Fan seems unscathed. They watched as the tunnel appeared once more. The absence of the woman with the umbrella and the collision in the tunnel brought a sigh of relief to the people of Daxia. Riding the bus again was of little concern. Safety was paramount. The online community of Daxia speculated that Jiang Fan's choices led to divergent outcomes. Whether right or wrong remained ambiguous. Just as the remaining chosen ones arrived at their grandmother's house, Jiang Fan's bus traversed the tunnel. Simultaneously, the live stream from the United States, previously obscured, flickered back to life. The screen displayed a bus slowly advancing into the peace tunnel, suddenly colliding with a vehicle in front, producing a deafening sound. Flames erupted, illuminating the dark tunnel, while blood and dismembered limbs scattered across the scene. Moments later, police cars arrived, and the officials cordoned off the area. They discovered a corpse in the trunk of one of the wrecked vans. Viewers in the U.S. live stream gazed at the charred visage in silence. The body was severely burned, a gruesome sight, yet it was recognizable as that of the chosen one, Professor John. A chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. The chosen one from the U.S., John, is deceased. The horror arrives unpredictably. While out and about, one must prioritize safety, remain vigilant of overly enthusiastic strangers, refrain from consuming food offered by unknown individuals, and avoid accompanying strangers. Always keep parents or friends informed of one's whereabouts to ensure a safe return home. Jiang Fan. Chapter 23. That was Tiger brand cigarettes, comparable to Huazi. Care for one? The chosen one from Eus, John, is deceased. The horror arrives unpredictably. The chosen one from Sakura country, Kawada-yu, is deceased. The horror arrives unpredictably. The chosen one from Pizza country. One announcement after another emerged. Except for Jiang Fan from Daxia, all other chosen ones perished. This included those from Sakura country, who had avoided the crash, and other nations like Pizza country. In Sakura country, the emperor seethed with anger as he observed the live stream that remained unblackened. Clearly, the chosen ones were alive and well, unlike John from the U.S., who had met his demise. Why was Sakura country declared a failure? Just as the emperor grappled with confusion, a horrifying scene unfolded in the live stream. Kawada-yu, who had been seated calmly on the bus, suddenly lifted his head, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This blood exhibited a life of its own, falling to the ground in eerie strands. The emperor recalled the red worms seen on the woman in red. Had Kawada-yu been infected by parasites? Yet, the terror did not cease there. Kawada-yu's smile was unsettling as he rode the bus past a U.S. station, disembarking only at the final stop, as if that was his true destination. Upon alighting, he surveyed his surroundings, flanked by towering buildings, and without hesitation, ventured into the densely populated area. Gradually fading from the view of the live stream, Kawada-yu intends to permanently reside here, becoming an integral part of the world of urban legends. The Emperor of Sakura Nation gazes at the darkening live stream and comprehends everything. His pupils suddenly constrict, and his complexion pales. Tankuin is no longer Tankuin. Countless urban legends descend upon the mortal realm. In the southern province of the Ugly Nation, renowned as its granary, the flat terrain combined with abundant rainy seasons yields 60% of the nation's grain. Suddenly, a tornado descends. Across the endless fields, a group of agricultural producers marvels at the bountiful harvest and exclaims joyously, "This is fantastic. Thanks to the chosen one of the Ugly Nation last year, this year's grain yield has increased by 20%. We are destined for a bumper harvest. Ha ha. Think of how much we will earn exporting these crops to other countries." Hey everyone, what is that? As the group gazes in terror, a massive tornado gathers in the fields. It approaches with ferocity, dark clouds swirling in the sky. Fields are ruthlessly uprooted. Forget the crops, the land itself is gone. "Oh no, my wheat." The farmers scream in anguish, their faces filled with a mix of fury and fear as they watch the tornado sweep toward them, utterly helpless, cursing in despair. This calamity is not confined to the Ugly Nation. In Sakura Nation, news breaks. The chosen one Kawada-yu has died, triggering a random level 8 earthquake. The adverse consequences of the failed urban legend game manifest in Tokyo. In the heart of Sakura Nation, Tokyo, where every inch is precious and the economy flourishes. The broadcast concludes, leaving the inhabitants in disbelief, their eyes wide with terror. An earthquake? No, heavens, not in Tokyo. My house. My car. In the next moment, panic ensues as everyone screams and cries out. The earthquake commences. Tall buildings sway violently, collapsing in seconds and sending clouds of dust into the air. The crowds below, caught off guard, are buried beneath the fallen structures, silenced in an instant. The quake spreads to Chiyoda district of Tokyo. The Yasukuni shrine collapses, revealing a tombstone beneath it, inscribed with ancient script that reveals the character for Chin. Floods in Pizza Nation, plagues in Loaha Nation, and other disasters follow the death of the Chosen One, cascading across the globe. At this point, only the Great Xia Nation remains unscathed. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Daiwa Station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and adhere to public transport regulations by depositing your fare. The people of Great Xia gaze at the bus that has reached its destination, unable to contain their excitement. Oh my goodness, we made it. We finally made it. Fangge is incredible. He is the only one who has overcome the urban legends. Haha, the string of defeats for Great Xia ends here. This is wonderful. Wait, look at what Jiang Fan is doing. In Great Xia, everyone is left in stunned silence. After the bus arrives, Jiang Fan does not immediately disembark. Instead, he walks back to the bus driver. Whispering something softly while holding a box, Jiang Fan pondered. What is this about? Is that a cigarette? Goodness, Jiang Fan, don't tempt fate. In a world of eerie tales, the Yu stood by as Jiang Fan gazed at the slightly worn neighborhood before him, casting a glance at the dark tunnel not far behind. He realized he had passed through. The last thing to overlook was perhaps the regrets of reality. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Was he in reality or a dream? However, as for cigarettes, Jiang Fan chuckled softly and produced a cigarette. Before the bus had completely come to a halt, he approached the driver. Hey there, do you smoke this? The driver glanced up at Jiang Fan, hesitating. If you try this, your masculine charm will undoubtedly skyrocket. And this cigarette, I assure you, is exquisite, truly delightful. The driver felt a twinge of temptation, his eyes fixated on the Tiger brand cigarette in Jiang Fan's hand. He knew this brand was exorbitantly priced. He typically smoked cigarettes costing 5 or 6 yuan, far from affording such a premium product, which was nearly 100 yuan, akin to the status of Huazi. It's yours for free. All I need is a small favor. Jiang Fan seemed oblivious to the calls from netizens and returned to his seat. This action startled the members of the Great Xia Nation's Eerie Tales group, causing them to cry out, Jiang Fan, what are you doing? Why are you still on the bus? We've arrived at the station. If you don't get off now, you'll miss your stop. Could it be that he has been tainted by the bazaar? Wei Jian, anxious, hastily sent Jiang Fan a reminder. However, the last alert had already been issued, and no further prompts were available. As the bus doors slowly closed, silence engulfed the group. The bus had shut its doors, and the next stop would be the final destination. We're doomed. The Great Xia Nation is finished. Wei Jian waved his hand, cursing under his breath. A knot formed in his throat. Why, after overcoming the challenge, would he not disembark? How infuriating! On the screen, Jiang Fan sat in his seat, grinning cheerfully as the bus gradually departed the station. Soon after, it made a turn, re-entering the tunnel. How can the bus be going back? Wei Jian was bewildered. The Eerie Tales group was in a state of confusion, as were the people of the Great Xia Nation. What unfolded next deepened their perplexity. As the scene in the live stream shifted, the bus, after traversing the tunnel, emerged again, made a turn, and halted at the very station it had left before entering the tunnel. The back door of the bus opened, and Jiang Fan peeked out. Within mere 5 seconds, beaming with joy, he returned to the bus. The vehicle resumed its journey, meandering back to the stop in front of his grandmother's house. Thank you, my friend. I'll bring you more cigarettes next time. Jiang Fan waved cheerfully at the bus driver. Indeed, he had exchanged a Tiger brand cigarette for another chance to sign in. He contemplated the sign-in location for quite some time. Is it to the final destination or merely to the preceding stop? Due to the 10-minute limit of the invincible body, Jiang Fan opted to proceed to the prior station for check-in. Throughout the journey, apart from the hospitals afflicted by the virus, the vegetable markets, In the roadside station where they made a brief halt, the only remaining location was the station just before the tunnel, which was heavily contaminated. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the system interface. The latest item acquired made him nearly burst into laughter. Death Substitute Doll 1. A charming doll possessing the purest soul, capable of substituting the host death. Chapter 24. The bus quest concludes. Sunshine Community. Death Substitute Doll 1. A charming doll possessing the purest soul, capable of substituting the host's death. This essentially grants him 2 lives, more formidable than the invincible body for 10 minutes. Exchanging a pack of cigarettes for a life? What a bargain. After disembarking, Jiang Fan once again checked in at the bus station, earning a hint opportunity. He surveyed the aging community before him. The faded nameplate displayed a few words. Sunshine Community? He wondered if check-in was possible within the community, particularly at his grandmother's home. Moreover, he intended to check in at the bathroom, kitchen, and bedroom as well. If time permitted, he might explore each floor to see if check-in was feasible. Treating it as merely a wrong turn, Jiang Fan chuckled to himself. However, the moment he stepped through the community gate, his expression abruptly shifted, and he became momentarily frozen. An unusual chill enveloped the community. The coldness crept up his spine, penetrating deeply into his core, and a terrifying atmosphere spread, sending shivers down his spine. This community felt off. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow and took a step back, sensing a greater sense of danger than he had on the bus. His heart raced. The residential buildings within the community flickered to life with warm lights, and under the illumination, one could faintly discern shadows swaying against the windows. Yet, there was not a single soul in sight, not even a whisper of a breeze, rendering the place eerily silent. Simultaneously, a powerful force attempted to pull Jiang Fan away, striving to separate his body from his soul. Unable to control himself, he shut his eyes, his vision becoming a blur. Oh no, not yet. This pollution is severe. Let me remain in the external world for a while longer. Congratulations to the chosen one of the great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Fan, on successfully completing the quest. At that moment, upon hearing the broadcast of the eerie tale, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief and erupted in cheers. Ha ha, Brother Fan is amazing. Our great Xia has finally succeeded. This eerie tale had me completely bewildered. It was so challenging. Indeed, along the way, there were not only dangers from infected parasites, but also the passengers' challenges, and finally, answering the mother's question while successfully helping the little girl escape danger. Missing any one of those would have been disastrous. How many points do you think Brother Fan will earn? Points can be exchanged for numerous things. After the jubilant celebration, the people of Great Xia fixed their gaze upon the massive screen in the sky. Upon completion of the eerie tale, the chosen ones would receive varying amounts of points. These points could be exchanged for wealth, resources, minerals, and more. They could even be traded for personal attributes and longevity. Moreover, it was rumored that upon reaching a certain number of points, one could eliminate the eerie incidents that had befallen the cities affected by the tales. Soon, Jiang Fan's score was displayed on screens worldwide, visible to every nation. The moment the score was revealed, gasps of astonishment filled the air, for the accumulation of points was staggering. In this round, the chosen one was solely Jiang Fan from the Great Xia Nation. The leaderboard revealed only his score. Name, Jiang Fan Country. Great Xia points earned. Pollution level, 0. 2,000 points rescued, XIN. 1,500 points, no rules violated. 500 points brought uncontaminated rice cakes. 500 points total points. 8,000 Jiang Fan astonishingly amassed over 8,000 points. It is noteworthy that in previous rounds, the maximum score achieved by any chosen one barely reached 2,000 points. Jiang Fan had quadrupled that record. The world was in an uproar. 8,000 points could even be said to encompass the total score of all surviving chosen ones from the last horror game. Some influential figures were enticed by this prospect. The points earned by the chosen ones could not only benefit themselves, but could also be utilized externally. The mere temptation of rejuvenating the lives of those nearing the end of their days or suffering from ailments was enough to draw a multitude of eager individuals. Who wouldn't wish for a few more years of life? Moreover, The greater purpose of these points could restore the original order of cities afflicted by horror. From governments to the populace, there is not a single person who did not covet these horror game points. Consequently, news emerged globally of substantial offers to purchase points. The wealthiest individual from Banana Nation expressed a willingness to pay $1 billion for 100 points, seeking merely to extend his life by a year. The president of Broccoli Nation announced plans to visit Great Xia soon, expressing a desire to meet the chosen one, Jiang Fan. An important political figure from Asan Nation has a daughter who has come of age and publicly declared her affection for Jiang Fan. Regardless of the external clamor, Jiang Fan remained oblivious within the realm of horror. At this moment, he found himself in a designated resting space of the horror world. How stingy! Can't I even visit my grandmother's house? As a dutiful grandson, is it too much to ask to enjoy a dinner at her home and rest in her bedroom? Caring for the elderly living alone is everyone's responsibility. At the very least, let me see my grandmother. It feels wrong to leave right after entering the neighborhood. She will miss me, and my conscience will torment me, Jiang Fan murmured softly. The rules of the horror world whisked him back to the resting space the moment he entered the neighborhood. Though it was merely a few fleeting seconds, he still managed to successfully check in at Sunshine Community. Universal key, a key that can open all doors. Even locksmiths say, I am unworthy of it. Gazing at the newly acquired item, Jiang Fan straightened his expression, stroked his chin, and mused, the pollution in my grandmother's home is even more severe, is no less than the station before the tunnel. Perhaps the Sunshine Community where my grandmother resides has long been infested by parasites. If I can check in for such an item just outside the community, what treasures await within? When the time comes to visit the neighbors, checking in at each household will surely be delightful. After a round of eerie tales, one comes to realize the hierarchy of rewards, hidden opportunities, common items, physical attributes, and finally, special items with functions. Among these, special items or functionalities prove to be the most advantageous. For instance, the bodily guardian for 10 minutes and the death substitute doll offer multiple layers of life assurance. More commonplace items like marinated chicken legs and cola are also present. The signature Tiger brand cigarettes acquired during the game, along with the ultimate universal key obtained at the end, fall somewhere in between. If one can acquire the universal key merely at the periphery of the community, then the items available within the community must undoubtedly surpass the known rewards. After all, the Sunshine Community begins with common items. No, not just ordinary. If utilized wisely, they could be exchanged for special items. For example, the death substitute doll. As Jiang Fan pondered, he felt as though he had missed out on billions. If only he could check in everywhere, would he not become immensely wealthy overnight? Alas! He sighed and shook his head. The chosen one of wisdom, congratulations on successfully completing this round. You have accumulated 8,000 points. Current points, 8,000. Redeemed items, none. Would you like to redeem items using your points? A cold mechanical voice resonated within the eerie space. A virtual screen appeared before Jiang, illuminating various offerings for redemption. He glanced at the diverse array of items, some of which were not inferior to those obtained through system check-ins. Lifespan, wealth, physical attributes, eerie items, and even national fortune rewards. After contemplating the entire selection of redeemable items, he refrained from hastily making a choice and inquired, how many points are required to completely eradicate the eerie tales that have descended upon the city? 10,000. Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. In a single game of eerie tales, the chosen one perished, leading to the deaths of countless individuals and the loss of hundreds of billions in assets. Such immense death tolls yield a meager few thousand points in victory rewards. These points are woefully inadequate to dispel the permanent arrival of the eerie tales resulting from failure. Even if one were fortunate enough to accumulate 10,000 points and achieve a flawless victory to banish the eerie tales from a city, the negative repercussions and the deceased can never revert to their original state. The disparity between sacrifice and reward is stark. Is this a glimmer of hope in dire straits, prompting one to cling to life with an expectation of death? Jiang shook his head, reflecting on this. Redeem 10 points each of stamina, intellect, and luck, and 20 points of mental strength. 5,000 points deducted. Remaining, 3,000 points. As the words left his lips, warmth surged through Jiang's body, with veins swelling and boundless energy coursing through his limbs. His mind sharpened, and moments of confusion unraveled instantly. Jiang opened the system panel, gazing at the significantly enhanced physical attributes, nodding in satisfaction. Name: Jiang Fan. Age: 18 years. Mental strength: 1720, maximum 10. Physical strength: 1210, maximum 10. Intelligence: 1110, maximum 10. Luck: 910, maximum 10. Items: Death Substitute $X1. Universal Key: Ghost Currency 15 Yuan. Rule Hen Opportunities X3. Eerie Protection X1. Spicy Chicken Drumstick X1, with nearly 40 in mental strength. If he were to sit on a bus now, he would likely feel no fatigue or drowsiness. He could even withstand hunger without consuming rice cakes or chicken legs. After exchanging for physical strength, Jiang Fan decided against using his remaining 3,000 points. In the realm of bizarre tales, wealth and longevity are but illusions. The paramount concern lies in the items usable within the tales or one's own physical attributes. He had already enhanced his physique sufficiently to contend with minor creatures, such as the road armor ghost and background entities. As for the items from the bizarre tales, he had just cast a glance at the exchange panel. It contained hints and rule judgments, yet the prices were utterly outrageous. 2,000 to 3,000 points for each? I could easily sign in anywhere. Physical attributes would be a far better investment. Having completed his exchanges, Jiang Fan did not linger any longer and promptly chose to exit the realm of bizarre tales. A beam of light illuminated the space, and Jiang Fan felt the genuine sensation of his skin. Surveying his surroundings, he recognized the familiar environment and felt a profound sense of relaxation. Finally, it was over. Chapter 25. Heroism, something Jiang Fan aspired to as well. The bizarre tale world transported him back to his home, the place he had been prior to entering the tales. It was the weekend, and Jiang Fan was resting at home. Had it been during class hours, he would have likely found himself appearing in the classroom, surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Fan had not returned long when there came a knock at the door. He opened it to find several formally dressed individuals stepping forward. Hello. You must be the chosen one, Jiang Fan. Upon glancing at the neighbors peering from the hallway, Jiang Fan quickly discerned the visitors' identities. Yes, that is me. The visitors smiled warmly and extended a hand. Greetings, Jiang Fan. We are from the Bizarre Tales group of the Great Xia Nation. We are here to present you with your rewards as the chosen one and to discuss the next Bizarre Tale game. All right. Jiang Fan nodded and set off with them. His residence was an old apartment building lacking any security. Upon arriving, he observed the safety cordon established by the police, along with a considerable crowd beyond it. Shaking his head helplessly, it seemed he could not escape the fate of being the center of attention. As the public caught sight of Jiang Fan descending the stairs, they erupted in excitement, voices raised in fervent calls, and phones raised to capture the moment. Oh, look at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, brother Fan. Jiang Fan, you are the hero of Great Xia. The crowd was particularly animated. Had it not been for the police cordoning off the area, they might have rushed forward. Jiang Fan waved and smiled in response to a few remarks before hastily entering the vehicle. This crowd is truly fervent. Had it not been for you all, I might have found it difficult to leave. It's only natural to be excited to see a hero of Great Xia, remarked a bystander with a hint of nostalgia. The Great Xia Kingdom has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, resulting in the loss of several cities, casting a shadow over the current situation. Had it not been for your presence, despair would have surely set in. Not at all. Serving the Great Xia is an obligation I hold dear. The car swiftly arrived at the governmental center of the city where Jiang Fan resides. As soon as the door opened, over a dozen individuals in the conference room rose to their feet, applauding in a warm welcome. Team leader Wei Jian was the first to step forward, extending his hand to Jiang Fan for a handshake. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Fan was bestowed with a multitude of national rewards. As a chosen one through the eerie tales, rewards are granted regardless of the country. Each nation offers distinct accolades. For Great Xia, The reward comprises 5 million in cash, a house, lifelong honor, and more. Should the chosen one opt to continue participating in the eerie tales, the state will assume the responsibility of their family support, irrespective of future events. Alternatively, they may choose not to participate and become a member of the eerie tales team, aiding subsequent chosen ones with rule insights. Opting out of both choices is also permissible. During the arrival of the eerie tales in any city, the state will prioritize their safe extraction, ensuring lifelong protection. However, no one will interfere with the chosen one's decision, as this matter pertains to life and death, necessitating careful contemplation. Jiang Fan, take your time to reflect on your decision to participate or not. Either choice is valid, and we can prepare accordingly. A rare smile broke through Wei Jian's serious demeanor as he kindly stated, not expecting an immediate answer from Jiang Fan, who can resolutely face the terror of life and death. A glance at the chosen ones across the world reveals that most have opted out, choosing instead a life of comfort and safety. No one willingly relinquishes a life of ease to tread the path of mortality, perpetually on edge amidst horror. Hesitation is a natural response. I believe no one is more suited for the eerie tales than I am. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Fan replied with a smile, showing little hesitation. If fear of death had gripped him, he would not have exhibited joy upon being selected and entering the realm of eerie tales. Given the current global order, remaining outside ensures only a dead end, living in constant dread of the next eerie tale descending upon his city. He abhors such a life and refuses to surrender his fate to others. Jiang Fan yearns to seize control over his existence, trampling adversity beneath his feet, and reveling in the splendor of the world. Wei Jian paused momentarily, taken aback. The young man before him spoke with such casualness, as if confronting not a crisis of life and death, but rather a trivial matter. This demeanor inexplicably soothed Wei Jian's frayed nerves. He waved his hand and then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Now go and rest. If you need anything, just call me. Within the borders of Great Xia, you are entitled to the highest privileges as long as you do not cross the line. Jiang Fan nodded, clutching a multitude of honors as he turned to leave. Wei Jian watched the departing figure of Jiang Fan, feeling a surge of emotion. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. This is the spirit of a true son of Great Xia, daring and unafraid of hardship. In the days that followed, the Great Xia government announced Jiang Fan's renewed decision to participate in the eerie tales, stirring excitement and emotion among the people of Great Xia. From now on, you will be my elder brother, while other chosen ones from different nations have chosen to abandon the fray, seeking refuge under the protection of their countries to live a tranquil life. Jiang Fan has resolutely decided to continue participating. Jiang Fan, well done. For the sake of the Great Xia, aside from the matter of life and death, how commendable. Strangely enough, he has gained confidence for the upcoming Bizarre Tales game. The recent announcement from the Great Xia authorities has only fueled Jiang Fan's fame, resulting in countless admirers seeking him out during the following 3 days. Eager to catch a glimpse of him, some bold young women, upon discovering Jiang Fan's single status, openly expressed their affection, ensuring he would leave no regrets. Even a few young men joined the fray. Jiang Fan found it both amusing and exasperating, and in an effort to escape this overwhelming enthusiasm, he retreated back into the comforts of home. In 10 minutes, the list of chosen ones from various countries will be announced. Chosen ones, please prepare yourselves and remain vigilant in the world of Bizarre Tales. Great Xia, Jiang Fan, in 1 minute, you will enter the world of Bizarre Tales. Chosen ones, prepare yourselves. Do you wish to exchange items? Remaining points, 3,000. 3 days swiftly passed. Jiang Fan returned to the realm of Bizarre Tales once more. He chose not to redeem any items, deciding to hand them over to Great Xia, saving them for the removal of the Bizarre Tales. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered his decision, and darkness enveloped him as he vanished from the bizarre space. Simultaneously, an emotionless voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to the world of Bizarre Tales. Random selection of a Bizarre Tale dungeon successful. Bizarre Tale dungeon. Mother, dungeon completed, chapter 26. Always listen to your mother. No harm shall come to mother. Upon opening his eyes again, Jiang Fan found himself in a completely transformed environment. He was in a somewhat messy room. Jiang Fan surveyed the surroundings, observing the decor and style, quickly deducing the identity of the occupant. Scattered across the bed were several men's jackets, an unmade bed, flip-flops, a computer, cigarette butts, and a single bed. It appeared to belong to a slightly older man, around 30 years of age. Single, addicted to the internet, and smoking. Disheveled and careless. Jiang Fan glanced at the cluttered wardrobe and rummaged through to find a few magazines and CDs at the bottom. The CDs featured scantily clad women, and the magazine bore bold letters reading, Top 10 Adult Film Stars Worldwide. Jiang Fan couldn't help but grimace. It seems he is quite the character. Jiang Fan silently flipped through the magazine, not missing a single page's vibrant colors, searching for any hidden rules within. After a while, he coughed lightly, noting that is quite large. Nonetheless, it appears there are no hidden rules. He gently placed the magazine on the bedside table and turned to search for other potential clues. Before long, he discovered a crumpled note in the trash can, bearing the rules written in a hasty, somewhat chaotic hand. When you find this note, you have already entered your 7th cycle. I am you, the 6th reincarnation. Based on the information left by my previous reincarnations, this may be the final cycle. It is imperative to break free from the cycle, or else I shall face utter demise. Do not be anxious or fearful. Allow me to convey the following words clearly, for they may aid in your survival and help you escape this cycle. 1. Each reincarnation lasts 7 days. 2. It is essential to heed your mother's words. Failure to do so may result in dire consequences. 3. Your mother possesses a penchant for cleanliness and abhors disorder in the home. Therefore, please ensure that your living space remains tidy, particularly your bedroom. 4. Your mother disapproves of unruly behavior. Do not allow her to discover any bad habits or actions. If she does, fervently deny it and persist. 5. Your bedroom is a sanctuary. 6. Your mother highly values your personal space and will never enter your room without permission. Should you find her standing at your open door, kindly invite her in to sit. 7. If your mother calls for you, respond immediately. Within 10 seconds, locate her and present yourself. If you fail to find her in time, feign ignorance and act as though you cannot see her until you return to your bedroom. 8. If you sense that you're being watched, do not fret. It is merely your mother observing you. 9. Always remember, your mother loves you dearly and would never harm you. 10. Your mother disapproves of children who keep irregular hours. Please ensure you are in your bedroom and asleep before 10 o'clock, disregarding any sounds you may hear. 11. If you awaken to find your mother standing beside your bed, do not panic. She is simply concerned that you are not covered with your blanket. Ignore her presence and return to slumber. 12. Your mother is not truly your mother. 13. Under no circumstances should you. Jiang Fan noticed that the final rule was incomplete, the handwriting exceedingly hasty, as if written in a state of urgency. Possessing an intellect beyond the ordinary, Jiang Fan swiftly deduced that Rule 3 was indeed the correct one. The 4th rule states that your mother disapproves of bad children and that one should not engage in behaviors that she might discover. Rules 3 and 4 are inherently linked. Disorder also signifies bad habits. Thus, the moment Jiang Fan comprehended the note, he commenced a rapid cleanup of his bedroom, folding clothes, straightening sheets, and clearing his desk. He transformed the once chaotic space into a pristine environment. Breathless, Jiang Fan sat upon his bed, vowing that he had never cleaned with such diligence at home. It felt as though he had exerted every ounce of his energy. Rule 5 asserts that the bedroom is a place of safety, while Rule 7 suggests that he must remain there until he returns to his sanctuary. The 2 rules correspond with one another. If Rule 5 holds true, then Rule 7 is also likely accurate. Failing to find his mother in a timely manner could lead to bizarre occurrences, thus making a retreat to the safety of his bedroom crucial to evade any potential threats. However, whether Rule 5 is indeed valid remains uncertain. Furthermore, Jiang Fan paused, fixing his gaze upon the 12th rule, his brow furrowed with perplexity. Is a mother not a mother? If taken literally, it might suggest the existence of 2 mothers. Thus, the rules pertaining to mothers require a re-evaluation of their correctness, which invites contemplation. Lastly, the 13th rule is absent, This is straightforward. A spark of realization ignited within Jiang Fan as he activated the rule prompt. Gradually, the missing 13th rule materialized on the note. As the absent rule was revealed, Jiang Fan's pupils dilated, leaving him momentarily unsettled. 13. One must never harm a mother. What if the mother is the anomaly? Jiang Fan's brow knitted deeper. In the realm of strange tales, adherence to rules is paramount, second only to resolving the anomalies. Noncompliance with the rules results in immediate demise, unless one possesses overwhelming strength to disregard them. Nevertheless, in prior strange tales, there have been instances where resolving anomalies was essential to overcoming the narrative. If the mother embodies the anomaly, how should one proceed? Surely, the system's guidance cannot be erroneous? Jiang Fan refrained from overthinking. This was not the time for such deliberations. Glancing at the note, he swiftly committed its contents to memory before tearing it into shreds and discarding it into the bin. All right, there's also Rule 1. Thus, the deadline for this strange tale game is 7 days. Within this span, one must uncover a means to escape the cycle. Failure to do so results in death. Jiang Fan contemplated silently. The note contained scant useful information. At the very least, there was no explicit indication of a method to elude the cycle. However, nearly all the rules referenced a singular individual, the mother. Most potential violations, those susceptible to contamination, and those carrying a risk of death, all pertain to her. The mother is perilous. She may be linked to the cycle or even the anomaly. The primary clues revolve around her, necessitating greater interaction with the mother. Yet, increased contact implies venturing out of the bedroom, stepping beyond the safety zone, and heightening the risk of encountering deathly rules. Jiang Fan surveyed his immaculate bedroom and initiated the check-in. Ding! Check-in at the bedroom successful. Received 1 album of Mother's cherished memories. Mother's memory album contains the most beautiful memories of the mother, capable of resisting 3 instances of contamination. 3 instances of contamination? This is comparable to the robust rewards obtained from checking in on a bus. Jiang Fan inhaled deeply. Such an extravagant start is exhilarating. With this thought, Jiang Fan grasped the doorknob and gently pushed the bedroom door open. It's locked from the inside? Jiang Fan gazed at the locked door, his brow furrowing. Not only was the bedroom door locked, but there were also signs of friction and damage at the junction of the door and the lock. The original owner had locked the bedroom door, suggesting that something may desire entry into his sanctuary. Moreover, at times, its temper was volatile, potentially seeking to breach the door. Rule 5 states that the bedroom is safe, but does a room without a door qualify as a safe bedroom? If the door is compromised, the bedroom may no longer remain secure. A chill ran through Jiang Fan, although the lock was not severely damaged. However, if subjected to violent impacts a few more times, the door lock may be utterly destroyed. At the very least, the external forces possess the capability to forcibly breach the door. Furthermore, even after the lock is compromised, the safety of the bedroom remains uncertain. Jiang Fan inhaled deeply and gently opened the door that had been locked from the inside. Upon pushing the door ajar, he was somewhat surprised by the scene in the living room. It was neither dirty nor chaotic, nor did it exude a chilling darkness. Instead, it radiated a certain warmth. The window was ajar, allowing a shaft of sunlight to stream in, illuminating the sofa. The sofa, though slightly worn with peeling leather, was adorned with a layer of checkered fabric, seemingly hand-woven by this body's mother. A bouquet of artificial flowers rested upon the dining table, nestled in a cheap blue glass vase, yet it bore no dust. Beside an old television, a picture frame held a photograph of a mother and child, both beaming with joy. It was unmistakably a picture of his mother and himself. Everything appeared remarkably cozy and heartwarming. Jiang Fan did not see the so-called mother, nor did he actively seek her out. After observing the home once more, he commenced the check-in process. Chapter 27, Mother's Affectionate Lunch. Searching for Mother. Ding. Successful check-in at the hall, earned 100 ghost coins. Ding. Successful check-in at the restroom, earned Rule Hint 1. Ding. Successful check-in at the kitchen, earned 3 servings of Mother's Affectionate Lunch. Having checked 3 locations in succession, the rewards were rather meager. This dampened Jiang Fan's enthusiasm for gaining advantages. Compared to the living room and kitchen, the items obtained from the bedroom would likely hold greater value. The more contaminated the area, the better the rewards from check-ins. His bedroom was evidently more polluted than the others. Jiang Fan glanced back at the bedroom, then cast his eyes toward the room adjacent to the hall, which was locked. He speculated it might be his mother's room. The master key could unlock all rooms, but without certainty of his mother's presence inside, he refrained from entering. Aside from his mother's room, Jiang Fan discovered several boxes of medication in the television cabinet. The medication appeared to be relatively new, with some boxes already emptied. Jiang Fan surmised that his mother might be unwell. Beyond this, he found no useful clues or rule notes anywhere else. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the space. "Xiao Fan, please open the door for Mother. I forgot my keys." A gentle female voice called out. This unexpected knock jolted the viewers of the live stream back to the stark reality from the cozy ambience of the small house. "Oh my, I just thought this was a television drama, not a perilous world of eerie tales." Agreed, such a scene truly makes one lose themselves, forgetting the dangers of the eerie world. Indeed, the gentlest can be the most terrifying. However, Mother's voice is so gentle. I adore it. My mother is just as gentle. He. Rule 6. If your mother calls for you, please respond immediately, find her within 10 seconds, and appear before her. Jiang Fan did not forget and hurriedly replied, "All right, Mother." Jiang Fan rushed to the door, hastily unlocking it. Yet there was no one outside. His pupils constricted as he surveyed the empty corridor, devoid of any presence. Mother was absent. 10 seconds to stand before her. Considering the time taken to respond and open the door, 3 seconds had already elapsed. Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards the hall. Nothing. 5 seconds. He dashed into the kitchen. Empty. 2 seconds. No sign of his mother. Jiang Fan glanced towards the last room, the one that was locked, potentially his mother's bedroom. However, he did not rush over to verify. Instead, he invoked the rule prompt. Verification, Rule 7. Hush, Mother is not home. Retreat to your bed and wait for her return. Rule 7 was indeed correct. The bedroom was safe. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan turned and sprinted back to his sanctuary. Yet at that very moment of turning, a woman appeared at the restroom door. She resembled the woman in the photograph, his mother. At that moment, she wore a gentle smile, gazing warmly at Jiang Fan. He ignored her, walked straight into his room, shut the door, and locked it. Rule 7 was valid, and correspondingly, Rule 5 was also accurate. The bedroom was indeed a haven. Since he could not ascertain the precise timing, it was wiser to disregard his mother and retreat to the safety of the bedroom. As if starting anew, Jiang Fan had seen his mother standing by the restroom door. If he adhered to Rule 5 and stood before her within 10 seconds, he could pause. However, rather than risk uncertainty within that time frame, it was preferable to evade her altogether and return to the secure location of his bedroom. After all, Mother posed the greatest threat. Meanwhile, all the chosen ones heard the call of the mother. Almost all responded to her. "Hi, Mommy," came the instinctive reply from Arthur, the chosen one from America. Following his response, he continued rummaging through drawers in search of clues. Arthur was captivated by the medications within the cabinet. As a doctor, he noted the discrepancies between the formulas and his knowledge, igniting a fervent curiosity for research. "Oh, if I could study this medicine, it would surely bring me fame." He was astonished that the pharmacological wonders of this world of strange tales surpassed those of reality. Widening his eyes, Arthur recalled that this was indeed a realm of peculiar narratives, and he hurried to open the door for his mother. "Mommy, Mommy," Arthur exclaimed as he opened the door, only to find no one in sight. Upon turning around, an elderly figure emerged in the hall, its face etched with deep wrinkles, eyes sunken, and a frail form. In an instant, the figure loomed before Arthur. Why do you not heed my words? Where have you run off to?" "Mommy, if you enjoy running so much, then remain by my side forever." The old woman grinned eerily, her visage swiftly transforming into youthful beauty. "No." Arthur screamed as his body twisted grotesquely, his spine contorting in a bizarre manner, bending downward until he curled into a grotesque mass, blood bursting from his limbs under immense pressure, his neck snapping. leaving only his head behind. The woman gently cradled the lump of flesh on the ground, humming a soft melody, as if the person in her arms had just celebrated their first month. Suddenly, she turned around, and the door to the room was slammed shut with a resounding thud. The American live stream went dark. The chosen one, Althea, had perished. The bizarre tale immediately descended upon the scene, causing an uproar among the onlookers. What the hell? The chosen one has turned into a lump of meat. I was so frightened that I dropped my phone into the toilet. Who was it? Who was so tender just now? Step forward. I will make you pay. The United States has become the first nation to witness the death of a chosen one. Rule 6 is indeed correct. Woe is me. My mother called for me, and I didn't respond. Now she is frantically banging on my bedroom door. Take care. Brother upstairs. With that knock from the mother, many of the chosen ones who had forgotten the rules faced a similar fate as Althea. Almost 10 individuals met the same grim end. Those who remembered the rules also encountered a second wave of demise. They had 10 seconds to reach their mothers. In the Broccoli Kingdom, Lisa opened the door, her face etched with panic. Her mother was missing, and she had to find her. Lisa recalled the urgency of appearing before her mother within 10 seconds. The kitchen yielded nothing. The hall was empty. The bathroom, too, was devoid of her presence. Hastily, Lisa rushed to the last room in the hall. Click, click. Lisa's complexion turned ashen. The door was locked. The bedroom. She had to return to the bedroom. Screaming, Lisa felt her mother's gentle voice reverberating in her heart, a grim reminder, pounding relentlessly. In a moment of clarity, Lisa glimpsed her mother in the kitchen. Hadn't she already checked there? Instinctively, she stepped into the kitchen and beheld the woman busily preparing a meal. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Mother! In the next heartbeat, the busy woman turned, her gaze fixated on Lisa, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Lisa recoiled, trembling uncontrollably. The woman wielded a gleaming kitchen knife. On the countertop, a severed head rolled off, gory and ominous, coming to rest at Lisa's feet. Terror gripped her, and she screamed, retreating in horror, her pallor stark, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The head on the floor rolled slightly, revealing its face, blood-soaked and wearing a mocking grin, staring directly at Lisa. In an instant, her face drained of color, a chill coursing through her, and she screamed. The visage of the head was none other than her own. As the live stream gradually faded to black, viewers were horrified to witness Lisa's head vanish, her body collapsing heavily to the ground. The head that had rolled from her mother's cutting board twisted into a grotesque grin, perfectly aligning with Lisa's body. Lisa, the chosen one from the Broccoli Kingdom, was dead. Chapter 28. A mother's demands cannot be refused. Go out and find a job. Chosen one Lisa from the Broccoli Kingdom has perished. And the bizarre randomly descends. Chosen one what from the Monkey Kingdom has perished, and the bizarre randomly descends. Chosen one Alice from the Banana Kingdom has perished. And the bizarre randomly descends. In mere seconds, over 20 chosen ones had met their demise. This signifies that over 20 nations will fall victim to the invasion of the bizarre tales, facing tremendous crises. This is merely the first encounter with Mother. The high-ranking officials across nations sighed in despair, their eyes reflecting a sense of hopelessness. The difficulty of the bizarre tale game has escalated once more. How many chosen ones will survive in this realm of strange narratives? In a bedroom separated by a door, silence enveloped the air. Rule 7 is correct. Rule 5 is indeed accurate. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, grasping the doorknob, preparing to venture outside once again. Before he could open the door, his mother's voice resonated from the other side. Xiao Fan, dinner is ready. Okay, Mama. Her tone was as gentle as before. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of the chosen ones from various nations, the viewers in the live broadcast were gripped by an overwhelming fear. I recall the tragic demise of that individual from the Broccoli Nation. How dreadful. Don't go out. For heaven's sake, don't venture out. What if I can't find Mama again? It would be disastrous. I might end up being silenced. The bedroom is safe. Perhaps it is best to remain here. Jiang Fan could not see the barrage of comments from the live stream, and even if he could, he would not confine himself to that small room. He needed to connect with his mother, to uncover clues and attain victory. Gradually, Jiang Fan pushed the door open, bracing himself for the possibility of not finding his mother and returning to the bedroom. In the hall, the sunlight appeared even more radiant, akin to midday. Jiang Fan squinted and beheld the so-called mother. In the kitchen, a woman donned in an apron was stirring sautéed vegetables. Turning around upon noticing Jiang Fan, she greeted him with a warm smile. The woman's appearance was quite ordinary, with a few strands of white hair, yet her smile radiated warmth and kindness. Her bright eyes filled with softness, evoking a sense of familiarity in Jiang Fan. He stood there momentarily, this feeling of familiarity reminiscent of his parents from a previous life on the blue planet. What are you lingering for? Xiao Fan, wash your hands, dinner is ready, the woman said as she carried the dish out of the kitchen. All right, Mama, Jiang Fan snapped back to reality. While the warmth was palpable, he knew his mother would not be so gentle. She was more likely to raise her voice. Why are you standing there like an ancestral statue? Don't you know it's time to eat? Must I come over and fetch you? With a resigned smile, Jiang Fan washed his hands and returned to the dining table. The table was set with 3 homely dishes. Today I made your favorite twice-cooked pork. Eat plenty. The woman added a generous portion of the dish to Jiang Fan's bowl. Me, delicioso, mama. The twice-cooked pork was perfectly balanced in fat and lean meat, enhanced by the addition of broad bean paste and sprinkled with chili flakes. Sautéed to a golden hue, it emitted an enticing aroma. Jiang Fan savored his meal slowly while the woman continued to chatter beside him. The price of meat has surged today. Can you believe it's 15 per pound? I tried to bargain with old Lou, but he wouldn't sell it for 13. Xiao Fan, I spotted a coat on sale at the mall. Let us go together to buy a few when you have time. Also, Uncle Zhao's daughter has returned. She still doesn't have a boyfriend. Xiao Fan, you're not a child anymore. Should I ask her if you two could spend some time together? The woman chatted away, seemingly oblivious to whether Jiang Fan was truly listening. From time to time, a soft cough escaped her lips, her complexion somewhat pallid. By the way, Xiao Fan, would you consider seeking employment? This time, the woman refrained from elaborating further. She raised her head, fixating her gaze intently upon Jiang Fan, as if demanding a response. After a brief pause, Jiang Fan replied slowly, All right, I shall look for a job another day. He neither affirmed nor explicitly expressed agreement. Another day could mean a month later as well. The world of eerie tales is fraught with danger, and currently, the chosen ones primarily operate within the safety of their homes. To err on the side of caution, it is best to avoid excessive exposure to the outside world. The more one ventures into the unknown, the greater the peril. Another day. Let be today. Today, indeed. Mother continued to watch Jiang Fan, her lips incessantly murmuring. It seemed imperative that he seek employment today, no matter the circumstances. I have matters to attend to today. It may not be convenient to look for work. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Fan gently replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his mother. This was a subtle form of refusal. Jiang Fan wished to gauge the consequences of rejecting his mother's request. Rule number 2. One must always heed their mother's words. Obedience manifests in myriad ways. Unconditionally accepting her suggestions is one of them. Not convenient today. You have matters to attend to, playing on the computer, being lazy. Mother no longer insisted that Jiang Fan go out to work, but instead began to speculate incessantly about what matters he might have. With each guess, the smile on her face diminished, her wrinkles deepening, while the white strands upon her head grew increasingly tangled. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Fan's mind as he sensed an impending danger. Indeed, the very next moment, his mother's eyes were stained with crimson, and she turned to Jiang Fan, her expression contorted into a horrific visage. Why do you not listen to me? Why not seek employment? Since you refuse to heed my words, then you need not listen to me ever again. The temperature in the hall plummeted drastically, transforming from warmth to an ominous chill. The furniture began to decay, vanishing from sight. A damp, moldy odor surged forth, mingled with the scent of something charred. Jiang Fan stifled a groan, his face turning ashen. His mother's demands could not be disregarded. Otherwise, he would be subject to bizarre attacks. Concurrently, an album materialized before Jiang Fan. The text below altered. Mother's memory album. contains her most cherished memories, capable of withstanding 13 instances of pollution. Moments ago, his simple refusal of his mother's request had violated the rule, costing him one opportunity to resist pollution. Jiang Fan glanced at his mother, who remained in a fury, her face now bleeding from all orifices. The room had already decayed significantly. Gritting his teeth, he hastily declared, "I will go. Mother, I shall seek employment today. You need not worry." As his words fell, the pressure abated, and the hall returned to its former state, brilliant sunlight streaming in, enveloping everything in warmth. A gentle and kind smile returned to Mother's face as she picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it into Jiang Fan's bowl, saying with satisfaction, "How wonderful! Xiao Fan is going to look for work. Come, eat more. You'll need strength for your job." Everything that had transpired seemed as if it were merely a dream. Aside from the diminished instances of resisting pollution on the memory album, nothing had truly changed. Jiang Fan exhaled in relief, his gaze lowered. One must heed their mother's words. Moreover, there is no room for refusal, regardless of the manner. Otherwise, one would face dire consequences. If he were merely an ordinary chosen one, he would have perished moments ago. However, unless it is a matter of particular emphasis from his mother, he may selectively heed the mundane conversations. Jiang Fan pondered. His mother had not only suggested seeking employment, but also proposed a shopping excursion for clothes. He chose not to respond, and his mother seemed to overlook this silence. The distinction between the two is not easily categorized. To specify further, his mother desires him to secure a job. She wishes for him to have gainful employment rather than languishing idly at home. The earlier suggestion to accompany her for clothing was unnecessary, as he already possessed sufficient attire. Acquiring a few more garments would hardly alter his existence. Alternatively, one could consider that the job he seeks today may significantly influence the progression of the current strange tale, potentially becoming a pivotal event. Upon Jiang Fan's agreement to pursue employment, the meal was swiftly concluded. After finishing her meal, his mother collected Jiang Fan's utensils and returned to the kitchen, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he had not yet completed his meal. It appeared that this meal served merely as a pretext to broach the subject of seeking employment today, rendering the act of dining secondary. As Jiang Fan observed his mother vanish into the kitchen, he steadied his gaze. It was not only his mother who had disappeared, the dishes had also vanished. The kitchen reverted to its pristine and orderly state, as if the lunch they had just consumed had never transpired. Alone once more in the house, Jiang Fan, upon realizing his mother's absence, hesitated not and re-explored the premises. Discovering no changes, he inhaled deeply and opened the door. He was determined to seek employment. With no leads within the house, it was prudent to venture outside. Perhaps a surprise awaited him. Chapter 29. The Security Uncle. The Sunshine Community reappears. Several corridor windows stood ajar. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, the old buildings standing closely together, with some windows adorned with clothing, bedding, and even vegetable gardens, exuding a vibrant atmosphere of life. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Jiang Fan cast a glance before retracting his gaze. No one. The multitude of buildings buzzed with life. Yet there was an unsettling absence of people. In the midday sun, not a soul was visible, despite the cacophony of conversation and the distant sounds of traffic. Imparting an eerie ambience, Jiang Fan descended the staircase. The empty staircase echoed solely with the sound of his footsteps, enveloped in silence, until he reached the ground floor. Before him, the scene transformed. A few elderly individuals fanned themselves with palm fronds, seated comfortably on chairs. The security uncle, clad in a white tank top, sipped from a steaming cup of tea. Behind him, a group of children frolicked and tumbled down the staircase, rushing outside. Was the sight within the room not different from that below? Jiang Fan, observing the lively scene, retraced his steps towards the staircase. Upon entering, the vibrant scene of the first floor vanished once more, leaving only the echoes of laughter. In the desolate hallway, conversations could be heard, and the sound of a bouncing ball resonated, yet no figures were visible, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps. Two worlds? As Jiang Fan stood at the threshold of revelation, The sounds he had just heard above contrasted starkly with the scene before him below, leading him to surmise a divergence between the two realms. Now, however, his conjecture had solidified in his certainty, delineating a boundary between two worlds at the final flight of stairs. As he descended, the vibrant tableau of life below came into view once more. Yet, amidst the apparent bustle, it seemed that the figures milling about were mere phantoms, devoid of substance. He observed children, the elderly, and the security guard, all of whom passed through him as if he were invisible, either oblivious to his presence or choosing to disregard him entirely. Just as he was about to exit the building, a voice called out to him from behind. Jiang Fan. Turning around, he beheld the elderly gentleman who had been sipping tea moments before, now seemingly animated with awareness. Jiang Fan, are you off to fetch some medicine for your mother? Medicine? Jiang Fan recalled the boxes of medication on the television cabinet and shook his head in response. No, I'm not looking for a job. Oh, you're seeking employment, are you? The security guard's expression shifted to one of surprise. As if recollecting something, he sighed. It's about time you found work. You're nearly 30, after all. You ought to settle down soon. Your mother worries endlessly. She mentioned to me how concerned she is about your future if things continue this way. With that, the guard returned to his tea, his gaze distant and unfocused, reverting to the posture he had assumed when Jiang Fan first descended. The original self, that is to say, I was without employment and, judging by the decor of the bedroom, had likely been idling away my days. My mother's anxiety was palpable, yet she also exhibited a considerable desire for control. Adhering to her wishes had become my reality. Jiang Fan reflected silently, opting not to inquire further, and stepped out of the building, resolutely embarking on his job search. He took note of the tightly clustered buildings of their community, each structure aging and weathered, the ground beneath marred by cracks. Building 7, his home was on the 4th floor. Apartment 402. He glanced upwards at the towering edifices above. The farther the buildings receded, the more ethereal they appeared, losing their tangible essence, resembling a blurred painting. Except for the building he inhabited, Jiang Fan found that he could not enter any of the others he had attempted. What a pity. I wish to check in on every single building, he mused, shaking his head as he continued to wander around the vicinity, exploring and checking in at various sites. Ding. Successfully checked in at the flower bed, received 5 roses. Ding. Successfully checked into the Grove, received 1 hotel room key. Ding. Successfully checked in at the men's restroom, received 1 bottle of masculine perfume. Ding. Successfully checked in at the women's restroom, received 1 damaged lipstick. Jiang Fan hurriedly exited the restroom, casting a glance around to ensure he was alone before exhaling in relief. In his quest for employment and information, the sacrifices he had made were considerable. His innocence had been compromised. He vowed that his foray into the restroom was solely for the purpose of gathering clues. Including the women's restroom, Jiang Fan surveyed the items available for check-in within the community. Most of the check-in items were trivial, lacking any significant value. Roses, vivid roses cherished by every woman. Hotel key card, a young couple anxiously searching for it, having stayed for a full week. Masculine perfume, the fragrance that every man ought to wear. Damaged lipstick, a deathly Barbie pink, perhaps deliberately discarded by its owner. These items resembled nothing more than the random refuse of the community's residents, a hodgepodge of various odds and ends. Jiang Fan glanced at the hotel key card and smirked. Once he stepped outside, he would surely book a hotel for an entire year. 7 days. Who do they think they are? As he continued his search, Jiang Fan attempted to enter one of the shops within the community, hoping to find work while checking in. Unfortunately, the stores were as inaccessible as the other buildings, devoid of any presence. During his exploration, Jiang Fan discovered that these buildings were not isolated, but rather formed a cohesive community. Another shop he couldn't enter? Was the employment he sought not located within the community? This was the 10th shop he encountered and the last one in the area. With no access to the shops and no job prospects, Jiang Fan resolved to broaden his search, stepping beyond the confines of the community. As he followed the road out, the houses outside appeared even more ethereal, some reduced to mere shadows. In the distance, An expanse of darkness loomed. Jiang Fan glanced back at the community, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Sunshine community. His pupils dilated. Though the sun blazed overhead, a chill gripped his heart, icy and profound. He recalled having visited Sunshine Community, the last eerie tale, the neighborhood of his grandmother. Chapter 30, Thanksgiving Benefits. Buy two, get one free for little white pills work regulations. Was this not his grandmother's neighborhood from the Lasco story? Sunshine Community. However, this Sunshine Community appeared somewhat clearer than the one he had previously encountered. It seemed devoid of substantial pollution, with the check-in items being rather dismal. The last time he had entered the community, he had checked in Universal Key. This time, not only were the check-in opportunities limited, but the items were also utterly worthless. Though both were named Sunshine Community, the disparities were vast. Jiang Fan stepped onto the road outside the community and attempted to check in once more. Ding! Check-in at the current location is not permitted. This time, the message indicated that check-in was outright prohibited. Clearly, the road was free from contamination. In contrast to the home, which exhibited a greater degree of pollution, the road was relatively untainted. However, the level of pollution was not exceedingly high. Among all his check-ins, only the initial items from his bedroom, the memory album belonging to his mother, seemed particularly potent. Yet, his bedroom remained largely untainted, indeed serving as the only sanctuary in his home. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Perhaps he ought to seek an opportunity to explore his mother's room. He began to wander aimlessly outside the community, embarking on an exploration of the world. The outside world was not vast. Most of them were mere phantoms, and Jiang Fan found himself unable to enter. After searching for a while, he quickly noticed a slightly clearer shop, Kanja Pharmacy. With a purposeful stride, Jiang Fan entered, eager to inquire about job opportunities. However, before he could utter a word, the pharmacy attendant spoke first, announcing a Thanksgiving promotion. Buy 2 white pills and receive 1 free. Purchase 1 vial of Qi blood essence and get 1 free, and receive a calming pill with any purchase over 100 yuan. Excuse me, are you hiring? Jiang Fan asked. The attendant, unfazed, continued to recite the promotional offers. Not wishing to pursue the matter further, Jiang Fan opted to sign in and departed the pharmacy. Ding! Successfully checked in at Kanja Pharmacy, received 1 box of white pills. White pills, used for dry coughs caused by various reasons. Upon leaving the pharmacy, Jiang Fan noticed another shop nearby that appeared somewhat clearer, a small eatery. A white paper was affixed to the front, clearly stating that they were hiring. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up as he stepped inside. Excuse me, are you hiring? Yes. As Jiang Fan secured a job, other chosen ones also emerged from their dwellings, embarking on their own quests for employment. Like Jiang Fan, they wandered the community, seeking potential job opportunities. After finding nothing within the vicinity, some of the chosen ones cast their gazes beyond the community's borders. In the ugly nation, chosen one baker stared into the dark expanse outside the community, resolved to search for work. Guided by the hints from the Strange Tales group, Baker understood that Rule 2 was paramount, to heed his mother's words, thus avoiding the specter of death. If I fail to find work today, I would be violating Rule 1, and surely something dreadful would ensue. For my mother cares deeply about my employment. Damn it! Baker's frustration mounted. The necessity to obey his mother reminded him of her strict upbringing. In his youth, she had imposed rigorous standards, demanding accountability at every turn. Damn it, I haven't listened to my mother in over a decade. Baker felt a surge of aversion. Yet a glimmer of madness and bloodlust crossed his eyes. All who obstructed his path deserved to perish. Meanwhile, in the ugly nation, it was noted that Baker had always excelled academically, thanks in large part to his mother's guidance. Now, entering the realm of strange tales, adhering to his mother's advice would likely keep him safe. After all, Baker was a good son, and by simply following the prescribed path, he could reassure her. An excited member of the Strange Tales group remarked that since the unfortunate demise of Chosen One John during the last game, the ugly nation's winning streak had been interrupted, resulting in significant economic losses, particularly for the president of the ugly nation, whose treasury had diminished by 1/10, jeopardizing his prospects for re-election. Without sufficient funds, Maintaining his presidential position would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Baker had always been exceptional. This strange tales experience would pose little challenge for him, as his love for his mother was profound. Let us celebrate, for the glory of the unpleasant nation shall endure. Long live freedom. Suddenly, a member of the assembly glanced at the introduction of Baker's life experiences and proposed. Baker's mother has been missing for 8 years. Once Baker successfully navigates this bizarre tale, let us assist him in locating his mother nationwide. After all, he is a hero of the unpleasant nation and deserves our earnest attention. Nakata Shoko, the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms, peered into the darkened outskirts of her community, feeling a tinge of fear. She dared not venture outside. The perils of the bizarre world were known globally. Ever since her cousin, Kawada-yu, was selected as a chosen one, Shoko had been beset by a foreboding sense that she too might one day be chosen, entering a world fraught with lethal dangers. Little did she anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. After the death of her brother, she found herself selected. Despite her reluctance to leave the safety of her neighborhood and confront the unknown perils, an edict had been issued by the emperor to the Nakata family. Should Shoko fail to survive this bizarre tale, the family's assets will be halved. No, I must prevail in this endeavor. Otherwise, my failure could lead to the death of my sister. Nakata Shoko steeled herself against her inner fears. Following the guidance from the Cherry Blossom Nation's Bizarre Tale Committee, she refrained from exploring other areas beyond her community and proceeded directly to the small eatery where Jiang Fan worked. Thank you. May I inquire if you are hiring? Would you consider employing me? Shoko implored, her eyes brimming with vulnerability. Certainly. Shoko exhaled in relief. She had secured employment. No longer would she fear being left jobless and facing her mother's wrath. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from other nations were also finding work. Some scouted various locales, discovering pharmacies and hotels, while others directly followed national prompts to arrive at small eateries. All right, no problem. You'll be a server, correct? Jiang Fan nodded, accepting the position. Seeing Jiang Fan's agreement, the proprietor grinned, then paused before continuing. Allow me to outline your responsibilities and the essential protocols of the establishment. Jiang Fan focused intently, anticipating the rules regarding the bizarre tales within the establishment. First, your daily wage is 50 yuan. Working hours are from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. Punctuality is essential, as tardiness or early departures will result in a deduction from your pay. You're allotted an hour for meals at any time. But be cautious not to eat between 11 and 1, as this could displease the guests and adversely affect the establishment's reputation. The owner paused, turning to Jiang Fan with a cold expression and a sinister smile. Should you bring disrepute to this place or anger our patrons, you must personally make amends. Furthermore, aside from providing excellent service, you are required to clear dishes to the kitchen and maintain cleanliness in the dining area. Otherwise, your pay will be deducted. Lastly, do not linger in the kitchen for more than 5 minutes. All right, that will be all for now. You may come to work tomorrow. Jiang Fan nodded. The rules were quite straightforward, similar to those of any ordinary workplace, save for some peculiarities in the kitchen. The kitchen, it seemed, was perhaps the most contaminated area of this establishment. Once Jiang Fan consented, the proprietor immediately resumed his position at the cash register, resembling a lifeless statue, his gaze vacant and unblinking. After enduring several eerie tales, people began to discern certain truths. The denizens of these strange narratives exhibited no semblance of normal human respiration, heartbeat, nor did they possess any color in their faces, save for the primary characters. Their movements resembled those of marionettes. Thus, upon encountering individuals who appeared convincingly human, they were either significant figures within the tales or distinctly uncanny. The likes of mothers or passengers on the bus ahead mostly represented key roles. Conversely, the proprietor, the pharmacy clerk from earlier, and the security guard, those who occasionally exhibited signs of life, were ordinary characters. The residents meandering through the community served merely as background. In previous rounds, some chosen ones managed to navigate the bizarre narrative by discerning distinctive traits to identify pivotal characters, thereby successfully traversing the game. Jiang Fan observed the proprietor seated at the cash register, resembling a corpse with bulging eyes that occasionally moved as if surveying the store. The eerie silence enveloped the scene, sending chills down one's spine, particularly when the proprietor would occasionally fix his unblinking gaze upon Jiang Fan, his eyes wide and devoid of vitality, seemingly scrutinizing every one of Jiang Fan's movements. Chapter 31. The Essence of the Ghost King, 8-gas cylinder, what is mother watching? Jiang Fan remained relatively unfazed by this scene, having been steeled by the horror films of his past life. His heart was hardly weak. However, the audience in the live stream could scarcely bear it. This is genuinely terrifying. It feels as though the proprietor is continuously watching Jiang Fan. He resembles a doll, the kind that might kill at any moment. Goodness, this is absurd, just like my boss, who always wears a deadpan expression. I never want to see my boss again. Huh, do you think I want to see you? Slacking off. Having confirmed his employment, Jiang Fan began to explore the quaint establishment. The layout was quite simplistic. A reception area in front and a kitchen in the back. Ding. Successfully checked in at the hall. Received the proprietor's ledger. Ding. Successfully checked in at the kitchen. Acquired 10 points of Ghost King essence and a gas cylinder. Jiang Fan glanced at the items received upon checking in. Goodness, the proprietor's ledger? Surely, this isn't a manual on tax evasion. However, what exactly is Ghost King essence? Jiang Fan opened his personal attributes panel and noticed a new attribute under his original vitality, ghostly essence. Ghost King essence, 10 points, too little, but it may instill fear in some minor spirits. Jiang Fan suddenly comprehended. Ghost King essence, in essence, served to instill dread in the uncanny. His supply was scant, likely capable of only intimidating ordinary anomalies. The minor spirits were presumably those mindless husks lurking within the community, mere background figures. In the kitchen, 2 items were registered, one of which was the never-before-seen Ghost King aura. This kitchen appeared to be far more perilous than I had initially anticipated. Jiang Fan discovered that in this world of eerie tales, there was an abundance of items to be signed for, yet opportunities for hints and additional functions were exceedingly scarce. 7 days felt like an eternity. And to circumvent any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Fan endeavored to refrain from actively seeking hints. After exploring the small shop, he found no useful clues or tips and subsequently departed, hurrying home. He was uncertain whether his mother would be displeased or transformed into something sinister if he returned late. What? A deduction from my wages? You wish to withhold 50 yuan from me? The chosen one from the ugly country, Baker, exclaimed. Having watched all the eerie tale videos, Baker understood that in a world where the cost of living was comparable to the outside world, even a bus ride required 2 ghost coins. Thus, a daily wage of 50 yuan was evidently minimal, especially considering the nearly 12-hour work shift. Most of the time was spent working in the small shop, which would deprive Baker of precious exploration time at home. If you find it insufficient, you need not work here, the shop owner said with an eerie smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The miserly demeanor and condescending attitude nearly sent Baker into a fury. He longed to refuse and storm out. Yet this small shop was the only one he had found hiring throughout the world of eerie tales. Without a job, who knew if his mother might resort to drastic measures? Resentfully, Baker acquiesced. However, unlike Jiang Fan, after his agreement, the shop owner spoke again. Oh, I can only offer you 40 now. Why? Wasn't it 50 just a moment ago? If you find it inadequate, you need not work here, the shop owner reiterated, his smile growing more unsettling. Baker refrained from further protest, merely huffing as he turned to exit the shop. I will come to work tomorrow. Jiang Fan returned to his community. As he passed the first floor, he deliberately loitered in front of the security guard. The guard showed no reaction, prompting Jiang Fan to refrain from teasing him and ascend directly to his home. During his ascent, Jiang Fan contemplated signing in on other floors. Unfortunately, the corridor was shrouded in darkness, and by the time he encountered any light, he had already reached the 4th floor where his home was located. Within the community, aside from some public areas accessible for walking, all other locations were off-limits, as if they did not exist at all. Passing by the neighbor's door on the 1st floor, it was no surprise that the neighbor's door was merely decorative. Just as Jiang Fan was about to knock on the door before him, it suddenly swung open. His mother appeared at the threshold, beaming with warmth. Jiang Fan, why did you forget your keys again? Aren't they supposed to be right here? Jiang Fan glanced over, and there, prominently displayed on the door, was a key, intricately adorned with a cute little boy doll that his mother had knitted. He distinctly remembered that this key had not been present when he left. There was no way he could have overlooked something so conspicuous on the door. Unless that key had appeared afterward. Jiang Fan refrained from exposing the truth, and instead feigned a sudden realization, displaying an expression of surprise. Oh, I have forgotten to bring my keys again, Mother. The keys on the door, placed so conspicuously, signify that I frequently neglect to take them when I leave. Yet, my mother has grown accustomed to my forgetfulness, promptly opening the door for me. However, how did she know I had returned home? She opened the door just before I could knock, as if she had been waiting for me behind it. Jiang Fan gazed at his mother, an ordinary woman whose gentle smile illuminated her face, albeit with a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Dressed in a floral apron, she appeared to have just emerged from the kitchen. Jiang Fan, remember to take your keys next time. If I'm not around, who will let you in? She teased, hastily drying her hands on her apron. Come, let us eat. How'd your job search go today? Jiang Fan followed his mother to the dining table, where the same dishes from lunch awaited: twice-cooked pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. I found a job, Mother, as a waitress at a restaurant. Oh, that's wonderful. Jiang Fan is such a good child. Come, eat more meat. I've made your favorite twice-cooked pork, she exclaimed, expertly placing a generous portion of braised meat into Jiang Fan's bowl. Her affectionate gestures were as tender as they had been at noon. Jiang Fan, do you plan to return for lunch tomorrow, after your shift? She inquired. I'll be working from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, so I might not make it back for lunch. Then I'll prepare your meal, and you can take it with you. In the evening, I'll wait for you to have dinner together. Okay, Mother. After their conversation, dinner concluded swiftly. Jiang Fan had eaten little in the bizarre world he inhabited. It was prudent to consume sparingly, avoiding potential contamination from unknown ingredients, despite the appealing appearance of his mother-esque cooking. This time, his mother did not vanish. After washing the dishes, she settled onto the sofa and turned on the old television, watching with great interest. Jiang Fan glanced at the screen, noticing it displayed nothing but static, crackling with a harsh sound. At that moment, his mother spoke. Jiang Fan, come sit with me and watch television. Don't spend all day glued to the computer. It's bad for your eyes. All right, Mother, Jiang Fan replied, quickly taking a seat beside her. Whether it was Rule 2, which mandated that he heed his mother's words, or Rule 6, which required him to engage with her, he felt compelled to accompany her in watching television. The program appeared to be a comedy, and his mother laughed heartily, occasionally offering her commentary. Jiang Fan, look at that person who slipped on the banana peel he threw away. Isn't it hilarious? Jiang Fan, staring at the flickering static on the television, nodded in response. Haha, Jiang Fan, listen. His singing is so off-key, it's not even as pleasant as my singing. Jiang Fan smiled at the stuttering sounds emanating from the television. Jiang Fan, what do you see over there? Suddenly, Mother turned her head, smiling as she pointed at the television, as if she had witnessed something amusing and began discussing it with Jiang Fan. The screen flickered abruptly, the static vanishing to reveal two figures. One was completely shrouded in darkness, resembling someone charred, mirroring Mother's posture. The other was Jiang Fan. The living room depicted on the television was an exact replica of their own, as if the screen was broadcasting their home. However, the Jiang Fan within the scene was drenched in blood, devoid of eyes, a sight most chilling. The abrupt imagery caused Jiang Fan's pupils to constrict in surprise, eliciting gasps of horror from the viewers in the live stream. Goodness, that scared me so much I almost dropped my phone. Truly terrifying. Wow, that was so frightening I felt my head spin. I was so startled I almost kissed Sadako on the ground. This is truly horrifying. To those above, it was already terrifying. Your reactions only heightened my anxiety. I rushed to dispatch my deskmate for reassurance. You all are too much. Help! Jiang Fan. Mother's expression turned icy as she gazed at Jiang Fan, her eyes bulging grotesquely. Suddenly, much like the figure on the screen, she transformed into a shadowy silhouette, a foul stench emanating from her, accompanied by a thick scent of charred flesh. Her pale eyes stared at Jiang Fan, seemingly awaiting his response. The encroaching figure, the crumbling walls, and Mother's transformation indicated that something sinister was approaching. If Jiang Fan failed to provide the correct answer, it was likely that Mother would discover the absence of the television and succumb to this malevolent force. Chapter 32. The child who lies is not obedient. You must return to your bedroom by 10 o'clock. Ha! How amusing. Mother Jiang Fan managed to maintain his composure. Laughing in agreement, he refrained from offering a specific answer. From Mother's earlier remarks, it was clear that her attention was captured by scenes that brought her joy, defining anything as interesting. Was he, a dog sitting idly, captivating enough? From the dog's perspective, it certainly was. Taken aback, Mother joined in the laughter, her head slowly turning back, transforming back to her original self. Simultaneously, the dark figure on the television also turned its head, laughing with a piercing sound. The screen flickered again, reverting to a static snowflake pattern. Mother continued to chuckle beside him. The peeling walls of the hall, once imbued with resentment, now lost their ominous aura. Evidently, Jiang Fan's response had struck the mark. The television held little of interest. Jiang Fan remained by Mother's side, a smile gracing his face as he occasionally laughed aloud. It was as if he were simply watching a television drama with her, in a moment that was both ordinary and unremarkable. This scene, where Mother requested the Chosen One to watch television together, was also encountered by Chosen Ones from other nations. In Bear Country, the Chosen One, Aleton, also heard Mother's inquiry. "Xiao Ao, what do you see over there?" Suddenly called. Ailton appeared momentarily dazed, uttering "Mom." That is, his words faltered as his eyes widened in horror, fixated on the television screen. To his shock, there sat two figures on the sofa, himself and his mother. Yet, in the broadcast, his mother was not watching the television. Rather, she was voraciously consuming a grotesque and mutilated corpse beside her. The head of the body had been gnawed to a pulp, revealing a blood-soaked brain, even though the features of the corpse were unrecognizable. Ailton could see that it wore the identical clothing he had on. The body being torn apart and devoured by his mother was his own. Ailton trembled, his limbs growing ice-cold, goosebumps erupting all over his body, as if his heart were being gripped tightly by an unseen hand, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. His mother was feasting on his flesh. Little Ao, when Ailton failed to respond, his mother's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a blank expression and a sinister smile as she leaned in closer, her gaze fixed intently on him. The foul, metallic scent of blood wafted from her mouth, jolting Ailton into clarity. Suppressing the urge to flee the hall, he managed to respond with difficulty. "That is a person, Mom. A person who slipped on a banana peel. Someone with a beautiful singing voice. Whether in movies or plays, there are people. Is that so?" "Yes, Mom. Look at that person. He is truly remarkable." His mother, puzzled, turned to the flickering screen, and slowly, as if she had discerned something, a smile crept across her face. Ailton felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed his mother's expression returning to normal. Suddenly, she turned back, her mouth agape, her demeanor transforming violently, blood streaming from her pale eyes. "No, that is not a person. You are deceiving your mother. That is clearly a puppy. Little Ao, lying children are not well behaved." Ailton's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out as he hastily replied, "Oh, Mom, I must have misseen. It was a puppy after all. I promise I won't lose focus again." "Lost focus, were you? You must be tired from the day," she replied, nodding in a manner that was both knowing and disconcerting, her smile growing ever more peculiar as she inquired, "And what about now?" "It's a dog." Ailton answered without hesitation. No. You are mistaken again. That is clearly you, and you have been consumed by your mother." On the old television, his mother had devoured every last morsel of the corpse, licking her lips as if about to speak, when she suddenly turned to look at Ailton, as if she could see him through the screen, unleashing a shrill, maniacal laugh. In a panic, Ailton shoved his mother aside and hurried to escape to the safety of his bedroom. Yet, a blood-soaked hand grasped him faster, the overwhelming strength nearly fracturing his bones. It was his mother. With blood pooling in her mouth, her disheveled hair framing a lunatic visage, she lunged at Ailton, her mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, ready to sink into his neck. Crack! Ailton was engulfed in excruciating pain, his vitality dissipating at an alarming rate, with blood gushing from his arteries, splattering across his face like the gruesome visage of a corpse on a television screen, drenched in crimson, awaiting its inevitable consumption. Pain, helplessness, and the draining of life force overwhelmed him. His vision began to blur. In the haze, Ailton seemed to perceive the figure of a mother from the television, slowly emerging, dragging her mangled form, eagerly crawling towards him. The chosen one of the Bear Nation, Ailton, has perished. The eerie tales begin to unfold. As time swiftly passed, it was now 9:30. Jiang Fan had not forgotten the rules. There were still 10 minutes until 10 o'clock, and he needed to retire to his bedroom before the hour struck. "Mother, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'm going to bed now." "All right, Xiao Fan. Go to sleep. An early night leads to good health." Jiang Fan rose and headed straight for his bedroom. Behind him, a gaze lingered, fixated upon him, until he closed the door, shutting it out and rendering it invisible. Jiang Fan locked the door behind him. He must be asleep before 10 o'clock. Regardless of what transpired outside, he could not venture out. This rule was undeniably sound. Two aspects of the rules emphasized their validity. Firstly, returning to the bedroom to sleep before 10 o'clock, and secondly, that the bedroom was a sanctuary. Venturing outside would only plunge him into peril. Meanwhile, most chosen ones had returned to their rooms, preparing for slumber. In the Stick Nation, Jean Dashi chuckled, feeling somewhat bored. He wished to return to his room to sleep, but feared violating the rules. After all, his mother had been conversing with him. Not responding could breach Rule 2, which mandated listening to his mother. Okay, Jean Dashi replied cheerfully, completely oblivious to the time on the wall, which had already reached 9:30. Time trickled away steadily until it was nearly 10 to 10. Jean Dashi received an urgent prompt from his nation. "Fool, hurry back to your room and sleep. It's almost 10. Jean Dashi jolted awake, glancing at the time on the wall. His mother disapproved of children who stayed up late and had irregular sleeping habits, insisting on entering his bedroom before 10 o'clock. The thought of the various fatal consequences in the eerie tales for violating the rules sent a wave of panic through him, making his heart race. "What is wrong, Dashi?" His mother, noticing the panic etched on his face, looked concerned and gently inquired. "Mother, it's already 10 o'clock. I need to go back to sleep." "Oh, is it 10 already? Stay and watch television with me for just a few more minutes. It's such a rare opportunity to enjoy this time with you." Jean Dashi was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at his mother. He was uncertain if denying this request would count as a violation of Rule 2. "Dashi?" His mother called softly again, observing his silence, hesitating before continuing. "Perhaps, Dashi, you should go to sleep. I can watch by myself." As Jean Dashi gazed into his mother's eyes, which reflected a sense of loneliness, his heart softened, evoking memories of his own mother, who had long since departed from this world. What seemed like an ordinary moment of watching a drama together was, in fact, a rare and cherished scene for him. With clenched teeth, Jean Dashi instinctively nodded. "All right, mother, I will stay and watch television with you for a while longer." He resolved that after 10 minutes, he would return to his bedroom to sleep. The rules dictated that one must be in bed before 10 o'clock, and the distance from a living room to his bedroom was such that a few seconds would suffice to reach it. Thus, he could enjoy a few more minutes with his mother without breaching the regulations. As Jean Dashi relaxed, observing the joyful smile on his mother's face, it felt as though he were reunited with the mother he had lost, stirring a deep sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing Jean Dashi's agreement, his mother's face brightened instantly, and she cheerfully urged him to sit down, engaging him in casual conversation filled with everyday anecdotes. 9:55, 9:56, 9:57. As Jean Dashi glanced at the clock on the wall, he continued to converse with his mother. 9:59. "Mother, I'm feeling quite tired and must go to sleep now." "Very well, go to sleep, Dashi," she replied, smiling and nodding in agreement. Jean Dashi promptly rose to head toward his bedroom. 59 minutes and 40 seconds. "Dashi, wait," came his mother's voice from behind. Jiang Dashi halted instinctively and turned to reply. Mother, yet the living room was empty. The mother seated on the sofa had vanished. The entire space felt eerily silent and desolate, save for the static crackling from the old television set. Jiang Dashi's expression shifted, and a sense of dread surged within him. Fear magnified in that moment as he hurriedly stepped into his bedroom, oblivious to the fact that the clock on the wall had just struck 10. Fortunately, he had not exceeded the time limit. This was a realm of strange tales, not reality. His mother could not be resurrected, and he must remain vigilant. Breathing a sigh of relief, he continually reminded himself that he had narrowly avoided breaking the rules, coming perilously close to death. As he turned to close the door, he noticed that the once bright living room had plunged into darkness. The oppressive darkness felt chillingly silent, as if a monstrous maw had opened wide, ready to swallow him whole. In that moment of paralysis, something caught his peripheral vision. It was a round object that appeared to be in motion. As Jiang Dashi focused on it, his face turned ashen, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror. He trembled uncontrollably, struggling to breathe. From the corner beside the door, a bloodied face emerged. It was his mother. Chapter 33. Had Mother entered the bedroom? She demanded he leave. The chosen one from a land of the morning calm, Jiang Dashi, meets his demise. Strange tales descend randomly. Having watched television in the living room before returning to his bedroom, one chosen one had perished in a single night, exceeding 1/5. No, the night had not yet fully passed. The outside world was in an uproar. Unbeknownst to us, how many souls shall depart this day? Indeed, merely a day has elapsed. Among the chosen who met their demise on this fateful day, 2/5, over 100 souls, have perished. Numerous nations have been beset by the arrival of eerie tales. In the realm of the Great Xia, within the paranormal group, Wei Jian observed the downfall of the chosen from the Korean nation and glanced at Jiang Fan, who had long since retired to bed, eyes closed in slumber. A sigh of relief escaped him. It was fortunate that Jiang Fan had already succumbed to sleep. One must admit, such foresight is commendable. Rule 10 stands validated. One must retreat to their chamber before the stroke of 10. With a flourish, Wei Jian inscribed yet another rule upon the blackboard. Within the conference room, 2 blackboards stood side by side. One delineated indisputable truths or falsehoods, while the other bore the speculative deductions from members of the paranormal group, yet to be accurately verified. The panel of undeniable truths bore scant entries, scarcely exceeding 1/4 of its capacity. Several rules were inscribed upon it. Rule 5, correct. Rule 7, correct. Rule 2, correct. Rule 10, correct. These few strokes encapsulated the entirety of the group's deductions, conjectures, and gathered data. In stark contrast, the adjacent board was filled to the brim with text. Rule 8 may be erroneous. Surveillance is not mere observation. Once subjected to scrutiny, one may fall victim to infection. Rule 9 may be erroneous. A mother loves you dearly and would not inflict harm upon you. All deaths stem from maternal actions, thereby grossly violating Rule 9. Rule 4 may be accurate. A mother detests misbehaving children. Once discovered, death may ensue. To argue and persist implies this is not a bad habit, thus resisting the mother's sinister onslaught. The 7-day cycle may be flawed, referencing previous paranormal games upon the 5th day of fleeing the town. All chances of escape are forfeited. For safety's sake, it is prudent for the chosen to uncover the method of breaking the cycle by the 6th day to triumph in the game. The board was densely inscribed with conjectures, a testament to the cumulative wisdom of the paranormal group members. Do any of you harbor further thoughts? Wei Jian surveyed the assembly. After a moment of contemplation, the group collectively shook their heads. The rules of the paranormal were finite. All conceivable ideas had been thoroughly deliberated. The remaining uncertainties could only be elucidated through experiments conducted by chosen individuals from other nations, inadvertently transgressing the rules. As the experimental subjects fell victim, Wei Jian shook his head in silence. He too found himself at an impasse regarding speculations about the paranormal. Thus far, merely a day had passed. Among the notes I had left from previous cycles, the rules to be adhered to had already seen a significant number of violations. with only 12 known rules, and discounting those transgressed by the chosen. The remaining possibilities to deduce were scant. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed to one of the hundreds of screens, exclaiming in alarm, "Look, the chosen from the heavenly realm. An issue has arisen." The assembly turned their gaze upwards, magnifying the live broadcast belonging to the heavens. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the live stream, their pupils dilated and breaths were held. How could this be? How did she gain entry? There in the bedroom stood the mother. On the screen belonging to the heavenly realm, the dimly lit bedroom appeared shrouded in darkness after the lights were extinguished. Lying on the bed was the chosen one of the divine, peacefully immersed in slumber. However, the attention of the onlookers was not on the chosen one, but rather on a hand that unexpectedly emerged from beneath the bed. Perhaps due to the night's shadows, the hand appeared particularly dark, reminiscent of the silhouette that had been seated beside the chosen one moments ago on the television screen. Slowly, the hand extended a fraction, gently tugging up the blanket that was about to slip to the floor before retreating back under the bed, as if merely assisting the chosen one in covering themselves with the blanket. The onlookers gazed silently at the blissfully sleeping chosen one, their thoughts converging. Though only a single hand had appeared, it was easy for them to speculate that the hand's owner was, undoubtedly, the mother. After all, the most peculiar aspect of this household was indeed the mother. The emergence of the mother's hand in the bedroom suggested safety. She would not have entered without consent. Yet, how did she suddenly appear in the room? Was this rule erroneous? Could the mother enter the bedroom at any time? The onlookers exchanged glances at the tightly closed door and the neatly arranged blanket, chills running down their spines, leaving them in a cold sweat. Terror. Utter terror. The mother's sudden presence in the room was a violation of the rules, yet the chosen one remained unharmed. This left the paranormal investigation groups from various nations bewildered, uncertain whether to inform their respective chosen ones of this development. Particularly for the group from the heavenly realm, they pondered whether to withhold the information about the mother's visit to the bedroom. Consensus emerged. It was prudent not to inform Stan of his mother's nighttime appearance. After all, Stan had not yet faced any danger. What if revealing the truth caused him to act nervously in front of his mother? However, what would become of the rules if they chose not to inform him? The fact that the mother had breached the rules indicated that this regulation might indeed be flawed. The mother did not require consent to enter the bedroom. After much deliberation, the heavenly realm reached a final decision. They would not disclose the mother's appearance to the chosen one. They agreed to wait until the mother requested permission to enter the bedroom before informing Stan. The group in the heavenly realm nodded in agreement and turned back to the live broadcast, only to discover that dawn had broken in the streaming room. Knock, knock. The mother's gentle voice resonated from outside the door. Little Stan, it's time to wake up for work, or you'll be late. Stan seemed to hear her, awakening from his dreams, instinctively reluctant to rise. Little Stan, may I come in to fetch something? Came the mother's soothing voice again from outside. Half asleep, Stan mumbled, okay, Mom, before rolling over to continue his slumber, a serene expression adorning his face. The moment he acquiesced to his mother's request, the once lively conference room fell into an eerie silence. The paranormal investigation team exchanged glances, speechless, enveloped in a chilling quiet. Stan's swift response had caught them off guard. They had barely processed the situation before the conversation concluded. Had their discussion been in vain? What was the purpose of their deliberation? Silence lingered for a moment. A member of the ghost story group timidly spoke up. So, do we still need to remind Stan? The leader of the Heavenly Kingdom ghost story group closed his eyes, sighed, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Inform him? Since Mom has already entered, what is there left to say? Let him be. Chapter 34. The Mother Who Came to Find the Keys. Rule 6. Perhaps it is indeed correct? Meanwhile, the chosen ones from various countries were experiencing the same phenomenon. They lay cozily in their warm blankets, the weight of sleep heavily upon them, completely oblivious to Rule 6. Without much thought, they unhesitatingly consented to their mother's request to enter their bedrooms. In fact, after most of the chosen ones agreed, they continued to slumber, entirely unaware as the doors, securely locked before sleep, were being opened gradually. Standing at the threshold was the mother, her face adorned with a peculiar smile. Motionless and fixated on the chosen ones. During this tense moment, as nations worried whether the mothers would harm their chosen ones, half an hour later, the mothers suddenly moved. They turned to close the door, no longer attempting to rouse the chosen ones, as if they merely wished to observe their sleeping forms. This action brought a collective sigh of relief. I told you Rule 6 was correct. See? After agreeing to let Mom in, nothing happened. Indeed, why shouldn't mothers be allowed in their own homes? I don't know why, but looking at that smile on Mom's face feels unsettling, though I can't quite pinpoint why. I share that sentiment. Yet the chosen ones are safe. Rule 6 must be right. Once the majority of the populace observed that the chosen ones had not encountered any danger, they categorized Rule 6 as a viable option. This led some nations to relay the news to their undecided chosen ones, assuring them that consenting to let their mothers in would not pose a threat. Of course, there were also those chosen ones who awakened at the mere sound of their mother's calling. In Italy, the chosen one, Mage, did not linger in bed. He had developed the habit of rising early at 6 to jog, a necessary skill for maintaining discipline and shedding excess weight in Italy. Even feeling drowsy, Mage promptly dressed and donned his most affable smile as he opened the door and politely responded to his mother's request. "Mom, what do you need? I can help you find it." His mother, gazing at the suddenly opened door, maintained a warm demeanor, furrowing her brows as a look of reminiscence crossed her face. "It is a key, one that your father left for me. I have searched everywhere outside and cannot find it, so I thought I might check your room. Perhaps it was accidentally left there when I was cleaning." "A key? I can help you look, Mom." "Oh, it's too much trouble. I'll find it myself. I have a better memory." His mother paused, then cautiously added, "Is it inconvenient for you, little Jay? Then I'll search in the living room instead." Mage hesitated, struggling to find his voice. Rule 6 states that your mother highly values your personal space and would never enter your bedroom without permission. If she requests to enter, you must acquiesce, for she merely longs to see you. It is known from Rule 5 that the bedroom is a sanctuary, and this rule holds truth. However, the safety of your mother remains uncertain, for the only source of potential peril in this household stems from the consequences of violating the rules imposed by her. Thus, Magia is conflicted about whether he should permit his mother into the only secure refuge within the home, and he is unsure if the rule allowing her entry is indeed correct. His mother suggests searching in the living room instead, indicating that perhaps she should not enter the bedroom at all. Just as Magia prepares to refuse her request, he receives a notification from the state. Comply with your mother's request. No danger will arise from her entering the bedroom. If you refuse, be wary of breaching Rule 2. Rule 2 emphasizes the necessity of obeying your mother. A sudden realization washes over Magia, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He nearly forgot the importance of compliance. Promptly, he smiles and opens the door wide, inviting, "Mother, please come in and look for the key." His mother nods with a smile and enters the bedroom to search for her belongings. Soon, she retrieves a key from beneath the bed. During her search, she appears solely focused on finding the key, exhibiting no peculiar behavior. Once she finds it, she does not linger, promptly exiting the room while gently saying, "Xiaoja, I have prepared breakfast. Hurry and wash up so you can eat. It won't digest well if it gets cold." "All right, Mother," Magia softly responds, watching her busy figure in the kitchen. It seems there is no issue with Rule 6. Perhaps he was overthinking. He breathes a sigh of relief and exits the bedroom. Xiao Fan, it's time to get up for work." Jiang Fan awakens, his mind hazy and eyelids heavy, yearning to continue sleeping. "Xiao Fan, may I come in to find something? What does Mother need? I can help you look." Jiang Fan replies casually, quickly getting out of bed, dressing, and opening the bedroom door. "I need a key. It's your father's. Let me help you find it, Mother." "It's too much trouble," she replies, her eyes betraying a cautious demeanor, as if reluctant to inconvenience her son's precious time. "Perhaps it's best if I search in the living room instead." "All right. I hope you find the key there," Jiang Fan responds with a smile. Although he is uncertain whether Rule 6 is indeed correct, he is acutely aware that the bedroom is the sole safe haven in the home. Whether his mother is suspicious is debatable, but there is no doubt that she is somehow related to the strange. Jiang Fan is resolute in not allowing any potentially bizarre entities, including his mother, to intrude upon the only sanctuary within the household. Rule 2 insists on the necessity of obeying his mother. However, Mother presented two choices. I could either acquiesce or decline, and the outcome would depend on my response. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's answer, Mother appeared somewhat disheartened, stirring within me an impulse to concede to her request, wishing to spare her from disappointment. Alas, I had searched the room and the living room without success, and it seemed futile to continue. Forgive me, dear husband, for I have misplaced your belongings. Mother turned away, as if wiping away tears, her frail figure evoking profound sympathy. Ah, Jiang Fan, please hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready, and it must be enjoyed while warm. Otherwise, it's detrimental to the stomach. She turned back, her eyes slightly reddened, glancing at the ajar bedroom door. Hesitating to speak, it seemed that the key she had lost must be inside the bedroom. She yearned to enter and search, yet feared her son might disapprove. Thus she chose to honor his wishes. Nevertheless, the melancholy of her loss lingered, for those keys were the only keepsake left by father. Observers of this scene, including the audience in the live stream, could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Let her in to find the keys. Countless voices cried out, their hearts aching for a mother who was sacrificing her own desires for her son's sake. Chapter 35. Refusing mother is not dangerous. Maintaining the status quo is a sound strategy. Yet others are not Jiang Fan. Very well, mother, I shall go wash up. Jiang Fan smiled gently, for he wished to heed his mother's words. With a decisive response, he exited the bedroom, shutting the door behind him, paying no heed to the tears of disappointment in his mother's eyes, and proceeded to the restroom. The viewers in the live stream expressed their bewilderment at the unfolding drama. Why won't Jiang Fan allow his mother into the bedroom? Clearly, there is no danger. I believe Jiang Fan is right. Just because there is no danger now does not mean there won't be later. The bedroom, being the sole sanctuary, should remain off-limits to anyone. Yet, denying Mother's request is also a form of safety. Mother looks so pitiful. She relinquished her search for Father's keys out of respect for her child's privacy. If it were my mother, she would have barged right in. How I envy the mothers in the world of strange tales. My family, to prevent me from locking myself in, simply removed the door lock. It has been 10 years since I left home. Hugs to those above. Everything will be all right, and happiness awaits you. In the world of strange tales. Wei Jian's eyes brightened upon witnessing this scene. Refusing mother posed no danger. It would not violate Rule 2. Wang Jia, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, the premise of refusing mother is that she presented two options. Otherwise, outright refusal would be erroneous and could jeopardize one's safety. Indeed, when Jin Dashi from the land of the morning calm sought to return to the bedroom, mother also made a request for him to stay and watch television with her or go to bed. However, the words of refusal were not direct, making them easy to overlook. Wei Jian nodded in agreement with the conjectures put forth by the members of the paranormal discussion group. He then lifted his pen and inscribed a summary on the blackboard. When a mother makes a request and two options arise, one may refuse her without infringing upon Rule 2. After writing, Wei Jian gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Fan, who was in the midst of his morning routine, and after a moment's reflection, spoke earnestly. Thus, Rule 6 permits the refusal of a mother's entry into the bedroom. It is prudent to keep her out, for the bedroom is the sole sanctuary within the home. Since one could deny a mother's access to the bedroom, it could be inferred that Rule 6 might indeed be flawed. If a rule is violated yet no crisis ensues, it suggests that the rule may not be entirely correct. Although the chosen ones who have acquiesced to their mother's entry into the bedroom currently face no immediate danger, it is often the case that peril lurks in the shadows, leading to unforeseen consequences in the unfolding tales of horror. Wei Jian paused, his serious gaze scanning the expressions of those in the conference room. Noticing their dawning comprehension, he continued, as for refusing a mother's entry into the bedroom, the likelihood of danger appears considerably diminished compared to consenting to her entry. For after all, the mother embodies the most profound enigma within this household. All threats revolve around her presence. The group exchanged glances, contemplating this revelation before nodding in agreement. The paranormal team must not only discern which rules are valid and which are erroneous, but also assess the comparative risks associated with various approaches, determining which paths yield a lower probability of peril. Given the current conclusion that denying the mother access to the bedroom poses no issues, it follows that this should be the standard practice moving forward, as the risks are slightly less than those incurred by permitting her entry. After all, on the first day, the mother had not entered the bedroom of the selected ones. Maintaining the status quo, in certain circumstances, may indeed be the wisest course of action. Once Jiang Fan completed his morning ablutions, he sat down at the table for breakfast, with his mother still by his side, chattering away. The morning meal was simple, consisting of a bowl of broth noodles accompanied by a golden fried egg. Xiao Fan, remember to take the bento I made for you to work. Don't be lazy at the office, avoid conflicts with your boss, and strive to work diligently. Don't come home too late, and be cautious when crossing the street. Unlike yesterday, when she spoke of trivial matters, today her words were filled with advice for her son as he prepared to leave for work. Each word was imbued with concern and care. Jiang Fan nodded, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already 7:40. Work commenced at 8. And who could tell what consequences awaited tardiness? In the realm of the supernatural, it is best to adhere to the rules and avoid transgressions. Jiang Fan decided not to linger over his meal any longer and prepared to take his bento and hasten to work. Observing that he had hardly touched his noodles, his mother quickly urged, "Xiao Fan, do eat a few more bites. A meager breakfast will leave you hungry at work." "All right, mother." Jiang Fan disregarded the scalding heat of the noodles and hastily finished his meal. After savoring the lunch prepared by his mother in the kitchen, Jiang Fan paused momentarily at the doorway to take the key hanging on it. Descending the stairs to the first floor, he found the lobby bustling with the same lively atmosphere as the previous day. Elderly individuals engaged in chess, children frolicked while chasing a ball, and the security guard sat at a table sipping tea. Everything radiated warmth, provided one could overlook the current hour. At just past 7 in the morning, such commotion seemed oddly out of place, rendering the scene rather bizarre. What madness is this? It's not even 8, yet the noise is unbearable. It's a disturbance, a severe disturbance. Jiang Fan thought disdainfully as he navigated his way through the raucous children. Just as he was about to step outside, the security guard interjected. "Xiao Fan, are you off to buy medicine for your mother again?" "No, I'm heading out to work now." Jiang Fan scrutinized the guard, hoping to glean some clue. The guard, as if comprehending Jiang Fan's words, nodded in agreement. "Oh, you're going to work? It's about time, Xiao Fan. You're nearly 30. It's high time you settled down. Your mother worries daily and even mentioned to me how things might turn out if you continue like this." Hearing the same words as the day before, Jiang Fan felt a pang of disappointment. His mother was undoubtedly concerned about his job prospects, and had he not agreed to seek employment yesterday, he would have faced dire consequences. With no useful information obtained, Jiang Fan ceased his inquiries and swiftly traversed the city streets, arriving at a small restaurant. Along the way, he encountered not a single resident of this strange world. The sky lacked the sun, and clouds were nowhere to be seen, yet the brightness was striking. The city was devoid of human presence. Upon exiting the community, it felt as though he had entered a realm of silence, as if his ears had become deaf. There was not a whisper of sound, no gentle breeze. It was as if he walked through an ink-wash painting, enveloped in an extraordinary stillness. This unnerved the chosen ones, as if trapped within a false world, their spirits inevitably sinking. The door to the small restaurant stood ajar. As Jiang Fan entered, he immediately spotted the rotund proprietor seated at the cash register. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's arrival, the boss seemed to activate some switch. His vacant gaze suddenly sharpened. He stiffly turned his head, fixated on Jiang Fan. With each step Jiang Fan took, the proprietor's gaze followed. Only when the clock struck 8 did the boss exhibit a slight alteration, a semblance of vitality emerging. "Consider yourself fortunate you haven't arrived late. Next time, be sure to come earlier. The restaurant's affairs are now in your hands. Remember what I told you yesterday, or you'll find yourself in a predicament." The corpulent boss expressed his displeasure at Jiang Fan's punctuality, grumbling irritably before vacating the establishment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan found himself alone in the restaurant. Chapter 36, The Tardy Lamb. Let your body serve as a fine. A fine? Young man, Do you realize that such a statement is punishable outside? Threatening others could land you in the small black room to operate the sewing machine. Jiang Fan was not idle either. He picked up a cloth from the restaurant and began to tidy up the establishment. The plump boss had stipulated that, in addition to serving customers, he must constantly maintain the cleanliness and orderliness of a hall. Early in the morning, just as the shop opened, the state of cleanliness was uncertain. Jiang Fan had no choice but to clean the area himself to ensure it was spotless. This felt akin to performing multiple jobs while receiving only a single wage, a true reflection of the realities of employment in the world. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's lament, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged, filled with expressions of frustration and agreement. In our company, they treat women like men and men like beasts. Even the dogs passing by must work. I won't even mention how exhausting the job is. The pay is pitiful, and the boss constantly dangles dreams before us, while the company is riddled with deductions and penalties. What can I say? I go looking for a job as a server, and they ask if I have a bachelor's degree. 7 days of trial without pay. Then an internship salary of 1,000 yuan for 3 months, and only 3,000 yuan upon permanent hire? Friends, the crucial question is who understands? Society keeps telling us that if we leave this position, there will be countless others waiting. When it comes to work, the audience in the live stream suddenly found themselves wide awake. Previously, the situation was manageable, merely a matter of mental fatigue and competition. However, since the emergence of the strange tales, the economy had plummeted, affecting nearly every industry, and many had been laid off. Soaring prices, unending mortgage payments, and the ever-looming pressure of the strange tales had pushed many to the brink of despair. Numerous individuals were struggling while simultaneously hoping for the arrival of the strange tales to put an end to it all. Moreover, in the cities where the strange tales manifested, as everyone else hurriedly evacuated, there existed a peculiar group of individuals. Some had come from other cities, while others were native residents. Unlike the panicked masses fleeing in despair, these individuals wore expressions of relief, appearing composed as they strolled deliberately into the heart of the strange tale city, seeking a swift end to their miserable existence. This phenomenon is why there was such a global fascination with the live coverage of the strange tales. It was not merely about the novelty or the rewards. It was about releasing pent-up stress. Once the pressure was alleviated, they could return to enduring life's hardships, marching forward toward hope. After all, despite the world's grim nature, they still cherish their loved ones, friends, delectable food, breathtaking scenery, and other small joys. As the audience observed Jiang Fan in the strange tale world, their eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope after venting their frustrations. While Jiang Fan was busy cleaning the hall, some chosen ones were sprinting down the road. Oh my! Had I known I shouldn't have been lazy in bed. It's the first day, and I'm already late. What would I do if that boss fired me? How would I find another job to appease my mother's demands? The mere thought of his eccentric mother sent Ram, the chosen one from the land of the sand, into a panic, shaking his head vigorously. He was determined to heed his mother-esque words and navigate the strange tales without breaking any rules. After a frantic sprint, Lam finally reached the small restaurant. To his surprise, he noticed a figure standing at the entrance. As he approached, he realized it was the portly owner from the previous day's visit. At that moment, instead of displaying anger over Lam's tardiness, the owner greeted him with a broad smile, brimming with warmth and enthusiasm. However, as Lam observed the owner's cheerful demeanor, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Akin to being targeted by a predatory beast, poised to be dismembered and consumed. A chill crept down his spine, and his limbs stiffened with apprehension. Despite his fear, Lam mustered the courage to step into the restaurant, though his trembling hands betrayed the terror that gripped his heart. The owner's gaze remained fixated on Lam, his welcoming expression intensifying as he entered the establishment. Without making any movements, the owner simply grinned and chuckled, remarking, "You are late. I mentioned yesterday that tardiness incurs a penalty." Upon hearing this, Lam exhaled a sigh of relief. He was indifferent to the specifics of his wages. His primary concern was navigating through the day smoothly. The notion that merely a deduction would occur, rather than a life-threatening consequence, brought him a modicum of joy. Fine. I was late. A reduction in pay today is acceptable. Just as Lamb began to feel at ease, the owner abruptly extended his hand, wearing a somewhat sinister smile. The penalty for being late is 15 yuan. Hand it over. I'm sorry, I don't have any money right now. Let us just deduct it from my wages today. Lamb replied. No, the payment must be made immediately. Lamb was taken aback. Was he expected to pay before even officially starting his job? Surely, this could not be a legitimate establishment. Moreover, where would he procure such funds? I have no money, just deduct it from my wages. Oh, little rascal. Since you lack funds, we shall have to settle the penalty with something else. The owner rubbed his hands together with evident delight, seizing Lamb and lifting him as one would a chick, dragging him from the dining area to the kitchen. As the kitchen loomed closer, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Lamb. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to escape, but the owner's grip was far too strong. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he was swiftly pulled into the kitchen. Inside, various cooking utensils were meticulously arranged, and an array of sharpened knives hung from the racks. Glinting ominously, it was as if the chef frequently employed these instruments for unspeakable tasks. Overwhelmed by the sight of the knives, Lamb's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the floor, his face paling as he gasped for air. The owner chuckled merrily, effortlessly tossing Lamb onto the chopping board. With a knife in hand, he began to taunt Lamb, brandishing the blade menacingly. Now tell me, shall we use your heart as the penalty, or perhaps your kidneys, or perhaps a leg? Like a fish poised for slaughter, Lamb could only squirm slightly, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the owner, pleading for mercy. I implore you. Today, I simply overslept by accident. Do not take my life. I am willing to forego my salary and work for you without pay. Please spare me. No, no, no. Do not wield that knife. Ram looked up to meet the gaze of his rotund employer. Those eyes were frigid, a deep crimson hue, gazing upon him as one might regard livestock destined for slaughter, devoid of any semblance of emotion. As Ram felt the blade incessantly graze his body, he succumbed to despair. Playaging fervently. No, no, no. Deduct my wages. Take all of it. I do not wish for my salary any longer. Just do not harm me. Oh, what did you say? The corpulent boss leaned down, as if he were straining to hear Ram's words, then playfully tapped the blade against Ram's face, grinning maniacally. So you propose it all be considered fine? The boss's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as his hand expertly maneuvered the knife to slice through Ram's carotid artery. A crimson torrent erupted from the severed artery, splattering across the boss's visage. Unperturbed, he continued to run the blade methodically along Ram's neck, down to his chest, and then to his limbs. Gradually, he peeled away the entirety of Ram's skin, leaving him motionless on the butcher's block, having succumbed to excessive blood loss and unconsciousness. Beneath the skin, the muscles and blood vessels pulsated rhythmically, a gruesome display of blood and sinew. Chapter 37. The resentment of the ghastly specter seemed to swell. Workload 123. Viewers in the live stream were gripped by a chill, their hearts quaking at the sight. What the hell? Is he really skinning a human alive? Without skin, can he still survive? Being late results in such a fate. I need to vomit. That fat man appears to have slaughtered fish for a decade, utterly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, the boss turned, as if he had spotted something amusing, shifting his gaze towards the live stream with an icy demeanor. His eyes widened in ferocity, a sinister smile forming as he raised the cleaver and brought it down with force. Crack! The blade seemed to strike every viewer in the live stream, each blow fatal and drenched in blood. The screen went dark instantly. The eerie broadcast commenced. The chosen one of the third nation, Ram, has met his demise. The ghastly tale descends randomly. Outside, the final image of the live stream was frozen in the boss's menacing glare. Silence enveloped the crowd, who gazed in horror at Ram, now reduced to shredded flesh. The gruesome and brutal imagery caused many viewers of the ghostly broadcast to retch. Good heavens, that is utterly repulsive. My word, to be late warrants such a gruesome penalty. Even Yama himself would be astounded by this. I suspect his surname is Zhou, as in Zhou the Skinned. Has anyone noticed that the methods of demise in this ghostly realm have become increasingly brutal and sanguinary, despite the apparent ease of the challenges? Indeed, just yesterday, a mother consumed a chosen one, and today Zhou the Skinned has emerged. In the past, the fates that befell the chosen ones after breaking the rules were not so difficult to bear. Yet now, the brutality of their ends is beyond comprehension. Rather than merely describing it as one of the 10 most excruciating tortures, it evokes an inexplicable sensation in them. This world of strange tales appears to harbor dangers far beyond those posed by mothers alone. It seems that the resentment typically associated with specters has grown considerably as well. Within this eerie realm, Jiang Fan was diligently tidying up the establishment when a group of patrons entered. The initial guests appeared relatively normal, their expressions cold and pallid, resembling corpses long departed. Though unattractive, they were at least unmistakably human. However, the last female customer who entered was so grotesque that to refer to her as human would be an overestimation, akin to bestowing a compliment upon a ghost. Her beauty was overshadowed by an alarming visage that caused Jiang Fan to step back in trepidation. She possessed strikingly lovely eyes, fair skin, and a mouth that gaped unervingly, exposing gruesome, bloodied flesh as if someone had violently torn her lips apart. This disconcerting appearance reminded Jiang Fan of the tale of the slit-mouthed woman. As the group settled at a table, Jiang Fan hastened to greet them warmly, recalling the request from his portly boss to provide excellent service to customers. The patrons' expressions remained chillingly devoid of emotion, akin to the faces of long-deceased bodies, leading one to ponder whether their demise had been particularly agonizing. One individual, clutching a menu, spoke in a raspy voice, ordering, "We would like a serving of twice-cooked pork, spicy intestines, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato and egg soup." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Your order will be ready shortly," Jiang Fan replied, retrieving the menu and jotting down the 4 dishes on a slip of paper, which he subsequently placed at the kitchen's exterior window. Just as the note was set down, it inexplicably vanished from Jiang Fan's sight. Almost immediately, sounds of fire being ignited and vegetables being chopped emerged from the now empty kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Before long, at the service window, a disembodied hand appeared, presenting several steaming plates of freshly prepared dishes. Upon closer inspection, the severed hand was a ghastly purple, with blood continuously oozing from it, drops splattering onto the countertop. Jiang Fan stared, unfazed by the sudden appearance of the hand. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. "Oh dear, this severed hand has sullied the counter. Should I clean it to maintain the establishment's hygiene?" He grimaced and glared at the bleeding appendage as he awkwardly carried the dishes away. The culinary offerings, fragrant and glistening with oil, were utterly irresistible, eliciting a pang of hunger from Jiang Fan, who was grateful he had eaten breakfast prepared by his mother that morning, sparing him from overwhelming hunger. The diners, however, maintained their icy, expressionless demeanor, voraciously devouring their meals. The sounds of crunching, reminiscent of bones being shattered, echoed throughout the restaurant. Jiang Fan turned his gaze toward the diners, who were now slurping their soup, the gurgling sounds punctuated by occasional chewing. He found himself bewildered. The soup, a simple tomato and egg concoction, bore no discernible chunks that warranted such gnashing. Did the guest truly find an eggshell in the soup? The diners, growing increasingly animated, abandoned their chopsticks and bowls, opting instead to grasp the slices of twice-cooked pork with their hands, relishing each bite with evident delight. The aroma of the food permeated the entire room. Jiang Fan felt his hunger intensifying. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed that it had been 5 hours since he finished the breakfast his mother had prepared. The rule stipulated that one must not eat between 11 and 1, so he resigned himself to waiting a little longer. Despite his hunger, Jiang Fan refrained from contemplating a breach of the rules. In the realm of strange tales, aside from the primary rules, the supplementary rules tend to hold true. For instance, the note left by his mother before boarding the bus was indeed accurate. Clearly, in this mother-esque strange tale scenario, the rules found in the bedroom constituted the primary rules, while the others encountered were negative rules. This included the regulations imposed by the rotund proprietor of the establishment. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan resolved to adhere to the rules. However, the arriving diners had no intention of letting him be. Suddenly, the slit-mouthed woman set her hands down. Wiping the tablecloth clean, her mouth, once torn, now closing again, the remnants of blood faintly visible on her face, a reminder of her once gaping maw. Step by step, seemingly bashful, she approached Jiang Fan. "Waiter, do you think I am beautiful?" Jiang Fan gazed at her grotesquely torn mouth, recalling an ominous legend. Should he respond affirmatively, the slit-mouthed woman would transform him into something akin to her. Conversely, a negative response would result in his demise. Although the consequences of a positive reply appeared less severe, Jiang Fan, being a conscientious young man, found the prospect of lying profoundly distressing. He could not bring himself to declare a being more terrifying than a ghost as beautiful as a celestial being. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan spoke earnestly and sincerely. "I believe that everyone is uniquely exquisite in their own right. Like one-of-a-kind clay." "Uniquely exquisite clay? So you think I'm uniquely ugly?" The slit-mouthed woman exhibited clear signs of anger, her mouth beginning to part again, revealing sharp teeth. Jiang Fan felt helpless. He wished to evade her question. Responding to a woman's inquiry about love is often a futile endeavor. She will only accept the answer she wishes to hear. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly. Unfortunately, he could not overpower the slit-mouthed woman. Otherwise, he would have slapped her twice to jolt her into reality. "What do you even think you look like? Get lost." Yet even if he were capable of fighting back, the other diners and the shopkeeper would surely join forces against him. Jiang Fan had yet to gain enough confidence to consider himself the mightiest in the world of strange tales. Since a forceful approach was futile, he opted for a gentler strategy. As the saying goes, if one cannot answer a question, one should pose another to divert attention. "Madam, the reason you are concerned about your appearance stems from something deeper." The slit-mouthed woman paused, her mouth's opening slowing, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, sensing an opportunity, began to speak slowly. "Oh, you see, it appears you do not pay much attention to your appearance. Just look at your lips. They lack color." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the woman with the gaping mouth suddenly extended her long tongue, brushing it against the blood on her face, and applied it to her lips. Instantly, her mouth appeared vivid and red, reminiscent of a vibrant crimson hue. "Oh, how strikingly red!" exclaimed Jiang Fan. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a tube of lipstick, originally meant for use in the ladies' restroom. "Madam, this color fades easily. Why not give this lipstick a try? It would surely complement you splendidly." The woman with the gaping mouth accepted the lipstick, her gaze fixated on it, displaying a hint of bewilderment. As she curiously twisted the tube, revealing the lipstick itself, a shocking shade of bright pink emerged, so boldly vibrant that even Jiang Fan, a staunchly straight man, found it difficult to look directly at it. There was a reason this lipstick had been abandoned. The woman examined the lipstick, her expression unchanged as she gently licked the blood from her lips, then began to apply the lipstick meticulously. In an instant, her terrifyingly wide mouth transformed into a delicate, rosy hue. "Yes, just like that. Look how beautiful it is. Like a blooming flower. This shade suits you perfectly. Madam, you need not seek validation from others regarding your appearance. For every girl is unique and possesses the right to enhance her beauty." Jiang Fan, gazing at the oversized pink mouth before him, struggled to suppress his laughter. It resembled an oversized pink carnivorous flower. Who could resist such a sight? The key detail was its glimmering pink. No, he must not laugh. He was trained for this. Unless, of course, it was genuinely hilarious. While Jiang Fan managed to charm his customer with the lipstick without any mishaps, other chosen ones faced misfortune. Stan, a chosen one from the heavenly realm, had not overslept to miss work, yet, due to his job, he had skipped the breakfast prepared by his mother. His stomach now felt empty. Watching the diners savor their delicious meals, Stan felt ravenous. "Oh, I shall never sleep in again. Damn it. Why must I work even in this bizarre world?" Stan grumbled as he carried his dish, feeling lightheaded. Observing the diners enjoying their food, He recalled the lunch his mother had packed for him. Oh, right, I still have my mother's cooking. Just a small bite should be fine, right? Stan adored his mother's twice-cooked pork. The fragrant meat paired with rice was simply divine. That fat man had said one should not eat between 11 and 1. But surely if he was discreet, it would not be an issue. Just one bite. Stan cleverly hid behind a pillar in the restaurant, ensuring diners could not see him from this angle. He quietly opened his lunchbox and swiftly grabbed a piece of twice-cooked pork, popping it into his mouth and chewing rapidly. In less than a second, he finished, quickly returning the food to the box. After tasting his mother's cooking, Stan felt his hunger significantly abate, his mind clear and invigorated. Haha, indulging in deceit without detection ensures one remains unscathed. Stan shook his head, completely oblivious to any sense of danger. Suddenly, a flash of crimson caught the corner of his eye, piquing his curiosity. What could it be? Stan rubbed his eyes and focused his gaze, discovering that the vivid red had manifested upon the diner's table. As he discerned the scene more clearly, a shiver coursed through him, goosebumps erupting on his skin, and his face paled as he sank to the ground. The once delectable and aromatic dishes savored by the patrons had vanished, replaced by gruesome chunks of blood-soaked flesh. The twice-cooked pork had transformed into raw meat slices adorned with splintered bones, while the spicy sausage had morphed into a ghastly mass of intestines, with strands resembling hair amidst the stir-fry. Stan watched in horror as the diners viciously tore apart an entire head, and he caught a glimpse of what he thought was tomato egg soup. Yet, what he perceived as tomato soup was, in fact, a grotesque concoction of flesh and bones floating in a broth of human meat. Stan struggled to suppress a scream, but was paralyzed by the horrifyingly surreal tableau before him, retreating slightly only to collide with a soft object behind him. Turning to face the squishy entity, his pupils dilated in shock, as if confronted with an even more unfathomable terror. The diners turned their heads in unison, their faces contorted into eerie smiles. It appeared that a second course was imminent. The previously vanished proprietor reappeared behind Stan, now transformed from human figure into a colossal black bear. The bear exuded a pungent scent of blood, its maw dripping with saliva and sharp teeth embedded with chunks of crimson flesh. In a panic, Stan bolted away. The grotesque appearance of the corpulent owner, the sudden emergence of fresh blood and flesh on the dining tables, and the conspiratorial whispers of the patrons all signaled that he had breached some dire rule, inviting significant trouble. Yet his speed was no match for the bear-like creature. Within mere moments, he was seized and dragged into the kitchen. The once desolate kitchen now revealed shadows of figures. Corpses dangled from the ceiling, missing various organs, some limbs entirely absent. The monstrous beings busily sliced chunks of flesh from the cadavers, tossing them into pots for cooking. Soon, a rich aroma of meat filled the air. New ingredients have arrived, cackled the bear-like creature, exchanging glances with the busy chefs before hoisting Stan up to dangle from the ceiling as well. A gust of wind swept through. The desiccated bodies swayed, and within one, a new visage quietly emerged. Heaven's chosen one, Stan has met his demise. A strange tale has randomly unfolded. Outside, in heaven, a once lively meeting fell abruptly into silence, an atmosphere thick with stillness. Now that their chosen one had perished, what more was there to discuss regarding the rules of the strange tale? Oh, it's time for a break. Dismissed. Return to rest and await the next round of strange tales to commence, said the head of the Heavenly Strange Tales group, waving a hand. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke, casting his gaze upon the lengthy line of rule interpretations behind him. One member of the group could no longer contain himself and kicked out in frustration. To hell with it. What is the point of all this reasoning? The people have vanished. Shall we burn it down after reasoning? Leave. Chapter 39. The Grinning Woman's Return Gift. An Hour of Exploration. The Grinning Woman is a good soul. Upon receiving the lipstick from Jiang Fan, she expressed concern, stating that there was only one lipstick, and what would Jiang Fan do? No need, no need. As a grown man, I am unworthy of this lipstick. After all, this lipstick is unique, meant solely for someone as extraordinary as you. Jiang Fan stepped back, hastily waving his hands in a fervent refusal. This deathly Barbie pink, give it to whomever you please. I certainly do not want it." Upon hearing his words, the grinning woman appeared delighted, her gaze on Jiang Fan becoming increasingly thick and smooth, as if it were stretching. Receiving such a singular gift, she felt undeserving of such generosity. With good intentions, she wished to present her most cherished item, the grinning woman, to Jiang Fan as a gesture of reciprocity. Jiang Fan declined this return gift, deeming it too weighty. He asserted that he was a pure and upright individual. Why should one expect a return gift for a present? Eventually, after some back and forth, the grinning woman left contentedly, promising to visit Jiang Fan often. "Please don't come. I cannot bear it." However, it was fortunate that she had not learned the ways of the world outside, insisting on forcing gifts upon me. Otherwise, even with the system's protection, I would not withstand repeated gift-giving. After bidding farewell to the grinning woman, Jiang Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. He acknowledged his inability to accept such a grand gift. Once she departed, the little shop welcomed a few scattered customers. These later patrons did not engage Jiang Fan in conversation like the grinning woman. They were more akin to mere background figures, mindlessly consuming their meals. Despite their silence, Jiang Fan was still required to shuttle back and forth, serving dishes and clearing the remnants left on the tables after the guests departed. This left him somewhat displeased. What is the purpose of background figures, if not to serve as mere scenery? Why, then, must they increase my workload? There are days I wish to rid myself of them entirely. After tidying up the tables, Jiang Fan carried the dishes into the kitchen, tossing them into the sink. The task of washing dishes did not fall to him. He was only responsible for duties in the main hall. Observing the immaculate sink, he noted that although he had brought in a large stack of dishes previously, upon stepping outside, the sink appeared to restore itself, the dirty dishes having vanished. Could someone be in the kitchen? Or was it some mysterious force at play? Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings. The kitchen was small, easily viewable at a glance. Yet he found nothing amiss. Aside from the occasional sounds of cooking that emerged when presenting the menu, there was nothing to evoke a sense of danger. The kitchen was the place within this eerie tale where, aside from the bedroom, the greatest number of items could be obtained. Regrettably, the remaining system items are scarce. Otherwise, it would be intriguing to witness the crises that might unfold after lingering in the kitchen for 5 minutes. Jiang Fan shook his head and exited the kitchen with a light step. Then, as if he noticed something, he paused and directed his gaze towards the serving hatch. At the serving hatch, a new round of dishes was being conveyed from the kitchen by a purple arm. Blood dripped steadily from the arm, yet it managed to hold the dishes with remarkable steadiness. "I told you not to dirty the stove, but you refused to listen, forcing me to clean up again. Next time, you're finished." Jiang Fan scolded the purple arm with irritation in his eyes, clearly agitated by its behavior. The plump boss had previously mentioned the rules that needed to be adhered to, but striking the purple arm was not among them. Jiang Fan now possessed enough power to eliminate some minor background elements, including the purple arm. It appeared that the purple arm was merely a bizarre fixture for serving dishes, and after being struck a few times, it showed no reaction, remaining firmly stationed at the serving counter. Its lack of response left Jiang Fan somewhat disappointed, and he sighed softly. It seemed that attempting to exploit loopholes to glean insights into the kitchen's anomalies would not suffice. He would have to directly confront the peculiarities. Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for a meal. The plump boss had stated that Jiang Fan had an hour for dining, provided it was not between 11 and 1 o'clock. Did this imply that this hour could be utilized to explore the world of strange tales? Jiang Fan gazed thoughtfully at the boxed meal. The plump boss had not specified that one must dine within the restaurant. Perhaps he could attempt to dine outside. Holding the bento prepared by his mother, Jiang Fan surveyed the restaurant, ensuring no patrons were present before expressing his disdain loudly. "This place is suffocating, filled with the smell of cooking oil. Boss, I would like to request permission to eat outside for an hour and will return afterward." As he finished speaking, the figure of the plump boss appeared at the top of the stairs. Jiang Fan was certain that the boss had not been there before he spoke. It was as though his words had summoned the plump boss. Upon his appearance, the plump boss remained silent, simply sitting at the cash register in a daze. After a moment, he spoke with a hint of malice. "Go eat, kid. You only have an hour." Upon receiving this response, Jiang Fan promptly took his boxed meal and exited the restaurant. Outside the small eatery, nothing unexpected occurred as Jiang Fan stepped out. He felt entirely at ease. Placing his mother's boxed meal into the strange tale space and retrieving the boxed meal he had won from the system lottery. While he knew his mother's meal was safe to consume, Jiang Fan still preferred to avoid it. Most of the food in the world of strange tales was made from unknown ingredients, some of which had awakening effects, while others bore the adverse effects of tainting the chosen ones. The boxed meal won through the system was aromatic and reminiscent of the dishes his mother had prepared. Twice-cooked pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. The twice-cooked pork appeared to be infused with fermented black beans, imparting a savory aroma that, complemented by the crispy meat slices and slivers of chili, made for a delightful accompaniment to rice. As Jiang Fan held his lunchbox, he hurried home while savoring his meal. It was likely that his mother was not at home at this hour. He intended to seize the opportunity of his 1-hour lunch break to use the system's chosen master key to unlock his mother's bedroom, hoping to uncover any potential clues. Chapter 40. The Gaze of Mother. The door must not be opened. The unfruitful Konkai Pharmacy. The Sunshine community was not far from the small restaurant, and Jiang Fan soon arrived at the neighborhood. Following the familiar path, he made his way to Building 7 where his home was located. The lobby on the first floor remained unchanged, with the elderly security guard sipping tea, children playing with balls, and seniors engrossed in chess conversations. In the middle of the day, these individuals seemed completely oblivious to their disturbance. The security guard, upon seeing Jiang Fan, continued to read his newspaper, showing no reaction whatsoever. What secrets might lie within his mother's bedroom? The house contained only 2 rooms. One was Jiang Fan's bedroom, and the other was his mother's. His instincts told him that significant discoveries could await him in her room. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Jiang Fan's footsteps echoed in the corridor, resonating clearly in the silence. It was indeed midday, yet the corridor remained shrouded in darkness, as if obscured by a heavy veil, with visibility reduced to naught. The rhythmic echo of his footsteps felt akin to a heartbeat throbbing violently in the oppressive gloom, evoking a sense of suffocation. Moments later, a flicker of light appeared ahead, prompting Jiang Fan to quicken his pace. The corridor seemed to possess only a single exit. Crossing through the light, he found himself on the 4th-floor hallway. Jiang Fan slowed his steps, approaching his home's door with caution. Apart from the sound of his own breathing, the corridor was devoid of any other noise. The interior was eerily quiet, suggesting that his mother was indeed absent. As Jiang Fan retrieved his key, preparing to unlock the door, a sudden chill pierced his heart. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable sensation, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He sensed danger. A suffocating aura of death loomed over him, as if he were precariously walking on a tightrope, with the abyss of demise lurking just beneath. Jiang Fan held his breath, halting his movements as the perceived threat rendered him paralyzed. In a fleeting moment, the ominous presence seemed to recede alongside him. He took shallow breaths to steady his racing heart and cautiously advanced the key once more. Snap! Danger! Jiang Fan's pupils dilated, his complexion drained of color, and he instinctively retreated several steps, lifting his gaze anxiously towards the closed door. At that very moment, when he had tentatively attempted to unlock the door, his sense of impending doom intensified, as if he were being watched by an unseen observer. It felt as though he were stripped bare, exposed to the world, with every thought laid bare before an audience, stripping away his sense of safety to its very core. Rule 8. Should you sense that you are being observed, do not be alarmed. It is merely your mother keeping watch over you. Mother is at home. Alternatively, one might say that she has sensed your presence and is observing you intently. As Jiang Fan regained his composure, his heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, sinking to the depths, and a chill coursed through his entire being. How could it be that his mother was watching him? She might very well be at home. Jiang Fan lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Residing on the 4th floor and influenced by the tales of the uncanny, the neighboring apartments seemed to be mere facades. The lengthy corridor offered nothing but their home and 2 emergency exits. The emergency exit, his very own abode. Jiang Fan turned his head, his gaze ultimately resting on the peephole of the door before him. The peephole was shrouded in darkness, rendering it ineffective for observing whether anyone was inside the house. Yet, if someone were indeed present, they could clearly see anyone outside through the peephole. He had just ascended from the emergency exit, making it unlikely for his mother to be there. Thus, it must be within the confines of his home. His mother was peering through the peephole, watching him, surveilling him. No, it was not merely observation. Jiang Fan felt that what was described within the rules was not ordinary watching. Otherwise, from where did the sense of peril originate? Through the system's check-ins and the exchange of rewards from the eerie tales, Jiang Fan had significantly enhanced all his physical attributes, including his sixth sense and bodily awareness. That sense of danger was palpably real. His mother intended to kill him. Realizing this, Jiang Fan feigned an air of indifference, speaking softly. I wonder how Mother is doing while I am at work. Does she miss me? I truly wish I could return to see her. At this moment, I wonder if Mother is at home. He then raised his head to glance at the sunlight streaming through the window, shaking his head in a display of regret. Never mind. I must return to work shortly. I should head back now. As he spoke, Jiang Fan continued to eat while slowly descending the stairs. His demeanor was calm, tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if he genuinely wished to return to see his mother. It was only upon entering the emergency exit and reaching the first floor that his inner sense of crisis began to dissipate, vanishing altogether. It appeared that indeed, his mother might be monitoring him. Upon entering the building, he had not felt the sensation of being watched. Neither had the stairwell imparted such a feeling. It was only at the door, just as he was about to open it, that the sense of observation emerged. Curiously, the sensation arose precisely when he intended to open the door, serving as a stark reminder to the chosen one that his mother was nearby, and that an ominous threat was imminent. The gaze of his mother thwarted Jiang Fan's impulse to open the door. He refrained from taking any risks. The intensity of that sense of danger was overwhelming. It felt as though the moment he opened the door, death would inevitably follow. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, Jiang Fan resumed his exploration of other realms within the world of eerie tales, hoping to uncover any clues. Alas, he searched for an extended period, finding no other accessible locations beyond the Sunshine community. There were whispers of possibilities, but they were merely the small diner and the Kongjia pharmacy, the only other place outside the community where he could check in. The small restaurant is where I am to work, presided over by a corpulent owner, a situation that is rather intolerable. However, what about the pharmacy? Jiang Fan cannot fathom that the pharmacy is merely an appendage to the small restaurant, merely a place to check in. Surely, the pharmacy must have its own rationale for existence. After some contemplation, Jiang Fan resolved to re-enter the pharmacy for further investigation. Inside the pharmacy, the same wooden-faced attendant repeated the same lines. Thanksgiving specials: buy 2 white pills and get 1 free, buy 1 blood tonic and get 1 free. Spend over 100 yuan and receive a tranquilizer. It seemed that upon sensing a customer's presence, the attendant began to regurgitate this phrase. What exactly is this blood tonic? Thanksgiving specials: buy 2 white pills and get 1 free, buy 1 blood tonic and get 1 free. Spend over 100 yuan and receive a tranquilizer. The attendant offered no response. Jiang Fan pressed on. Is the tranquilizer only free if you spend over 100? Yet, the attendant remained obstinately repetitive, not even sparing Jiang Fan a glance, utterly disregarding him. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Fan considered utilizing his hint opportunities to elicit answers. In this eerie narrative, most of the sign-in rewards were items. The hint opportunities accumulated from previous rounds, and the current round amounted to 4. Having already used 2 at home, Jiang Fan found himself with only 2 remaining. If he were to use a hint now, he feared unforeseen circumstances might arise in the forthcoming 5 days. After realizing he could not extract any clues, and with a break approaching, Jiang Fan decided to exit the pharmacy and await another opportunity. Chapter 41. Safely off work. Blood handprints in the hallway. Inside the small restaurant, the rotund owner sat, as usual, at the cash register. Upon seeing Jiang Fan return precisely on time, his expression soured. It appeared that Jiang Fan's punctuality brought him trouble, and he was keen to avoid Jiang Fan's presence. Disregarding the owner's displeasure, Jiang Fan busied himself with cleaning the little eatery. Disgusting? Were it not for the necessity of working here and the unresolved mystery, I would have long since dealt with you. It seemed the owner caught wind of Jiang Fan's grumbling. During the afternoon shift, an unusually high number of patrons filled the restaurant. This significantly increased Jiang Fan's workload, leaving him scarcely any time to rest. The demanding labor diminished his fondness for the owner further. Affection level, 99,999. Affection level, time swiftly passed, and before long, it was closing time. Throughout the day, the chosen ones from various nations, aside from a few unfortunate souls who offended customers, had all survived until nightfall. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky. Streetlights flickered to life along the roadside, casting a dim glow upon the deserted streets, rendering the world outside the small restaurant akin to a still life painting. Inside the restaurant, only Jiang Fan remained. After 7 o'clock, hardly anyone visited the small eatery. It was eerily quiet, with no sounds emanating from the kitchen. Even the violet arms that served the dishes had vanished. It appeared that everything, be it people or objects, had disappeared at precisely 7 o'clock. As the time on the wall gradually ticked away, it reached 8 o'clock. Promptly at that hour, the rotund proprietor appeared at the staircase, glancing at Jiang Fan before speaking. "Little brat, it seems you haven't left early today. Quite commendable. Come and collect your wages for the day." The manager's face bore an expression of displeasure, as if Jiang Fan owed him a debt. "Your performance today was satisfactory, and the hall is spotless, which pleases me. Therefore, I shall not deduct from your pay." The hefty boss surveyed his surroundings, seemingly pleased with Jiang Fan's earnest work ethic. He then retrieved 50 ghost coins from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Fan. Just as Jiang Fan grasped the coins, a sudden darkness enveloped the restaurant. All the lights extinguished in an instant, rendering the place eerily silent, as if it had been abandoned for ages. The air was thick with a musty odor, sharp and unpleasant. The darkened establishment exuded an unsettling aura, with meticulously arranged chairs appearing as though they were occupied by unseen figures. After the proprietor vanished, Jiang Fan once again wandered through the restaurant, but found nothing of interest before exiting the small eatery. The night air was rather chilly, prompting Jiang Fan to wrap his coat tighter around himself as he strolled slowly home beneath the flickering streetlights. At 8 o'clock, it felt exceedingly late in a world reminiscent of eerie tales. Jiang Fan noticed that even the nearby pharmacy had closed its doors at this hour. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any open establishments. Only dim lights punctuated the pervasive blackness. The entire world felt like an abyss of gloom, suffocating in its stillness. The overcast sky weighed heavily on Jiang Fan's spirit. After traversing a stretch, he arrived at his residential complex, where the lights were nearly extinguished. In Building 7, all lights were dark, save for those on the ground floor and one particular upper level. Jiang Fan glanced upwards, instinctively sensing that the illuminated floor must be the fourth. That glowing room surely belonged to his mother, waiting for him, for reasons unknown. The thought of returning home to a single light left on for him lightened Jiang Fan's previously burdened heart. Entering the building, he observed the tranquil lobby and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the lobby was not as bustling as it had been in the morning, finally returning to a semblance of normalcy. The children who had been playing ball and the elderly engaged in chess were nowhere to be seen. Only the security guard remained, leisurely sipping his tea at the entrance. As Jiang Fan stepped into the lobby, the guard suddenly lifted his head. Just as Jiang Fan anticipated the guard's customary greeting, he instead spoke, "Xiao Fan, have you finished work?" Jiang Fan quickly approached, noting the change in the guard's tone. Perhaps a new clue awaited him. "Yes, sir," Jiang Fan replied. The guard took a sip of his tea and gestured upward, a look of nostalgia on his face. "You should head home quickly. Your mother is still waiting for you." "All right, sir. By the way, how did you know my mother is still waiting for me?" Jiang Fan inquired, subtly steering the conversation. Several times, the elderly security guard had encountered him, uttering words that seemed akin to urging him to hurry to work, seek employment, or return home, reminiscent of conversations with his mother. Within this building, even if the main floor exuded an air of strangeness, it was populated with various families. The guard merely resided in the lobby. Could he possess the gift of clairvoyance, knowing that his mother awaited him? The guard fell silent, sipping his tea, his gaze becoming vacant, as if reverting to his former puppet-like demeanor. Not willing to give up, Jiang Fan inquired once more, but upon witnessing the guard's repetitive dialogue, he reluctantly departed. Thus, the guard's responses varied between day and night. "Hurry home. Your mother is waiting for you?" Jiang Fan glanced back at the elderly guard. Beneath the night sky, the guard moved slowly, sipping from an inexhaustible cup of tea. Though the guard's words revolved around Jiang Fan, they invariably included references to his mother. It seemed the guard had an understanding of their family. Jiang Fan ascended the dark corridor toward the fourth floor. Whether it was the onset of night or not, safety indicator lights flickered in the dim hallway, albeit somewhat worn. Thud, thud, thud. A faint green glow illuminated the stairwell, mingling with the echo of Jiang Fan's footsteps, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere, tinged with the essence of the netherworld. What was this? Suddenly, Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed as he crouched down, his fingers brushing against the wall of the stairwell. During daylight, the absence of safety lights rendered the stairwell pitch black, and he paid little mind to its steps. However, with the night's illumination, he discovered blood handprints adorning the stairwell walls. Various sizes of blood handprints were imprinted upon the walls, with traces of blood dripping down, suggesting that a tragic event had once transpired here. Desperate individuals had pounded the walls, leaving chaotic bloodstains hauntingly vivid. The feeble green light from the safety indicator illuminated the blood prints, casting them in a dim glow that was easily overlooked. Jiang Fan leaned in for a closer inspection, only to realize that these handprints seemed quite fresh, as if recently stamped. As he observed closely, the audience in the live stream also caught sight of the blood handprints. Initially silent, they soon erupted into fervent discussion, many frightened by the bizarre scene. Goodness, these blood handprints covering the walls resemble a scene from a horror film. The chaotic handprints suggest their owner was filled with despair. Is it just me? Or do these blood handprints on the stairs belong to the residents of Sunshine Community? Perhaps they are from a 7th building. There are children and adults. Why would they collectively leave such desperate marks on the wall? Damn, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. I'm leaving. Jiang Fan glanced at his own hands, then at the wall smeared with blood handprints, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Jiang Fan raised his hand, meticulously aligning it with each blood handprint on the wall. Perhaps, among these marks, there lies my own imprint. After 7 cycles, the note has endured. It is conceivable that in the previous cycle, I too had left my handprint upon this very wall. As he traced the blood handprints from the first to the last, Jiang Fan even scrutinized the fragmented prints. Regrettably, despite his diligent comparison, he found no handprint that closely resembled his own, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Whose bloodied handprints could these possibly be? Could they belong to the security guard downstairs? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Fan gazed at the multitude of blood handprints adorning the wall, feeling no fright at their sudden appearance. On the contrary, as he repeatedly compared the imprints, a wave of compassion surged within him. The handprints were almost entirely unique. If indeed something horrific transpired in this corridor, how many individuals must the owners of these handprints represent? The sheer number of blood handprints was staggering, with not a single blank space remaining. The prints at the bottom were layered upon one another, creating a vivid crimson wall. As he drew closer, the blood took on an increasingly darker hue, sending a shiver down Jiang Fan's spine and weighing heavily on his heart. The count of handprints he had examined, even among the complete ones, exceeded 30. Not to mention the indistinct and overlapping prints, the number of their owners was unfathomable. In addition to the handprints, Jiang Fan noticed some black marks on the wall during his examination. These black streaks spread across the upper part of the wall, appearing not to be the result of malicious intent. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he recalled seeing similar black marks before. They resembled the soot and ash left on rural cooking stoves after being scorched. After a fire, such smoky, cloud-like black traces would appear on the walls. Could it be that a fire had occurred here in the past? Beyond this, he made no further discoveries. Jiang Fan turned back to closely observe the handprints and the black streaks on the wall, quietly committing them to memory before exiting the emergency stairwell. In the corridor, as he returned to his front door, Jiang Fan instinctively reached to knock, when suddenly he remembered the house key he had taken with him that morning. With a click, the door swung open. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pair of icy eyes. It was his mother. She sat on the sofa, her head turning awkwardly to regard him. The abrupt gaze startled Jiang Fan. "Xiao Fan, you're back." In an instant, recognizing Jiang Fan, his mother's lips blossomed into a radiant smile, her gentle demeanor restored, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Yes, mother, I'm home." Upon receiving his response, her smile deepened. She hurriedly rose and entered the kitchen, bringing out the meal she had prepared long ago. "Xiao Fan, are you tired today? Come, it's time to eat." Mother had prepared the dishes in advance, keeping them warm in the pot, and even now, the food remained delightfully hot. She gently touched the bottom of the bowl, her expression radiating joy. It seemed that providing Jiang Fan with a warm meal was her greatest source of happiness and pride. The bowl was adorned with droplets of moisture, evidence that the food had been kept warm for quite some time. Meanwhile, Mother had been waiting patiently for Jiang Fan's return. With a smile, Jiang Fan nodded and, upon sitting down, lifted his bowl of rice in response. "Mother, it's not tiring at all. This little effort pales in comparison to the wait you endure for me." Jiang Fan noticed that whether it was yesterday or today, whenever he dined at home, Mother always had a meal prepared, even serving a full bowl of rice just for him. "Xiao Fan, you must share with me what you did today. Tell me the things I love to hear." Jiang Fan's words brought an infectious smile to Mother's face. With chopsticks, she picked up a generous piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in his bowl, watching him with a sense of contentment. It was as if Jiang Fan was her most treasured possession. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, he feigned an air of great satisfaction, using his chopsticks to wrap the meat in rice, happily devouring several bites. "Mother, your twice-cooked pork is still as fragrant as ever." Today, at the shop, it was quite busy. I was the only one there, and the boss didn't lend a hand at all. As he recounted the amusing events of his day, he devoured his meal with gusto, occasionally thumping his thigh in excitement. Jiang Fan's storytelling was quite entertaining. Mother listened intently, occasionally chiming in, her eyes sparkling with tenderness, akin to gentle waves. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony, in stark contrast to the fright experienced by other chosen ones. During the day's work, aside from a few unfortunate souls, the remaining chosen ones had made it safely to the end of their shifts. The romantic chosen one, Griezmann, was secretly delighted with his 50 ghost coins. Earning 50 ghost coins for a day's work, he calculated that after a few more days, he would accumulate at least 300 ghost coins. Should he survive until the next hail, these coins would be of immense assistance. Ghost coins, as the universal currency in the realm of ghost stories, could be utilized in nearly every instance. The items, currencies, and points obtained within a tale could be carried over to future stories. Griezmann mused, his smile growing ever more radiant. With a light-hearted step, he soon arrived home. The security guard downstairs greeted Griezmann's arrival, beginning to speak. However, before the guard could finish his sentence, Griezmann bypassed him, disappearing without a trace. It seemed Griezmann had exceeded the designated boundaries, causing the guard's words to abruptly cease, returning to his leisurely tea drinking. As Griezmann approached the staircase, he noticed the illuminated safety indicator and the bloody handprints on the wall. "Oh, you scared me. Aren't these bloody handprints a staple of horror films?" he quipped, his heart racing before he regained his composure. He was ravenously hungry. Having had lunch around 1 o'clock, it was now 8 in the evening, and he was utterly famished. Griezmann regarded the ominous surroundings as mere horror elements, giving little thought to the bloody handprints on the wall as he hurriedly made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he instinctively raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked for an eternity, yet his mother did not appear to answer the door. Griezmann was left with no choice but to call out loudly, "Mom, open the door. Mom." Just as he called out, the door suddenly creaked open with a sharp sound. Standing at the entrance was his mother, just as she had been the day before. However, today, she exuded a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. With a cold expression, her eyes were frigid, filled with palpable anger, as she regarded Griezmann as if he were a stranger. Unbeknownst to him, his mother was clad entirely in black, a stark departure from her usual attire. Adorning her black clothing was a small white flower, reminiscent of garments worn during mourning. "Xiaoman, why didn't you bring your key?" his mother questioned, her voice devoid of the tenderness it once held, now sharp and piercing. Each word sliced through Griezmann's heart like a dagger, overwhelming him with a wave of suffocating despair. His mother was angry because he had forgotten his key. Chapter 43. Always by mother's side, the romantic national fire disaster 23. Griezmann watched as his mother, with her impassive expression, approached him menacingly. His heart raced violently, nearly leaping from his throat, and he trembled uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to placate her, explaining, "Mom, I forgot to bring it. I was in such a rush this morning. I promise I will remember next time. Forgot to bring it? But I reminded you yesterday to take your key. You deliberately neglected my advice." "No, Mom, I simply forgot. I did not disregard your words." Griezmann realized something was amiss and hurriedly continued to explain. Unfortunately, it was too late. His mother lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her eyes reflecting a frenzied obstinacy as she shouted, "Since you refuse to heed my words, then you shall never leave the house again." Suddenly, a fissure appeared on her previously gentle face. The crack began at her eye socket, deepening and spreading down to her neck. Her entire visage resembled that of a shattered porcelain doll, its pallor revealing a glimmer akin to that of broken china, gradually fracturing into pieces. With a sharp crack, one of her ears abruptly fell away. Following that, her eyes, mouth, and cheeks began to disintegrate. Griezmann's face turned pale, unable to suppress a scream. He witnessed the fragments of his mother revealing a hollow, gaping void within her torso. One piece, two pieces. His mother's entire head shattered and vanished, leaving behind a headless corpse clad in black. The warm lights of the home began to extinguish. Soon after, every light in the building was snuffed out, plunging everything into utter darkness. Griezmann felt as though he were blind, unable to see the corridor he had traversed, and could only rely on instinct as he turned to flee. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept over him, as if something were crawling up his back. A sensation, dense and painful, began to spread across Griezmann's body, tightening its grip. His eyes widened in shock, and a profound despair threatened to overflow from his gaze, his heart plummeting into the abyss. A mass of hair, flowing like water, swiftly enveloped his legs, and soon enveloped his entire form. A suffocating feeling surged within him. Griezmann gasped for air, his eyes bulging, his mind becoming increasingly hazy, his hands grasping at the air in desperation. In an instant, the darkened live stream flickered to life. Griezmann's arms fell limply at his sides, his long tongue lolling out, his face a ghastly shade of purple. His eyes remained wide open, unblinking, as he lay within a coffin. The enormous coffin was situated in a small bedroom. Beside him, a woman clad in black gently caressed Griezmann, whispering, "You must always stay with Mommy. You must listen to Mommy. Xiaoman is the best." Outside, spectators gasped at the horrific sight of Griezmann's demise, their hearts racing, goosebumps prickling their skin. Suddenly, the screen of the Romantic Nation's live stream extinguished. The eerie announcement followed. "The chosen one of the Romantic Nation, Griezmann, has perished. A random horror has befallen, with a 30 likelihood of fire. The chosen one of Kangaroo Nation, Ingli, has died. A random horror has descended, bringing a 10-level hurricane. The chosen one of River Nation, Adam, has passed away. A random horror has emerged, affecting water resources by 20. Griezmann was not alone in his fatal oversight. Several others had also perished for failing to bring their keys. The audience outside was rendered speechless, a chill rising within them as they witnessed the chosen ones falling victim to their negligence. To die for not bringing a key. Wasn't that what Mom warned about yesterday? How absurd. Incredible. Listening to Mom's advice. If I had entered, I'd likely meet the same fate, as I never carry my keys and always rely on my mom to open the door." The crowd reflected on the tragic fates of the chosen ones, expressing their relief. After observing the fallen, their gaze shifted to Jiang Fan, enveloped in maternal affection. A wave of astonishment arose. Jiang Fan is living better than I do outside. Mom is personally serving him. Nakatashima from Sakura Nation is performing well too. But why do they seem so peculiar together? Have you noticed? Jiang Fan appears to differ from the other chosen ones, who seem compelled to converse with their mothers and display a certain stiffness. Yet, Jiang Fan is proactive in his interactions, embodying a genuine familial bond. I sense it too. Perhaps Jiang Fan harbors confidence regarding this horror. He faces what could be an eerie mother without fear. Our nation S. Baker is unafraid as well. Look, he can converse fluently with his mother. People from all nations engaged in lively discussions about their favored chosen ones, fiercely debating who possessed the greatest courage and who shared the most profound connection with their mothers. Among them, a small fraction of individuals turned their attention to the nations that faced elimination. Among all the countries, the romantic nation endured the least adverse impact. Aside from the arrival of bizarre tales, it merely experienced an increased likelihood of fires. Everyone seemed unconcerned. After all, it was merely a fire, easily preventable with a little caution. The citizens of the romantic nation shared this sentiment as well. Romantic nation, Paris. Fire? An increased probability of occurrence. But with a modicum of vigilance, casualties could be easily avoided. "Oh, dear God, you're watching over us, aren't you?" remarked Diley, a supervisor in the Louvre's control room. The renowned Louvre welcomes countless visitors daily, eager to admire its masterpieces. Even a single painting holds a value of several million. The emergence of bizarre tales resulted in a significant decline in visitors. Nevertheless, the Louvre did not reduce its disaster prevention measures. Diley, idly observing the monitoring screens, found himself growing drowsy. Suddenly, a painting on the screen illuminated with an unusual glow. What the heck? It's on fire. The light intensified, morphing into orange-red flames. A masterpiece, spontaneously igniting. The fire gradually expanded, an inferno eerily consuming the Louvre, swiftly engulfing the entire structure. Chapter 44. To save the Mona Lisa or the cat. The world begins to converge. 33. Kangaroo Country, South Continent. Following the previous failure of bizarre tales, an 8th-level earthquake struck South Continent, causing nearly all buildings to collapse. Green tents sprang up across the streets, and countless citizens were forced to sleep in these makeshift shelters, awaiting official rescue. At this moment, local time was 6 o'clock. As the sun set, casting a breathtaking glow upon the horizon, those residing in tents marveled at the beauty of the sunset. Suddenly, an orange-hued twilight swiftly crossed a patch of darkness. "Look, a meteor!" The crowd erupted in joy as more and more black meteors filled the sky, seemingly heralding a meteor shower. Just as people embraced one another, preparing to make wishes upon the falling stars, they suddenly noticed that the meteors above seemed to coalesce and draw nearer. Upon closer inspection, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as panic ensued, prompting screams of escape from the streets. Tents. People. No, that tempest is headed our way. Jesus, please grant me the strength to flee this dreadful wind. What streaked across the sky were not meteors, but tents being swept away, along with countless debris and individuals. People scattered in all directions. Some clung tightly to trees. Others sought refuge in sewers. Those unable to escape grasped at nearby tents, praying that when they soared into the sky, they would safely descend with the aid of their makeshift shelters. A 10th-level hurricane, armed with ferocious winds, left desolation in its wake. Trees, people, and homes were lifted skyward. In less than 10 minutes since the calamity struck, the real-time situations from various countries became the talk of the world, gaining widespread attention. Among them, the news of the romantic nation's Louvre being engulfed in flames swiftly ascended to the forefront of public discourse. The calamity of the Louvre, a consequence of eerie tales, resulted in the destruction of countless masterpieces. Meanwhile, in the Kangaroo Nation, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity wreaked havoc, reminiscent of a harrowing reality akin to the animated film Up. In the River Nation, the water level of its largest river receded, revealing the riverbed for the first time, prompting the president to declare that the nation might soon face extinction. as the populace expressed their sympathy for the beleaguered nations. The Inferno at the Louvre ignited a profound philosophical inquiry that echoed throughout the world. The Louvre burns, a solitary cat roams the ground, and the Mona Lisa adorns the wall. If you could salvage but one, which would you choose? At first glance, this inquiry seemed trivial, a mere spark for idle chatter. Yet, it sparked fervent debates among many. The choice of what to save transcended the physical. It symbolized one's outlook on life. The Mona Lisa epitomized art, wealth, and fame, a plethora of external accolades. In contrast, the cat represented life itself and the choices nations would make in the face of adversity. Countless individuals weighed in on the discourse. I would choose the Mona Lisa, thereby securing the rewards bestowed by the Louvre. By opting for the masterpiece, should your homeland face a choice between you and its economic prosperity, you would be the one left behind. Come now, the world's masterpieces are treasures belonging to all humanity. How can they be compared to a mere stray cat? What treasure could possibly outweigh the significance of life? A treasure is but a lifeless object, while a wild cat not only possesses life, but also the potential to propagate new generations for millennia. A wild cat, even if it possesses life, what of it? A painting is worth millions more than a mere cat. Are you suggesting that life can be measured in terms of value? If so, then the very foundations of humanity, law, and morality would cease to exist. The citizens of various nations engaged in unrelenting debates, each unable to sway the other. Regardless of the external turmoil, Jiang Fan found solace in the realm of the eerie tales. Mother, today I met a girl who asked me if I thought she was pretty. I believe every girl has the right to embrace beauty and enhance her appearance. Jiang Fan shared his day's encounter with a smile, adding some vegetables to his mother's bowl. He understood that his mother was enigmatic, connected to the strange, yet he knew that as long as he abided by the rules, danger was averted. How could he not reciprocate the kindness of such a gentle and caring mother? As he gazed upon his mother's radiant smile, he resolved to treat her with even greater kindness within the bounds of the rules. For reasons unknown, Jiang Fan felt that the strangeness within the tales possessed its own consciousness. Take, for instance, the bus driver from the previous tale. He could barter a cigarette for the chance to rewind the bus to the previous stop. If the bus and its driver were mere programmed entities, then the driver would surely have rejected his request. Yet by consenting to his plea, the driver revealed a deeper layer of complexity within the narrative. Jiang Fan does not entirely dismiss the eerie conclusions drawn within the world of strange tales. Rather, he entertains certain conjectures. He speculates that a peculiar entity or background character within this strange world possesses its own thoughts. Furthermore, he reflects on Xian, whose final conversation with him seems to stem from genuine sentiment rather than preordained dialogue. He wonders if Xian has returned home by now, perhaps enjoying a delightful dinner, accompanied by her mother's constant presence. Yet he ponders whether his own mother within this bizarre narrative possesses authentic thoughts. Jiang Fan shakes his head. The reality of his mother's consciousness remains uncertain. However, he is resolute that the portly proprietor of the small eatery undoubtedly harbors his own thoughts, evidenced by the proprietor's demeanor, which strikingly mirrors that of his former boss in a past life. The miserly expressions and attitudes are uncannily identical. Each time Jiang Fan shares a humorous anecdote from work, whether it be a complaint or a critique of his boss, his mother responds with a warm smile, readily engaging with comforting words or shared sentiments. At last, Jiang Fan reveals the 50 ghost coins he earned today. Mom, this is my wage for today. How wonderful, Xiao Fan. Our little Fan can earn money now. His mother's tone seems to overlook the fact that he is now a man in his 20s, speaking to him as if he were still her cherished little boy. After dinner, the hour swiftly approaches 9 o'clock. His mother remains on the sofa, poised to watch television, inviting Jiang Fan to join her. This time, he declines her invitation. No, Mom. I feel a bit tired today. I wish to rest early. Oh, is that so? You really want to keep me company? His mother does not insist upon his presence, leaving him with a vague opportunity to refuse. Observing her evident disappointment, Jiang Fan does not retract his words, but instead heads straight back to his room. Accompanying his mother in watching television seems to yield little in the way of clues. Occasionally, his mother's inquiries even perplex him. His concern is not about providing incorrect answers, but rather a desire to return to his room to search for something. Earlier in the day, his mother mentioned needing to find a key. He wonders if this was merely a pretext to enter his room, or if she genuinely seeks the lost key. Jiang Fan does not dwell on this too much. He simply gazes upwards, as if peering through a veil into another world. He considers the rules he has deduced thus far and whether other chosen ones encountered his mother searching for the key that morning. If so, where might the key be hidden? Jiang Fan's musings resonate through the channels of the Strange Tale broadcast, echoing across nations. At this moment, the lives of those in two worlds begin to intertwine. Chapter 45. We should hold high expectations for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan yearns for solitude. Outside, within the realm of the Great Xia's Strange Tales group, the leader, Wei Jian, observes the scene and immediately commands the consolidation of all deduced rules. The rules encompass not only the primary 12 regulations, but also the additional stipulations encountered by the unfortunate chosen ones. Wei Jian surveyed the established rules, paused thoughtfully, and then spoke again. Let us also send those conjectures we have deduced. Jiang Fan might find them beneficial for his own conclusions. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie, a member of the Strange Tales group, furrowed his brow, his hesitation evident as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lei Yan, observing Lan, yes inner turmoil, gestured for him to speak. Team leader, should we send all the conjectures at once? It seems excessive, considering it amounts to nearly 10,000 words. The support team of the Strange Tales group consists of the most brilliant minds from across the Great Xia. This talent pool includes the elderly, middle-aged individuals, and even university students, all gathered to amalgamate diverse perspectives on the conjectures and ideas surrounding the enigmatic rules. Given the vastness of Great Xia, even a single provincial capital could yield 34 individuals alone, not to mention the numerous cities within each province, each harboring multiple aspiring researchers in the field of strange tales, leading the nation to opt for inclusivity. Presently, over 30 individuals were convened in the conference hall, with nearly 500 members in total across various provincial subgroups. With such a plethora of conjectures, Wang Jie speculated that, excluding duplicates, they could easily compile an entire encyclopedia. Wei Jian paused, seemingly recalling the multitude of member conjectures, and then stated solemnly, "Now, you must expeditiously eliminate any redundant hypotheses, striving to confine the conjectures within 20 words. Additionally, please outline the methods of demise of the other chosen ones, ideally from the beginning to the present." Wang Jian nodded, suddenly struck by an idea, but was interrupted by Wei Jian. "I know what you wish to express. I trust Jiang Fan. The rule hints are not limited by word count. Yet nations endeavor to provide accurate answers, and some conjectures will not appear in the hints. The multitude of conjectures, while abundant, ultimately serves little purpose for the chosen ones. In fact, the disadvantages may outweigh the benefits. Given the overwhelming diversity of conjectures proposed by individuals from various fields, most of which seem reasonable and correct, they may in fact lead to erroneous conclusions. Such confusion, arising from plausible yet misleading conjectures, poses a significant risk, potentially steering the already hesitant chosen ones towards misguided paths. Therefore, despite the knowledge that rule hints can be unlimited in length, most nations opt for concise and precise cues, keeping the word count minimal. Nevertheless, Wei Jian holds faith in Jiang Fan. From the outset, Jiang Fan has exhibited unwavering conviction in his thoughts, radiating confidence. The conjectures we provide on Strange Tales will not only avoid disrupting Jiang Fan's thought process, but may also assist in clarifying some ambiguous hypotheses, inspiring him further. Wang Jian nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, and gazed up at Jiang Fan on the screen. "Are you resolute in your convictions? Do you possess confidence?" He discovered that Jiang Fan appeared quite distinct from the chosen ones of other nations, exhibiting a peculiar fear of death that was absent in others. It seemed as though Jiang Fan was destined for victory, firmly believing he would triumph in the eerie challenges ahead. "Did you notice this as well?" Wei Jian smiled, his eyes gleaming with brightness. Even though Jiang Fan refrained from uttering many words of assured victory, an undeniable confidence radiated from him, instilling a sense of unshakable belief within me. We ought to harbor substantial expectations for Jiang Fan. In the bedroom, Jiang Fan waited for quite some time. This notification was not as swift as the previous one in the tunnel. The delay made him almost suspect that the Great Xia's horror team had overlooked his request. Moments later, upon finally receiving the nation's prompt, Jiang Fan eagerly clicked to open the message. Where could the key possibly be? Perhaps amidst the top 10 actresses globally? Jiang Fan began to patiently scrutinize the information provided by the nation, committing it to memory. A minute passed. Why is there still another page? Jiang Fan paused, continuing to meticulously peruse each piece of information. 2 minutes later. Goodness, this has already reached 10 pages. Jiang Fan sighed and flipped to the next section, driven by a desire to uncover the extent of the material. 5 minutes later. At last, it concluded, totaling nearly 50 pages of information. Jiang Fan lay on his bed, feeling despondent, simply wishing for some tranquility. The nation had categorized each type of prompt. The key is beneath the bed, correct rules, incorrect rules, other death rules. Different approaches by the chosen ones, group conjectures and evidence. Above are all the materials acquired by Great Xia. We trust you can sift through to find the useful information. Good luck, Jiang Fan. The entire horror team. This left Jiang Fan feeling somewhat relieved, as he need not search aimlessly, yet also fatigued. The sheer volume of over 50 pages was densely packed within the dialogue box of horror prompts. Just remembering the information on a single page was enough to make one's head spin, let alone 50. Ultimately, he also noted the nation's encouragement. They truly believe in me. Were it not for my photographic memory, recalling these conjectures without muddling them would be a formidable challenge. However, since you have such high hopes for me, I cannot afford to let you down. Chapter 46. The Damage to the Door. It seems that Mother does not wish to harm the chosen ones. Jiang Fan chuckled bitterly, beginning to examine the conjectures word by word. Mortality. After dedicating a full half-hour to reading through the materials and eliminating incorrect inferences, he retained the essential information. Thus, the hotel rules are mostly non-negotiable. The plump proprietor has transformed into a black bear spirit, with corpses hanging in the kitchen. Could it possibly relate to that episode of Journey to the West featuring the black bear spirit? Is the key indeed beneath the bed? After reviewing the information, Jiang Fan's mind cleared significantly, granting him a modicum of understanding regarding the obscured kitchen. He then bent down and felt beneath the bed. A cold key was quickly located. The key that had manifested in my room serves as undeniable evidence that it originally belonged to the Chosen One's chamber, rather than being a fabricated excuse conjured by my mother. Jiang Fan contemplated the key. If my mother had indeed fabricated a lie, the key would not have appeared beneath the bed after my refusal. What then motivated her to enter the room in search of this key? Is it significant to the Chosen One or the unfolding narrative, or does my mother seek to retrieve memories from the past, deliberately using an excuse to access the room? Regardless of the rationale, Jiang Fan resolved to safeguard the key. Should it prove useless, all would be well. However, if it holds value, well, I possess the ultimate key. When it comes to unlocking, who excels better than Jiang Fan of the Great Xia's eerie tales? As for the innkeeper's transformation into a black bear monster, that was an unexpected development. If the innkeeper becomes a black bear monster, the Chosen One may face a grim fate at the hands of the innkeeper, ultimately becoming a dish. Furthermore, there exists a chef in the kitchen, yet one must violate the rules by dining between 11 and 1 to behold this anomaly. Jiang Fan's brow unfurled in realization. The midday mystery was finally unraveled. The kitchen was not devoid of the uncanny, but rather, it was hidden from his sight. The mere thought of someone lurking in the kitchen, with corpses dangling above, sent shivers down his spine. Would those eerie beings be watching him when he entered the kitchen? Might the bodies sway towards him? Given this, that hand may not belong to a human, as the kitchen is filled with monsters. Could it possibly belong to a corpse? As for the other established rules, they align closely with my deductions. Rule 2. Heed your mother's words. Correct. Rule 5. The bedroom is safe. Correct. Rule 6. One will not willingly enter the bedroom. Correct. Rule 7. Locate mother within 10 seconds. Correct. Rule 10. Sleep by 10 o'clock. Correct. The known rules warrant attention. Moreover, Jiang Fan keenly observed the various methods of demise across nations. He discovered that approximately 60% of death stemmed from disobedience to maternal guidance. According to the materials, every moment at home, individuals consistently perish for neglecting their mother's counsel. Disregarding maternal advice seems to be a persistent theme from the very beginning. Mother has continuously communicated with us, presenting an array of requests. This underscores the necessity of listening to her, aside from questionable statements she may make. Her advice is crucial to the entirety of the eerie narrative. Moreover, what mother imparts appears to be, for our benefit, finding employment, carrying keys, go to bed early, and so forth, all constitute well-meaning suggestions. After witnessing the demise of chosen ones due to maternal influence, Jiang Fan gradually formulated a hypothesis. Is it possible that the underlying intention behind what mother conveys to the chosen ones is not to inflict harm, but rather to foster their well-being? This extends even to watching television. During a previous instance, when mother inquired about what was on the television, Jiang Fan had provided an intriguing response. Is it not a desire for Jiang Fan to join in watching television, indulging in the delight of amusing shows? Presently, even within the confines of his bedroom, Jiang Fan can still hear the sound of laughter emanating from the living room, a joyous and hearty laughter. He chuckles softly, rubbing his tired eyes. He's been poring over documents for quite some time. Suddenly, he halts, his eyes narrowing as he gazes at the locked door. When he entered earlier, he had hastily searched for the key and had overlooked it. Now, with leisure at hand, the minor peculiarities of the door become apparent. Jiang Fan leans closer to the door, tracing the marks upon it. Yesterday, he had noticed signs of damage, leading him to speculate that something had attempted to breach the room. Now, it appears that new marks have emerged, evidently made during his absence at work. As the door had remained unscathed that morning, could it be that his mother entered his room while he was away? No, that could not be the case. Rule 7 states that his mother would not enter his room without his consent. Otherwise, she could have forced her way in this morning. It is indeed true that she would not intrude upon his sanctuary. Thus, aside from the previous supposition of something trying to enter, there remains only one possibility. The extent of the door's damage signifies the degree of mysterious corruption it has suffered. Jiang Fan's expression darkens. He had surmised yesterday that the door might suffer harm from external forces, rendering his bedroom unsafe. To his dismay, upon his return today, the damage has significantly worsened. He estimates that, at this rate, the door will be completely compromised within 3 days. With today marking the 2nd day, by the 5th night, the door could very well be irreparably damaged. The 5th day is far from the 7-day cycle. At that time, should the door be broken, Jiang Fan cannot fathom the sensation of awakening in the middle of the night to find someone standing at the entrance. It would undoubtedly be exhilarating, so much so that he might perform an acrobatic leap from his bed. Listening to Jiang Fan's analysis, the outside world is taken aback, particularly nations other than the Great Xia. They are not merely astonished by Jiang Fan's ability to hypothesize so much. Rather, they are incredulous that the Great Xia has provided the Chosen One with a wealth of information. Have they lost their minds? How could they transmit so much information to Jiang Fan without fearing he might waver in his conjectures? In such a short time, can one truly assimilate all this data without becoming confused? Just wait. You will regret this decision. Poor Jiang Fan, the Great Xia misleads you. Come to our nation instead. The majority of people from other countries express skepticism regarding the Great Xia's decision to impart so much information to Jiang Fan, believing that an excess of data will only lead to confusion for the Chosen One. This has been validated in previous cycles. Meanwhile, the citizens within the country also harbor doubts about Jiang Fan, yet they refrain from vocalizing their skepticism. The choices made by the nation are undoubtedly grounded in rationale. All that is required is unwavering belief, although there exists a faith in the decisions of the state. One cannot help but feel a pang of anxiety when confronted with the ridicule and skepticism from other nations, until at last the nation rises to the occasion. In a moment when the world cast doubt upon the Great Xia, the official proclamation emerged. Great Xia, we have faith in Jiang Fan. He shall not disappoint us. Instantly, a wave of reassurance washed over everyone. The resolute declaration from Great Xia infused confidence in each individual. Numerous voices began to echo in the comments, countering the foreign criticisms. I believe Jiang Fan will not be bewildered by excessive information. He is undoubtedly capable of achieving excellence. Jiang Fan, I trust you. The nation believes in you. You will surely succeed. Go away. Jiang Fan would never come to your country. You take everything and claim it as yours. And now you won't even spare Jiang Fan, will you? Jiang Fan will certainly prevail. Keep pushing forward. In response to Great Xia's resolute statement, the nations fell into silence. Soon after, they reacted with derision. The emperor of the Cherry Blossom Nation even mocked during an interview, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, word us. We would never dare to provide the chosen one with such a plethora of information. If Great Xia lacks the talent to deduce the correct rules, our Cherry Blossom Nation is willing to assist, provided we receive merely 1,000 tons of supplies." Amidst the global discourse within the realm of strange tales, Jiang Fan had already comprehended the deductions relayed by the nation, and after firmly etching them into his memory, it swiftly approached 10 o'clock. It was time for him to retire for the night. Suddenly, the laughter of his mother watching television in the hall fell silent. Shortly thereafter, a light and cheerful voice broke the stillness. "Xiao Fan, are you asleep?" This gentle voice mirrored a mother's curiosity about her child's slumber. Jiang Fan opened his eyes, instinctively inclined to respond to his mother. Yet, all at once, a chill coursed through him as he recalled something. Rule 10. Mother disapproves of children who stay up late or have irregular sleeping patterns. Please ensure you are in your bedroom and asleep before 10 o'clock. During this period, regardless of any sounds heard, treat them as if nothing has occurred. Chapter 47. Xiao Fan, please open the door, mother. I won't open it during this time. Any sounds must be disregarded as if they were non-existent. The call of his mother was one such sound. Uncertain of the validity of this rule, yet inferring from the preceding directive about sleeping before 10, it was reasonable to assume that this rule held a high probability of being correct. I must not respond to my mother. Indeed, I must ignore her as though she were absent from the home. Jiang Fan remained silent, seated quietly on his bed, his gaze fixed upon the door of his darkened bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking resonated within the confines of the room. In the pitch-black chamber, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, as though it were peering into the dwelling. The pale moonlight mingled with the darkness, weaving together into a deep indigo hue. Xiao Fan, a series of eerie tones seeped through the wooden door, infiltrating every corner of the bedroom. Though seemingly distant, Jiang Fan felt as though someone was whispering softly behind his ear, a voice imbued with an ethereal and mournful quality. A chill ran down his spine, the sensation creeping from his limbs to the depths of his heart. His mother, not hearing Jiang Fan's response, continued to call out for him. With each persistent plea, the knocking grew more frantic, as if his mother was in a state of urgency. Gradually, the sound intensified, becoming sharper, until the door was met with a violent barrage of knocks. Bang, bang, bang. His mother, now impatient, seemed to be forcefully colliding with the door, each impact causing the entire room to shudder. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, anxiously gazing at the rickety wooden door, fearful that it might be breached by the relentless assault. The door appeared remarkably resilient. After a lengthy assault, even Jiang Fan grew weary, his eardrums nearly deafened by the incessant knocking. Yet the door remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Bored, Jiang Fan yawned as he observed his mother still pounding at the door. He felt exhausted. Turning to the bedside, he found a tissue and stuffed it into his ears, seeking to muffle the noise. Glancing at a magazine on the nightstand, he then lay down and succumbed to sleep. The bed seemed to possess a certain enchantment, isolating him from his mother's calls. As he lay upon it, the urgency of her shouts diminished significantly, almost fading away entirely. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. The viewers of the live stream couldn't help but chuckle, tension dissipating into laughter. Goodness, Hasn't T-Mom tired herself out yet? If she is exhausted, she should take a break. She can't possibly wake Jiang Fan. Mom, it's not so much about waking Jiang Fan. I just wanted to knock on the door for some exercise. Mom, grumbling you can sneak around with men, but you can't even open the door. Jiang Fan. How dull. I'm going to sleep. Do as you wish. Ha ha. Seeing Jiang Fan sleep so soundly makes me want to buy the same mattress. Jiang Fan. Not 999 yuan. Not 99 yuan. Just 99 yuan. Delivered to your home. Family, what are you waiting for? Place your orders. In the summer live stream, almost everyone was amused by Jiang Fan's antics. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan remained unresponsive to his mother. However, the other chosen ones instinctively responded to her calls just like in the morning. Sakura Country. Nakajima Island. Are you asleep? Mom needs to talk to you. Why, what is wrong, Mom? Nakajima instinctively murmured. She recalled that when her mother called her, she had to respond and find her. After replying, she was about to get up to open the door when suddenly she froze, feeling a chill run down her spine at the dark ambience of her room. Oh, so Nakata Island is still awake. The mother knocking at the door seemed to have heard this, and, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, uttered a single word before quickly ceasing her knocks, refraining from calling out to Nakata Island again. Inside, the knocking ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, another sound emerged. Tap, tap, tap. Talp, talp, talp. Nakata Island froze, cautiously turning her head towards the door. This sound emanated from within. It seemed as if something was twisting the door lock. Was her mother trying to come in? Or was it something else? A wave of fear washed over Nakata Island as she shrank deeper into her blanket, urgently calling out, Mother? Mother, are you there? What is wrong? No response came from outside. In the faint moonlight, she could see the locked door beginning to turn slowly. With a sudden thud, the door creaked open. Bathed in the dim light, Nakata Island discovered that no one stood at the threshold. Her mother was not there. How had the door opened? And who was knocking? Just as confusion enveloped Nakata Island, a familiar face suddenly appeared before her. Her mother's face. Nakata Island's pupils constricted, her complexion drained of color, and her limbs turned cold and stiff. There stood her mother, fixated on her face pressed tightly against the door as if it had sprouted from it. A male visage. Upon seeing Nakata Island, her mother became animated, her eyes ablaze with fervor. The face embedded in the door twisted into a maddened grin, her lips stretching unnaturally toward her cheeks. Why are you still awake? Don't you know that staying up late is detrimental to your health? Does Nakata Island not wish to sleep? Her mother muttered, her expressions shifting erratically, resembling a deranged patient. Witnessing this scene, Nakata Island felt as though her heart might cease to beat. A face composed solely of skin was conversing with her from the door, a nightmarish spectacle. Yet, the reality was far more harrowing. As her mother continued speaking, her face began to slide down from the door, dropping to the ground, crossing the threshold. It crawled directly to the bedside, gnashing at the blanket as the face strained to ascend. It was coming towards her in a bizarre manner. Nakata Island hastily attempted to evade, but her mother's face launched into the air. Drenched in blood, it plummeted onto the bed, swiftly landing upon Nakata Island. It crawled at an alarming speed onto her face, adhering to her as if coated in glue, completely enveloping her visage. Nakata Island screamed, desperately attempting to pry this horrifying face away. But her mother's face was as solid as concrete, seemingly affixed for eternity. Since you do not like to sleep, let me take your place and help you rest early. Her mother's face cackled, the excitement and eeriness of her voice reverberating in Nakata Island's mind. As the words faded, black tendrils began to seep from the edges of her mother's face, burrowing into Nakata Island's skin. These tendrils pierced through her flesh, intertwining with her very being. Ah, the pain! Nakata Shoko was engulfed in torment, feeling as though something was gnawing at her flesh and draining her blood. She struggled, her hands clawing desperately, rolling on the bed while screaming. Gradually, the dark lines on Nakata Shoko's face vanished entirely. The edges of her face, once affixed, began to heal seamlessly, concealing her original visage without a trace. As the last remnants of her skin fused, Nakata, Shoko, lay still, quietly on the bed like a lifeless body, devoid of any breath or motion. How splendid! Henceforth, our Shoko would be able to sleep soundly. Mother would always watch over you, Shoko. With a raised hand and a tilted head, Mother revealed a satisfied, eerie smile. The onlookers outside the live stream trembled in fear, having never witnessed such an absurd demise. Is this some sort of skin painting? Goodness, unlike other skin paintings that possess a body and seek their own face. This face evolved and could soar into the sky in search of another body. Stop it, Sob. My mother's calling me from outside the door. I don't even know whether to respond. Ah, Mother is knocking at the door. It's over, help me. Haha, the one upstairs. I've been without a mother since childhood, so I'm not afraid. But wait, how did this mother come into my life? I watched a mother's face fly and felt no fear, but after reading the comments from all the brilliant minds in the chat, I was utterly terrified. Nakata Shoko of Sakura Country has perished. The eerie tale descends randomly. The tales of horror reverberated through every corner of the world. The chosen one of Sakura Country met their demise due to a single response. How terrifying! The death trap set by Mother could easily ensnare the unwary. The failure of Sakura Country served as a cautionary tale for others, reminding them that after 10 o'clock at night, one must never respond to their mother. Regardless of the situation, even a single word could lead to annihilation. Many nations hastily sent warnings to their chosen ones. Alas, it was too late. Rule 7. Responding immediately and constantly to Mother had become their instinct. Many chosen ones were unfortunate enough not to receive the warnings in time. Most instinctively replied to their mothers. Nations could only watch as mothers enter the rooms, silently witnessing the reports of their chosen one's demise. Chosen one Smith of Fish Country has died. The eerie tale descends randomly. Chosen one Rudin of Iron Brother Country has died. The eerie tale descends randomly. Chosen one Henry of East Tower Country has died. The eerie tale descends randomly. With a mere call, Mother extinguished the lights of dozens of nations. The tales of horror descended, with casualties exceeding 1,000,000, until the remaining chosen ones avoided the pitfalls and ceased to respond to their mothers. However, some chosen ones were enduring even more terrifying experiences. Hearing the relentless knocking of their mothers, the chosen ones remained awake, despite not responding. Even lying on the bed, they were agitated by the noise, unable to find rest. Among all the chosen ones, it seemed that only Jiang Fan could sleep soundly. Was it because Jiang Fan stuffed his ears with tissue and read magazines, allowing him to slumber more deeply? The magazine selection disc. In a nation plagued by severe insomnia, the local president's eyes gleamed with inspiration upon witnessing the situation. He promptly issued orders. Quickly, procure all that is needed. Soon after, as leaders from various countries observed their chosen ones finally succumbing to sleep, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the halls of power. Thank goodness. If they do not sleep soon, they may never find rest. Night passed swiftly, and just when it seemed the crisis had dissipated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In a dimly lit room, Jiang Fan's live stream took a strange twist. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath the bed, reminiscent of the trials faced by the chosen one. Stan, from the heavenly realm. This hand posed no harm to Jiang Fan. It merely tugged gently at the covers. However, the circumstances were far more ominous for the chosen ones from other nations. Instead of a mere hand, it was the very presence of their mothers that materialized in their bedrooms. In the stillness of the night, the door creaked open, clad in a flowing white gown. The mother entered the room with an eerie, vacant smile, lifting the blankets to tuck in her child. Yet, it appeared she had exerted an excessive amount of force. What seemed like a nurturing gesture turned sinister, as the heavy covers enveloped the chosen ones' heads, obscuring their vision. Confusion mingled with an unsettling chill. This method of covering was reminiscent of preparing a corpse for rest. The weighty blankets constrained them, locking their heads in a suffocating embrace, stifling their breaths. Gasping for air, many chosen ones awoke abruptly, yanking the covers from their faces to inhale deeply. It was then they noticed their mothers standing silently beside the bed, gazing at them. Though she wore a gentle smile in the shadows, it appeared hauntingly menacing. Panic ensued, and terrified screams filled the air. No, do not speak. It could mean death. Witnessing this scene, leaders from various nations turned green with fear, hastily sending warnings to prevent their chosen ones from facing peril. Surprisingly, despite the terrified cries, the mothers did not harm their children. Instead, they spoke softly, as if soothing a frightened infant. Do not be afraid. I have come to tuck you in. Sleep well, and do not catch a chill. Were they truly safe? Wasn't it said that after 10 o'clock, no matter what transpired, they must remain unresponsive? As the chosen ones gazed upon their mothers, tenderly adjusting their blankets, they recalled an additional rule and exhaled in relief. Rule 11. If you awaken at night to find your mother standing beside you, do not panic. She is merely tucking you in. They were not dead, and it seemed this rule held true. Fear dissipated, replaced by a newfound warmth in their hearts as they perceived their mothers standing by their sides. Mother, please go to sleep. I promise I will not let the cover slip again. I just want to see you for a moment longer. Now, close your eyes. All right, Mother. Her words seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Many of the chosen ones, who had previously been filled with trepidation, soon found themselves enveloped in a profound drowsiness after heeding their mother's words. With eyes shut, they quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, nations around the globe began to react, realizing that the chosen one's responses would not result in death. The mother appeared in the bedroom, devoid of the innate conditions of Rule 10. Concurrently, as the figures of mothers gradually emerged in the dreams of various national chosen ones, many were left perplexed, observing the arms of a select few, such as Jiang Fan. In contrast to the actual presence of most chosen ones' mothers, they were astonished. What could account for this discrepancy? Why the divergence? It is essential to note that all chosen ones share identical scenarios in their respective realms. The options experienced during the eerie narratives are also the same. Only if someone made a different choice could the original path deviate. In other words, among the chosen ones, some have transgressed the rules and become tainted. Chapter 48. Has Jiang Fan encountered problem? The dilemma of entering or not entering. The persistence of Wei Jian. The violation of rules leading to contamination has resulted in the varied circumstances presented. Who, then, has breached the rules? As nations observed the contrasting scenes unfolding, they swiftly reached a conclusion. The complete mother, when compared to the dismembered hand, revealed an evident peculiarity to the latter. Reflecting on the choices made by the chosen ones from different countries that morning, the truth dawned upon all. Rule 10 is indeed correct. The mother must enter the bedroom. Those chosen ones who did not permit the mother to enter have violated the rule, resulting in the manifestation of the dismembered hand in the bedroom. After all, Rule 11 states that if one awakens at night to find their mother standing by the bedside, there is no cause for alarm. She is merely concerned that you have not covered yourself with a blanket. It is normal for the mother to appear in the bedroom, to tuck in the chosen ones. However, there is no mention of the dismembered hand's appearance being a normal occurrence. In light of this comparison, the answer becomes evident. The presence of the dismembered hand in the bedroom is erroneous. The appearance of the mother is the correct outcome. Those nations witnessing the dismembered hand have made an erroneous choice, transgressing the rules, and have already been subjected to eerie contamination. Our nation's chosen ones made the right decision. I knew it all along. Rule 6 is correct. Some chosen ones prevented their mothers from entering the bedroom, and now they understand the consequences. I feel sympathy for Xia. What a pity. Just when a seemingly intelligent chosen one emerged, they too fell short at the second round. The chosen one from Ugly Country, Baker, also made a wrong choice. Alas, I must inform Baker tomorrow to allow his mother into the bedroom. Why do I feel that the dismembered hand coming to tuck in the blanket is the right choice? After all, it was the mother who tucked me in just the day before. Many people engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Outside in Xia, as they gazed at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Fan, a sense of concern washed over them. Had Jiang Fan perhaps made a grave mistake that led to the appearance of the dismembered hand? After all, Rule 6 has been validated by the chosen ones of other nations, affirming its correctness. Consequently, Rule 11, due to the implications of Rule 6, may also hold truth. Wang Jia, a member of the paranormal group, expressed his deep concerns. The rules state that the appearance of a mother is deemed normal, while the severed hand is conspicuously absent from mention. If one party is normal, the other must inherently be the opposite, abnormal and erroneous. In the realm of the uncanny, the emergence of erroneous scenarios can only signify one possibility: contamination. Jiang Fan has been contaminated. The group leader, Wei Jian, occasionally furrowed his brow and shook his head, as if lost in contemplation. His serious demeanor reflected a heavy heart, as if grappling with profound thoughts. After a lengthy pause, Wei Jian finally spoke, albeit slowly. However, Jiang Fan seemingly had made no erroneous choices apart from preventing his mother from entering. Several others, including the chosen one from the ugly nation, Baker, who has managed to endure thus far, have also made the right decisions. Additionally, refraining from allowing his mother entry has not resulted in any harm. A brief silence enveloped the conference hall. Indeed, those chosen ones who made erroneous elections had long been eliminated. The survivors typically represent those who have made correct choices. Nonetheless, this does not preclude the emergence of two disparate situations. Yet, it is sometimes the case that making an erroneous election does not lead to immediate demise. Some group members countered, subsequently presenting an image of the previous chosen one from the cherry blossomation, Chuan Tianyu. In the image, Chuan Tianyu's eyes were infested with crimson parasites, his expression eerily distorted by a smile. Upon arriving at the bus terminal, he swayed, his body stiff, before turning towards the distant city of the uncanny. Just like Chuan Tianyu, who had not truly perished, he nonetheless failed to escape the realm of the uncanny. Being infected by parasites signifies a gradual decay, ultimately leading to death. During this time, none of us realized that the Cherry Blossom Nation believed until the end that Chuan Tianyu had succeeded. But what does reality reveal? Chuan Tianyu's condition mirrors that of Jiang Fan's at present. Despite seemingly making the right choice, he has been contaminated in ways we cannot perceive. Suddenly, one member spoke up. This statement garnered the agreement of the assembled members of the paranormal group, who nodded in affirmation of this viewpoint. However, a small faction of members maintained their faith in Jiang Fan, countering, but the severed hand has already appeared in the bedrooms of all chosen ones last night. Could it be that the chosen ones from yesterday have already been contaminated? As those words fell, a member promptly stood. Why can't they be contaminated? Perhaps the mother is the awakening puppet that saves the chosen ones. Yet, the mother herself is the greatest enigma within this household. Rule 9 stipulates that the mother will not harm the chosen ones. Those who perished had transgressed the rules. If the rules are not violated, the mother remains the tender figure she has always been. The members of the paranormal group erupted into fervent debate, resembling a bustling marketplace. The atmosphere was tumultuous. Faces flushed with indignation, as if a brawl were imminent. This left the team leader, Wei Jian, in a state of exasperation, his hand pressed against his forehead, his mind a chaotic swirl. Even he could not discern which side held the truth. The crux of the matter lay in the bewildering nature of two potential outcomes. Rule 6 stipulated that a mother entering the bedroom posed no life-threatening danger, whether it was a rejection or acceptance. The appearance of a severed arm at night and a mother tucking in a child under the covers bore no inherent peril either. In this moment of indecision, Wei Jian found himself at a loss. Just then, a phone call pierced through the cacophony of the meeting, casting an unexpected silence. Currently, the matter of supernatural tales was of utmost national importance. Those who could call during this critical juncture were not ordinary individuals. Wei Jian promptly answered the call, his expression a mixture of surprise and comprehension as he listened. Moments later, after hanging up, he surveyed the curious faces of his colleagues and spoke slowly. The supernatural team from the neighboring country has reached a decision. They will advise the chosen one, Baker, to allow his mother into the bedroom in the morning. As a major power that had not yet experienced the presence of a mother, this decision compelled those still resistant to the idea to relent. The neighboring country boasted some of the world's most brilliant scholars and had achieved the highest victory rates in all supernatural games. Now, even they deemed it necessary to inform Baker of this change. What did that imply for their own position? Suddenly, another call rang out. Less than a second after hanging up, the phone chimed again. A series of calls represented the consensus of several nations, nearly all of which aligned with the neighboring country's decision to permit mothers into the bedroom in the morning. Only one nation remained silent, Xia, which had yet to propose that Jiang Fan allow his mother into the bedroom. Realizing this, a member of the supernatural team promptly suggested, should we inform Jiang Fan now, recommending that he let his mother into the bedroom in the morning? This proposal was met with thoughtful consideration. After a brief pause, the entire team, except for Wei Jian, reached a consensus. Observing the unanimous agreement, Wei Jian pondered deeply, his gaze cast downward to conceal his inner turmoil. He struggled to convince himself of the validity of the viewpoint that permitted mothers into the bedroom. Why do you all believe that the appearance of a monstrous hand signifies something sinister, while the presence of a mother is deemed correct? He mused. I hold a different perspective. Although it is evident that the monstrous hand is unsettling to you, you seem to overlook an important detail. The mother has never entered the bedroom without the chosen one's consent. She always remains outside. The incident involving the chosen one from Sakura country, Nakajima-ko, was a consequence of her violating the rules, which led to the mother intruding upon the sanctity of the bedroom. According to the case of the Stamp Nation, can we infer that those chosen ones, who were interrupted by their mothers while covering themselves with quilts, have indeed breached the rules? After all, the chosen ones had securely locked the door before drifting into slumber. The members of the Weird Tales group exchanged glances, hesitating and grappling with their thoughts, their faces betraying disapproval. It was evident that they were inclined to inform Jiang Fan to open the door, yet they refrained from voicing their concerns. They did not wish to undermine the usually composed and serene man, who, in this instance, was fervently advocating for his stance. They wanted to convey to him that perhaps he was merely overthinking, conjuring a distorted conclusion. They wished to dissuade him from his obstinate fixation, which could jeopardize not only Jiang Fan, but also the populace of the skyscraper. Chapter 49. The Compromise of Wei Jian. The Purification of Evil by Baker. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the fall of a pin would resonate with clarity. Ultimately, Wei Jian lowered his arms, his complexion ashen. He had yielded. If his actions were to lead Jiang Fan down a misguided path, even if Wei Jian were to take his own life in contrition, it would not rectify the horrific consequences that ensued. He lacked the conviction to assert with unwavering certainty that his conjecture was indisputably correct. He could not bear the weight of Jiang Fan's life, nor could he shoulder the safety of the entire populace of the Great Xia. Nevertheless, Wei Jian mustered the resolve to propose an alternative. What if we transformed Jiang Fan's decision-making into informing him of the situations in various nations? Allow Jiang Fan to arrive at the final decision on his own? Upon witnessing their compromising leader, the members could only nod in agreement. Typically, when significant decisions are made, nations directly instruct the chosen ones on their course of action, rather than inundating them with references and soliciting their opinions, leaving them to choose. After all, while the state cannot oversee the entirety of the Weird Tales game, dictating the actions of the chosen ones at all times, it can serve as a collective decision-maker in critical matters to minimize losses and safeguard millions of citizens. As for whether to issue direct commands or offer choices, the members concluded that it bore little significance. Had this been the case previously, they would have categorically disallowed it. However, this time, all references unanimously supported allowing mothers into the bedrooms. If Jiang Fan were not foolish, he would inevitably make the same choice. Observing the consensus among the group, Wei Jian gazed solemnly at the sleeping Jiang Fan in the live broadcast room. Jiang Fan, I can only assist you up to this point. I hope my conjecture proves accurate. After all, you wouldn't want your mother to come in, would you? The following morning, on the third day since the chosen ones had entered the realm of Weird Tales, Baker, the chosen one from the ugly nation, received a notification. Baker, allow your mother into the bedroom. Yesterday, you refused her entry, and a severed hand appeared at night, tainting you. Quickly agree to let your mother in. The notion of permitting his mother into the bedroom caused Baker's expressions to fluctuate wildly, his aversion unmistakable. His refusal to allow her entry the previous day was not due to a belief that Rule 6 was erroneous. Rather, it was he harbored an innate aversion to allowing his mother into his sanctuary. Why, in both the eerie realm of folklore and the mundane reality, did she persist in her curiosity about his bedroom? What was so captivating about it? Did the mere act of prying into his toys and attempting to educate him truly provide such a sense of accomplishment? A wild obsession flickered in Beck's eyes. His countenance darkened, and his clenched fists bore the strain of bulging veins. From a tender age, he had cherished his toys, meticulously crafting each one with his own hands. He reveled in transforming the revolting, slimy frogs into serene, impeccably preserved specimens. In those moments, Beck felt an exquisite joy, convinced that he had bestowed a soul upon the frogs, granting them immortality. Yet, mere singular toys failed to satiate his desires. Thus, he embarked on a quest to create a diverse array of playthings: frogs, rabbits, cats, and dogs. However, his creations did not go unnoticed by a certain individual, who condemned him as a fiend. Beck vehemently disagreed. He had infused all that was grotesque with beauty, embodying an angelic force meant to vanquish evil. How could that person dare to utter such slander? They even trespassed into his bedroom and discarded his beloved toys. Such an act was utterly despicable. In his magnanimity, Beck bore no grudges against this individual. He clung to his noble intention of purging evil and sought to purify them, granting them eternal life. It was on that day that Beck acquired a new toy, one that deepened his self-awareness. He realized he was indeed a celestial envoy tasked with purifying malevolence. How could he remain fixated on trivial evils? No, the greater evils were those deserving of cleansing. Alas, he could not transform them into toys. Otherwise, he would be deprived of his other cherished creations. Reflecting on his toy collection brought him solace, dissipating the malice and obsession etched upon his face, replaced by a gentle smile. Knock, knock, knock. His mother was at the door once more. Beck, dear, I cannot find the keys I misplaced. I have searched the hall, the bathroom, and my room. The only place left is your bedroom. May I come in a look? Beck suppressed the tumultuous emotions bubbling within him as he descended from his bed. Opening the door, he greeted his mother with a smile. All right, mother, you may enter. Upon receiving the notification from the country of the grotesque, other nations began to send their alerts. Almost all the chosen ones opened their doors, willingly permitting their mothers to enter their bedrooms. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan also received the notifications from his country. Chapter 50. The Sunset Red Romance. When did this loudmouth flower arrive? It was observed across various nations that mothers entered the rooms of the chosen ones to tuck them in at night. We deduced that the chosen ones might be tainted upon entry, and perhaps the mothers could purify this contamination. All nations consented to the mother's entry, based on the intelligence we gathered. Early in the morning, Jiang Fan received a notification from the state. The message was quite simple, merely posing the question of whether to allow his mother into his bedroom. Although Jiang Fan was given the choice, the implication was clear, nudging him to conform like the other chosen ones and permit his mother entry. With a slight scoff, Jiang Fan glanced at the notification, finding it quite tedious. Why should allowing his mother into the bedroom be deemed normal when the presence of the dismembered hand, which had appeared the previous day, was considered strange? Shaking his head, he remained resolute in his original stance. The logic was straightforward. The dismembered hand had first manifested in the chosen one's bedroom that very night. It was only after the decision to let his mother enter that its condition changed. Jiang Fan believed that permitting his mother inside was, in fact, the erroneous choice and could likely lead to contamination. Rule 6 stated that the mother would not enter the bedroom unless the chosen one consented. Thus, the act of her entering, even if merely to tuck him in, would violate this rule, unless some error occurred that exempted her from adhering to it. That error was quite apparent. Knock, knock, knock. His mother's gentle rapping echoed from the door. Jiang Fan sighed and softly replied, Mother. Beyond that, he felt no urgency. Even if he were mistaken, it mattered little. He could always allow her in later, since she was capable of dispelling abnormalities. Waiting a few days would not be a detriment. Most importantly, he must not forget that he possessed a protective charm against the anomalies. This charm could eliminate 50% of the contamination and render him invulnerable for 10 minutes thereafter. If he were to be contaminated upon her entry, the protective charm would automatically activate to cleanse him of the pollution. Jiang Fan, I have searched everywhere for the key. It is nowhere to be found. Neither in my bedroom, the living room, nor beneath the sofa in the restroom. Please, may I enter your bedroom to look for it? I promise not to disturb your belongings. It's the only keepsake your father left for me. His mother pleaded at the door, her tone dripping with desperation. It seemed that she had exhausted all options, shyly coming to disturb Jiang Fan once more. Her voice tinged with a tone of helplessness that tugged at the hearts of many viewers in the live stream. Please, let your mother in. The chosen ones from other countries have all allowed their mothers into their bedrooms. It must be the right choice. Surely the state has provided Jiang Fan with guidance? Why hasn't he opened the door yet? Could it be that Jiang Fan is reluctant to let her in? Don't do it. If he doesn't open the door, he risks contamination. As his mother's voice echoed once more, Jiang Fan remained unmoved, even covering his ears to indulge in a brief slumber. Occasionally, he offered perfunctory responses to his mother's pleas. In the meeting room of the Great Xia, the attendees were momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Why isn't Jiang Fan opening the door? Did Jiang Fan truly fail to comprehend the underlying implications of the hints? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and disapproval. Though they had faith in Jiang Fan's capabilities and his prudent nature, they were nonetheless perturbed by his reluctance to open the door. After all, every other household had welcomed their mothers into their sanctuaries, yet Jiang Fan stood as a solitary exception, denying entry to his mother. In contrast to the collective unease, the group leader, Wei Jian, quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing Jiang Fan's dismissive demeanor towards his mother, Wei Jian silently hoped that Jiang Fan too harbored concerns for his mother's safety and refrained from allowing her into the only secure space of their home. One could only wish that their suspicions were correct. Within the realm of the bizarre, Jiang Fan yawned, finally donning his attire before rising from his slumber. Outside, his mother had ceased her calls, seemingly disheartened by Jiang Fan's response. As he opened the door, he paused momentarily, sighed, and softly addressed her mother. There she sat on the stool, just outside the door, her expression indicating discomfort, her eyes swollen and red, as if she had recently been saddened by Jiang Fan's refusal. Upon seeing him emerge, she stood up and cautiously began to speak. Jiang Fan, may I? Before she could finish, Jiang Fan interjected, I'm sorry, mother, but I do not wish to allow anyone into my bedroom. His mother sought to retrieve a key. Yet Jiang Fan had already inspected his room the previous day and confirmed there was no key to be found. Mother, if we lost father's belongings, let them be. Out with the old, in with the new. By the way, mother, Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, then suggested, I think the security guard at the entrance seems quite amiable. Why not consider a romantic sunset with him? After all, I could use another father figure, couldn't I? Most importantly, I don't want you to dwell on father too much. I wish for your happiness. His earnest gaze was filled with concern, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he were genuinely contemplating his mother's well-being and yearning for a new paternal figure. Upon hearing this, his mother was momentarily taken aback. Her lips twitched as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately she fell silent, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she gazed at Jiang Fan. The onlookers outside erupted in laughter, some exclaiming, Oh my, this is too hilarious. The security guard downstairs? Jiang Fan, you might as well introduce your mother to the neighbor, old Wang. Is this what they call a devoted son? Truly filial. But mother is quite beautiful. If she is open to it, perhaps I could be considered. Not a chance. Mother is mine, as long as one is bold enough. Every day can be a holiday. Throughout history, such poignant love stories abound. Characters like Nie Xiaoqian by Suzhen and Dong Yong remind us that as long as two people are in love, their differences are inconsequential. So Jiang Fan, go for it. Sigh. I wonder if Jiang Fan's words might invite danger. Everyone laughed, yet their eyes remained glued to the live stream, filled with concern. Would mother be angry? In the realm of peculiar tales, unexpectedly, After Jiang Fan firmly declined, when introducing the elderly security guard as a companion to his mother, her expression appeared less sorrowful. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with joy as she playfully covered her mouth and said, "You little rascal, hurry and wash up for dinner. That old man has a wife." Jiang Fan realized the truth. No wonder the old man never parted with his thermos. It was merely a facade. Nodding, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Mother's breakfast was once again ready, a bowl of clear noodle soup topped with a beautifully fried golden egg. Jiang Fan devoured the noodles with fervor, relishing their flavor. After yesterday's work, he understood that this bowl of noodle soup prepared by his mother had excellent satiating properties. Even after several hours at work, he wouldn't feel hunger pangs. Thus, he woke up early today, eager to consume a bit more noodles to stave off hunger and avoid breaching the small shop's rules. Watching Jiang Fan slurp up the noodles with such enthusiasm, his mother's eyes glimmered with affection as she cheerfully remarked, "Slow down, dear. No one is competing with you. If you're still hungry, I can make you more. Just say the word, and I'll whip up as many bowls as you like." As long as our little Fan is satisfied. Jiang Fan took a bite of the egg, revealing its delicate, soft yolk. "Mom, this is more than enough. Your noodles are simply divine." If it weren't for the fear of being late, Jiang Fan would have asked his mother to prepare several more bowls to savor during the next Peculiar Tale session. These noodles truly kept one alert, and they were irresistible. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for work. Jiang Fan stepped out of the community with the lunchbox his mother had prepared. The security guard at the entrance greeted him with the same phrase, "Oh, Jiang Fan, are you off to buy medicine?" Jiang Fan hurried towards the small eatery, noticing the plump owner's disdainful expression. Pausing for a moment outside, he leisurely sat down, timing his entrance to the very last minute. This nearly infuriated the portly owner, whose face flushed red with anger as he glared at Jiang Fan, seemingly on the verge of a tirade. "What's the matter? I arrived a minute early. And that's not satisfactory? I haven't even counted this minute in your pay." Jiang Fan retorted without hesitation. The owner, both furious and anxious, suddenly seemed to consider something, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he said, "You better pray you don't cause any trouble today, or else, little rascal. Just wait and see." Meanwhile, nearly all the chosen ones had arrived at their posts. This time, very few were late, thanks to the national reminders and the chosen ones' early rising. Only a handful met their demise. After a day of work, even when faced with bizarre patrons arriving to dine, the chosen ones maintained their composure, ensuring the safety of the restaurant. By midday, even the hungriest among them refrained from eating, mindful not to breach the rules. In every nation, the chosen ones encountered perfectly ordinary customers. Everything seemed to be on the right track, save for Jiang Fan. Before him stood a woman with a beaming smile. Her lips painted a garish shade of deathly Barbie pink, resembling a bashful figure known as the Slip-Mouth Woman. After a brief moment, her demeanor shifted to one of despondency. When did this wide-mouthed flower arrive? Chapter 51. The Return of the Slip-Mouth Woman, a visit to the Kongjia Pharmacy. Buy 100 and receive calming pills. Jiang Fan pressed his forehead, his eyes devoid of spirit. Has she truly returned as a repeat customer? If there were any merits in his actions, he would certainly amend them. I implore you, do not return. Each day, encountering this pink carnivorous flower dampened his spirits. The Slip-Mouth Woman observed Jiang Fan, covering his forehead, and suddenly opened her wide mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Feeling perhaps she had overstepped, she diminished slightly, adopting a ladle-like tone as she inquired, "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Surely, you're not about to grow a mouth yourself? Damn it, grow a mouth." Jiang Fan forced a smile, continually reassuring himself. "Fear not, do not worry." Before him stood merely a carnivorous flower, pink and rather adorable. He then replied, without a blush or a racing heart, "No, I merely felt joy at your arrival, astonished by your return. I am so happy it has left me a bit dazed. Nothing more." As his words faded, the Slip-Mouth Woman bashfully turned her head, twisting slightly. Her smile widened, spilling forth a torrent of blood due to her gaping maw. "My mother taught me that one should not accept gifts without reciprocation, hence my return. You truly do not need to slit your mouth. It is quite lovely. Really, I must decline. Thank you. I seek your life. Will you part with it? Unfortunately, the establishment had its rules, necessitating warm hospitality towards customers. His enthusiasm was excessive. He needed to restrain himself. Jiang Fan smiled and skillfully shifted the topic. Dear customer, you must be here for our delectable food. What do you intend to order today? A bowl of head soup. Is it the tomato and egg soup? Indeed, the slit-mouthed woman exclaimed, recalling the enticing red broth of the dish, salivating as her mouth gaped wide. After soothing the slit-mouthed woman, Jiang Fan presumed she would depart post-meal. To his surprise, she lingered throughout the morning at the restaurant, sipping her tomato and egg soup while casting furtive glances at him with her gaping mouth. Finally, when mealtime arrived, Jiang Fan seized the takeout box and stealthily slipped out through the back door. He regretted sending that lipstick yesterday, cursing under his breath. He made his way to the adjacent Kongjia pharmacy. Having uncovered no useful information the previous day, Jiang Fan resolved to try again. Presently, only the Kongjia pharmacy, the restaurant, and the security guard were viable places for inquiry. Returning home was out of the question, lest his mother be present. The security guard was accessible daily. There was no need for a dedicated investigation, as he seemed rather fixed in his routine, merely repeating a few phrases. Upon entering the pharmacy, Jiang Fan found the staff still holding signs, their expressions vacant as they recited the same phrases repeatedly. Thanksgiving offers delightful promotions. Purchase 2 packs of Xiaobai pills and receive 1 free. Buy 1 pack of Qi Shui Yi and obtain another at no cost. And for purchases exceeding 100 yuan, a complimentary Inshun won will be provided. Jiang Fan refrained from inquiring further. His previous attempts to extract information through varied queries had yielded identical responses from the clerk, indicating that his approach was misguided. He had previously acquired a bottle of Xiaobai pills through system sign-in, known for treating various coughs. Concurrently, he pondered the other 2 products mentioned by the clerk. Was it possible that purchasing these items would unlock valuable insights? Jiang Fan bypassed the clerk and began to search the pharmacy for Qi Shui Yi and Inshun Wan. The shelves were brimming with an array of medications. After considerable effort, he finally located several boxes of Qi Shui Yi at the bottom of the shelf. The packaging bore a striking resemblance to real-world medications, with a detailed description on the back. Brand, Qi Shui Yi. Ingredients. Information. Effects. Alleviates dull pain or discomfort in the chest or back. Promotes blood circulation. Price, 50 yuan. Xiaobai pills served to treat various coughs, while Qi Shui Yi aimed to invigorate blood flow and alleviate chest pain. His mother seemed to exhibit some cough symptoms. On the first day, during a meal, she had gently coughed a few times. However, as Jiang Fan recollected the specifics of Qi Shui Yi, he shook his head. Aside from cough, his mother appeared to be in good health. Could Qi Shui Yi merely serve as a background prop, merely to meet the purchase requirement of 100 yuan? Momentarily pausing, Jiang Fan picked up 2 boxes of Qi Shui Yi and approached the clerk, producing 100 ghost coins to complete the transaction. If I spend 100 yuan, will I receive an Inshun Wan? Given his earnings of 50 from the previous day, he would have struggled to reach the required amount. However, he had signed in for 100 yuan in the living room, which was just sufficient with a little extra. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, the clerk remained expressionless, reciting the same promotional spiel. Thanksgiving offers delightful promotions. Purchase 2 packs of Xiaobai pills and receive 1 free. Buy 1 pack of Qi Shui Yi and obtain another at no cost. And for purchases exceeding 100 yuan, a complimentary Inshun Wan will be provided. Jiang Fan waved the medications and money once more in front of the clerk. I am purchasing 2 boxes of Qi Shui Yi for 100 yuan. Just as he believed the clerk to be impervious to change, she abruptly halted her previous motions, blinking her dark eyes as they fixed upon Jiang Fan. Chapter 52. The Efficacy of Inshun Wan. Successfully passing 7 days. Observing this, Jiang Fan quickly reiterated his request. The clerk finally snapped back to reality, regarding the medications and money in Jiang Fan's possession with a standard smile. You wish to check out? 2 boxes of Qi Shui Yi total 100 yuan. A purchase of 100 grants you a complimentary Inshun Wan. With a smile, the clerk placed the Inshun Wan into Jiang Fan's hand and took the 100 ghost coins. The pill was not packaged in a box, but rather in a small disposable plastic bag, containing a solitary black pill. As Jiang Fan watched the clerk place the ghost coins into her wallet, her expression radiated satisfaction, prompting him to reflect silently. No wonder his previous inquiries had drawn no responses. It seems that, as the adage goes, a doctor does not treat the impoverished, but rather is enticed by monetary gain. Jiang Fan accepted the small black pill, its effects detailed on the back. Brand name, Anshin pill ingredients, efficacy, enhances the body's vital energy, aimed at treating various ailments. Manufacturer, Yongxin Group contraindications. This product should not be taken with any non-Yongxin Group products, as severe consequences may ensue. This is the newly launched Anshin pill by Yongxin Group, renowned for its ability to alleviate a multitude of illnesses and bolster physical health. From the common cold to cancer, it holds the potential for healing. The staff enthusiastically extolled the virtues of Anshin pill, as if they had personally witnessed its miraculous effects. While promoting the product, they presented a box of Anshin pill, announcing a Thanksgiving special, now only 998 yuan. Would you care for a box, dear customer? Heal your ailments or enhance your vitality. Yongxin Group? Jiang Fan paused, a look of surprise crossing his features. The term Yongxin Group struck a familiar chord within him, as if it had echoed in his memory from somewhere. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the source of his familiarity. It was that hospital, the bus stop in front of the Daxing Market, Yongxin Hospital. Enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Fan. Both Yongxin Group and Yongxin Hospital share the same name. However, his curiosity remained minimal. Observing the sunlight community within this narrative realm, it was hardly surprising for Yongxin to make an appearance. The staff continued their relentless promotion of Anshin pill, but Jiang Fan declined to make a purchase. Following his refusal, the staff exhibited a hint of disappointment, yet maintained a confident smile. No worries, sir. After experiencing the miraculous effects of Anshin pill, you will surely return for this product. Nevertheless, this Anshin pill cannot be consumed with any medications outside of Yongxin Group. Otherwise, side effects may occur, potentially leading to a state of coma. But rest assured, sir, this is a normal occurrence. You will awaken after a few hours. A coma? With other medications? Jiang Fan glanced at the vial of qi blood liquid in his hand, realizing it was not a product of Yongxin Group. Thus, consuming qi blood liquid and Anshin pill concurrently could indeed induce a comatose state. As the staff spoke, they handed Jiang Fan a small red glass bottle. It was quite diminutive. Ah, this is a complimentary gift with your purchase of qi blood liquid. Jiang Fan observed the miniature sample with a sense of resignation. How amusing. He had expected a full-sized gift. Much like the Anshin pill, it seemed only samples were offered. As Jiang Fan contemplated further inquiries, the staff reverted to their previous vacant demeanor. Thanksgiving special. Buy one small white pill, get one free. Buy 2 qi blood liquids. Get one free. Spend over 100 yuan and receive an Anshin pill. Noticing the staff's return to their habitual state, Jiang Fan chose not to press for more information. He had already gleaned a clue and felt no need for further inquiries. Moreover, he lacked the requisite 100 yuan to entice the pharmacy staff. Jiang Fan scrutinized the Anshin pill, his brow occasionally furrowing, pausing intermittently in thought as he pondered the pill's true effects. The Anshin pill, developed by Yongxin Group, is claimed to cure all ailments, a notion that is undoubtedly far-fetched. Nonetheless, irrespective of its plausibility, the most pertinent aspect remains the efficacy of the Anshin pill. According to the staff at the store, it can indeed treat illnesses. However, when combined with medications outside the Yongxin Group's offerings, it may induce a state of unconsciousness. Is it truly the case that purchasing Anshin pills serves as a remedy for my mother's cough? The advertisement boasts that a full set of treatments leads to a free Anshin pill. Jiang Fan's thoughts were a tangled web, swollen with complexity. He harbored numerous ideas, but struggled to weave them into a coherent narrative. After some contemplation, he found himself returning to the small eatery. The establishment was open, yet scarcely occupied, with only the plump proprietor seated at the cash register. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, the owner glanced at the clock on the wall and, with a scowl, grumbled, "Kid, you're on time this time. Count yourself lucky." Was the owner implying a penalty for tardiness? A spark of realization illuminated Jiang Fan's mind. Dispelling some of the fog that clouded his thoughts, the hidden answers began to emerge. Yes, wages. Excluding the first day, the chosen ones would work for 6 days, earning 50 ghost coins per day, totaling 300 ghost coins for the week. Moreover, the pharmacy's promotion indicated that upon reaching 100, a free ancient pill would be awarded, and the other medication required to complete the order was not from Yongshin Group. The ancient pill was certainly not intended for my consumption, which strongly suggests it was for my mother. However, the primary function of the ancient pill is to treat ailments. Even after working 6 days and earning 300 coins, it would not suffice to purchase a full course of the ancient pill. 3 pills are clearly insufficient for healing, thus implying a singular purpose. Jiang Fan paused, articulating his final conjecture. The ingestion of these disparate medications could lead to unconsciousness. The 3 ancient pills he procured must be intended to be taken alongside the other medication, inducing side effects that would render my mother unconscious. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Fan felt a surge of clarity. According to his earlier deductions, the door to the bedroom could hold out for another 2 or 3 days before succumbing, likely failing on the 4th or 5th day. Thus, the prescribed game duration spanned 7 days. With only 2 days remaining, was he to resort to sleeping on the streets? A night spent away from home would be deemed a bad habit, a violation of the rules inscribed on the note, and clearly an erroneous course of action. Until the advent of the ancient pill, its purpose was to induce unconsciousness in his mother after 10 o'clock at night, thereby ensuring a safe passage through the dangers of the night. Chapter 53. Entering Mother's Bedroom. The purchase of ancient pills is imperative. According to the working days of the chosen ones, by the 5th day, he would have accumulated enough to buy 2 ancient pills. These 2 pills would be sufficient to safely navigate the remaining 2 days. Yet, what would it matter to safely traverse the last 2 days? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, acutely aware that merely surviving the 7-day cycle was not the solution to the game's enigma. The note did not merely state survive, it spoke of escape. Escaping the cycle of 7 days is the ultimate challenge of this eerie narrative. The bedroom, plagued by strange erosion, is no longer a daunting challenge after a week of safety. These are merely the foundational conditions for success. It seems that a visit to my mother's bedroom is inevitable. Perhaps I could seize the opportunity to enter while she is in a state of unconsciousness. This would be the most effective method for gaining access. While ordinary chosen ones require 5 days to render their mothers unconscious, I can achieve this in just 4. After Jiang Fan successfully acquired the calming pills, more chosen ones gradually discover the nearby Kangjiao pharmacy. In a land of pasta, Maijia, holding a lunchbox prepared by his mother, gazes out at the street as he eats. During these days of eerie tales, aside from the first day, which afforded some free time, the remainder has been a monotonous routine of work and home. This relentless busyness has left Maijia with little more than a few self-conjectured rules and additional reminders from the state, none of which have proven useful. The conditions for clearing this eerie tale revolve around breaking free from the cycle, rather than merely surviving the 7 days. He cannot accept that merely passing the time between home and work for a week will suffice to complete the quest. As for waiting for further clues from the state, Maijia believes that some leads may be undiscovered by other nations, let alone providing useful hints for clearing the challenge. During mealtime, he is allowed to leave the small restaurant, as the state had shared the new hints yesterday. After finishing his lunchbox, Maijia prepares to venture outside. Just a short distance from the eatery, he notices the pharmacy with its door ajar. In this desolate city, it is the only establishment making noise. Upon entering, the pharmacy clerk repeats the same phrase. Regardless of Maijia's inquiries, this unchanging demeanor begins to frustrate him. Just as he is about to exit, a sudden thought strikes him. He turns back and casually picks up a box of medicine from the shelf. How much is this medication? He asks in a different manner. In the next moment, the clerk responds, 25 yuan, sir. Would you like to purchase it? Maijia's eyes gleam with excitement. The clerk has finally engaged with him. He considers reaching for his money, but then hesitates, shaking his head and indicating that he will not buy it. This action earns him a disdainful glance from the clerk, whose expression grows noticeably sour. I would like to inquire about this little white pill, qi shui yi, and the calming pill. Were their effects? The clerk, perceiving him as a stingy customer, refuses to answer his questions and reverts to monotonously repeating the pharmacy's Thanksgiving promotions. Resigned, Mai Jie places the medication back on the shelf and decides to explore further. With only 50 yuan earned from yesterday's work, he cannot afford to investigate the clerk's mentioned promotion. Mai Jie resolves to return to make a purchase once he has accumulated 100 ghost coins. Perhaps his wages are meant for acquiring these items. After all, following today's work, one now possesses 100 ghost coins. It was not only Ma Jie who took note of the Kangjia pharmacy. Some chosen ones have shed their initial trepidation regarding the restaurant's rules and bravely ventured out of the small eatery, exploring every corner of the city. Of course, a small faction of the chosen ones remains hesitant, still cowering within the restaurant, fearful of the dangers that may lurk outside. Meanwhile, some nations, upon witnessing their own chosen ones embarking on explorations of the pharmacy, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Look, their chosen ones exhibit remarkable courage. Conversely, others were incensed to see chosen ones huddled within the restaurant. Why, knowing there are no clues, do they not venture out to search? Do they truly believe that remaining safely for 7 days will allow them to transcend the 7-day cycle? Every nation became focused on observing their own chosen ones, as well as dispatching individuals to monitor the current status of other chosen ones' live streams. The news of Jiang Fan acquiring the tranquil pill spread instantaneously across every nation. Did you see? Jiang Fan from the Great Xia Nation obtained the tranquil pill at the neighboring pharmacy. The highest leader of the intelligence bureau of the ugly nation remarked, "The extra money Jiang Fan has may have been accrued from points gathered in the previous round of eerie tales, yet that is of little consequence." The store clerk warned that the tranquil pill must not be combined with other medications, as it could induce a state of unconsciousness. Based on our earlier conjectures, it is possible that in the coming days, the bedroom may cease to be a sanctuary. At night, a bedroom without a door may indeed become perilous, as referenced by Nakajima from the Cherry Blossom Nation when responding to his mother. Thus, I speculate that the tranquil pill may induce a deep slumber in mother, allowing her to safely navigate the remaining days without the fear of being tainted by the bizarre. What are your thoughts? The Intelligence Bureau of the Ugly Nation had noted the damaged bedroom door from the outset. In fact, they surmised even before Jiang Fan that as the 7 days progressed, the pollution might intensify, rendering the bedroom increasingly unsafe. The assembled individuals, with their fair hair and blue eyes, nodded in agreement. One member proposed, "Perhaps we could seize the opportunity to enter Mother S' room while she is asleep. After all, her room has always been locked. There may be clues for escaping the cycle." Not only Jiang Fan is eager to investigate Mother S' bedroom, virtually every nation harbors the same desire. Every other corner of their homes was easily visible, revealing nothing of value. Only Mother S' bedroom remains unexplored by the chosen ones. Very well. We shall inform Baker to enter Mother S' room for investigation while she is in a stupor. The ugly nation is a country that has swiftly adapted. Gradually, other nations are not oblivious. Upon witnessing Jiang Fan purchase the Qi blood essence to obtain the tranquil pill, they quickly arrived at the same conclusion. They speculated on utilizing the tranquil pill to induce unconsciousness in Mother. Although the conditions for clearing the eerie tale game scenario involved departing from the cycle, maintaining safety within the 7 days is equally vital. Thus, acquiring the tranquil pill is imperative. Chapter 54, Restaurant Reset. In a world gradually eroded by strange phenomena, within a quaint little restaurant, Jiang Fan observed the slit-mouthed woman, who feigned sipping her soup while surreptitiously casting glances in his direction. Feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, he pondered whether the items acquired through the system's daily rewards possessed some enchanting properties, akin to enhancing affection, which might explain the slit-mouthed woman's desire to reciprocate. With a sigh, he acknowledged his inability to dismiss her from the establishment, for the rotund proprietor was ever watchful, scrutinizing his every move. He was powerless to expel a customer or engage in any provocative actions, as the slit-mouthed woman was indeed a patron, and such behavior would contravene the restaurant's regulations. The plump owner had been observing him for an extended period, eagerly anticipating a misstep. Even the strange occurrences from the previous day had ceased. He remained at the cash register, his menacing gaze fixed upon Jiang Fan, a bizarre smile playing upon his lips, seemingly intent on amplifying Jiang Fan's anxiety, hoping to provoke him into breaking the rules. Alas, as the workday drew to a close, Jiang Fan remained unblemished by error. When the clock struck 7, the restaurant, reminiscent of the previous day, saw all its patrons vanish, the rotund owner included. However, Jiang Fan discerned an unsettling anomaly. The slit-mouthed woman had also disappeared. This was no mere coincidence. He stared at the spot where she had just been, now left with only an empty chair. Initially, he had reasoned that the sudden disappearance of the customers at 7 was peculiar, yet explicable. But the absence of the slit-mouthed woman was an enigma. Given her prolonged presence, it was unlike her to depart so easily. The little restaurant seemed to harbor complexities beyond its apparent simplicity. Beyond the established rules, perhaps other secrets lay concealed, waiting to be unveiled. A grave expression settled on Jiang Fan's face, and he nearly resorted to seeking a hint regarding the rules. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the surroundings of the restaurant. Regardless of any hidden truths, one fact remained. During this hour, he was free to roam, provided he did not leave early, as a proprietor would still pay him at 8 o'clock. With both the owner and the patrons having vanished, even the bowl of soup belonging to the slit-mouthed woman had disappeared, leaving the chairs pristine as if no customers had ever graced them. Such bizarre and unreasonable occurrences, where all strangeness evaporated, prompted the thought, had the restaurant been reset to the morning when no customers were present, or perhaps to some earlier time frame? Jiang Fan refrained from fully endorsing his speculation. He resolved to conduct an experiment the following day. If the restaurant had indeed been reset, it bore a striking resemblance to a 7-day cycle. With his gaze lowered, his emotions remained inscrutable. In the ensuing moments, with time on his hands, Jiang Fan aimlessly wandered throughout the restaurant. Approaching the cash register, he found it devoid of any items. In the center of the establishment, he observed the neatly arranged tables and chairs, his attention drawn to a chair missing a leg, which he surmised might have been devoured by an overly enthusiastic diner. The restaurant featured a staircase leading to the second floor, which he could not access, speculating it was likely the proprietor's private quarters. He then ventured into the kitchen. The kitchen lay desolate, with only bowls and a finely sharpened kitchen knife arranged below. Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance before departing, for he feared the corpse above might sway, an act he deemed disrespectful. Surprisingly, the eerie kitchen was equipped with a gas stove. Jiang Fan's eyes fell upon the antiquated gas cylinder beneath the stove, and he mused, "Oh, how I long to possess a gas cylinder like this for cooking over a fire in the wilderness someday." Soon, the clock struck 8, and the rotund proprietor made his appearance once again. Seemingly oblivious to Jiang Fan's earlier idleness, his expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as he retrieved the pungent, ghostly coins. "Here, this is your wage, little ghost." Jiang Fan accepted the coins. Suddenly, the lights in the restaurant extinguished once more, and the hefty owner vanished again. With the currency in hand, Jiang Fan prepared to add it to the 50 he had earned the previous day, hoping to accumulate 100 yuan to exchange for calming pills. Regrettably, the pharmacy had already shuttered for the night. The evening was chilly, and not a soul graced the streets. The deserted thoroughfares were shrouded in darkness, with the feeble streetlights failing to dispel the gloom, instead casting an eerie ambience. Jiang Fan observed that the ground beneath him cast no shadow, a stark reminder that he did not exist within this bizarre narrative world. How then? Could one escape the 7-day cycle? First, merely surviving until the 7th day was undoubtedly incorrect, as the rules stipulated escape. Secondly, Jiang Fan speculated that fleeing this virtual city was also erroneous. The city served as the central dungeon. There were neither people nor even a solitary vehicle. Over the past few days, Jiang Fan had discerned that his residence in Sunshine Community was indeed the same grandmother's house he had reached in the last dungeon, as evidenced by the identical bus stop he had encountered. Initially, Jiang Fan believed the key to escaping the 7-day cycle lay in leaving the city. Naturally, he considered the number 402 bus he had taken. However, based on his observations over the past couple of days, not only had the bus failed to arrive, but the bus stop was devoid of any specter. It seemed clear that escaping the city was not the correct approach, nor was mere survival. Previously, the solution had been to identify the eerie presence to discern the path to escape. For instance, in the last dungeon, simply encountering the eerie and surviving was tantamount to completion, especially considering the peril presented by the trials in the tunnel. Thus, this time, if the mother were the eerie presence, would gaining her approval suffice for completion? Jiang Fan recalled the words spoken by his mother and the rules inscribed on the notes. Everything appeared to suggest a mother's earnest intentions to aid her child in becoming better. Judging by the notes, the mother's child, namely himself, was once a slovenly individual, disobedient, unemployed, loveless, and a nocturnal creature ensnared by the computer screen. If he were to genuinely amend these vices, could that not be deemed as earning his mother's approval, thus facilitating his escape from the 7-day cycle? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. He did not dismiss this possibility, yet he suspected it might not hold true. If this is the outcome, the earlier iterations of myself should have easily deduced that altering my detrimental habits could lead to liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. So why have I been ensnared in this cycle 7 times? The conditions for breaking through seem overly simplistic. There must be additional answers yet undiscovered. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan returned home. The security guard downstairs still savored his tea with deliberate slowness. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's return, he looked up and uttered his customary greeting. "Xiao Fan, have you finished work? You should hurry back. Your mother is waiting for you." Jiang Fan shook his head. It appeared that the guard's sole mission was to convey these 2 phrases at dawn and dusk. Now his task was evidently complete. As he walked down the corridor illuminated by a green glow, he noticed the familiar blood handprints on the wall. This time, the bloodstains were not merely dark and concentrated at the bottom, as they had been yesterday. After a day's passage, even the faint handprints had transformed into a deep crimson, almost tangible in their presence. In the corner, patches of wall had begun to peel away, revealing the gray cement beneath. It seemed as though, in less than a day's time, the corridor had aged several years. An eerie force was gradually corroding the entire world. The mottled wall and the deepening bloodstains evoked an oppressive atmosphere, as if death itself mocked Jiang Fan, taunting him with his inescapable 7-day cycle. The transformation of the bloodstains reminded Jiang Fan of the damaged door. Both the blood handprints and the ruined bedroom door were succumbing to a mysterious erosion brought on by the passage of time, perhaps destined to revert to their original state. Perhaps one day, when the entire house was thoroughly tainted, the 7-day cycle would come to an end. Jiang Fan crossed the corridor and stood before his front door. Just as he was about to retrieve his key, he suddenly heard a series of rapid, faint coughs emanating from within. His mother's cough had worsened considerably. Jiang Fan lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions and inserted the key into the lock. With a click, as the door swung open, the coughing abruptly ceased. Inside, his mother remained seated on the sofa, awaiting his return. However, this time, she seemed slightly older, with several strands of gray hair. Upon seeing Jiang Fan arrive, her pale face flushed with warmth. "Xiao Fan, you're back. Was work tiring today? Hurry and wash your hands. I made your favorite dish, twice-cooked pork." Chapter 55. Mother awaits your success in life. Happy Kindergarten 13. "Mother, work was quite good. Not tiring at all," Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Although his expression radiated joy, a quietude settled within him. He noticed the gray strands in his mother's hair, the fine lines on her face. And despite the house appearing the same as yesterday, it felt somewhat dilapidated. It seemed as though his mother, like the bloodstains, the peeling walls, and the entire home, was gradually succumbing to contamination. The evening's dishes were identical to those of recent days: twice-cooked pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. Once more, his mother served Jiang Fan a generous bowl of rice. As I placed a piece of twice-cooked pork into Jiang Fan's bowl, I began to recount the amusing occurrences of the day. Suddenly, my mother froze. her complexion turning pale as she hastily covered her mouth and succumbed to a fit of intense coughing. She attempted to suppress the sound, clearly reluctant to alarm Jiang Fan. Striving to muffle her cough, she endeavored to make it sound less severe. Noticing her restrained actions, Jiang Fan inquired, "Mom, what's wrong?" "I'm fine," she replied, choking out the words, "Xiao Fan, could you please fetch the medicine from the drawer beneath the television?" Although she tried to hide her discomfort, the relentless cough forced her to ask Jiang Fan for the medication. Rising, he retrieved the medicine from the drawer. As he poured a few pills from the bottle, he recognized them as the small white tablets he had seen at the pharmacy, known for their efficacy in treating various coughs. "Here you go, Mom," he said. After taking the small white pill, her violent coughing subsided slightly, and her complexion regained some color. Although she appeared somewhat weakened, she smiled brightly and said, "I caught a chill yesterday, and my throat has been a bit scratchy. A bit of medicine should do the trick." Clearly eager to shift the focus away from her ailment, she quickly changed the subject. "Xiao Fan, today marks your second day at work, and you are doing splendidly. I originally doubted you could endure such a demanding job, but you have persevered, and I am truly impressed. If you continue to work hard and save money, eventually you can marry and settle down, which would bring me great joy." Her words were entirely centered on Jiang Fan's future, with nary a mention of her own aspirations. Nodding, Jiang Fan suddenly asked, "But what about you, Mom? How about I take you out for a little excursion? I love your twice-cooked pork, and I've heard of a place where it is particularly delectable. I would love to take you there someday." His mother seemed caught off guard by the unexpected question, pausing for a considerable moment before finally responding, "Xiao Fan wishes to take me out? Your filial piety brings me great comfort, but let us wait until you have established your own family before discussing such matters." She did not directly answer his question, instead offering a vague justification. Jiang Fan was left pondering whether this was a deliberate evasion or a reflection of her true feelings. The twice-cooked pork she prepared was exquisite, complemented by melt-in-your-mouth braised tofu and crisp potato shreds, prompting Jiang Fan to devour 2 large bowls of rice. After several days of observation, Jiang Fan had confirmed one thing. Whatever food his mother prepared, be it breakfast or dinner, was always wholesome and safe, devoid of any risk of infection. Consequently, the assurance of safety made his meals all the more enjoyable. As he ate, he engaged in casual conversation with his mother. In the past, she would vanish once she had delivered her intended message before he finished his meal, but now she lingered a bit longer. This evening's meal extended until 9:30. After dining, Jiang Fan did not retreat to his bedroom to evade his mother. Instead, he chose to remain on the sofa, accompanying her while they watched television. His mother, with an ever-present smile, engaged him in discussions about the program. "Ha ha, this clown is so amusing. What a misfortune he has," she exclaimed. "Oh, look, Xiao Fan, a giraffe. I once took you there to play. The City South Wildlife Park. Did Happy Kindergarten close down? What a pity. You used to attend school there when you were younger." Jiang Fan patiently responded to her, his attention unwavering despite the static on the television screen, which did not hinder his ability to engage in conversation. Suddenly, his mother pointed at the snowy screen, her face paling as she said, "Xiao Fan, this is quite terrifying. This family actually forgot to turn off the gas and died from poisoning." The television continued to display a blank, snow-like screen, crackling with static noise. "Oh, do not worry, Mother. This is merely an accident," Jiang Fan reassured her, seemingly aware of the tragic news unfolding on the screen, offering comforting fabrications. "Oh, and there was a chain collision in the Peace Tunnel. Many people died. It is truly unfortunate. A new virus has emerged in the city. It is quite unbelievable." The program his mother was watching shifted from comedy to a series of sorrowful news events, which rendered her emotions somewhat unstable, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Fan sensed that if he were not present, she might have lost the desire to continue watching. Noticing the clock on the wall nearing 10 o'clock, Jiang Fan spoke up, "Mother, I shall retire to bed now. You should also rest early." "All right, Xiao Fan," she replied, coughing lightly. Jiang Fan glanced at his coughing mother, whose smile was gentle and inviting, as if she were bidding him good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 56. The Identity of the Severed Hand. Jiang Fan, who decided to sleep beneath the bed. Upon learning that he could retire to his room early and avoid watching television with his mother, a significant portion of the chosen ones opted to cautiously seclude themselves in their rooms after dinner to avert any potential dangers while watching television with their mothers. A smaller group, however, chose to remain with their mothers, seizing every opportunity to gather clues. In the United States, the chosen one, Baker, observed his mother's anxious demeanor but paid it little mind. He was troubled by the thought that tonight would again be a waste of time spent accompanying her. Oh, in this, there was a chain collision in the peace tunnel. Many people died. It is truly unfortunate. A new virus has emerged in the city. It is quite unbelievable. His mother continued to watch the news, her expression betraying a hint of fear. Peace tunnel? Baker noted this term. He recalled the previous horror story he had encountered, with the ultimate answer lying within the peace tunnel. The little girl in the peace tunnel represented a tragedy, and the passengers on bus 402 were merely unfortunate souls. Baker felt no sorrow or empathy for these events. Rather, he thought that his collection of toys seemed to lack a girl. If only that girl could be fashioned into a toy for me, how delightful it would be. Far preferable to encountering a car accident. To be struck and shattered into pieces is indeed a grim fate. My toys must be exquisite, devoid of any hint of malevolence. Death? Beck turned to gaze at his mother. She seemed to be engulfed in sorrow and fear due to the news on the television. Death? Mother slaying mother? A spark ignited in Beck's eyes, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that a method to conquer the eerie tales lay ahead. Could this time's eerie tale also be vanquished? Oh, perhaps it is worth a try. Yet, how does one go about slaying mother? A glimmer of thought danced in Beck's eyes, as if pondering something profound. Closing the door, Jiang Fan's countenance grew heavy. Today marked the third day. Tomorrow would usher in the fourth. Time was fleeting. What, indeed, is the way to escape this cycle? When Jiang Fan had tentatively broached the subject with his mother earlier, he sought to discern her wishes. Perhaps, fulfilling her desires would be the key to breaking free from the 7-day cycle. However, she had not expressed her wishes. If establishing a family was her aspiration, accomplishing that in the remaining time was evidently impossible. Not only was finding sufficient funds a challenge, but he also lacked a girlfriend. Jiang Fan sighed, shaking his head. He barely knew the security guard, the rotund proprietor, and the woman with the split mouth. These were the only conversationalists in his life. Was he to marry the security guard to start a family? While not entirely out of the realm of possibility, it was clear that the security guard would be far from willing. This was not a viable path to escape the cycle. He needed to explore further. The rules provided no direct guidance on how to break through. Only when he presented the necessary items would hints be offered. For instance, whether to board a bus, his grandmother's rice cakes, or the existing rules. Other matters, such as the method to clear the challenge, the next eerie tale, or the reasons behind the arrival of eerie tales on Blue Star, remained beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, I could speculate on a method to conquer the challenge and then have the system confirm if it is correct or erroneous. There are numerous hypotheses regarding the way forward, with Jiang Fan currently contemplating no fewer than 5. However, he possessed a mere 2 opportunities for hints, and he was reluctant to squander them. Setting aside thoughts of escaping the cycle, Jiang Fan turned his mind to another matter. Whose severed hand appeared in his bedroom at night? Given the household's arrangement, there were only his mother and himself, alongside the father who his mother claimed did not exist. Could that severed hand belong to his father? Or might it be his mother? 2 mothers? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, mulling over the possibilities. Both conjectures held merit, though I leaned towards the notion of it being his father, as his mother had been present at the bedside of other chosen ones during the night, while the severed hand remained a mere disembodied appendage. He wondered if, after having rejected his mother's plea in the morning, the severed hand would still make an appearance that night. Jiang Fan contemplated this as he nestled himself beneath the bed. According to the country's hints, the severed hand had emerged from beneath the bed to tuck him in. That night, he decided to sleep beneath the bed, hoping to discern from which corner the severed hand had emerged. Perhaps it would aid him in validating certain conjectures. The floor was somewhat frigid, and a fine layer of dust lay scattered beneath the bed, indicating that the former occupant of the bedroom had not cleaned in quite some time. In addition to the key he had acquired yesterday, Jiang Fan discovered several magazines strewn across the floor. The Melancholy of Youth, The Secrets of Yui Hoshino, and Yui's Sweet Date. In that instant, Jiang Fan resolved to sleep immediately, hoping to encounter the severed hand during the night. To facilitate his descent into slumber, he began counting sheep. 1, 2, 4, too few. Chapter 57. Counting sheep. Friends everywhere. Is the severed hand mother? Outside, Daxia observed Jiang Fan lost in thought upon entering the room, then crawling beneath the bed, perplexed. It was only when she saw Jiang Fan searching for traces of his severed hand to hasten his sleep that comprehension dawned upon her. Is Jiang Fan not too bold, hiding under the bed, unafraid of waking to some terrifying sight at night? Oh, Jiang Fan is doing this solely to seek clues. He is truly diligent. Indeed, Jiang Fan is working hard, even counting sheep to fall asleep. I wish I could count sheep too. Ahem, I possess the complete collection. Message me if you want. Well, I'm not after your complete videos, merely seeking to make a friend. Indeed, the world is filled with friends. Hence, I have already messaged you. In the meeting, Wei Jian and others watched the live stream, their eyes fixated on the large books and magazines, repeatedly hypnotizing themselves. Do not overthink it. Jiang Fan is simply employing this auxiliary method to fall asleep quickly. Perhaps he is also searching for clues within. 5 minutes later, excitement flickered across Jiang Fan's face in the live stream, as though he had stumbled upon some valuable information. Had Jiang Fan discovered a clue? 10 minutes later, Wei Jian and the others observed Jiang Fan continuing to peruse the magazines, lost in contemplation. Does it truly take this long to find a clue? They too felt an urge to search. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fan finally succumbed to sleep. The live stream revealed a pitch-dark room, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, faintly capturing Jiang Fan's sleeping form. Wei Jian and all viewers in Daxia's live stream held their breath in anticipation. At that moment, the camera seemed to understand Jiang Fan's position beneath the bed, showcasing the entirety of the space below. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell from the bathroom, their subtle sound permeating the bedroom. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold breeze rustled against the window, incessantly battering it. Thump, thump. Something seemed to be bouncing. Suddenly, the combination of soft sounds jolted the viewers of the live stream, sending shivers down their spines, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with a flurry of comments, yet suddenly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes and gasped, their faces turning pale with fear. In the dimly lit bedroom, a shadow abruptly materialized. This shadow seemed to dance, yet appeared to crawl, moving with remarkable speed and an ethereal quality. Gradually, it appeared at the foot of the bed, inching its way toward the headboard. As the shadow drew closer to Jiang Fan, its form became significantly clearer. To everyone's horror, they realized the shadow was a severed hand. The dismembered hand reappeared in the bedroom. In an instant, it silently emerged, causing everyone to collectively gasp in shock. The hand did not originate from under the bed, but rather appeared from outside it, as if it had been hiding in the bedroom all along, waiting for the cover of night to reveal itself. In the realm of strange tales, Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly flickered, and he instinctively rolled over, as if in a deep sleep, revealing half of his body outside the bed. The severed hand seemingly had no intention of obstructing Jiang Fan's movement and instantaneously manifested on the bed. Its fingers brushed against the blanket, dangling above Jiang Fan's head. Mom, Jiang Fan murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet the word mom stood out distinctly. Upon hearing this, the hand began to crawl slowly, inching down the side of the bed and onto Jiang Fan's body. The chilling and ticklish sensation of the hand caused Jiang Fan to furrow his brows slightly. The severed hand posed no threat to him. In fact, when the hand appeared, Jiang Fan felt no sense of danger whatsoever. This hand was a benign presence. He sensed the hand climbing onto his chest and cautiously pried his eyes open. Upon seeing the hand clearly, his body stiffened. The hand was a ghastly shade of purple, marked with dark bruises and scattered with gray spots, indications of decay. though the night obscured a full view of the hand's appearance. A realization quietly emerged within Jiang Fan's mind. This severed hand did not belong to a man. Thus, the notion of a father appearing in the household was merely Jiang Fan's assumption. The truth was, this hand belonged to a woman, a mother's hand. Jiang Fan possessed a sharp memory, and after a moment of reflection, he swiftly deduced the identity of the hand. In his household, there were two mothers. His mother would never enter his room without consent unless she had already been present before he entered this realm. Therefore, logically deducing, the figure outside the door could not be his mother. Was the severed hand, in fact, his mother? Jiang Fan found himself increasingly perplexed by his own conjectures. He could affirm that the person outside was indeed his mother, as all violations of the rules were enacted by her. Similarly, it was she who encouraged him to work and witnessed his gradual improvement. But what about the mother inside the bedroom? Though it was merely a severed hand, Jiang Fan remained convinced it belonged to his mother. The hand of the mother outside and this severed hand bore an uncanny resemblance. Rule number 9 stated that your mother loves you dearly and would never harm you. Thus, it elucidates why the severed hand poses no harm to him. However, Rule 12 states that a mother is not merely a mother, which seems to correspond to the current predicament. Is the mother outside the door not truly a mother? Or is the mother within the door not a mother? Jiang Fan closed his eyes, sensing that the severed hand had departed, as if it had merely come to observe him. Which one, then, is the true mother? If one of them is a grotesque transformation, and Rule 13 advises not to harm the mother, may I then eliminate the other grotesque version of the mother as a condition to escape the cycle? Originally, due to the presence of Rule 13, Jiang Fan had not considered harming the mother or eliminating the grotesque entity. Yet now, with two mothers present, the thought of slaying the grotesque mother surged forth like a torrential flood. If this were indeed the case, it would also explain the existence of a 7-day cycle, which arose from the emergence of the grotesque. If one can successfully vanquish the grotesque, one may escape the cycle. However, this method of breaking free necessitates first discerning which mother is the genuine one and which is the grotesque transformation. Otherwise, it would violate Rule 13, prohibiting harm to the mother. Jiang Fan refrained from reaching a conclusion just yet. He awaited the moment he would enter his mother's bedroom. Perhaps therein he would discern which one was the grotesque transformation. To slay the grotesque, Jiang Fan's gaze fell, lost in contemplation, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Chapter 58. Sympathy from foreign netizens. Xiao Fan will persist in his work, right? 13. In the land of the black. Obama lay awake on his narrow bed, unable to find slumber. He was one of the chosen ones who forbade his mother from entering his bedroom. This morning, a notification arrived from his country, instructing him to permit his mother entry into the room. Obama acquiesced, yet the thought of his mother silently appearing by his bedside at night, watching him and tucking him in, rendered him restless. Such actions might be acceptable for other chosen ones, but for Obama, who had lost his mother many years ago, it felt akin to a horror story. He could scarcely imagine the terror of his dark-skinned, corpulent mother entering the bedroom to cover him with a blanket, her pearly white teeth gleaming ominously. As Obama drifted toward sleep, a figure suddenly materialized by his bedside. This figure did not exhibit the ghastly white teeth he had envisioned. Rather, it gently extended its hands to tuck him in, though its long nails nearly grazed his neck. Obama jolted awake, gazing in horror at the figure standing by his bed. Mother? In that moment, he forgot the rules. His mother's act of tucking him in was a normal behavior. All he desired was to evade his mother's hands and distance himself from this mother who had appeared so suddenly in the night. Do not be afraid, little A.O. Quickly go to sleep, his mother whispered softly, tenderly smoothing the blanket over him, leaving not a sliver of space, as if worried he might catch a cold. Mother! Oba's once clear gaze began to grow hazy, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. He seemed weary, devoid of the earlier excitement and panic. He looked at his mother with pure adoration and dependence. Sleep now, my precious one, she cooed, her tone reminiscent of a mother soothing her infant. It wasn't long before Oba succumbed to slumber. Once assured of his deep sleep, The mother's lips curled into a gentle smile as she quietly exited the bedroom. Inside the chamber, Oba slept soundly, lying still on the bed as if nothing could rouse him from his peaceful repose. The only exception was Jiang Fan, who stealthily entered at night to tuck him in. The other chosen ones had transformed back into the mother's true form, and their method of covering him was no longer brusque. Instead, it was tender, accompanied by gentle pats, as if to reassure him that there was no need to fear. For Mother was present. Outside, the onlookers exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. They understood that allowing the mother to enter would result in her authentic presence, which was preferable to the dismembered hand. After all, in situations where rules were not triggered, the mother treated the chosen ones with considerable kindness. As for the Daxia livestream, initial confusion arose among viewers regarding Jiang Fan's seemingly different angle compared to other chosen ones. It was only later revealed that Jiang Fan had crawled beneath the bed in search of clues related to the dismembered hand. While I admire Jiang Fan's bravery, it is evident that the dismembered hand represents a flawed answer. Some commented, "It's unfortunate that Daxia allowed him the freedom to make such a choice. Had he approached it differently, he might have succeeded." Nonetheless, this spirit of determination was deemed commendable. Coincidentally, as we investigate the identity of the dismembered hand, Jiang Fan, your contributions to humanity's survival will not be forgotten. International viewers expressed their sympathies, their comments evoking a mixture of laughter and tears among the Daxia audience. Why did so many perceive Jiang Fan as merely enduring a fruitless struggle? They believed he was anything but. Initially skeptical, they shifted to support upon witnessing his courageous act of crawling beneath the bed solely to uncover clues regarding the dismembered hand. Could a chosen one with such fearless determination in seeking answers truly make thoughtless choices? Though the purpose of Jiang Fan's decisions remained unclear, their expectations for him remained high, trusting he would deliver surprises. Morning arrived, and unexpectedly, the mother did not stand outside the door wishing to enter. After calling Jiang Fan awake, silence ensued, broken only by the sounds of cooking wafting from the kitchen. Jiang Fan opened his eyes, his brow furrowed, as he realized he was still in bed. Sitting up, he savored the warmth of the covers, his gaze downward to mask the emotions swirling within. Had his mother moved him back to bed after he fell asleep last night? Other than the dismembered hand, he could think of no other explanation. Dressing swiftly, Jiang Fan descended from his bed and approached the door. This time, his movements were noticeably gentler as he opened it. The lock on his bedroom door had suffered considerable damage. If he were to be careless once more, it might become irreparably broken. While an additional calming pill could remedy that, he deemed it imprudent to waste such resources. Most importantly, Jiang Fan pondered, what if the required calming pills exceeded 2? According to the remuneration schedule, the chosen ones could exchange for 2 calming pills upon the conclusion of the 5th day, intended for the nights of the 5th and 6th days. The solution to break the cycle was anticipated by the 7th day. Yet, did a day not conclude only at midnight? Should he fail to uncover and escape from the cycle by 10 o'clock tonight, he would inevitably require the calming pills. Today marked the 4th day. He was close, merely 1 day away from entering his mother's room to seek the truth. With the 2 calming pills earned from his wages, he could forego work starting from the 6th day and devote his efforts to deducing the clues for success. Jiang Fan savored his breakfast, which consisted of a bowl of clear noodle soup accompanied by a fried egg. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts seemed to resonate with his mother, whose smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. "Xiao Fan, I know work is exhausting, but you will persevere, won't you?" "Yes, mother, I will endure," he replied, pausing momentarily before nodding, his expression brightening as if truly absorbing her words. After finishing his meal, he took his lunchbox and set off for work. Downstairs, the security guard greeted him with his usual phrase, "Ah, Jiang Fan, are you off to buy medicine for your mother again?" "No, sir, I'm heading to work," Jiang Fan responded, glancing back at the guard. Perhaps the guard was subtly hinting at the chosen one's path. Buying medicine for his mother should lead him to the pharmacy, where he might find the calming pills to navigate the final days in peace. Chapter 59. Altered Memories of the Split-Mouthed Woman. Elated Nations, the rotund proprietor of the small shop, continued to scold Jiang Fan with a sour expression. Observing this grim visage, Jiang Fan could not help but suggest, "Boss, perhaps you might consider changing that grimace. I've grown weary of such expressions. Don't you tire of seeing the same sour face every day?" Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, the proprietor's face flushed with rage, becoming even more repugnant, akin to a fish that had spoiled for years. In his fury, the veins in his hands bulged, as if he would have swung his fists had it not been for the restaurant's regulations. Now, that's more like it. Such a countenance is far more appealing. Remember to switch it up daily, Jiang Fan chuckled as he entered the eatery. As long as he adhered to the establishment's rules, the portly owner could not threaten him. However, as Jiang Fan gazed at the enormous pink man-eating flower before him, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. Why had the split-mouthed woman returned? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she appeared before him once more. "Today, like yesterday, I would like the tomato and egg soup. And let us add some cumin potatoes. It's time for a change in flavor." Jiang Fan nodded, committing the information to memory. The woman with the gaping mouth observed Jiang Fan's earnest demeanor, seemingly captivated by him, her excitement causing her to part her lips, a stream of drool cascading down. With a soft splash, her saliva fell to the ground, yet she composed herself gracefully. "Madam, your order has arrived. Please enjoy it at your leisure," Jiang Fan remarked, as was his custom, suddenly noticing the woman and expressing his curiosity. "Madam, you're truly exquisite. I remember seeing you here yesterday, intending to treat you to dinner after my shift, but alas, I did not see you when I stepped outside." Jiang Fan sought to unravel the mystery of the woman's whereabouts, for she was the only peculiar individual with whom he could converse. "Oh, you're referring to yesterday? I went home. Did you not see me off at the door?" The woman with the gaping mouth responded, her joy evident as her lips widened further, nodding enthusiastically. "You saw me off yesterday? Oh, how forgetful of me to have overlooked that." Jiang Fan's expression darkened. It seemed the establishment possessed more than just the ability to reset time. He recalled that the woman had vanished in an instant, and there had been no farewell on his part. Yet, inexplicably, this memory resided within her mind. The restaurant appeared capable of altering patrons' memories. A chill ran down Jiang Fan's spine as he pondered this. If the establishment could manipulate time and change memories, could his own recollections have been altered as well? Confusion flickered in his eyes, but he soon shook his head, regaining clarity. His memories should remain intact. However, he gazed at the woman before him with a complex expression. She stood closer than was comfortable, her split mouth stretching towards her cheek, leaving traces of dark red blood that resembled a bashful blush. "Are you truly inviting me to dinner?" "No problem. Let's go out right now. It's my first time dining with a man, and I feel a bit shy." "Oh, are you serious?" Jiang Fan remained silent for a moment, then sighed, as if torn between regret and delight. "Really? Unfortunately, I am still on duty. My shift may extend too late this evening. Perhaps we could go a week from now? That would be just as I am on holiday." In a week, only 3 days remained for the peculiar tales of the restaurant. Whether he would dine with her then would depend on his presence. Having acquired the answers he sought, Jiang Fan chose not to engage further with the woman. After finishing his encounter with her, he took advantage of his busy work schedule to meticulously wipe down the hall with a cloth. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was time for a break. In the land of pasta, the chosen one, Mike, entered the pharmacy with the 100 yuan he had earned 2 days prior. After selecting several bottles of small white pills, he completed his purchase. 5 boxes of the small white pills total 100 yuan, sir. The coins prompted the pharmacy clerk to widen his eyes, and he accompanied his service with a warm smile, exemplifying the adage that the customer is king. After paying at the pharmacy, the clerk proactively retrieved a complimentary gift from the cabinet behind her. "Hello, this is a gift for purchasing the small white pills. With the buy one, get one free promotion, I'm pleased to present you with 5 additional small white pills. Additionally, this is the calming pill that comes with purchases over 100 yuan. The calming pill can treat various ailments and is a newly developed medication by the Yongshan Group. However, sir, please be mindful not to take the calming pill alongside any non-Yongshan Group medications, as it may induce a temporary state of unconsciousness. Rest assured, this is a normal reaction, and you will regain consciousness within a few hours." The pharmacy clerk incessantly extolled the miraculous effects of the calming pill. Initially, Jia felt a sense of disappointment, thinking his 100 yuan had been wasted as he had found no clues. However, upon hearing about the pill's contraindications, his eyes brightened. Inducing unconsciousness, perhaps it could be administered to his mother? If she were to lapse into unconsciousness, the most perplexing mystery at home would be resolved. Even if the entire household were later consumed by the enigma, they would remain safe. The calming pill, at 100 yuan each, would last 4 days, sufficient to endure the 7-day ordeal. Moreover, with his mother in a stupor, he would be able to investigate her bedroom for clues. Jia laughed with excitement, convinced that there must be some lead within the pharmacy. It turned out that the calming pill was capable of rendering individuals unconscious. Perhaps he could leverage the calming pill to navigate through this bizarre tale. In the ugly nation, the chosen one, Baker, exited a small diner and entered the Kanja pharmacy. Moments later, he emerged from the pharmacy with several boxes of medication in hand, a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. Oh look, just when I was troubled about how to assist my mother, help arrives. The calming pill, when mixed with other medications, could induce unconsciousness. Wasn't this precisely what he needed for his mother? Rule number 4. Do not let mother discover any wrongdoing. With the calming pill, even if I were to harm her, it would not violate the rules, for her unconscious state would prevent her from witnessing my transgressions. Thus it would not count as a violation. To vanquish the enigma, conquer the bizarre tale, and become a hero of the ugly nation. Oh, what an enticing conclusion. In the black nation, the chosen one, Obama, acquired the calming pill through national prompts. In the bread nation, the chosen one, Jiang Fan, also obtained the calming pill via national hints. As time progressed, more and more chosen ones procured the calming pill and discovered its unique properties. Some chosen ones purchased the calming pill through national prompts. As nearly all chosen ones acquired the calming pill, they contemplated their mothers' bedrooms, intending to explore while their mothers were in a state of unconsciousness. Among them, a small fraction deduced the method to escape the 7-day cycle. The 7-day cycle was a creation of the enigma. Thus, defeating the enigma would allow them to break free from the cycle. With all chosen ones equipped with this crucial item, the scenario astonished many outsiders. Thus far, over 80 chosen ones remained, most of whom had perished on the first day while interacting with their mothers, or on the second day, while at work, having violated the rules. After becoming acquainted with the rules, fatalities have been remarkably scarce. The sight of so many surviving chosen ones has stirred a wave of excitement across various nations. It is noteworthy that these over 80 chosen ones represent more than 80 countries. Historically, such a multitude of survivors has been unprecedented in past tales of horror. Though only the 4th day, the current pace of the narrative suggests that a successful resolution is imminent. A glance at global trending topics reveals a tapestry of celebration and joy. The intelligence agency of a certain nation has proclaimed this horror narrative to be potentially the simplest in history, likely leading to a remarkable survival rate for the chosen ones, possibly exceeding 50. In celebration of their chosen one's impending success, another nation has announced a decrease in the price of all bread. Meanwhile, a third nation has initiated a campaign to eradicate illegal organizations within its borders, vowing to become the safest country in the world, inviting all to visit. The president of a pasta nation recently remarked in an interview that the increased number of surviving chosen ones may restore resources to the blue planet for the next 500 years. All nations with surviving chosen ones are reveling in jubilation, including the Great Xia. Perhaps this horror narrative will indeed breathe new life into the blue planet. Team leader Wei Jian, observing the global celebration, could not help but smile. The triumph of an individual nation is not a cause for significant celebration. It is the collective victory of all nations, united in purpose, that truly brings joy and will enhance the beauty and vitality of our blue planet. Chapter 60. This building once experienced a raging inferno. The day after tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Jiang Fan remained in the restaurant until 7 o'clock, at which point all customers had vanished once more. Even the kettle he had placed on the counter had disappeared. The reset of the small eatery sparked a thought in Jiang Fan's mind. If I were to remove an item from the establishment, would it reset or be replaced by a substitute? As he glanced around, he resolved to take a roll of paper towels with him. By 8 o'clock, having received his wages, Jiang Fan finished his shift. The weather had turned noticeably colder, and as he walked, he felt the chill permeating through him. The cold compelled him to hasten home to enjoy the warm meal prepared by his mother. The security guard downstairs did not alter his routine remarks. Even the children playing and the elderly engaged in chess downstairs would vanish with the onset of night. Everything seemed predetermined. The bloodstains in the corridor had deepened, and a strong scent of blood and char lingered in the air, reminiscent of something having been burnt. The black marks on the walls had multiplied, with one area entirely engulfed in darkness, blending seamlessly with the dimly lit corridor. This stark transformation confirmed Jiang Fan's suspicions. This corridor, or rather this building, had once been the scene of a devastating fire, one catastrophic enough to obliterate the entire structure. Jiang Fan lifted his gaze to the pitch-black ceiling, which was permeated by the acrid scent of smoke. A mere flicker of flame could not have scorched the expansive corridor to such an extent. The lack of combustible materials and the temperature not reaching its melting point suggested that only a roaring inferno, fueled by ample combustible matter and extraordinarily high temperatures, could have rendered the corridor so charred. Yet, the bloodstains on the wall bore no impressions from his mother's hands, nor his own. What relevance did this have to the current tale of horror? Was it merely a backdrop to accentuate the eerie atmosphere? As Jiang Fan traversed the suffocatingly smoky hallway, he felt its warmth, reminiscent of the fire from years past, which alleviated some of his chill. Cough, cough. His mother's ailment had worsened once more. Even before he reached the door, he could hear her violent coughing. Strangely, Jiang Fan perceived that the corridor outside had seemingly escaped the ravages of contamination, remaining unchanged since the first day. With a creak, he opened the door, and there was his mother, just as he had envisioned, wrapped in an apron. With a frail smile, she urged him to wash his hands for dinner, inquiring about his work for the day. The increasing strands of white in her hair, her worsening cough, the dilapidated ornaments in their home, and the alterations in the corridor all signified to Jiang Fan that the world was succumbing to corruption. Yet, his mother's caring demeanor and the meals prepared with diligence kept him from sensing the swift passage of time, as if it were still the very first day of this haunting tale's inception. After dinner, Jiang Fan continued to keep his mother company while watching television. Subsequently, he retired to his bedroom before 10 o'clock to peruse magazines, searching for potential hidden clues. The appearance of severed hands was something Jiang Fan had long anticipated amidst his stoic emotions. On the morning of the 5th day, after a bowl of clear noodle soup, Jiang Fan headed to the small diner where he worked, once again encountering the woman with the split mouth. He noted that the napkins he had taken the previous day had not reappeared in the diner. It seemed they only reset at 7 o'clock. The monotony of life brought a sense of tranquility to the chosen ones and hastened the passage of time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fan observed the reemergence of the napkins, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared that even if items vanished from the diner, they would reset at 7 o'clock. By 8 o'clock that same evening, Jiang Fan received his wages for the day, adding to the previous 3 days to total 200 yuan. The portly proprietor vanished the moment Jiang Fan took his pay, leaving him unable to voice his intent to resign. He could only exit the small establishment and hurry home. As soft snow began to fall along the dimly lit road, the world, once cloaked in darkness, took on a faint whiteness. During his journey, Jiang Fan noticed a beam of light. Turning his head, he saw a shop still open, Kongjia Pharmacy. The clerks inside were cheerfully engaged in conversation, promoting Thanksgiving specials. Buy one, get one free on small white pills. Buy two, get one free on blood tonic. And a complimentary calming pill with purchases over 100 yuan. In the past, the pharmacy had always closed by the time Jiang Fan finished work. Yet today it remained open. He decided to step inside, intending to purchase the remaining 2 calming pills that evening. Greetings. A total of 200 yuan. This is your complimentary gift. The pharmacy staff, adhering to the age-old tradition of seizing opportunities, handed the tranquilizer pills to Jiang Fan. After accepting the pills, he was about to turn and head home when a thought struck him, prompting him to casually inquire, "Why is your store open so late today? Typically, you would have closed by now." Perhaps due to Jiang Fan's generosity that day, the attendant elaborated, "With Thanksgiving approaching in 2 days, we have extended our hours due to the influx of customers." Then, turning to Jiang Fan, she added, "By the way, would you like to purchase a bouquet of fresh flowers for your family? Just 10 yuan for a bouquet, and I am certain they would be delighted to receive them." She gestured towards a nearby table adorned with neatly packaged flowers, predominantly roses, carnations, and lilies. "No, thank you." Jiang Fan politely declined the sales pitch as he exited the pharmacy. Glancing at the tranquilizer pills in his hand, he mused, "Thanksgiving is indeed just around the corner." The 7-day cycle brings us to the 7th day. Chapter 61, A Mother Growing Ever Weaker. Using the tranquilizer pills. On the 5th night, Jiang Fan returned home. The corridor's pollution had intensified once more, enveloped in darkness and permeated by the acrid scent of burning. In the corner, a flicker of flame emerged, seemingly conjured from thin air, crackling violently as it consumed the space. As Jiang Fan traversed the corridor, the scorching floor sent forth a hissing sound from his shoes, which were beginning to melt under the extreme heat. Not only was there the inexplicable fire, but Jiang Fan also noticed bloodied handprints ahead, dripping crimson as if someone had recently passed through. The prints, smeared with bits of flesh, left a chilling impression. The oppressive heat in the corridor deterred him from reaching out to gauge the temperature, for he knew that the walls must be searing to the touch, likely enough to blister his skin. The corridor felt stifling and hot, illuminated by flickering flames and suffused with the acrid stench of smoke, burnt matter, blood, and a hint of flesh. The depletion of oxygen compelled Jiang Fan to hastily retreat from the corridor. In another day, it would likely be impassable, transforming into a hellish inferno. Upon opening the door, he noticed that his mother's cough was no longer vigorous. Her weak, feeble cough suggested she was in a state of great frailty, each cough followed by labored breaths. She appeared to be suffering profoundly, her face pallid and waxen, giving the impression that her time was drawing near. It was evident that she was on the brink of death. Despite her dire condition, she mustered the strength to prepare dinner, patiently awaiting Jiang Fan's return. The evening meal remained unchanged: twice-cooked pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. Perhaps it was the toll of her illness that rendered her cooking less vibrant than before. Jiang Fan felt that the 3 dishes were somewhat salty. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, continuing to indulge in the meal with an expression of contentment. "Oh, Xiao Fan, don't you think the dishes are a bit salty?" "It must be that I accidentally added too much salt while cooking," his mother remarked, seemingly blaming herself for not preparing a satisfactory dinner. "Not at all, Mom. I think your twice-cooked pork is even more flavorful," Jiang Fan responded, feeling a wave of energy wash over him after a long day, as his mother's cooking always revitalized him. "Mom, it's not salty at all. Perhaps you misjudged the taste?" He sought to validate his assertion, eagerly piling more of the twice-cooked pork onto his plate, savoring each bite. His satisfied grin, with his cheeks full, seemed to affirm that his mother's dish was indeed perfect. His words lightened his mother's furrowed brow, prompting her to chuckle, her face brightening with warmth. She chose not to dwell on the saltiness any further, gazing affectionately at Jiang Fan, then out the window at the swirling snow. "Xiao Fan, look, it's snowing. Remember how you used to rush out to build snowmen whenever it snowed? The snow would fall so heavily that it nearly buried you." She reminisced fondly, recalling how Jiang Fan's snowmen were taller than he was. "But you always returned with a red nose and came down with a cold the next day." A hint of amusement danced in her eyes as she recalled those memories. "Oh, really, Mom? We can still go out and build a snowman. One that looks just like you," Jiang Fan suggested. His mother hesitated, shaking her head with a touch of regret, playfully declining his invitation. "I'm getting old, dear. I detire easily outside and wouldn't be able to join you in building snowmen. But if you'd like, I can watch you from the window." After dinner, Jiang Fan initially intended to watch television with his mother. However, he noticed something amiss with the bedroom door. It was broken. He attempted to close and lock it, but the door creaked open once more. His suspicion was confirmed. The door was indeed faulty. Though the bedroom was safe, its compromised door made it potentially hazardous. Tonight, he would need to ensure his mother took calming pills to navigate the perilous night. As he contemplated the door lock, he resolved to act. While watching television with his mother, he took out a bottle of tonic and some calming pills, presenting them alongside a glass of water. His eyes brimmed with concern for her well-being as he gently said, "Mom, I've noticed you've been coughing and feeling weak lately, so I used my allowance to buy some medicine. This is tonic, and these are calming pills. The pharmacist said they would help your condition, and you'll feel better soon. I want you to recover quickly. It pains me to hear you cough." His mother stared at the pills in his hand, momentarily taken aback, covering her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes, as if struggling to believe his thoughtfulness. The child's first salary is not squandered on frivolities or spent on games. Instead, it is dedicated to alleviating the mother's concerns over her illness by purchasing medication for her treatment. Surely, the medicine that Jiang Fan procured will prove beneficial. Perhaps by tomorrow, Mother will no longer cough. Jiang Fan is truly dutiful. The mother gazes at Jiang Fan with growing delight, her smile widening without a hint of doubt regarding Jiang Fan's intentions, as she accepts the medicine and swallows it down with a sip of water. Meanwhile, as Jiang Fan notices the damaged door, the other chosen ones also observe its disrepair. In the land of the ugly, Beck exclaims, "Oh no, the door is broken. Thankfully, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would surely meet my demise tonight." Beck, infuriated by the completely ruined door, kicks it fiercely twice. Despite his prior preparations, he had not anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly. He plans to endure the night with a tranquilizer pill, take another the following night, and by the third day, it will be the seventh day. Before 10 o'clock on the seventh night, he must succeed, or he will be left without a third tranquilizer. Though Beck could work on both the 6th and 7th days to acquire an additional tranquilizer, the prolonged working hours without any leads would significantly hinder his quest for a solution. Perhaps he could accomplish the task even before the 7th day. After all, according to his theory, eliminating the anomaly might also lead to success, wouldn't it? Beck casts a glance at his pallid mother in the living room, smirking wickedly. She appears considerably weaker than in previous days. This is indeed encouraging news. Perhaps, when the time comes to eliminate her, it will require little effort to achieve his goal. Chapter 62. All the rules at home have become ineffective. Unlocking Mother's room. In a land of gold, Otai has also observed the damaged bedroom door. He feels a twinge of sadness. Just yesterday morning, he had the misfortune of being late, resulting in his unscrupulous boss docking 15 yuan from his pay. Initially, Otai thought little of it. After all, it was only 15 yuan. His primary objective is to succeed in the challenge, and earning money is of little consequence. Money is merely a means. As long as he remains alive, deductions are inconsequential. However, during noon, a thunderous piece of news arrived. His country utilized the opportunity for a supernatural hint, advising him to purchase a tranquilizer. It was then that Otai realized the tranquilizers available at the neighboring pharmacy could render his mother unconscious, thus allowing him to navigate the potential dangers of the night following the door's destruction. With such a miraculous remedy, achieving success should be a mere formality. Filled with confidence, Otai heads to the pharmacy to buy the tranquilizer, only to discover that it requires 100 yuan to receive one. Thus, while other nations have accumulated 200 yuan over 4 days of work, enabling them to purchase 2 tranquilizers, Otai finds himself with only 185 yuan, affording him the chance to buy merely 1 tranquilizer. He is short by 15 yuan, precisely the amount deducted for his tardiness. Otai is filled with regret, lamenting why he had spent too long reading magazines the previous night, which caused him to oversleep. Therefore, he must return to work tomorrow to gather the remaining funds to secure the final tranquilizer. Alas, I have squandered an entire day exploring my home. Nevertheless, I took heed of a nation's advice and procured a calming pill. Otherwise, I would have found it arduous to endure the night. After all, while the bedroom is ostensibly safe, a malfunctioning door could pose a significant danger. With a sigh of relief, I felt a sense of gratitude. Later, while accompanying my mother as she watched television, I presented her with a calming pill and a small white pill. "Mother, this is a token of my filial piety. I noticed your persistent cough, so I purchased your usual medication, the small white pill. Additionally, this calming pill, which the pharmacist assured me is quite effective, is meant to be taken alongside the small white pill to expedite your recovery. My mother paused her viewing, turning her pale face towards me with a smile, showing no doubt in my words. "Oh, really?" she replied, visibly touched by my thoughtfulness. She accepted the medication, her face lighting up with praise for me. In an expression of joy, she promptly ingested both pills, and after doing so, her complexion appeared to brighten, perhaps a mere illusion. "You are wonderful. I feel much better after taking this medicine," she said with a smile, her gaze fixated on me. Her dark pupils, unfathomable, and her waxy complexion, somewhat unsettling, stirred a sense of guilt within me. I recalled Rule 4. Mother disapproves of misbehaved children. Any wrongful act must remain hidden from her. If I am not mistaken, lying would indeed constitute a misdeed. Would mother discern my deceit? Fortunately, she did not linger on me for long before succumbing to drowsiness. The effects of the medication had taken hold. I felt a flicker of joy, yet hesitated, gently nudging her. "Mother, are you feeling tired? Mother, what is the matter?" After a prolonged silence, my mother remained in deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, and it appeared she would not awaken tonight. Gradually, my anxious heart began to ease. Now is the moment. Before the clock strikes 10, I must investigate my mother's bedroom. Not only I, but also the chosen ones from various nations, upon discovering the broken bedroom door, began administering calming pills to their mothers. The side effects of the calming pill were unmistakable. Regardless of how loudly the chosen ones called for their mothers, there was no response. Once they had lulled their mothers into a stupor, the first order of business was to rise and approach the bedroom. They were determined to explore it. However, they quickly encountered a significant obstacle. The bedroom door was locked. How could they gain entry? The chosen ones stood in stunned silence. In the U.S., Beck exclaimed, "Oh dear, this damn door is locked." He aggressively attempted to force the door open, kicking and slamming his body against it, yet to no avail. The door appeared remarkably sturdy, despite Beck's vigorous assault. It remained intact, showing no signs of damage or movement. As they gazed at the securely locked door, slowly, one of the chosen ones had a realization. "Oh, it must be that key the one mother was searching for. Father's keepsake." The chosen ones, now enlightened, began to search fervently for the key. The household was in disarray, yet the elusive key remained hidden from sight. Ultimately, the gaze fell upon the unconscious form of their mother. Could the key be upon her? The chosen ones hesitated, their hearts filled with trepidation at the thought of their mother awakening abruptly and fixing her gaze upon them. To be discovered by her would breach the rules and surely lead to their demise. Nevertheless, the allure of exploring their mother's chamber proved irresistible, and with courage summoned, they rummaged through her belongings, uncovering the key. At that moment, the clock struck 10. Panic set in. They had to retire to their bedrooms before the hour. Instinctively, they returned to their quarters, only to realize after some time that their mother lay in a deep stupor, rendering the rule seemingly obsolete. Had the household's regulations vanished entirely? As they regarded their unconscious mother, understanding dawned upon them. Indeed, she was the greatest anomaly within this home. At 10 minutes past 10, the chosen ones inserted the key into their mother's room. With a click, the door swung open. In contrast, Jiang Fan's experience was markedly smoother. He had managed to incapacitate his mother and employed a master key to unlock the door. As he gently pushed open the door to her chamber, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him, his pupils constricting in shock. All the chosen ones stood frozen, a mix of disbelief and dread washing over them, goosebumps rising on their skin. Chapter 63, Mother's Room, An Identical World. At this moment, the audience outside held their breath, watching the live stream with bated anticipation. Anxiety coursed through them, nearly palpable. What eerie phenomena awaited within the mother's room? Would it taint the chosen ones? Might a beast emerge to assail them the moment they crossed the threshold? After all, that room was the epitome of strangeness, the heart of the household's mysteries. As the door creaked open, they expected to find a familiar sight akin to their own bedrooms, with a bed and various belongings. However, to their astonishment, it was not as anticipated. Instead, what lay beyond was a staircase leading downward, a clandestine passageway reminiscent of a descent into the depths of a basement. The chosen ones gazed into the dark abyss of the staircase, a chill emanating from the depths that sent shivers down their spines. The elongated steps seemed to lead to a lair of demons, an endless chasm, a path toward the enigmatic unknown that instilled a sense of foreboding. Beyond the initial few steps, all was engulfed in darkness. The air was thick with an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of cold winds echoing from below. It felt as though countless eyes and lurking creatures awaited in the shadows, causing the chosen ones to shudder, their spines tingling with terror. In that moment, they hesitated. Should they venture downward? What should one do if they encounter something eerie while descending? In this narrow corridor, such an encounter would spell certain doom. It is not that no chosen ones have contemplated illuminating the dark hallway with a lamp. However, there exists no small lamp at home. After much hesitation, aware that this was his mother's bedroom, and that something supernatural might lurk within, he also realized that descending could potentially reveal clues to unraveling the mystery. The chosen ones took a deep breath and, after several minutes of indecision, began their descent down the staircase, step by step. Of course, not all chosen ones were alike. In the land of the free, Uba rummaged through his wardrobe. The dark corridor was devoid of light. Why not bring a torch? Uba attempted to soak his clothes in oil and ignite them to create a makeshift torch. In the kitchen, he found some cooking oil, yet the gas stove seemed merely ornamental, refusing to ignite. After scouring the house, Uba recalled the lighter he had once used while smoking at his desk. It was a relic of the room, which he had not discarded, and now it proved invaluable. Yet, the staircase appeared to stretch into the abyss. Uba's torch could only illuminate a few more steps than the others. Nonetheless, he felt satisfied, at least from this distance. He wouldn't be startled by a sudden flash of gleaming white teeth in the darkness. Even if danger lurked, he would have ample time to react. With a grin that showcased his own pearly whites, Uba held the torch aloft and descended slowly into the shadows. Jiang Fan also sought something to light the dark staircase. However, the lighter in his bedroom had been discarded on the very first day, leaving him bereft of any means to dispel the darkness. He should have known better than to part with it. At the time, Jiang Fan believed that playing with fire was a bad habit, thus he disposed of the lighter. Reluctantly, he began to feel his way down the corridor, murmuring about the need to check in. Ding! Check-in at the corridor successful. Congratulations, host. You have received one hint opportunity. A hint opportunity? This was far superior to what lay outside. It seemed the ultimate contamination resided within his mother's room. A smile crept across Jiang Fan's face, yet his pace slowed considerably. The better the rewards, the greater the contamination implied. And this was merely a staircase. The implications of the forthcoming contamination were daunting. At that moment, Jiang Fan lowered his breathing and footfalls to a whisper, tensing his body like a hunting wolf. Alert to the utmost degree, the pitch-black corridor was utterly silent, save for the sound of Jiang Fan's soft footsteps. Though he had minimized his footfalls, they still echoed in the stillness. Thud, thud, thud. It was as if a great drum was sounding. This was the rhythm of his heartbeat. In a profound silence, Jiang Fan could hear his blood rushing through his heart, throbbing with urgency. A slight chill swept through, a cold breeze brushing against his face, sending shivers down his spine. As one ventures further down the corridor, it becomes increasingly narrow. Eventually, only a scant distance remains. The walls on either side press heavily against Jiang Fan, making it difficult for him to breathe. Time elapses uncertainly. Suddenly, a point of light pierces the oppressive darkness, igniting a surge of excitement among the chosen ones who behold it. This beacon signifies their imminent escape from the depths of the corridor. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of their hearts accelerates. The sound of the gentle breeze diminishes. The chosen ones instinctively quicken their pace. At last, they draw near to the light. As they emerge from the darkness, the brightness is somewhat blinding, prompting them to involuntarily close their eyes to alleviate the discomfort. After a brief moment, they gradually open their eyes. In that instant, the onlookers finally discern the objects illuminated by the light, and upon realizing what lies ahead, they recoil in shock. Their hearts tumultuous. What on earth? Is that a corridor? My mother's room leads to another world. Isn't this the corridor outside my home? I can even see room 402. How peculiar, it feels like a Russian nesting doll. Behind one door lies another. Could it be that the discovery of this world signifies the true beginning of the strange tales? The chosen ones freeze, their scalps tingling with trepidation, hesitant to take another step forward. Behind the light, there stretches a corridor. This corridor is all too familiar. It is the very passage the chosen ones traverse daily after work. At this moment, the sky beyond the corridor is dim and devoid of illumination, as if the world itself is a void. Not only is the corridor an exact replica, but their home also appears at the corridor's end. Chapter 64. A home filled with gas. Only 9 minutes to explore. 44 additional updates. Might the clue lie within this bizarre world's abode? The chosen ones cast their gazes toward the nearby residence, room 402. Without hesitation, they brandished the keys they had brought along. Thankfully, having heeded their mother's advice to carry the keys, they are able to enter. Obama produces the key, his vision clear. The torch in his hand remains unextinguished, casting a warm glow around him. The key turns in the lock with a satisfying click. Just as Obama begins to absorb the scene within, a sudden blaze erupts, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. In an instant, the camera shifts from the realm of the Black Nation to the entire scene of Sunshine Community. The seventh building of the home, engulfed in flames, reaches skyward. The fierce inferno seems to rage uncontrollably, swiftly expanding its territory, soon enveloping the entire multi-story edifice. The fire blazes ferociously, pulling the whole building into its fiery abyss. From a distance, the burning structure resembles a towering spark, a terrifying fire giant that instills fear. The sound of the explosion reverberates, shaking the very building and startling the audience in the live broadcast. The Black Nation. As the onlookers observed the scene involving Oba, their expressions were filled with bewilderment. What is that? It appears to be a home. Where is Oba? How did it explode into flames? The fire came out of nowhere. Is Oba still alive? Surely he must be. Subsequently, an emotionless voice announced, the chosen one of the Black Nation, Oba, has perished. The bizarre tales have randomly descended. Countless nations took note of this occurrence, their faces etched with confusion. How could Oba's door open and result in an explosion? Where did this fire originate? Had he violated some unseen rule, a decree that dictated death upon opening a door? A peculiar death penalty imposed by the bizarre? The following images only deepened their perplexity. The live broadcasts from various countries erupted like firecrackers, each one punctuated by the sound of explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Some chosen ones opened their doors to find their homes shrouded in darkness, instinctively reaching for the light switch. Boom! The sound of detonating munitions engulfed the broadcast, as flames swiftly consumed the screen and the bizarre proclaimed their demise. Others, who delayed turning on the lights until they reached the hall, were not spared from the inferno that awaited them. The chosen one from Myanmar, Kayatsi, has died. The bizarre tales have randomly descended. The chosen one from Bread Nation, Jinatamai, has perished. The bizarre tales have randomly descended. The chosen one from Galia, Ramses, has succumbed. The bizarre tales have randomly descended. Then one of the chosen ones exclaimed, it's the gas. The smell of gas is so potent. In an instant, nations reacted, exclaiming in alarm. In another household, gas was present. The air was thick with gas leakage. Gas leaks meant no lights could be turned on, no flames ignited, lest an explosion ensue. Thus, those chosen ones who had activated the lights or ignited flames had unwittingly triggered the accumulation of gas in their homes, leading to their explosive demise. How could this household differ from the previous one, filled with gas? The world was left in a daze. This bizarre maneuver had taken them by surprise. Realizing that their homes were saturated with gas, nations promptly issued warnings, urging the chosen ones not to turn on lights or ignite flames, to avoid dangerous actions that could lead to an explosion and elimination. thanks to the swift alerts from various countries. Many chosen ones who were on the verge of activating lights in their homes managed to survive. However, a minute had already elapsed since the first explosion, claiming the lives of over 30 chosen ones at the threshold. In the blink of an eye, only 50 chosen ones remained, having narrowly escaped disaster due to their nation's timely warnings. The air was thick with a noxious odor of gas, causing discomfort among many chosen ones, who began to experience dizziness and nausea. In a gas-laden environment, one could succumb to shock in merely 10 minutes. Once in a state of shock, in this realm of bizarre tales, death was inevitable. The chosen ones appeared pale, attempting to open doors to ventilate the gas-laden atmosphere. Yet, even after venting the space for dozens of minutes, the pungent smell of gas remained unabated. Toxic gases within the house seemed to emerge incessantly. Even in the corridor, the scent of gas has made its presence known. It leaves no doubt that if the door remains ajar, the corridor will soon be filled with an alarming concentration of gas. Should they manage to explore this realm a second time, the accumulation of gas in the corridor would render such an endeavor impossible. After all, a person can endure an environment laden with gas for no more than 10 minutes, which barely affords enough time for a round trip through the hallway. However, as long as they closed the door during their explorations, they could traverse back and forth repeatedly. Yet, another unsettling occurrence has instilled fear in the chosen ones. The door refuses to close. Left ajar, a torrent of noxious gas pours into the corridor, akin to the relentless tide of the sea. If this continues, the door will remain unshut, and inevitably, the corridor will become saturated with gas. This exploration of the world presents but a singular opportunity. Excluding the time required to return, they must complete their exploration of this alternate reality within 9 minutes. All the chosen ones grasp the gravity of this predicament. With haste, they charge into the house. Chapter 65. Is Mother's room my bedroom? My diary. Though it is a different world, both homes bear an uncanny resemblance. The chosen ones gaze at the familiar trinkets within the home, identical to those in the previous one, and without a moment's hesitation, they cross the threshold and enter. The house is cloaked in a layer of dust. The once familiar sofa and the television, now adorned with cobwebs, evoke a sense of desolation. The home appears to have existed for an eternity, with signs of decay unmistakably apparent. The chosen ones must navigate through this dusty, gas-laden environment, rushing straight towards Mother's room. The door to Mother's room is locked, and the chosen ones attempt to use the same key that opened the previous room. However, they soon discover that the key which unlocked Mother's room above fails to work here. Fortunately, the door in this peculiar realm is not as sturdy as the one above. In the land of pasta, the chosen one named Magia, frustrated by his inability to access Mother's room, delivers 2 powerful kicks. Boom! The dilapidated door cannot withstand such force, shattering into pieces and collapsing, stirring up clouds of dust. What clues might lie within Mother's room? Wait a moment, this is not Mother's room. As Magia surveys the familiar decor, realization dawns upon him. This is his own bedroom. In this bizarre alternate reality, Mother's room is, astonishingly, the child's room. By this reasoning, his own bedroom must correspond to Mother's room. The chosen ones exchange incredulous glances at the closed door across the way. However, having already breached the room, they swiftly decide to enter and explore. In the realm of eerie tales, Jiang Fan, upon entering his home, likewise rushes towards Mother's bedroom. After employing a master key to unlock the door, he finds that it leads to his own bedroom, a look of understanding blossoming in his eyes. According to speculation, my bedroom originally belonged to my mother, which explains why her severed hand appeared in my room. Although it is my personal space, Jiang Fan did not leave. With everything laid bare, it seemed prudent to search for clues. The arrangement within the room mirrored that of the aforementioned bedroom. It was not long before Jiang Fan discovered a dusty diary nestled within an old wardrobe. The pages of the diary were yellowed and somewhat worn. As Jiang Fan opened the diary, the faint and fragmented handwriting chronicled various events. From the first-person perspective within the diary, it was evident that these were my own writings. October 15th, the weather was clear. I don't know what madness has overtaken my mother, she suddenly insisted that I find a job, declaring that if I failed to do so, she would cease providing me with living expenses. I cannot survive without her financial support. October 16th, the weather was clear. I found a job not far from the community. Although the pay is somewhat meager, it is acceptable as it is close to home. I do not wish to rise early each day and endure the commute. From the preceding entries, it was apparent that the original me was idle at home, and my mother had tacitly accepted this state of affairs. Why, then, the sudden demand for me to seek employment? Was she unable to bear my inactivity any longer? Jiang Fan cautiously leafed through the diary, continuing to read. October 19th, the weather was overcast. My mother actually wants me to tidy my bedroom daily? I have no desire to clean. I have work, and time is insufficient. Yet, my mother once again wielded the threat of withholding my living expenses. Very well, I shall tidy up. October 21st, the weather was overcast. I wonder if I've acquiesced my mother too frequently. She now insists that I adhere to a proper bedtime, forbidding me from playing games or smoking. Absolutely not. October 22nd, the weather was clear. I could no longer endure it. My mother demands I accomplish so much daily, things she never required of me before. We quarreled and parted on unpleasant terms. October 27th, the weather was overcast. I relented, as my mother had not prepared meals for me these past few days, and I had grown weary of instant noodles. She finally made my favorite dish, twice-cooked pork. November 2nd, the weather was overcast. I do not know if it is due to the drop in temperature, but my mother has caught a cold, and her coughing disturbs my sleep. I am uncertain whether the fault lies with my original self or if I am overthinking. In the diary, my mother began to cough later on, yet she had been coughing even before I arrived and started looking for work. However, it seems I did not show much concern for her, instead feeling annoyed that her cough disrupted my slumber. Jiang Fan formed a new impression of the original me, lacking filial piety or perhaps indifferent to my mother's well-being. November 8th, the weather was overcast. My mother's cold has not yet subsided, so I must purchase cough medicine for her daily, which is quite bothersome. November 10th, the weather was clear. My salary has been dispersed. I should have received 250 yuan for 24 days of work at 50 yuan per day. Yet, my unscrupulous employer deducted 200 yuan for my tardiness. Nevertheless, it matters not, as my mother has once again given me 2,000 yuan, allowing me to finally gather my game character. November 12th, the weather was fine. My mother discovered that I had squandered all my money on games, and we had a fierce argument. I felt quite irritated. Must she dictate how I spend my hard-earned money? November 13th, the weather remained clear, yet misfortune struck. There was a gas leak in the store, and the foul stench was unbearable. I nearly succumbed to gas poisoning. Gas. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The home in the other world reeked of gas. Was there a connection? November 15th, the weather turned gloomy. My desire to escape this home intensified. Each time I returned, my mother would berate me, incessantly pointing out my flaws and demanding that I rectify them. Where had my once gentle mother gone? November 16th, the weather was clear. Oh, what have I stumbled upon? An insurance policy? But why will my mother purchase insurance? After all, she always deemed insurance companies to be fraudulent. Look at this. The beneficiary is me, and the sum amounts to 1 million. Why would my mother, who once distrusted insurance companies, suddenly buy a policy? Faint, indistinct thoughts flickered in Jiang Fan's mind, a hypothesis emerging from the shadows. November 17th, the weather was fine. I took a leave to indulge in online gaming. It felt delightful. But how did my mother find out I skipped work? Oh, this is so bothersome. November 18th, the weather was overcast. My mother has become increasingly irksome, incessantly chattering away, recounting trivial matters daily. Even when I wish to immerse myself in gaming, she interrupts. I wish she would just vanish, allowing me to play in peace. November 19th, the weather remained dreary. My mother's cough persists, and she seems to have lost weight, her complexion pale and haggard, as if she were nearing death. Yet, she still scolds me for neglecting to clean my room. November 20th, the weather was gloomy. My mother woke me early, just because I expressed a desire to resign from my job. November 21st, the weather was clear. To my dismay, my mother actually canceled my gaming account. How utterly vexing. Why doesn't she just disappear? November 22nd. The weather was fine. What is this calming pill? Why is it so expensive? November 23rd. The weather was overcast. A light snow fell today, yet my mother's cough echoed loudly, but soon I would no longer be disturbed by her voice. Chapter 66. My plan. The truth of the matter. The rules of supplementation. I should no longer be bothered by my mother's cough. Did I cure her with the calming pill? After all, it is reputed to remedy various ailments. Jiang Fan continued to peruse his diary. November 24th. The weather was clear. I have resigned. I need not inform my mother, nor do I require her anymore, for if all goes as planned, a substantial sum of money will soon be mine. Wish me luck. The entries in the diary seem to have reached their conclusion. As of November 24th, there were no further entries. However, the last note caused Jiang Fan's pupils to constrict. I have resigned. In accordance with the previous entries in the diary, my mother disapproves of my resignation. Yet I find myself questioning whether I truly require her approval. Am I indeed contemplating the substantial sum of money on the horizon? Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon a particular diary entry, and a sense of heaviness enveloped him. November 16th. Clear skies. Behold, what have I discovered? An insurance policy? Yet, why would mother purchase insurance, given her previous disdain for insurance companies, deeming them fraudulent? Look here, the beneficiary is me. An astonishing sum of 1 million. A million, indeed, represents a considerable fortune for someone with a mere monthly income of $1,500. Thus, the origins of the gas odor become explicable. My mother's abrupt change had ignited a sense of annoyance within me. The meager salary, the tiresome job, coupled with her stringent discipline, alongside the revelation of the $1 million insurance policy, had stirred my thoughts. Concurrently, certain occurrences in the store and the side effects of the calming pills compelled me to entertain this notion. Jiang Fan lowered his gaze, concealing the tumultuous emotions within, his impassive countenance rendering his thoughts inscrutable. The outside world, upon perusing the diary, fell into a contemplative silence. The loving mother's thread weaves garments for her wandering child. How could one possibly commit such an act? Such occurrences are, in fact, not uncommon. Murdering one's mother for insurance, or one's wife. One can never truly discern the malevolence lurking beneath the facade of an ordinary individual. This is more despicable than the offspring of those who allow their elders to perish from starvation. Have you heard of the Wu Shiyu case in the North City? In truth, is not the mother's perverse indulgence a root cause of all this? Chosen ones from various nations discovered this diary. After their reading, they fell into a thoughtful silence, grasping the inception of the entire tale of horror. The final entry, coupled with the pervasive gas in the bedroom, suggested that I had successfully executed my plan. What would the means to pass through be? An apology to my mother, or to replay the conclusion of the diary, using the gas in the restaurant to eliminate her? Would my mother truly not react with fury and seek my demise upon discovering the truth of her death at my hands? In the wretched land, the chosen one, Baker, felt an unsettling sensation of being watched after perusing the diary. The contents of this diary resonate closely with my own experiences, yet I am no such coward. Rather than resorting to patricide for insurance, I would prefer to rid my mother of the malevolence that afflicts her, thereby achieving immortality. The original me, having taken my mother's life, would, according to the cycle of this horror tale, have her aware of my actions, thus inciting profound animosity towards me. Therefore, the method to achieve my goal merely necessitates eliminating her once more. This diary has fortified Baker's resolve. After all, when faced with intense malevolence from another, one should not seek to resolve it, for such animosity is insurmountable. To attempt resolution demands an exorbitant price, such as exchanging life for life. If resolution is unattainable, then one must eradicate the source of the malevolence. Ultimately, when the source is eradicated, the burdens that afflict you will vanish as well. Oh, akin to a mother, whose perception of me I cannot alter, nor can I expect her to embrace my views. Thus, the only recourse is to eliminate those who oppose me. In this manner, my beliefs shall forever remain unassailable. Beck beamed with an almost deranged fervor in his eyes. After perusing the diary, Jiang Fan returned it to its rightful place. At that moment, a note unexpectedly slipped from the diary, contrasting its weathered appearance with a freshness that seemed alien to this world. The note bore inscriptions that caused Jiang Fan's eyelids to flutter, his countenance reflecting a newfound seriousness. Those inscriptions detailed rules. The regulations on the note mirrored those he had previously encountered in his bedroom. Simultaneously, whether within the diary, the wardrobe, or the trash bin, nearly all chosen ones discovered identical notes in succession. They gazed at the notes with astonishment, their faces visibly alight with exhilaration. Upon discovering this note, you have already entered your 7th reincarnation. Each reincarnation lasts for 7 days. Do not express gratitude to your mother with blessings on the 7th day of Thanksgiving. She has become a demon. On the evening of the 7th day, at 8 o'clock, everything will reset. The hour preceding the reset is when your mother is at her most vulnerable. Be sure to eliminate her after 7 o'clock and before 8, where you shall meet your ultimate demise. Chapter 67. The Correct Rules. The 14th Rule. Mother, 33. Upon witnessing the subsequent rules, all chosen ones could hardly contain their elation and excitement. The missing regulations had manifested. They had discovered a means to escape the cycle, a pathway to triumph over the malevolent tale. To slay the mother would conclude everything. Indeed, she was the greatest anomaly within this household. Thus, by vanquishing the anomaly, I could achieve liberation. Splendid. I have finally uncovered a way to break free from the cycle. Oh, how marvelous. Just one more day, and I shall be able to eliminate the anomaly. The version of me within the diary succeeded in killing the mother. In this bizarre narrative, it merely required another act of filicide. All the chosen ones rejoiced, their hands clutching the notes, trembling with excitement. The restoration of the rules from the other world was undoubtedly the most significant gain from their endeavor. As the diary recorded, they merely needed to replicate the same act. Killing the mother would free them from the 7-day cycle. Just as the original me had eliminated the mother, all difficulties and woes would dissipate. The chosen one's jubilations left the spectators bewildered. Within every live streaming room, as the chosen ones entered the home and reviewed the diary, a blank note ominously floated down from the sky. Upon retrieving the note, they erupted into laughter. This prompted concern among netizens. Had the chosen ones been tainted by the anomaly? However, it did not take long for the onlookers to come to their senses. I recall that in the beginning, the rules of the strange tales appeared as a mere scrap of paper. Might it contain hidden messages and clues that we cannot perceive? It seems likely, as these tales often obscure the actions of the chosen ones when they retrieve the clues and make their decisions, preventing others from copying their endeavors. Observing the chosen ones laughing boisterously, it is reasonable to assume they have uncovered significant hints. Yet, why is Jiang Fan, the chosen one from the Great Xia, devoid of laughter? Perhaps he remains composed and unflappable. Within the realm of strange tales, Jiang Fan holds a note obscured by the mechanisms of this enigma, revealing rules that differ from all others. Upon discovering this note, you have already entered your 7th cycle. Each cycle lasts 7 days. Under no circumstances should you harm your mother. Perhaps you ought to apologize for the mistakes you have made. The paper, now complete with the 13th rule, additionally reveals a 14th. Moreover, some of Jiang Fan's previously erroneous interpretations have been corrected. Mother does not favor naughty children. Do not let her discover any bad habits or misdeeds. If she does, have the courage to admit your faults. Do not allow it into your bedroom. If you feel you're being watched, it surely means you have erred. Correct your course promptly. Mother will tuck you in. Do not fear her. Upon seeing the 13th rule and the amendments made, Jiang Fan realizes that this scrap of paper may indeed represent the true rules inscribed by my earlier selves during previous cycles. However, do my mistakes refer to administering calming pills to my mother? Should I express my apologies to her? According to the revised rules, perhaps that is indeed the right course of action. Alongside the additional rules, Jiang Fan notices a line at the very bottom of the note. If possible, please convey my blessings to Mother during the Thanksgiving on the 7th day. Tell her I long for her twice-cooked pork. The handwriting is uneven, and the sentence trails off at the end. My previous self must have harbored complex emotions while writing this. Simultaneously, from the actions recorded in the diary, I must have recognized my errors during the cycles. Thus, the method to triumph this time should be to rectify my mistakes and apologize to my mother. Jiang Fan exhales in relief. Despite having acquired a crucial clue, he refrains from departing. With 2 or 3 minutes still remaining, he intends to visit his mother's room, wander through the house, and seek out any additional clues, and perhaps to sign in as well. Ding! Successful check-in at the hall. Awarded with the permanent ability to judge rule accuracy on a percentage basis. Ding! Successful check-in at the kitchen. Rewarded with 3 portions of twice-cooked pork. Ding! Successful check-in at the restroom. Granted an increase of 200 in willpower. The permanent ability to judge rule accuracy allows one to determine the correctness rate of rules. For instance, if 10 rules are incorrect, the accuracy rate would be 90. Note, this feature is limited to the original rules. The host cannot extract or exclude erroneous rules independently. 3 portions of twice-cooked pork, infused with a mother's love, grants a 20-point increase in favorability upon consumption. An increase of 200 in willpower enhances a specific area of the body. Cough! This tripling of willpower is splendid. Yet, what truly captures my heart is the rule judgment feature. With this capability, there is no longer a need to guess each rule one by one. After checking in, Jiang Fan approached his mother's room and took a deep breath. He produced a master key and gently pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the layout of his mother's bedroom, he was taken aback, his pupils constricting, and a tumultuous wave surged within him, suppressing the urge to turn away. The air in his mother's room was foul, thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, and flames roared against the walls. The temperature soared, reminiscent of the fiery depths of hell. The floor was littered with shattered remnants, akin to broken glass. Strewn about were dismembered limbs and minced flesh. On the bed, a bulge beneath the covers suggested something sinister, with blood continually flowing from the bed, transforming the entire room into a nightmarish scene of horror and bloodshed. Jiang Fan stifled his nausea and ventured further into the room. With each step, his feet became ensnared in the viscous black blood clinging to him. Approaching the head of the bed, he gazed at the protruding shape beneath the covers and gently lifted the blanket. As the cover was removed, the sight before him emerged. Jiang Fan, unable to bear the view, closed his eyes. On the bed lay a frail body, hunched and emaciated, despite the deep hollows of her sunken face. He recognized the identity of the corpse. It was his mother. Her eye sockets were deeply recessed, her hair a lifeless yellow, and her lips devoid of color. Her body was contorted, the skin wrinkled and devoid of any flesh, the outlines of her bones starkly visible. Her expression was twisted, as if she were enduring unimaginable agony. Jiang Fan felt a pang of familiarity regarding his mother's condition. It seemed she was afflicted with a grave illness, far beyond mere coughs and colds. This state resembled that of a relative from his past life, who, before succumbing to an incurable ailment, had grown frail, a towering man of 8 meters reduced to less than 80 kilograms. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Fan covered his mother with a blanket. Suddenly, a piece of paper peeking from beneath the pillow caught his attention. The paper bore some writing, and as he picked it up and focused his gaze, he discerned that the letters were meticulously inscribed. Comparing the handwriting, it was clear this was not his own, but rather the writing of his mother. Chapter 68. A Letter from Mother. Check in for the hand-knitted sweater crafted by Mother. 14. Xiao Fan. By the time you read this letter, Mother will no longer be present. She has encountered a minor accident, and regrettably, may not be able to accompany you any further. Due to this incident, Mother has to be stern with you. She hopes that you will become an independent individual capable of navigating life well in the days to come without her. Remember, Xiao Fan, it is essential to have a job that can sustain you. Mother does not wish for you to attain great wealth, only that you do not go hungry. Keep the house clean daily, so that when young ladies come to visit, they will not look down upon you. Do not indulge in playing games day and night, as it is detrimental to your health. Oh, Xiao Fan, the twice-cooked pork that you love has been prepared in advance. There are several portions in the refrigerator. Do not eat too quickly, or else it will be gone before you know it. Haha, mother has bought something. I hope that after I am gone, this item will provide you with the support and hope to continue moving forward, just as the salesperson promised. I am truly sorry for not providing you with a perfect home, for not showering you with riches, and for not having the fortune to walk alongside you. Farewell, my dear Jiang Fan. Date, October 8th. The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Mother may have been suffering from a physical ailment, and thus, she left behind this letter. Yet, to her surprise, her child seems unable to grasp her intentions. After all, how could a child accustomed to being catered to accept such an abrupt change? Ultimately, not only did the child fail to make any adjustments, but the situation also spiraled into a more extreme outcome. However, the support that mother hoped for, namely the insurance, should have materialized to aid her child, albeit perhaps in a slightly different manner. Jiang Fan wiped his eyes, which had been irritated, as if a stone had lodged itself within. It was rather large and vexatious, turning his eyes red. No wonder he had signed for the twice-cooked pork in the kitchen. It must have been the meal mother prepared in advance for her child. However, the child did not eat it, and it instead found its way into his possession. Jiang Fan gazed at the curled-up figure of his mother in the blanket, extending his trembling hand to gently caress her face. Leaning down, he whispered hesitantly into her ear, "Mother, it's all right that we don't have a perfect home. As long as you are here, I am the happiest. Mother, I will take care of myself. You can rest easy." Perhaps, in the eyes of many, Mother's behavior towards her child may seem indulgent. However, Jiang Fan held a different perspective. In his original family, a single-parent household, Mother, fearing the absence of paternal love, compensated excessively, which is quite normal. Without hesitation, one could assert that in a single-parent family, the child represents the sole hope for the parent's survival. Upon realizing her illness, she left behind a safety net for her child. Yet, perhaps there was too much indulgence, neglecting to teach the child how to conduct oneself and navigate life. Jiang Fan pondered that had he not possessed the system and had a complete family, he might have acted in a similar fashion. In this lifetime, I have never contemplated how long I would live. My intention has always been to care for those who raised me and to nurture those I have brought into this world. As for myself, I entrust that to the passage of time. Regrettably, he had not the parents who would guide him into adulthood. To be candid, Jiang Fan harbored a certain envy for such indulgence. At least there exists love within it. Amidst his reflections, Jiang Fan did not forget to check in. Ding! Successful check-in at the bedroom, awarded with a hand-knitted sweater from Mother, permanent. Mother's hand-knitted sweater. When donned, it summons the enigmatic Mother, level, for 10 seconds. No matter her location, she will safeguard her precious child. For Mother is a superhero. Warning, this item can be reused after 72 hours. Enigmatic level. So, I can summon this invincible miraculous Mother for 10 seconds every 3 days? The legendary scenario of returning home to complain to Mother, is it not? At last, I too will experience the sensation of being bullied and seeking my mother's support. Jiang Fan recalled that unscrupulous boss. He harbored no other thoughts, merely the desire to teach that black-hearted boss a lesson, to extend a friendly greeting. In various livestream rooms across the globe, while Jiang Fan perused the message, other chosen ones enter the Mother's chamber. Within the room, a potent amalgamation of gas, burnt odors, the stench of blood, and the foulness of decay filled the air. Coupled with the scattered remnants of flesh and blood, many chosen ones felt a wave of nausea wash over them. What in the world is this? Beck furrowed his brow, his face contorted in disgust as he uncovered the blanket. Beneath it lay a desiccated body, its form dark and emaciated, resembling a large piece of blackened charcoal. From the discernible features, Beck surmised that this could indeed be the Mother, for only she would inhabit her own realm. With a sense of misfortune, Beck waved his hand dismissively, suppressing his revulsion as he began to search the Mother's bedroom for clues. After thoroughly scouring the quarters, his gaze fell once more upon the Mother. Might she hold some vital clue? Yet, in the end, Beck found nothing. The room was in disarray. Even the covers and the Mother's form were carelessly strewn upon the floor. What a waste of my time. Perhaps it is best to adhere to the rules and simply eliminate the Mother. Killing her is the final condition for passing the level. The remaining clues are likely lost. Beck shook his head, clearly bored by the absence of leads. He made no further inquiries and exited the room. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped outside, the body discarded on the floor suddenly stirred. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The mother's sweater was akin to a Pikachu summoning device. However, within less than a second, his expression froze in shock. Chapter 69. The Resurrected Mother. A crisis approaches. 24. Yet, in less than a second, his expression froze in shock. The mother's sweater. Sufficient to overpower all the items he currently possesses, including the peculiar one-time protective charm. Within the system, the higher the quality of the rewards from sign-ins, the greater the pollution. The strange protective charm is deemed the most formidable sign-in item from the previous ghostly tales, acquired during a sign-in on a bus. The bus was rife with the eerie. Thus, it was no surprise that the items obtained were exceptional. However, in his mother's bedroom, aside from the gruesome and unsettling arrangement of the space, there appear to be no other immediate threats. But where does the danger originate? A thought suddenly struck him. Instantly, Jiang Fan found himself drenched in sweat, his scalp tingling, hands and feet icy cold, his hair standing on end in fear. The smile on his face vanished, and he awkwardly turned to retreat. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed from beneath the covers. It seemed as though something was awakening. Coughing, he muttered, "Since there's nothing here, I shall take my leave. Mother, I will return to see you another time. Do not worry about me." Damn! Aside from his mother lying on the bed, who else could pose a threat? Jiang Fan was incredulous that a corpse could exude such overwhelming pollution and danger. Unless it was a living aberration. Mother, it's alive. To his utter shock, she was indeed alive. Moreover, it appeared she had already awakened. The thick, viscous blood on the floor began to flow, as if the entire world were tipping over, an endless stream of crimson cascading backward. The blood collected, flowing toward the bed in an unfathomable direction, as though something on the bed had opened a gaping maw, drawing the blood back in. Jiang Fan dashed out of the bedroom with utmost urgency, the thick liquid at his feet propelling him forward with remarkable force. Suddenly, a thin strand of blood shot out, wrapping itself around his ankles in a tight grip. Damn it, I merely came to greet Mother. You need not keep me for dinner, he exclaimed in frustration, gathering all his strength to pull free. Thanks to the System S enhancements and the exchange of stamina from ghostly tales, Jiang Fan's strength vastly surpassed that of an ordinary person. In an instant, the blood strands binding his feet were torn apart. Now, Jiang Fan's muscles surged with power, his expression growing intensely serious. His entire body resembled a cheetah, primed and ready to unleash its speed, propelling him forward with astonishing rapidity. All the blood strands that sought to ensnare him once more were unable to catch him, crushed beneath the shockwave of his movement. By the time they attempted to regroup, Jiang Fan had already vanished from sight. How dare you pursue me when I've not harmed you? After escaping the bedroom, he gave no thought to searching for clues, sprinting out of his home with the swiftness of a character from a film. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the door, a thunderous crash resounded. The iron door, which had previously been ajar, suddenly slammed shut with great force. Simultaneously, in his mother's room, a pair of deeply sunken eyes slowly opened. Though Jiang Fan did not witness the events that transpired in the bedroom after he left, the viewers of the live ghost story were greeted by an astonishing spectacle. The mother, originally curled up in bed, now manifested beneath the covers like a small orb. As blood steadily pooled towards the foot of the bed, this orb appeared to swell with the influx of blood, gradually expanding. Thump, thump, thump. Like a heartbeat, it trembled incessantly. Suddenly, a figure rose from the bed. It was the mother. Her frail, bony form seemed to inflate as if revitalized by flesh and blood. Her once sallow and withered visage resembled a balloon filled with air, swelling ominously. The exposed limbs bore deepening blackish-purple patches, revealing the true state of her being. The mother had returned. In this otherworldly realm, the home closest to the original truth harbored the greatest enigma. She had come back to life. Countless viewers were left in shock. gazing at the mother's eyes, now filled with resentment and blood-red fury, their hair standing on end. Ah, the screen is shielding me. The mother is actually alive. This is even more terrifying than the previous anomalies. Goodness, even through the screen, my limbs feel foreign. If I were in that ghost story, I doubt I could even run. Don't be afraid. The mother has risen from the dead. Just wrap her in egg batter and breadcrumbs, fry her up, and she'll be a delicacy. The scent of decay will make it even more appetizing. What filial piety! Where did the king of hell come from? Other live streams are also reporting the Mother-S revival. In the nation of Badong, the chosen one, Gas, was about to step outside when he noticed the door inexplicably closing on its own, leaving him perplexed. Why did the door close by itself? In Lobster Nation, he wondered, did something eerie cause the door to shut? In Turkey, alarm bells rang. This is bad. There is danger. A dozen chosen ones simultaneously sensed they were in peril. Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their heads stiffly turned toward the source of the ominous gaze. A corpse slowly crawled out from the room. Its blackish-purple limbs moved rigidly, lifting its swollen head and staring with bloodshot eyes. Instantly, all the chosen ones trapped within the room recalled the body they had discovered in the Mother-S room. No, it was the mother. The mother had revived. Chapter 70. Raising and Nurturing. The best mother in the world. Following the direction of the crawling figure, the mother was approaching them. Her terrifying crawl, pressed against the floor, left a trail of dark blood in her wake. This macabre scene made the hearts of the chosen ones momentarily cease their beating. A chill surged to the top of their heads. It felt as if they were in an ice cellar, trembling all over. Even breathing became a Herculean task. Run. What are you standing there for? Goodness, that's not a mother. It's clearly a zombie. Faced with such a sight, let alone the chosen ones, I wouldn't even have the courage to escape. Ah, thankfully, the corpses I guard in the morgue are not as lively. They remain eerily silent, merely staring at me with wide-open eyes. Gas, what are you doing? Oh, dear heavens, send him a hint to flee quickly. Fortunately, Magia had already departed from home. Otherwise, he too might have found himself entangled in peril. As the representatives of various nations observed their chosen ones rendered speechless by the sudden and horrifying scene before them, they yearned to rush into the nightmarish tale and rescue them. Yet, some nations exhaled sighs of relief, grateful that their champions had not fully explored the depths of this dread, opting instead to return to the surface prematurely. Whether it was the tense cries of the crowd that spurred them into action or the stark realization that failure to escape could cost them their lives, the chosen ones regained their composure, steeling themselves against their innermost fears and flinging open the doors. The doors, it appeared, had merely been closed, not locked. Upon bursting through, they surged toward freedom, their hearts alight with exhilaration as they glimpsed the corridor that led them here. They were on the verge of escape. Yet, unbeknownst to the chosen ones, their mother had already crawled out through the doorway. She advanced slowly, her immense form seemingly impeding her progress. However, the twisted, serpentine trails of blood behind her began to writhe ominously. They coiled around the entire household like countless veins pulsating with life. As an unsettling smile spread across her face, the bloodlines abruptly surged forth from the house, enveloping the corridor in a crimson shroud. In an instant, the tendrils reached the very feet of the chosen ones, ensnaring them in an unending embrace that rapidly ascended their bodies. No! Gas cried out in anguish as he beheld the entrance so tantalizingly close, only to be overtaken by his mother at the last moment. With every ounce of strength, he struggled to tear the sanguine strands from his body, but they clung to him like tightly bound iron, sharp enough to cut through his flesh. Gradually, the bloodlines ensnared him entirely, transforming him into a crimson-hued mummy. His mother, grotesque and crawling, contorted her body, emitting unsettling, crackling sounds. Suddenly, she rose to her feet, as if unaccustomed to standing, her form swaying and twisting. Crack! Crack! She stood, gazing down at Gas, who was ensnared by the bloodlines, her eyes aflame with frenzied rage. Without warning, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed the blood-soaked mummy whole. Her Her deep purple abdomen swelled with the disappearance of gas, resembling a pregnancy nearing term. In an instant, the scene transformed. The horrific figure of the mother vanished, replaced by a beautiful woman who appeared in the live stream. She cradled her rounded belly, her eyes sparkling with tenderness, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Come out quickly, my dear. I shall raise you to be the finest in this world, the best mother there ever was." Ding! The woman stepped into the house, gently shutting the door behind her. The doorplate revealed the number 402. The live stream from Badong country went dark, and the emotionless voice of the horror narrative mechanism echoed ominously. The chosen one of the Padong nation, Gas, meets his demise. Eerie tales unfold. In a moment of eerie stillness, the chosen one of the Turkic realm, Bor, perceived the door closing ominously. An immediate realization dawning upon him that peril was at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the sudden sounds behind him and hastily flung open the door, sprinting down the corridor with utmost urgency. As Bor traversed the passage, the sense of impending doom began to dissipate. Though the nature of the threat remained unclear, he understood it to be dire. Fortuitously, his speed was an asset. He must swiftly return to the surface. The corridor, shrouded in darkness, grew increasingly constricted, causing Bor to decelerate, unable to maintain his rapid pace. Shortly thereafter, a glimmer of white light appeared before him. A surge of joy washed over Bor. It was the exit of the passage, leading to his mother's chamber. Suddenly, the surrounding shadows began to lift, revealing a series of dark crimson lights flickering to life, as though dormant entities within the corridor had been summoned. As illumination gradually bathed the passage, Bor discerned the source of the glow, and a wave of horror washed over his countenance. Countless sinewy tendrils, reminiscent of blood vessels, intricately entwined the corridor, pulsating with a life of their own, as if something sinister flowed within them. This unsettling phenomenon compelled Bor to quicken his pace once more. It seemed as though this alternate realm was on the verge of reverting to its original, terrifying state. I must return to the surface before this realm collapses entirely. Yet, despair soon enveloped him. The once sturdy steps beneath his feet transformed into segments of crimson flesh, akin to soft, spongy materials, causing Bor to sink with each step. The viscous, yielding substance threatened to destabilize him. Gradually, the overhead crimson tendrils began to ooze a viscous liquid. Drops of varying sizes cascaded upon Bor, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. It appeared that the passage was sealed, allowing the liquid to gather and accumulate. Bit by bit, it encroached upon Bor's ankles, then his calves, until his entire lower body was submerged in the noxious fluid, reeking of a metallic scent akin to rusted blood. As the liquid continued to amass, the corridor transformed into a vast, crimson sea. Bor felt no sorrow or despair. There was no time for such emotions. A blood-red tendril, emerging from an unknown source, ensnared him. This bizarre line entwined around his body, penetrating his abdomen, ultimately drawing him into the liquid. The crimson thread felt akin to a maternal umbilical cord, bestowing upon Bor a sense of vitality, invoking a feeling of familiarity. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Though curled in a fetal position, a strange smile graced Bor's face. Fixed within the liquid by the crimson line, he surrendered to a serene and blissful slumber. Chapter 71. Is he within an uncanny body? Has Jiang Fan perished? 44 Update. The chosen one from the kingdom of Badong, Boer, has perished. Eerie tales descend randomly. The chosen one from the kingdom of Lobster, Jaime, has met his demise. Eerie tales descend randomly. The chosen one from the kingdom of Kuin has fallen. Eerie tales descend randomly. In less than a minute, nearly all the chosen ones trapped in the other world have succumbed, save for a few fortunate souls who departed early. No one could escape the horrifying repercussions brought forth by the resurrection of the mother. Nations gazed upon the fallen, chosen ones, sighing in collective despair. Do they lack strength? Absolutely not. To have survived long enough to enter the Mother's chamber and traverse the other world already attested to their formidable prowess. They merely suffered from a stroke of ill fortune. Yet, that very misfortune heralded their demise. With somber expressions, the nations decreed that they would erect monuments for these brave, chosen ones who valiantly strove for the survival of their countries, to commemorate, to remember, and to express gratitude. Ah, wait, it seems there is still one fortunate soul alive. All eyes turned towards Jiang Fan, who was desperately sprinting. In the realm of eerie tales, Jiang Fan was the first to sense the Mother-S awakening. Coupled with his robust physical constitution, his speed in fleeing was unparalleled. By the time the other chosen ones recognized the Mother-S presence, Jiang Fan had already reached the portal. At this moment, the blinding white light before him intensified. The exit was right in front of him. Similarly, the surrounding crimson light began to flicker into existence amidst the darkness. Goodness, are they illuminating my path out of concern for me getting lost? How considerate! Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. Even with his shoes having flown off during the sprint, he maintained an astonishing speed of 200. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat echoed above him. The walls of the passage, composed of bloodlines, began to flow and contract. The slippery sensation beneath his feet, along with the strange-tasting liquid, involuntarily conjured a thought in Jiang Fan's mind. The womb. This passage resembled a womb. The slick bloodlines were akin to an umbilical cord, were they not? As for the reverberating heartbeat, it felt as though he were nestled within the Mother-S belly. The former room 402 had long been obliterated. How could another world emerge bearing my diary? A home reeking of gas? The exit led to the depths of the Mother-S heart, or rather, to her final memories. The mere thought of possibly finding himself within such an uncanny entity sent shivers down Jiang Fan's spine, causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably. Should I summon the mother? To have her confront this bizarre version of herself. However, the two mothers would undoubtedly possess equal strength. If I could not vanquish the strange mother, I would remain unable to alleviate the pollution I had endured. Jiang Fan dared not imagine the horror of being drowned by the liquid here while the two mothers clashed. That would be utterly absurd. With a snap, the other shoe was flung off as he sprinted too swiftly. The exit loomed ever closer. The surrounding blood light flickered to life, and the viscous liquid had now reached Jiang Fan's neck. His neck, cheeks, mouth, and nose. As the liquid threatened to engulf Jiang Fan entirely, the exit of the passage lay tantalizingly before him. With a sudden burst of energy, Jiang Fan propelled himself toward the opening, his hand grasping the wall of the exit. Veins bulged on his hand as he exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to pull himself free. Yet, suddenly, the liquid surged like an ocean. The calm surface transformed into tumultuous waves in an instant, a mighty swell crashing forth. Jiang Fan clung tightly to the passageway, but the overwhelming force of the tide wrenched him away, sending him tumbling back several meters. In a moment of panic, he called out, "Quick, system, use the substitute doll." However, before he could finish his sentence, a bloodline enveloped Jiang Fan. This bloodline seemed to possess boundless magic, instantly transforming his frantic expression into one of serene tranquility. His unfinished words faded away, and with heavy eyelids, Jiang Fan wore a peaceful smile as he slowly closed his eyes. Observing this, the outside world was filled with profound regret. The sole survivor was gone. In the grand meeting room of the daxia, disbelief hung heavy in the air. Is Jiang Fan really gone? If only he had emerged a moment sooner. Member Wang Jie stared numbly at the live stream, unable to fathom that Jiang Fan had perished so easily. In a fit of frustration, he pounded relentlessly on the solid wooden table before him. His hands grew crimson, yet Wang Jie seemed oblivious to the pain. How could Jiang Fan, so intelligent and the fastest among them, meet such a fate? Perhaps, just perhaps, there was still hope for Jiang Fan. Team leader Wei Jian remained silent, his eyes wide with intensity as he focused intently on the live stream. Bloodshot veins emerged in his eyes, stinging as tears threatened to spill. Still, he did not blink, as if he believed that by merely gazing longer, a miracle could occur, allowing Jiang Fan to escape the dire situation before him. The assembled crowd watched, transfixed by the figure of Jiang Fan ensnared in the bloodline. desperately searching for a glimmer of hope. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The anticipation within the crowd dwindled into despair. Alas, there was none. In that moment, the spirit of Daxia was utterly extinguished. Jiang Fan had failed. Their hopes lay shattered. As they gazed upon Jiang Fan, ensconced in the crimson bloodline, the people of Daxia bowed their heads in collective sorrow. In the world of eerie tales, just when all seemed lost, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Unconscious and asleep, Jiang Fan could not hear the voice resonating in his mind. Warning, host is being contaminated. 10203050 warning. Contamination level has exceeded 50. Ding. Automatically using bizarre protection to eliminate all contamination, sustaining a powerful effect for 10 minutes. Chapter 72. The Ultimate Restorative Pill. Ripping the bloodline barehanded. Mom, is Brother Jiang Fan going to die? Oh no, Brother Jiang Fan has merely ventured to another world. The young mother gently stroked her child's head, her reddened eyes shedding tears. In this moment, countless hearts mourned for Jiang Fan's demise. Not merely sorrowful, the great summer dungeon remains unconquered. It is even more disheartening that yet another brave soul has sacrificed their life for the cause. They shall forever remember Jiang Fan. However, did Jiang Fan truly move? The little girl, with a hint of confusion etched upon her delicate visage, pointed to the screen in the sky and inquired, "Did Jiang Fan move?" The young mother lifted her gaze, incredulous as she beheld the extraordinary spectacle of the ghostly live stream. In disbelief, she stood frozen, unable to fathom the miraculous scene unfolding before her eyes. The projection displayed Jiang Fan's section of the screen, still illuminated. On the vast display, it became evident to all that Jiang Fan's eyes had flickered. Then, as if awakening from millennia-long slumber, he opened his eyes. Jiang Fan was alive. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, anxiously watching this moment unfold. Once they confirmed they were not mistaken, joy erupted on their faces, followed by jubilant applause. Jiang Fan was alive, and hope lingered. In the realm of the ghostly tales, Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The viscous substance weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to retreat. Thankfully, the system was reliable. Jiang Fan glanced at the countdown on the system screen, indicating 10 minutes of invulnerability, his expression shifting dramatically. With a firm grip, he yanked at the bloodline, tethering him to his abdomen. With a tearing sound, the bloodline snapped. Jiang Fan felt a lightness surging through him, regaining control of his body. Below, countless bloodlines seemed to sense Jiang Fan's release from their grasp, surging forth, thrashing their tendrils as they attacked him. They appeared intent on re-ensnaring him, preventing his escape from their dominion. Like a frenzy of maddened demons, the bloodlines swirled chaotically, enveloping the sky in a crimson shroud. With no weapons at hand, Jiang Fan could only rely on sheer force to rend one bloodline after another. The multitude of bloodlines hindered his progress, rendering every step exceedingly arduous. Jiang Fan surmised that without his protective state, even a solitary bloodline could easily reattach itself to him. These countless bloodlines, were they not also the threads connecting a mother and her child? They say a mother and child share a bond, but I am not your son, and thus cannot share that bond. Jiang Fan muttered under his breath, yet his hands did not falter. Grasping a surge of bloodlines, his muscles tensed. 1 tear, 10 crack, 100. No matter how fearsome or bizarre the bloodlines might be, at that moment, they were reduced to fragments in Jiang Fan's grasp. Pulling at the bloodlines felt akin to uprooting the wild weeds that grew unchecked in the fields. With a single motion, dozens of bloodlines were uprooted. Step by step, Jiang Fan advanced, gradually carving a narrow passageway through the multitude of bloodlines behind him. With his invulnerable state, combined with all his strength and enduring stamina, Jiang Fan forged a bloody path through the bizarre chaos. It seemed as though the bloodlines were stripped bare, perhaps even frightened. Before Jiang Fan, the bloodlines obstructing him gradually dwindled in number. The foul and repulsive liquid surged like a relentless river, threatening to unleash another tidal wave of assault. Yet, despite the repeated onslaughts, The indomitable mechanism of his invincible body remained unyielding. Activating this robust form was akin to consuming a miraculous elixir, continuously enhancing all aspects of his physique, intellect, stamina, speed, and more, amplified 100-fold, although my fundamental physical abilities were still lacking. This enhancement was sufficient to confront the challenges of a first-tier dungeon. Should my base physical capabilities improve in the future, with the comprehensive augmentation of the invincible form, I might even be able to rend the bizarre entities asunder. The invincible form resembled a panacea. Just moments ago, Jiang Fan found himself incapable of shredding through the bloodlines. He could only evade them. Even a single bloodline connecting to his body would render him entirely defenseless. However, bolstered by the invincible form, the eerie and terrifying bloodlines instantly transformed into mere weeds, easily obliterated by Jiang Fan's hands. His brutal actions astonished the onlookers. Goodness, this man annihilates the bizarre with his bare hands. Impressive. Jiang Fan must have exchanged his points for strength to slay the bloodlines. Don't you find this scene exhilarating? I wish I could jump in and relish the thrill of exterminating the bizarre. Hey, do you want to sprinkle some water on you? Wake up. You'd be killed by the bizarre if you entered. Oh no, just a glance from the bizarre would spell your doom. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Fan approached the entrance of the passage once more. He only needed to step out with one foot to escape this otherworldly realm. Glancing back, he saw the narrow passage filled with countless bloodlines, now languid and dispirited, as if under the influence of anesthetics, sprawled around the corridor. The surrounding crimson glow had also dimmed significantly. Yet in the distance, the bloodlines that Jiang Fan had torn asunder seemed to revive, flickering back to life. Has Mother arrived? Jiang Fan inhaled deeply. Stepping out of the passage, an idea struck him, and he turned to gaze at the swiftly illuminating bloodlines, softly murmuring, "Mother, I am sorry." Subsequently, he completely exited the passage, firmly shutting the door that belonged to his mother. The 14th line, perhaps an apology, was in order. The mother in this alternate realm was still his mother. If the completion of this trial hinged upon apologizing to the mother of this world, Jiang Fan would find himself in dire straits. He lacked the capacity to traverse this perilous corridor once more, confronting the crisis directly to express his contrition to her. Regardless of whether she would accept it, he had at least spoken his truth. Jiang Fan smirked as he gazed at his mother, who lay unconscious on the sofa. The mother in this other world was exceedingly warm-hearted. As he prepared to depart, she had urged him to stay for a meal. Jiang Fan mused that this mother was preferable, as she did not force him to remain for dinner. Now, he merely awaited the final day to formally apologize to his mother and acknowledge his wrongdoings. Oh, and there are Thanksgiving blessings. Jiang Fan whistled. In a letter written by his mother from another world, everything she did was for his own good. The condition for passing was to apologize and acknowledge his mistakes to her. However, Jiang Fan had no intention of allowing his mother to awaken. Not only today, but he also planned to continue using the calming pills tomorrow. Apologies are only warranted for wrongdoings. One must remain steadfast and complete what they have begun, even if it involves errors. Chapter 73. The Key That Cannot Be Returned. Deceiving Mother is an unsavory act. 23. Jiang Fan feigned ignorance of his mother's presence and calmly entered his bedroom. The door to the room would not close. Jiang Fan glanced back, feeling a sense of discomfort. The door stood wide open. His mother lay unconscious, and the night felt safe. Yet, he did not wish to awaken in the morning to find his mother standing expressionless at the door. That would undoubtedly terrify his fragile spirit. He needed something to barricade the door so he could sleep peacefully. Moments later, Jiang Fan clapped his hands, brushing off non-existent dust. He gazed at the securely closed door with a sense of relief. At last, he had resolved the issue. The door that refused to close was forcibly held shut by a heavy object. When the online viewers discerned what it was, they wore puzzled expressions. It appeared to be a 50-kilogram gas cylinder. Did Jiang Fan possess such an item at that time? A wild guess. Perhaps he took it while exploring the kitchen. Good heavens, is Jiang Fan a bandit who won't leave his mother's home empty-handed? Ahem, in reality, it has already been emptied. The gas tank from his mother's house, his mother's S bloodline, oh. And the door of his mother's house was also smashed by Jiang Fan's fist upon exiting. Am I the only one concerned that the mother revived in that other world might just burst in? Soundly asleep, Jiang Fan remained unaware of the forcibly closed room. It seemed something was pressing against the door, yearning to break free. The door bulged and warped under the pressure. Yet it held firm, never yielding to destruction. The entities within the room seemed to realize their inability to escape, and gradually, the commotion dwindled into silence. Only a trace of blood seeped through the crack of the door, an eerie sight indeed. Morning arrived. As usual, Mother called out to awaken Jiang Fan without knocking or entering. Today, Jiang Fan's appetite had improved. He devoured 2 generous bowls of clear soup noodles and 4 fried eggs. Oh, did I fall asleep on the sofa last night? Why does my head feel heavy and drowsy? His mother appeared pale, speaking halfway before gently coughing, furrowing her brow and pressing her forehead, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous night. Oh, Mother, I saw you sleeping soundly on the sofa last night. So I didn't wake you, Jiang Fan stated, his heart steady and untroubled, slurping up another mouthful of noodles. His mother disapproved of children with poor behavior. However, if misdeeds go undetected, they hardly count as misdeeds. Furthermore, he had not uttered a single falsehood. Jiang Fan truly beheld his mother peacefully slumbering on the sofa. However, he refrained from revealing that it was he who had lulled her into such a deep sleep. His mother would instinctively believe that she had simply dozed off while watching television. Throughout, Jiang Fan remained truthful. Oh, is that so? Come, let us dine, Xiao Fan. You will soon be late for work. Jiang Fan nodded, though he harbored no desire to face that unscrupulous boss. Yet, recalling his mother's letter, which insisted he must secure a good job, he resolved to endure one more day at work. Jiang Fan felt utterly safe in his surroundings. Meanwhile, some chosen ones were grappling with a crisis in their live-streaming sessions. In Jingua, the chosen one Otai was eating breakfast, his mood rather dismal. Alas, why must I go to work this morning? Why must I wait until after 7 o'clock tomorrow evening to take my mother's life? Why can it not be done sooner? Otai was exceedingly troubled. The condition for passing through was to kill his mother, but that could only occur the following day. Additionally, due to his failure to procure sufficient calming pills, Otai had to endure yet another day at work to ensure he could safely navigate the night. For Otai, working an extra day equated to an additional day of peril. It would be far better to remain at home. While Otai was lost in his gloomy thoughts, he failed to notice the flicker of confusion on his mother's face behind him. This confusion seemed to deepen, transforming into anger. Soon, she approached the dining table and spoke. Otai, have you been deceiving your mother? She disapproved of children who told lies. With a pale visage yet piercing gaze, she scrutinized Otai, seemingly convinced of his deceit. Otai trembled, responding awkwardly. Mother, no, you must be imagining things. How could he possibly divulge the matter of incapacitating her? He feared that should he speak of it, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at her hands. Really not? Then why is the key missing from my possession? Tell me, did you take it? She pressed. Otai, what did you need the key for? Did you enter my room? His mother's voice was steady yet infused with anger as she fixed her gaze upon him. Otai felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. A key? Yes, the room key he had discovered on his mother last night, which he had seemingly kept upon returning from the other world. Contemplating venturing into that realm again tonight, he had found the key, and with it, the means to fulfill his mother's condition. As for whether he should return the key, Otai hardly considered it. After all, his mother was destined to die. Merely a key. What he did not anticipate was that his mother would uncover his deception due to the missing key. Cursed be the thought. He should have returned it. Observing his mother's increasingly furious expression, he understood that he absolutely could not admit to the truth. Otherwise, judging by her wrathful demeanor, he would surely be doomed. Rule 4. If a bad habit is discovered by his mother, he should vehemently argue that his action of taking the keys without her permission is a reprehensible behavior. He must not concede. He ought to divert the conversation. Otai's eyes sparkled momentarily as he exclaimed, Mother, you misplaced your keys. It wasn't me who took them. Why would I need your keys? I could have simply asked you for them. Perhaps, Mother, You inadvertently left them somewhere, just like before when they ended up in my room. Alas, I must rush to work now. Otherwise, I would certainly assist you in locating your keys." As he spoke, Otai feigned urgency, hurriedly grabbing his lunchbox and exiting the house. At that moment, he felt an immense relief that he had to go to work. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face his mother's wrath. "Oh, is that so?" His mother's expression fluctuated ominously, as if she could sense the presence of the keys. With sudden swiftness, she appeared before Otai, reaching forward. A key materialized in her hand, having been discreetly extracted from Otai's pocket. The key had indeed been in Otai's possession. He had taken his mother's keys. "Otai, you seem rather disobedient, yet you still refuse to admit it," his mother chuckled softly, cracks beginning to form on the walls, revealing fiery marks beneath. An overwhelming aura of resentment emanated from her, and her eyes turned crimson. In that instant, Otai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. His mother suddenly seized him, her strength magnified, lifting him as one would a chick and bringing him to the door. With a resounding clap, the door swung open, revealing a scene within the room that mirrored his mother's domain in a parallel universe. On the bed lay a charred body, its features indistinguishable. "Otai, since you were so eager to enter your mother's room, you may speak to her," she declared. "Mother, it's not that I am forbidding you from entering." Otai appeared genuinely curious about his mother's room. "And now this space belongs to you, Otai." His mother laughed heartily, and the charred corpse on the bed suddenly vanished. "No, Mother, I was wrong," Otai cried out, his voice filled with despair, his complexion as pale as a corpse. He felt an intense heat, as if his body were igniting spontaneously. Before long, the robust Otai was reduced to a frail, charred figure, lying rigidly on the bed, indistinguishable from the body that had just disappeared. The chosen one, Otai, met his demise. A bizarre tale unfolds. Chapter 74. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mother, for your hard work. In a mere span of time, 7 or 8 chosen ones perished that morning, all due to the discovery of that key. Just when they were on the brink of success, their lives were lost due to such a careless mistake, along with their opportunity for victory. Many nations shook their heads in dismay, lamenting, "It should not have been this way." When bad behavior goes unnoticed, it ceases to be deemed bad. However, when such behavior is actively discovered, a person so thoroughly rotten to the core, despised by all. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Fan appeared to have adopted a newfound spirit as he reported for duty. Under the gaze of the corpulent owner, Jiang Fan boldly retorted, engaging in a fierce stare-down, his arrogance glaringly evident. "What are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to be working?" The owner, vexed, pondered how the dynamic had shifted. It was once he who scrutinized Jiang Fan, but now the tables had turned. This employee, already irksome, seemed to have outdone himself in provoking further disdain. Previously, Jiang Fan's disrespectful demeanor had left the owner quite uncomfortable. Yet today, this audacious employee appeared to have consumed an inordinate amount of courage. "If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you?" The owner was momentarily silent as he observed Jiang Fan, whose face was nearly pressed against his own. Such blatant behavior hardly required inspection. He could even detect the pungent aroma of garlic emanating from Jiang Fan's breath, reminiscent of the calm before a volcanic eruption. The owner's face reddened, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. However, at this moment, there was no need for Jiang Fan to be busy. Thus, he had not breached any regulations of the establishment. The owner, deflated like a punctured balloon, clenched and relaxed his fists in frustration. "Just wait, kid. Go ahead and wait. I wonder how many times you've uttered that phrase." With his mother's sweater in hand, Jiang Fan felt as if he could wreak havoc in hell itself. After all, he had his mother to back him up. Whoever dared to bully him would face his wrath, and he would cry out for his mother to exact revenge. After receiving 50 yuan, Jiang Fan shot an eye roll at the owner's disdainful glare. Passing by the pharmacy, he retrieved the 5 roses he had earned from the system's previous check-in. "Oh, look, I spent a whole day's wages, 50 yuan, on these 5 roses. Surely, my mother will be deeply touched when she receives them." Upon returning to Sunshine Community, he gazed at Building 7. If his suspicions were correct, The gas leak in their home must have exploded, leading to a fire that engulfed the entire structure. The strange, restored flames that had appeared out of nowhere in the hallway served as proof of this catastrophe. Spotting the security guard once more, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of sympathy. In the realm of strange tales, the guard was undoubtedly an innocent victim lost amidst the inferno. As he approached the stairwell, Jiang Fan endured the searing pain of burns on his feet as he made his way home, the fierce flames having blistered his skin. He resolved not to go to work the next day and instead take a day off to rest at home. Upon opening the door, he found his mother appearing even frilier than before, yet she still summoned the strength to greet him at the entrance. Dinner consisted of twice-cooked pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. Jiang Fan ate slowly, sharing the tale of his deliberate provocation of the owner with his mother. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Fan, I've stored plenty of twice-cooked pork in the fridge for you. Make sure to eat it." Jiang Fan paused, his chopsticks hovering in midair. Recalling the letter I once saw in a parallel world, my heart swelled with mixed emotions, yet I managed to lift my spirits and nod with a smile. "All right, mother, I shall eat. However," I added, "I still prefer the dishes you prepare. They're far more delicious." Time gracefully drifted to the final day of the cycle, the 7th day. At this moment, nearly 20 chosen ones remained. Observing this scene, nations from afar collectively sighed in relief. Although the number was a stark contrast to the over 50 survivors previously seen, the prospect of 20 chosen ones clearing the trials appeared commendable. On this 7th day, none of the chosen ones attended work. "Mother, today is Thanksgiving, and I shall not go to work. I want to stay and celebrate this day with you. Mother, on this Thanksgiving, I wish you joy and eternal youth." Jiang Fan retrieved a bouquet of prepared roses from behind him. The roses were a vivid crimson, each bloom bursting forth with magnificent buds. Their vibrant colors and intoxicating fragrance filled the air. "Are these for me?" Mother gazed in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with moisture as she looked at Jiang Fan, who held the roses with utmost sincerity. "Yes, on Thanksgiving, I express my gratitude to you. The most beautiful roses are naturally for the finest mother in the world." Xiao Fan. Mother accepted the roses, her pallid complexion glowing with newfound vitality. Her eyes sparkled with boundless light, and in that moment, her once decaying body seemed infused with life. Turning away, her shoulders trembled slightly as she gently breathed out her emotions, clutching the roses. Jiang Fan shook his head, a sense of relief washing over him. The original mother had not awaited her son's blessings on this Thanksgiving, yet this peculiar version of her had finally received them. Mother had never desired extravagant gifts. A simple happy Thanksgiving, a word of gratitude, or even a heartfelt "Mother, you've worked hard," could bring her immense joy for an extended time. Yet, it was the simplest joys that evaded her grasp. A single bouquet could illuminate her entire day, just as a few thousand spent on in-game draws could bring transient happiness to the original self. Nevertheless, I chose to bring joy to Mother. With a gentle smile, Jiang Fan approached and linked his arm with hers, resembling a child seeking affection. "Mother, I crave twice-cooked pork." "All right, dear, I shall prepare it for you." Mother appeared to have just returned from grocery shopping, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Xiao Jia, I can't believe today is Thanksgiving. I saw our neighbors downstairs celebrating. They bought so many things, and one person even gifted their mother roses." In the kingdom of pasta, the chosen one, Mijia, sat lost in thought on the sofa. Upon hearing this remark, he snapped back to reality. From the tone of his mother's longing, it was evident that she wished to celebrate Thanksgiving and yearned for Mijia's blessings. Yet, Mijia offered no sign of acknowledgement, responding only with a flat, "Oh, Mother, I am hungry." He remained acutely aware of the rules obtained from that otherworldly realm. He could not utter blessings to his mother, for she had transformed into a demon. If he were to utter words of blessing to his mother, he would undoubtedly breach the rules, and might even find himself devoured by the mother transformed into a demon. Upon receiving Majia's response, the glimmer of hope in her eyes did not wane. Although Majia had no intention of celebrating Thanksgiving with her, his mother still smiled gently and said, "Very well, I shall prepare dinner." The chosen ones from various nations were acutely aware of the rule. One must not bestow blessings upon their mother. some of the more tender-hearted chosen ones, unwilling to witness their mother's dejected expression, chose to retreat to their bedrooms, opting for ignorance over discomfort. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the chosen ones gathered in the living room, observing their mother alone, engrossed in the television. With warm enthusiasm, they offered her water and calming pills. "Mother, it's time for your medication. Taking this will aid your condition." After 7 days of transformation, their mother had changed from the initially gentle and beautiful figure into a frail, emaciated silhouette, her complexion waxen, teetering on the brink of the end. Nestled on the sofa, her eye sockets were deeply sunken, her murky gaze fixed upon the pills offered by the chosen ones. Sensing their concern, a flicker of gratitude illuminated her features. "Well done, my dear." Chapter 75. The Slaying of Mother. Has the ugly nation cleared the level? 13. Mother's pallor was striking, her lips devoid of color, embodying a sickly visage as she curled up on the sofa. After 7 o'clock, she appeared at her weakest. It was as if her frailty was becoming increasingly evident. When speaking with the chosen ones, her eyelids fluttered, nearly succumbing to slumber. Her tone was soft and faint, as if every ounce of strength had been expended, her breath barely a whisper. Yet her words struck the chosen ones' hearts like a heavy stone, sending ripples of dread coursing through their souls, rendering them unable to meet her gaze. Mother had aged significantly, bearing the semblance of one whose time was nearly at an end. Yet within her eyes, there remained an unwavering warmth and love directed towards the chosen ones. "Please eat. Taking this will bring you relief." From the Pasta Nation, the chosen one Magia hesitated before speaking, his gaze averted from his mother's. For days' wages could only procure 2 calming pills. Upon learning the conditions for clearing the level, nearly all the chosen ones found themselves in a quandary. After 7 o'clock on the 7th night, the mother was at her most vulnerable. However, even amidst her strange frailty, they dared not strike her down, for their mother despised children who made mistakes. They had to ensure that every step they took was flawless. Yet, even if they worked an additional 2 days to purchase a new calming pill, they ultimately found themselves short on time, as their shifts ended at 8 o'clock. They were required to slay the anomaly between 7 and 8. If the timing did not align with the rules, it indicated that they had overlooked some minor detail. After all, while the eerie tales were perilous, they still offered a glimmer of hope. Having witnessed the astonishing effects of the calming pills, some astute, chosen ones began to formulate a hypothesis. Since the calming pills could induce several hours of unconsciousness in a healthy individual, what of the frail mother? One might ponder. The fear lingers that the side effects may intensify. Consequently, they opted to administer a minuscule fragment of a tranquilizer. Whether it is due to the serendipity of the chosen ones or the increasing frailty of the mother remains uncertain. Yet, their assumptions proved accurate. The mother's health had deteriorated so significantly that even an incomplete tranquilizer could induce an extended slumber. On the 6th night, when they administered the tranquilizer, its effects persisted until the morning of the 7th day, and the mother had yet to awaken. It is noteworthy that just the day prior, she was able to rouse them for work. Given her current state of weakness, a mere fragment of the tranquilizer, combined with an equivalent dosage of medication, could render her unconscious for several minutes. Taking a life is but a trivial act. Moreover, for a mother who has succumbed to unconsciousness for even a brief period, it would be sufficient for the chosen ones to strike multiple times. After ingesting that tiny amount of tranquilizer, as anticipated by the chosen ones, the mother swiftly descended into a profound sleep. Meanwhile, others were not as contemplative. Rule 14 appears to hold true. The mother seems to have succumbed to her frailty. In the land of the unseemly, the chosen one, Baker, gazed at the mother, drowsily reclined on the couch, a gleeful smile gracing his lips. The day prior, he had administered a whole tranquilizer to her. Its potency exceeded that of previous doses, keeping her in a stupor until noon. Whether this was due to an excessive dosage or Rule 14 remains a mystery. Throughout the day, the mother appeared in a haze, often speaking incoherently when conversing with Baker. As the clock struck 7, her eyes closed and she drifted into drowsiness. At that moment, Nearly all chosen ones in their streaming rooms witnessed the mother either asleep or in a state of unconsciousness. Outside, observers noted the synchronized actions of the chosen ones as they appeared in the hall. Nations were left to speculate. It seemed as though the chosen ones had deliberately induced the mother's unconsciousness. But why would they do so? The answer is singular, tied to the resolution of this eerie narrative. Could it be that the chosen ones have uncovered the clues to progress? This is the final day, yet there have been no conspicuous hints thus far. Could it be the clues acquired upon entering this alternate realm? One might conjecture that the chosen ones have incapacitated the mother with the intent to kill her. Perhaps not. Perhaps simply surviving today suffices. Surviving. As previously, the chosen ones administered tranquilizers to the mother only after 9 o'clock. Today, such an early hour surely cannot be merely to navigate a perilous night. Oh look, Baker has drawn a knife. Gradually, one by one, they either ventured into the kitchen for blades, or directly approached to grasp the mother's throat, or seized heavy objects to strike her head with ferocity. The vast majority of the chosen ones engaged in actions to harm or kill the mother, one after another. Within this bizarre realm, Beck observed that his mother was soundly asleep and calmly entered the kitchen to retrieve a sharp kitchen knife. Oh, this knife is far from exquisite. It may well compromise my ability to eradicate evil. Excitement glimmered in Beck's eyes, and a hint of madness graced his expression. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he gazed at his mother, as if she were a treasured possession. With utmost seriousness, he grasped the knife and began to methodically pierce her neck. The carotid artery erupted, blood gushing forth, splattering across Beck's visage. His mother's frail body contained little blood, leaving Beck somewhat dissatisfied. As the flow of blood diminished, her breathing ceased, and the slight rise and fall of her chest came to an end. She lay there like a long-dead corpse, her limbs stiff, skin wrinkled and pallid, devoid of any color. Alas, what a pity! This toy cannot proceed to the next stage of creation. However, I have completed the level. The outside world holds countless more toys, awaiting my craftsmanship. Beck shook his head slightly in disappointment, feeling a twinge of boredom. Disgusted, he kicked the lifeless body aside and gently wiped his blood-stained hands with a cloth. Suddenly, Beck's livestream plunged into darkness. The audience from the grotesque nation was well versed in the rules of the macabre tale, eagerly anticipating the darkened screen, waiting for all chosen ones to complete their eerie narratives before announcing their victory. Hooray! I wonder what reward this macabre tale will yield. Oh my! Immigrating to the grotesque nation has undoubtedly been the best decision of my life. Haha, my wealth is about to increase. Long live the grotesque nation. Beck is our hero. The crowd from the grotesque nation cheered and rejoiced, entirely oblivious to the fact that as the live stream darkened, the slain mother on the floor bore a bizarre smile at the corners of her lips. Chapter 76. Has Jiang Fan been corrupted? Apologies to Mother. In the land of pasta, the populace learned of the chosen one from the grotesque nation having made their final choice and eagerly turned their attention to their own chosen one, Mijia. At that moment, although Mijia held no knife, his hands were firmly clasped around his mother's neck. Mijia's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to kill his mother. Hurry and kill. Victory is within reach. Oh, the chosen one from the grotesque nation has already slain the anomaly. Can't Mijia act more swiftly? Indeed. Why must he slowly strangle the anomaly? A swift strike with a knife would suffice. After all, as long as the chosen one hasn't violated the rules, she's still a good mother. Alas, what a shame. This is a macabre tale, and one must slay their mother to progress. The audience from the land of pasta fully understood Mijia's hesitation. Mother, who could bring themselves to kill their own mother? Though, she was not truly his mother. Within the macabre tale, Mijia gazed upon his emaciated mother, trembling hands gently tightening around her neck. Through her fragile skin, he could feel the faint pulse of life, the rhythm of blood coursing through her veins. It seemed the calming pills Mijia had procured had deeply moved her, even in a deep slumber. A gentle smile graced my mother's lips, her face radiating kindness. Yet, why must the method to transcend this trial involve the slaying of my mother? Forgive me, dear mother, for behind me await my family. With a heavy heart, Mike closed his eyes, seemingly resolved, his hands clenching with the strain of pent-up emotions. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of his pulse grew ever fainter. My mother instinctively parted her lips, yearning for breath, her pallid visage reflecting her distress. Ultimately, her mouth slowly closed, the corners drooping in resignation. Beneath my hands, the flicker of life extinguished. Mother departed. Mike collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. Amidst the sorrow lay a glimmer of joy at the impending resolution. Bang! The live stream from the Pasta Kingdom abruptly dimmed, coinciding with the chosen ones performing the act of vanquishing the eerie mother. One by one, the skies lit up with the emergence of various live streams, each going dark in succession. Numerous chosen ones made their final decisions, successfully slaying the uncanny mother, stepping into the final chapter, awaiting the announcement of the results from the bizarre tales mechanism. As viewers worldwide observed the actions of the chosen ones, their gazes gravitated toward the one remaining illuminated live stream in the sky. Curiosity and astonishment mingled in their expressions. Which nation's chosen one was still yet to decide? Was it Jiang Fan from the Great Xia? Observing his relaxed demeanor, it seemed he bore no intention of eliminating the eerie mother. On the contrary, he sat beside her on the sofa, watching television. Had he received distinct clues for passage? While the global audience harbored doubt and surprise, the citizens of Great Xia reacted differently. By golly, though I trust Brother Fan, isn't he a bit unique in not following the others and slaying the mother? I feel a pang of anxiety. The condition for passage must be to eliminate the eerie mother, yet Jiang Fan appears oblivious to this requirement. Wait, I just thought of something. Jiang Fan didn't usher his mother into the bedroom. Could this be the reason for his lack of clues compared to the others? It seems Jiang Fan has been tainted, treating his mother as if she were truly his own. Help! The more I think about it, the more plausible it becomes. Bizarre Tales Group, please provide Jiang Fan with a hint. Despite their confidence in Jiang Fan, the disparity between his choices and those of the other chosen ones instilled a sense of panic among the citizens of Great Xia. The collective anxiety drove them to flood the official channels with pleas. Great Xia, Bizarre Tales Group, grant Jiang Fan a hint and allow him to make his own choice. Wei Jian's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Jiang Fan, who was still watching television with his mother. Rubbing his forehead, he surmised that Jiang Fan's earlier decision to keep his mother out of the room might have led to this divergence in choices. He could not ascertain whether Jiang Fan's current state was correct or if he had indeed been tainted. As the chosen ones from other nations made their selections, their live streams faded into darkness. At present, it remains uncertain whether this is indeed the case. If Jiang Fan has truly been tainted, then both he and Wei Jian must bear the responsibility for that fateful choice. Now, all Wei Jian can do is pray that Jiang Fan has not succumbed to corruption, or perhaps find a way to vanquish the enigmatic mother based on the clues provided, thereby averting a perilous outcome. Jiang Fan observes the hints bestowed upon him by the nation within the confines of his mind, his expression unwavering and still adorned with a smile as he engages in casual conversation with his mother. Rule 13, as indicated by the system, strictly prohibits any harm to the mother. The chosen ones from various nations who have slain the mother have undoubtedly transgressed this rule. Even if his approach to overcoming the challenge is flawed, he must not recklessly seek his demise in the restroom. To slay the mother is to make a grievous error in judgment. Mother, are you feeling tired? Did you not say you would take me to buy clothes? The clothes are on sale. Shall we go tomorrow? Mother, I sense that you seem rather sleepy, as you have been responding less and less. Fear not. I shall continue speaking. You need only listen. In the living room, the television crackles with static, its screen aglow with snowflakes. Mother leans against Jiang Fan's shoulder, appearing somewhat weary, her head slipping downward. Jiang Fan gently supports her, whispering sweet nothings, recounting trivial daily occurrences, recounting tales of the day that angered his boss, or expressing his hopes for the future. As he feels the faint rhythm of his mother's breath, he adjusts his movements to the lightest of touches. He speaks softly, cautious not to disturb or slumber. His mother's frail form rests against him like a delicate child, yet the weight of her presence bears heavily upon his heart. Even after reducing the dosage of her calming medication yesterday, her condition has reached a nadir, as if she were a dilapidated house, poised on the brink of collapse. Jiang Fan continues his gentle conversation, unperturbed, as if soothing a child to sleep. Outside, Wei Jian watches the unfolding scene in the live broadcast with a heavy sigh. The onlookers around him share in the sentiment, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, shaking their heads in despair. It appears that Jiang Fan has indeed fallen prey to corruption. The earlier hints he received seem to have vanished without a trace, as they discern no change in his countenance. He continues to converse with his mother, as though oblivious to the Nation's warnings. The absence of any reaction to the Nation's alerts can only imply one grim conclusion. Jiang Fan has been tainted by the strange tales, corrupted by the very mother he now perceives as his own. Alas, Jiang Fan, awaken. You are an orphan, devoid of a mother. Even if you yearn from eternal affection, you cannot mistake the uncanny for your mother. Within the live broadcast, the clock on the wall strikes 8. Jiang Fan remains engrossed in his ceaseless chatter. An hour passes, and it is now 9 o'clock. Jiang Fan persists in his silence, still seated on the sofa alongside his mother. As the audience witnesses this poignant scene, their hearts grow cold. Indeed, Jiang Fan has succumbed to the taint. Countries around the world, observing Jiang Fan's indecision, have already foreseen his fate. There is no clamor, no excitement, only a profound sense of regret for Jiang Fan. While all the chosen ones are on the verge of completing their trials, he stands alone, defeated and despondent. In a haunting narrative, Jiang Fan rambled on for quite some time, yet his mother remained silent, her vitality steadily waning. Pausing, he noticed the absence of her usual, lively demeanor. "Mother, I have a small secret to share. I have done something that betrays your trust. I am so sorry. I should not have purchased the calming pills. Their combination with other medications can lead to your unconsciousness. Oh, how I lament my actions, deceiving you and bringing you disappointment. If only time could be reversed, I would strive diligently to earn a fortune, to heal your ailments, and to take you on journeys to admire the world's beauty. If I could turn back time, I would establish a family sooner, allowing you to hold your grandchild in your arms, sparing you the worry of my solitude and my inability to find a partner. If time could be rewound, mother, it would be better if you had never given birth to me. I only bring you disappointment, for I am an unruly child, with a tumult of emotions." Jiang Fan closed his eyes, feeling the fading life force in his embrace. The feeble breath was akin to a candle flickering in the cold wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "Mother, I am so sorry. Your twice-cooked pork was exquisite, yet alas, I shall never taste it again." As his words fell, the second hand of the clock on the wall struck 12. 10 o'clock had arrived. Every light in the house quietly dimmed. At that moment, the frail, flickering candlelight seemed to exert its final effort to emit a last burst of color. His mother's finger twitched, gently brushing against the hem of Jiang Fan's clothing, as if to convey, "I know, my dear, it's all right. In my eyes, you are the most remarkable child. I can no longer prepare your favorite dish, for I must depart." With the extinguishing of the lights, the candle too seemed to vanish, its last glimmer extinguished. Chapter 77. It seems to have seen us. A world in terror. In the outside world, nations gazed at the now darkened live stream, overwhelmed by emotion. What a pity, Jiang Fan. The chosen one from the great Xia was truly remarkable. It seems that no nation's chosen one has been able to navigate the trials of the haunting tales unscathed. Oh, dear God, your mercy eludes us. Is it our squandering of the resources of this blue planet that has summoned these horrors upon us? Sigh, didn't we have over 10 chosen ones nearing completion? Why hasn't the haunting mechanism announced the results? Look, you must see Jiang Fan's live stream. People stared in disbelief at the somber live stream above. The haunting tales continue? Suddenly, a glimmer of gray light emerged in Jiang Fan's once darkened chamber. It was Jiang Fan. He had entered the bedroom. Originally, the recently darkened live broadcast room signified not the conclusion of the eerie tale, but rather the extinguishing of lights at 10 o'clock. Within the unsettling narrative, Jiang Fan found himself perplexed. He had indeed acknowledged his missteps and offered apologies, yet he had not inflicted harm upon his mother. Jiang Fan had presumed that the moment his mother's lifeless body vanished after 10 o'clock marked the end of the supernatural ordeal. To his astonishment, it had not concluded. The haunting saga persisted, and the stipulation to retire to the bedroom by 10 o'clock remained unbroken, tainted by a strange assault. This implied that the rules had dissolved, suggesting a successful completion. Could it be that the 7-day cycle referred to the time until midnight? Was he now to await the stroke of 12? Or must he endure until the following morning? After all, upon entering this otherworldly scenario, it had been daylight, according to the 7-day cycle. He must wait until the morning of the 8th day. Jiang Fan stared vacantly at the pitch-black living room. Swiftly, he closed the bedroom door and retrieved the gas canister, propping it against the door. Although he was uncertain as to why the conclusion of the eerie narrative mechanism had yet to be proclaimed, Jiang Fan remained vigilant and unassuming. Perched on his bed, he fixated on the closed bedroom door, resolute in his decision to forego sleep that night, awaiting the broadcast of the supernatural tale. 10 seconds elapsed. The sound of Jiang Fan's snoring echoed from within the bedroom. Outside, onlookers exchanged silent glances, each rendered speechless. The eerie tale had not yet reached its denouement. They could do nothing but observe Jiang Fan in slumber. Suddenly, all gazes turned skyward toward the screen, their expressions morphing into disbelief and terror. Within the eerie narrative, the door Jiang Fan had barricaded with the gas canister slowly creaked open. The canister clattered heavily to the floor, yet the resounding noise failed to rouse Jiang Fan. The door swung ajar, revealing a frail woman standing silently in the doorway. Her emaciated form, resembling desiccated wood, was entangled in a web of bloodlines. Her crimson eyes shimmered with profound resentment, while a multitude of viscous blood pooled behind her, transforming the living room into a vast scarlet sea. It was his mother. Countless eyes widened in disbelief at this haunting revelation. It was indeed his mother, the one trapped in an otherworldly realm, unable to escape. Even through the screen, they sensed the formidable presence of the mother within the eerie narrative, exuding an overwhelming aura of corruption. An endless tide of resentment, blood, and crimson threads seemed to seep through the live broadcast, causing their hearts to race, hairs to stand on end, and spines to tingle with dread. As if attuned to their fear, the mother abruptly turned her gaze, her sunken eyes resembling stagnant water, locking onto them. It was as though some malevolent force from another realm had transcended barriers, directing its gaze upon the blue planet, scrutinizing them. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. At that moment, when their eyes met hers, countless faces contorted in horror, sweat cascading down as if they had endured an unspeakable agony, and they screamed in unison. They beheld an ocean of blood surging to heights unimagined, bearing with it countless pangs of anguish, despair, and torment sweeping towards them. Instantly, chaos erupted across the realm. Ah, the suffering is unbearable. Who will come to my aid? Quickly, swiftly, in my misery. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as though millennia had passed, or perhaps merely an instant. Just as despair was on the verge of driving everyone to the brink of self-destruction, Mother shifted her gaze once more. The pressure dissipated, and despair receded like a receding tide. Everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, when all regained their senses and looked towards the live stream of Mother in the sky, their souls trembled. High-ranking officials from various nations appear to have made a dreadful discovery, gasping in horror. This is bad. The strange tales from the world of the grotesque are indeed real. They can see us. If these revelations are true, could there come a day when boundless terror descends upon us through the live stream? We must urgently notify all nations and convene in discussion. In the world of the grotesque, Mother turned back, as if her previous action was merely a casual glance. Observing Jiang Fan, who lay asleep on the bed, she advanced with slow steps. As Mother moved forward, blood flowed beneath her feet like a torrential river, instantly flooding the bedroom. It seemed that Jiang Fan, in his slumber, sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from Mother, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Oblivious to this, Mother approached the bedside. The stench of blood had already engulfed the area beneath the bed. Suddenly, at that moment, it appeared that Mother had encountered something. She lowered her head, her face frozen, the pallor of her complexion strikingly horrific. The relentless blood had inundated the entire living room, and amidst the flow, several red roses were swept along, soaked in blood, and carried into the bedroom. In an instant, an unusual emotion flickered within the depths of Mother's eyes, previously filled with unending resentment. The turbulent blood surrounding her seemed to sense something, becoming eerily calm. In a heartbeat, Mother extended her stiffened hands. The dark purple marbling on her skin, coupled with her cracked fingers, was profoundly unsettling. Gently, she grasped the quilt that had been displaced by the blood. Perhaps exerting too much force, her hands pierced the quilt, leaving several holes. Grasping the tattered quilt, Mother, with an unsettling rigidity, draped it over Jiang Fan. Tucking it at his side, Mother was covering Jiang Fan with the quilt. Yet, in her fervor, she inadvertently pulled it too far, exposing one of his feet. After securing the quilt, Mother lingered for a considerable time. Moments slipped by quietly. At the instant sunlight streamed through the window, Mother vanished from the bedroom. The boundless blood receded. Beside the bed, a single red rose, stained with blood, suddenly appeared. A mother's hand stitches the garments of her wandering child as he departs. She sews with utmost care, fearful of his tardy return. Who speaks of the tender heart of a child, capable of repaying the warmth of spring? Meng Jiao, Jiang Fan. Chapter 78. There are certain matters he must attend to. Time has rendered one forgetful. Is this Mother's rose? Morning. Upon awakening, Jiang Fan beheld a blood-red rose by his bedside. He had yet to receive the announcement of his success in the eerie narrative, which perplexed him. I have adhered to the rules. Why has my victory not been proclaimed? In prior eerie narratives, those characterized by duration seem to declare success immediately upon the chosen one's fulfillment of the necessary conditions. Could it be that there remains an unresolved matter? Thus, until the cycle of 7 days concludes, the eerie narrative would withhold any declaration of failure or success. Jiang Fan gazed at the rose in his hand. It appeared even more vibrant than the day before, emanating a gentle chill. This was resentment. Yet oddly enough, clutching the crimson bloom filled him with a peculiar sense of comfort, akin to being enveloped in his mother's warm embrace. He stepped out of his bedroom, finding the living room restored to its original state, devoid of any traces of the grotesque decay he had previously encountered. Apologize to Mother. Acknowledge your mistakes. Wish her a happy Thanksgiving. Do not harm her. Apologize? Rule 14. Perhaps one ought to express remorse for one's own transgressions. Among all the rules, only this particular one omits any mention of Mother. The safety of the bedroom and the cycle of 7 days are both intimately connected with her. In the correct rules obtained from the alternate realm, Rule 4 states that should Mother discover any detrimental habits, one must bravely admit their faults. This rule explicitly addresses the need to apologize to Mother. Thus, the apology mandated by Rule 14 cannot be directed at her. Perhaps it is intended for them. A myriad of complex emotions shimmered in Jiang Fan's eyes. He was unaware of how much time remained in the 7-day cycle, but certain actions awaited his attention. He hastened from his home, pausing momentarily as one foot crossed the threshold. A key dangled from the door, adorned with a meticulously woven small doll that bore a striking resemblance to him. Remember to take the key when you leave. Who will let you in when I am no longer here? Faintly, his mother's words echoed in his mind. With a sigh, he turned and retrieved the key, clutching it tightly in his palm. In the future, I shall always carry the key. Yet, this key would no longer serve its purpose. As he traversed the corridor, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon the hallway engulfed in flames, and he inhaled deeply. He finally comprehended why those individuals had perished in the fire, leaving behind desperate handprints of blood on the walls. The gas had not only claimed the life of his beloved mother, but also instigated a catastrophic blaze in Building 7, where countless innocent souls had been mercilessly consumed by the inferno. These were the individuals to whom he owed an apology, and they constituted the final condition for his success in this narrative. The flames in the corridor blazed fiercely. their intense heat forcing Jiang Fan to retreat a few steps before he could even enter, his face cracking from the oppressive warmth. The raging fire resembled the flames that torment wicked souls in the depths of hell. It seems that there is a desire for Jiang Fan to experience the torment of being engulfed by flames. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn, resembling a fearless warrior, undeterred by any obstacles. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward into the corridor ablaze with roaring fire. At the moment Jiang Fan entered the corridor, the relentless heat intensified, emanating a temperature potent enough to incinerate all worldly sins, surging toward him with a ferocious roar. Instantly enveloping him, the searing flames assaulted Jiang Fan's body, while thick smoke billowed around him. Yet, amidst the inferno, Jiang Fan remained unscathed physically. The ferocity of the fire felt illusory, as if Jiang Fan's very soul was being roasted upon the embers, perpetually searing him time and again. It was unbearably hot, and he gritted his teeth, his complexion turning pale. The brilliant flames illuminated the once pitch-black corridor. On the 12th floor, Jiang Fan trembled as he descended the stairs, the numbers of the floors materializing before his eyes. On the 11th floor, his lips cracked and bled, sweat cascading down his face. On the 10th floor, his soul was tormented by the flames, inhaling the dense, rolling smoke into his lungs. Jiang Fan felt an unbearable heat within him, with each breath. His nostrils and throat were scorched. The acrid scent of smoke made him cough incessantly with every step he took on the 7th floor. He could hardly fathom the despair of those who had once endured the flames, surrounded by thick smoke, long before they had even reached the 1st floor. Jiang Fan gasped for air, perhaps due to the proximity of the 4th floor. The fire raged ever more ferociously, obscuring the stairs beneath a deluge of flames, painting his vision in hues of red. Suddenly, a refreshing chill radiated from Jiang Fan's chest, dispersing outward, akin to cool, soothing water, quenching the fervor within him. The oppressive heat conjured by the illusion vanished in an instant. Looking down, he noticed a blood-red rose gently swaying in the pocket of his shirt. His mother was watching over him. With her protection, the raging inferno lost its terror, and all scorching heat dissipated. As Jiang Fan walked through the flames, not only did he feel no discomfort, but it was as if he were being caressed by a cool stream on a sweltering summer day, utterly delightful. Typically, he would swiftly traverse the dark corridor after work, but at this moment, it felt as if he was traversing all the steps of the 7th building. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the exit on the 1st floor. As usual, the lobby was lively in the early morning. Security guards sipping tea, children kicking a ball, and elderly men engrossed in chess games filled the space. Jiang Fan glanced at them, understanding that these were the individuals to whom he owed an apology. "Forgive me, dear security guard," he murmured. The elderly guard paused his actions, as if he had heard Jiang Fan's apology, and with a look of regret, he replied, "Once upon a time, your mother entrusted me with a task. She expressed her fear of fainting before your return home, leaving her unable to prepare dinner for you, and she did not want you to worry about her. Hence, she handed me a key, asking me to check on you whenever I had the opportunity. Your mother's health was fragile. I cannot comprehend why she did not seek medical attention. On several occasions, I found her unconscious on the floor. Who could have anticipated that, despite sensing something amiss? I still turned on the light. Alas, age brings confusion." The security guard felt a pang of guilt, seemingly reproaching himself for not recognizing the telltale scent of gas. "Do not blame yourself, sir. It is my fault." "I apologize," I said. "Thank you for caring for my mother." Jiang Fan lowered his gaze, contemplating the rose tucked within his pocket. It turned out that the security guard had been telling him each night that his mother awaited his return, urging him to hurry home. Was that the reason? Neighbors ought to assist one another, indeed. However, I could forgive you, but they might find it more challenging. The security guard seemed to regain a fragment of memory, his eyes wandering over the few remaining individuals in the hall. After expressing his gratitude to the guard, Jiang Fan approached a little boy kicking a soccer ball. Unintentionally or not, the boy sent the ball crashing into Jiang Fan once more, smirking as he pulled at his eyelids and made a face. Jiang Fan shook his head, suppressing his emotions, and smiled as he spoke. Sorry, his words were abruptly interrupted. Give up. I will never forgive you. The little boy exclaimed with a peculiar grin, sticking out his long tongue, exuding an air of mischief that tempted Jiang Fan to deliver a swift punch, leaving the boy with a lasting memory. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan opted for peace. He said nothing further but donned the sweater his mother had knitted for him, a cozy beige garment that fit snugly. However, it felt as if something was choking him around the neck. Was his mother, somehow, present behind him? Upon closer inspection, he realized, expressionless, that he had worn the sweater inside out. As Jiang Fan corrected the sweater, the boy's playful demeanor visibly stiffened, his eyes filled with terror. Oh, allow me to introduce this. It is the sweater my mother knitted. Yes, from room 402 upstairs. If you do not accept my apology, I can sincerely invite my mother to speak with you. She is very gentle. Should I call her out now? Mother, someone is looking for you. Before he could finish, the little boy hurriedly shook his head, his expression frantic. No, it's fine. I accept your apology. However, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must find my mother within 10 seconds. The boy's lips curled into a strange smile, and before Jiang Fan could respond, he began the countdown. 10, 9. Find the boy's mother? Firstly, it must undoubtedly be in the 7th building. After all, he cannot access the other buildings. The brevity of 10 seconds indicates that his mother is very close. There are no strange women in the lobby of the 1st floor. Thus, there can only be one answer. Before the little boy could count to 8, Jiang Fan instantly responded, Your mother is inside your soccer ball. How do you know? The little boy was left speechless, his face contorted in disbelief as he never anticipated Jiang Fan could arrive at such a conclusion. It was quite simple. Your question was too easy. Moreover, as a gesture of gratitude for your forgiveness, I have decided to assist you with a matter. The little boy, taken aback, inquired. What matter? Of course, helping you reunite with your mother. Suddenly, taking advantage of the boy's distraction, Jiang Fan swiftly seized the soccer ball from the ground, exerted force with both hands, and tore it apart. With a resounding pop, the ball burst open, revealing a bloody human head. A normal child would never play with their mother like that. Even if transformed into something eerie, it defies logic. In the instant the boy glimpsed the head, his face turned ashen, and he spun around to flee upstairs. Jiang Fan watched the head, which was now bouncing away in a fit of rage, and chuckled. I'm indeed a good person. How about your mother cooking you some bamboo woven stir-fried meat? Jiang Fan turned to the elderly man engrossed in a game of chess. The elder seemed taken aback by the scene, hastily stating his condition for forgiveness. Winning the chess match against him would suffice. Jiang Fan stepped forward and, without a second thought, moved his knight to capture the king's piece. My knight is a mythical creature with wings. It can fly, right? Jiang Fan tugged at his sweater, feeling a bit warm. I concede. You have passed. The elder, a mixture of annoyance and mirth, replied with a smile. Ding! Within his mind, the notification of completing the eerie tale resounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the subchapter, Mother, 1 star. Would you like to end this eerie tale? Oh, has the 7-day cycle not yet concluded? Very well, I have a significant task to undertake. It is nothing more than reporting a grievance. Jiang Fan felt he still possessed a moral compass. He would never peep at young ladies while bathing, nor would he read at midnight, nor would he delay his revenge. If there was a grudge, it must be avenged. This is the principle he adhered to. Just as Jiang Fan cleared the challenge, the live stream, which had gone dark, flickered back to life. Everyone was perplexed. Shouldn't the results of this eerie tale have been announced? Among them, the people of the ugly nation gazed at the illuminated live stream with trepidation. Behind Baker, the deceased mother inexplicably revived. In the ugly nation, the chosen one Baker wore a perplexed expression. Why had the eerie tale not declared his success after he had slain his mother? Could it be that the 7-day cycle had not yet concluded, hence the delay? Baker, feeling flustered, shook his head in disgust. He was eager to return to his toys. Ever since he became the chosen one, the entirety of the ugly nation would scrutinize his every action. If his secret hideout were to be breached, it would spell disaster. Although Baker could not fathom why people detested the purification of evil, He understood that upon discovering his actions, they would feel a sense of revulsion. Yet, he was acutely aware that individuals seldom admired a hero tainted by blemishes. Ha ha ha. Once I become the hero of the ugly nation, I shall surely create an abundance of toys. After all, with the acquisition of urban legend points, I shall ascend to the status of a hero in the ugly nation, garnering more adoration. Baker's thoughts danced with delight at the prospect of toys being liberated, and he could not suppress a maniacal laugh, a fleeting glimpse of madness flashing across his face. Crack! It seemed that something had shattered, resonating loudly in the otherwise tranquil room. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Baker turned to the source of the strange sound. Could it be the urban legend broadcast? Before he could finish his thought, Baker's bewilderment was abruptly halted. From confusion to a daze, and then to sheer terror. There lay his mother, whom he had slain, now stirring. Her body twisted grotesquely as she stood, swaying like a zombie from the apocalypse. Whether it was the reflection of blood or not, her face was ghastly pale with a purplish hue, devoid of any color. Her sunken eye sockets revealed pupils that gleamed with a horrifying white, resembling glass orbs. How could Mother stand? Hadn't Teehee killed her? Was she not yet completely dead? Contemplating this, Baker set aside the terror that arose from his mother's sudden resurrection and approached the blood-stained knife on the ground. If I could kill you once, then I can kill you again. Baker surged forward, his face hardened with resolve as he swung the knife at his mother. Suddenly, her visage transformed. In an instant, Baker's grip on the knife faltered. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Mother!" The figure before him had vanished. At some point, she had morphed into the mother he had lost 8 years prior. She appeared just as she had then, her face contorted with agony, blood spilling from her lips. The gaze she directed at Baker was filled with incredulity and sorrow, leaving him at a loss. "Mother, no. You are not my mother." "Ah. My mother has long been transformed into a toy. She died 8 years ago. You must be an eerie version of her." Baker laughed maniacally, retreating step by step. Bang! As if colliding with something, Baker instinctively turned his head. Identical despair reflected in her eyes, brimming with endless resentment. Tear-streaked and tinged with a hint of death. In the living room, another woman appeared. The emergence of this woman abruptly silenced Baker's laughter. A red wound on her chest continuously oozed blood, as if she had been stabbed. Drop by drop, pools of blood dripped from her body onto the floor, saturating the ground. Beside her stood a child, whose eyes harbored nothing but resentment, cold and devoid of warmth. The child regarded Baker with a chilling gaze. In an instant, Beck felt the temperature within him plummet to its lowest point, an amalgamation of terror, confusion, disbelief, and a frenzied thirst for blood flickering across his expression. "Do not blame me. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon you for uncovering my secret. Did you not profess your love for me? Why can you not accept my truth? Everything that has transpired is of your own making." The kitchen knife that lay on the ground was too heavy for Beck to bend down and retrieve. He erupted into a manic laughter, and as he laughed, a glimmer of understanding seemed to dawn upon him. You are all so bizarre. You have all become strange like Mother. The rules I have received are erroneous. Oh no, how could the rules be wrong? It must be that the strange tales never intended for me to succeed. It is unjust. God is unjust. Beck cried out loudly, his demeanor frenzied like that of a madman. Suddenly, he turned and sprinted towards the door with astonishing speed. He had to escape. The room was suffused with the uncanny, and he could not remain there. Surely, there was some condition for success that he had overlooked. If Mother had transformed into a demon, would fleeing this home grant him victory? It appeared that Beck's speed was so great that mother and wife failed to react, standing in a stupor with emotionless gazes fixed upon him. As the door loomed near, a gleam of joy illuminated Beck's face as he flung it open. However, at the very moment he opened the door, he was struck rigid, as if by lightning. The corridor beyond was not the usual desolate passageway, but one inundated with an endless pool of blood. Standing in the corridor were 14 figures, motionless like corpses, their eyes wide with resentment and unyielding bitterness. "Oh no! What are you doing here? Damn it, you wretched toys, get away from me!" Beck shouted furiously, straining to push past the individuals blocking the entrance. The corpulent figure at the door was exceedingly rotund, dripping with water, as though he had been fished out from some abyss. Beck recalled that this toy was his neighbor, who had spied on his secret. Perhaps it was divine retribution that had caused the voyeur to plunge into the pool. When Beck had rescued him, he had felt an exhilarating thrill. Who would not desire a plush, portly toy, especially one that had a miniature version? He recognized all these figures. They were his purified toys. Among them were his loathed neighbors, a family of 3, the electrician who had inadvertently discovered his secret, and his first employer. These individuals, once transformed into toys, had been purged of their malevolence. How had they come to be here, instead of in his secret lair? The toys cackled, each wearing an eerie grin as they fixated on Beck, slowly encroaching upon him. They sought to enter the house. In a moment of panic, Beck turned, only to find his wife, son, and mother surrounding him as well. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they emitted strange cries in unison. Upon seeing Beck, they resembled ravenous beasts, their mouths widening in a sinister grin as they lunged towards him. "No, I am a hero of the ugly nation, and I shall conquer." The cries of the wretched baker, engulfed by an eerie flood, soon became lost amidst the throngs of people. Dozens savored their meal with excruciating slowness, relishing the flesh and blood of the wicked as if indulging in the most exquisite delicacy, reminiscent of Baker's own past. So meticulously did he craft their remains into toys. It was only fitting they repay his artistry. Baker felt an unbearable agony coursing through him, each passing second a torment akin to the sensation of flesh being devoured, as if countless ants gnawed at his very being. In an instant, numerous chillingly sharp blades pierced his body, leaving him riddled with wounds, only to be yanked out again, accompanied by the cruel tearing of flesh. The toys seemed to have conspired, each bite taken in a different location, yet at the same leisurely pace. Their sharp teeth gradually penetrated his flesh, stirring it with a relentless fervor. This non-lethal, yet excruciatingly slow pain made each second for Baker feel like an eternity of suffering. The wicked must consume his blood and flesh to quench their hatred. Outside, nations around the world watched in silence. Even from behind screens, they could sense the strange, endless resentment and deliberate torment, especially in the ugly nation. The director revealed that Baker's long-missing mother had been found in the attic of his home. According to the investigators' report, they uncovered 16 additional corpses scattered throughout Baker's residence, including the wife he divorced 3 years prior, the son he deceitfully claimed was taken abroad by his ex-wife, his boss, and a neighbor from his former home. "We suspect that Baker is responsible for these deaths." The director of the intelligence agency, with a somber expression, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no doubt these individuals were slain by Baker." Intelligence members exchanged glances, gazing at the half-consumed body of Baker in the sky, his tormented visage still alive, nodding in agreement, their eyes betraying a mix of disgust and schadenfreude. "Baker, you deserve your fate. It is fortunate you did not succeed. Otherwise, it would have been divine oversight." The intelligence director gestured for his members to draw closer and then whispered into their ears, "Such a significant event will undoubtedly be reported. I do not wish for the world to know that we, the ugly nation, were oblivious to it. Go, silence those who know Baker. He is merely a labor convict in a maximum security prison. It is just that a strange tale has chosen him." "What Baker? He is not even from the ugly nation. He is merely an immigrant from a foreign land." Chapter 80. The Generous Boss. Banish the eerie. In a land of pasta, the crowd watched as the live stream flickered back to life, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Inside the live stream, Mike appeared in the living room, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling a soulless automaton. Upon closer inspection, the living room, like the rest of the house, seemed shrouded in darkness. Dust-laden furniture and decor bore witness to Mike's surroundings, the otherworldly room of his mother. At this moment, as if encountering something extraordinary, Mygia stiffly donned a smile. "Mother." His words tumbled out in disarray. His awkward turn of the head and slight swaying made him resemble a marionette, devoid of vitality. The door to the room creaked open. Outside, A figure crafted from paper appeared, a colorful paper doll gracing his home. Gently, it swayed with the breeze, drifting towards Mijia. The doll's blank face seemed to gaze upon him. Upon seeing the paper figure, Mijia's delight was palpable, a tender longing illuminating his expression. He called out once more, "Mother." It seemed Mijia was still alive, spared from the grim fate that befell Beak. Yet, Mijia would never be able to complete his quest. The inhabitants of the Pasta Kingdom were engulfed in confusion. They had failed. Was not the death of the mother the true condition for success? Subsequently, the live streams from various nations flickered to life, only to dim once more following the disheartening demise of the chosen ones. Bang! The screens blackened, and a voice echoed ominously, announcing, "Chosen one of the Pasta Kingdom has perished. A horror tale descends at random. Chosen one of the Ugly Kingdom. Beak has perished. A horror tale descends at random. Chosen one of the Jade Kingdom. Kaifan has perished. A horror tale descends at random. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom. You have succeeded in your quest. National fortune, 50. Mineral resources, 10. Food growth rate, 10. All citizens' physical fitness, 1. Within the realm of horror tales, Jiang Fan stretched his limbs, shaking off the weariness from his muscles. Through this ordeal, he had experienced the warmth of human connections, not only the protective embrace of his mother, but also the admirable qualities of the generous fat boss. He visited the small eatery, initially intending to have a sincere conversation about resigning. The exchange unfolded harmoniously, showcasing an enviable camaraderie between employer and employee. Along the way, Jiang Fan discovered that the unscrupulous fat boss had a penchant for calisthenics. Thus, he seized a moment to demonstrate his gratitude through a display of moves. A left hook, a right hook, a powerful dunk, a monkey reaching for the moon, and culminating in a spinning kick. The fat boss, captivated by Jiang Fan's athletic grace, expressed his desire to see it again. Consequently, Jiang Fan performed his routine repeatedly, a total of 3 times, and had time permitted, he would have gladly showcased it further. After witnessing Jiang Fan's performance, the fat boss felt a pang of guilt and resolved to compensate Jiang Fan for the wages he had unjustly withheld. How unfair. A talent like me is worth 1,000 ghost coins a day, and yet I was given only 50? Fortunately, his mother was there ever so kind, and he adored her immensely. As for the unscrupulous boss, oh no, he should be referred to as the fat boss. He understood the importance of amends and was commendable for acknowledging his mistakes. This recent horror tale, oh dear, filled with such wonderful individuals. Jiang Fan was moved to tears. His protective mother, the generous boss, and the ever-watchful security uncle. Oh, and let us not forget the young boy and the elder who helped him advance. Little did I know that upon exiting the quest, I would already miss all of you, especially you, my dear boss. May I encounter more people like you in the future. Jiang Fan repressed his memories and wiped away the tears at the corner of his mouth, contemplating the points he had amassed from this peculiar encounter. Although both his mother's quest and the bus quest were rated 1 star, their difficulties varied significantly. Nonetheless, the points earned were substantial. Name, Jiang Fan Country. Daxiao points earned this time. Pollution level, 0. 2,000 points identified the correct rules. 1,500 points gratitude towards mother. 1,500 points gained genuine affection for mother. 10,000 points total. 24,500 points remaining points. 3,000 points cumulative points. 27,500 points. Would you like to exchange items using your points? With nearly 30,000 points, Jiang Fan felt an instantaneous wealth. Without further contemplation, he promptly declared, exchange for 25 points of mental strength, 25 points of intelligence, 50 points of luck, and 75 points of physical strength. The benefits observed from the enhancement of luck and physical strength in his recent quests were remarkable. Had he not possessed sufficient physical strength from his initial sign-in, he would have been unable to overpower the Headless Man. Furthermore, this time, Jiang Fan's need to threaten the ordinary anomalies in his mother's name stemmed from inadequate physical strength. The grievances of ordinary anomalies were insufficient, but the overwhelming resentment generated by an entire building engulfed in flames was potent enough to influence the rules, becoming one of the conditions for clearing the quest. As he anticipated the need to descend and offer an apology, Jiang Fan felt indifferent. His objective was merely to complete the quest. However, there were obstacles to his success. Had he possessed greater physical strength, he could have delivered a swift lesson to the young boy, imparting the principles of humanity. He was merely the chosen one, not the true embodiment of the quest. Resentment should not be directed towards him. Calling for his mother ultimately underscored his lack of strength and luck. Jiang Fan glanced at the blood-red rose in his possession, a smile gracing his face. Rose gifted by mother, a reward for a child bravely acknowledging their mistakes. Grants protection from mother, reducing the pollution of anomalous illusions. Note, this item is only effective against illusions created by anomalies of lower rank. The lower the anomaly level, the less pollution it incurs. Illusions of rank below this do not react. This was the first time he possessed an item aimed at countering illusions. It was no wonder that the flames on the upper levels felt scorching. They were merely the grievances of lesser anomalies. The strange grievances originating from the 6th or 7th floors were closer to the source of the anomalous event, likely upgraded to a higher level. However, due to their low rank, they had been swiftly dispelled by his mother. After the exchange of attributes, a voice echoed through the realm of strange tales. Deducting 17500 points remaining, 10,000 points. Jiang Fan observed his remaining points, paused momentarily, and slowly spoke. Exchange for anomaly clearance. Daxia, cities plagued by pollution, 7. Please select the city to eliminate the anomaly. Jiang Fan scanned the list and fixed his gaze upon the name of the most recently polluted city, Nancheng. A city that had been tainted for too long was beyond redemption, with its inhabitants nearly all evacuated. Only the most recently contaminated cities. To eliminate the bizarre, one must greatly reduce the losses. Deduct 10,000 points, remaining 0. Successfully cleared the bizarre from the city of Nancheng. Chapter 81. Thanks to Jiang Fan, the bizarre phenomenon has vanished from Nancheng. 13. Beyond this cautionary line lies Nancheng. Outside the city, a disheveled man lifted his gaze, filled with a sense of impending doom. Staring at the warning line not far away, his face betrayed no emotions, as if he had hastily arrived in Nancheng, exuding a foul odor, his hair a tangled mess. Resembling nothing of a human being, he was not alone in his disarray. There were also exquisitely dressed women, haggard young men, and elderly individuals with old wooden canes. They differed in attire, age, and appearance, yet all shared the same vacant gaze, filled with a sense of death. Staring blankly at Nancheng like a stagnant pool of lifeless water. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, entering the city. Inside Nancheng, there were others, their faces marked by panic and terror. Burdened with various belongings, they brushed past, fleeing the city. Two distinctly different paths, glaringly unique. The officers standing outside the caution line watched this scene unfold, shaking their heads in resignation. Since the bizarre tales descended upon the city, some chose to fight for survival amidst adversity, while others opted for a swift demise. Many gravitated toward the latter choice, terminally ill patients, those overwhelmed by stress, and individuals seeking an end to their troubles through death. They could not be deterred, and as they crossed the caution line, the officers could only offer warmth and counsel. Is something troubling you? Perhaps I can assist you. There are still many beautiful and joyous moments in life yet to be experienced. Just wait a little longer. Perhaps the bazaar will end tomorrow. However, few were persuaded to turn back. They all yearned for a swift death through the bazaar's arrival, believing it to be a more merciful end. My dear, I'm sorry, but I no longer wish to pursue treatment. Lung cancer is beyond saving. To prolong my suffering for a few additional months, exhausting all our family's resources, seems unjustifiable. I heard that the old man next door suffered from cancer and was tormented greatly by pain. My love, let me go to Nancheng. It's not far from you. I wish to leave my best self in your memory. Li Jianfei glanced at the photograph in his hand, tears of struggle streaming down his face. In the photo, a woman cradled a child just a month old, radiating a brilliant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness as she gazed at the man beside her. This was a family portrait taken a year ago with his wife. Alas, a year later, Life had drastically changed. Jiang Fan wiped away his tears. His expression darkened by despair as he rushed toward a dilapidated house within Nanjing. The crumbling structure stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, its red walls resembling bloodstains, emanating a pungent stench. Those fleeing nearby kept their distance, their faces pale and filled with terror. The house is a manifestation of eerie tales that have descended upon the southern city. Once one enters, they find no means of escape, and after 24 hours, death is inevitable. Initially, nations attempted to devise strategies to unravel these ominous tales, as they were all intricately connected. However, they soon realized that the rules within could shift at any moment. Each peculiar occurrence bore its own distinct set of regulations, and these anomalies roamed freely throughout the city. While a few individuals managed to extricate themselves from the bizarre, the vast majority met their demise. Faced with such despair, nations resorted to the most rudimentary method, evacuating the residents of the haunted city. Upon sighting the dilapidated red house, Jiang Fan was not alone in rushing toward the enigma. Many despairing souls, too, dragged their numb bodies toward the crimson structure. The closer he drew to the red house, the more he felt the sinister allure beckoning him. Even as he halted, unwilling to embrace death, he could not suppress the movements of his body, which seemed to be drawn inexorably toward the red house. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he cried out, "Wife, I love you," with tears streaming down his face, retrieving a photograph of his beloved. He then closed his eyes, surrendering to the pull of the enigma. At that moment, a sudden announcement echoed through the sky. Congratulations to the chosen one of the great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Fan, for successfully clearing the challenge. National fortune, 50. Mineral resources, 10. Grain growth rate, 10. Physical condition of all citizens, 1. Jiang Fan had triumphed. The great Xia Kingdom, his own nation. The announcement that the physical condition of all citizens was now rated at 1 ignited a wave of excitement among the populace. Wait, with a physical condition of 1, does that mean enhanced attributes in intelligence, strength, health, and lifespan? Instantly, the crowd fell silent, followed by resounding cheers. This is incredible. I can live a few more months. Long live Jiang Fan. Ah, my hairline is returning. I was just burning with fever, and now I feel fine. My mother's illness has improved. Thank you, Jiang Fan. In the 7 cities afflicted by these eerie tales, all those who had been rushing toward the enigma halted in their tracks. Some, upon hearing the announcement, turned and fled from the bazaar. My mining company is saved. For others, their phones rang, igniting a spark of hope in their eyes. My boss has rehired me with a 20 raise. Life is looking up. Even critically ill patients burst into laughter like children, for they could now expect to live a little longer. In the city plagued by the enigma, Jiang Fan's victory prompted many despairing individuals to flee. He had bestowed upon them the hope of survival. Among the disheartened and lost in ordinary cities, joy returned to their faces as they encountered a string of fortunate events. Their spirits lifted by the rewards of Jiang Fan's success. With a physical condition of 1, does that mean I want to die so soon? Jiang Fan, once enveloped by thoughts of death, felt a flicker of hope and vitality. No, I do not wish to die. Let me return. I wish to avoid the bazaar. Jiang Fan gazed at the eerie red house that loomed close, striving to retreat, yet the strange force had already seized control of his body. The dilapidated wooden door stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness, akin to a demonic chasm, brimming with unfathomable terror. After witnessing a glimmer of hope only to succumb to despair, Jiang Fan felt a profound unwillingness to accept his fate. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed through the sky. Ding! The chosen one of the great Xia, Jiang Fan, has expended 10,000 points to eradicate all anomalies in the southern city of Great Xia. Eradication of anomalies in the southern city successful. Ding! In a city that has been afflicted by anomalies but subsequently cleansed. The chosen one may spend 100,000 points to ensure that the city remains forever free from future anomalies. Ding! Once all cities in the nation that have been afflicted by anomalies are permanently cleansed or upon spending 100 million points, the chosen one may opt to exit the eerie narrative game. As the broadcast concluded, a remarkable transformation occurred. In that moment, the scattered eerie red houses throughout the southern city vanished without a trace. The individuals who had previously been drawn into those red houses reappeared in their original locations. Gazing upon familiar surroundings, their faces bearing the marks of torment, now illuminated by the joy of survival. In the southern city, all those rescued wept tears of gratitude, shouting in exhilaration, "Thank you, Jiang Fan. We are grateful to Jiang Fan." Chapter 82. The Mother's instance concludes. Within the realm of eerie narratives. Following the conclusion of the broadcast mechanism, Jiang Fan could not witness the subsequent eradication of the anomalies in the southern city. However, he felt the surge of vitality points he had gained. A staggering 75 points of stamina surged into his body, infusing him with a vigor fivefold greater than his original capacity, causing him to feel as though he were a balloon swelling with power. While he experienced discomfort, a warm, soothing flow seemed to wash over every part of his being, invigorating every sinew and muscle, providing unparalleled relief. Simultaneously, his mind appeared to untangle a web of chaotic thoughts, with countless ideas racing through his consciousness each second, rendering his thoughts remarkably clear. He could recall not only the recent instance he had just completed, but also the expressions of the leading lady from a past life as cinematic escapade, as if viewing a high-definition video. Able to discern every frame in exquisite detail. It felt as if years of experience had been compressed into his mind, yet his spirit remained unwearied. "I believe I could easily overpower that little brat right now," he mused. The unrefined strength had ascended to a level capable of vanquishing ordinary anomalies with ease. This stamina was not merely a fivefold increase. It was as though he had transcended from one realm to another entirely. Jiang Fan opened the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. Name: Jiang Fan. Age: 18 years. Mental strength: 3,725, maximum 10. Physical strength: 2,275, maximum 10. Intelligence: 2,125, maximum 10. Luck: 1950, maximum 10. Demon King Aura: 10. Activated abilities: Willpower: 200. 100 Accurate judgment of rules. Special items: Sweater knitted by mother, restricted for 71 hours. Roses gifted by mother, mother's memory album, 13 uses, 3 servings of twice-cooked pork. 1 death substitute doll, 3 opportunities for rule hints. Common items: Master Key, calming pills, vitality liquid, 110 small white pills, 3,815 ghost coins, 9505501510000. Hotel room card, macho perfume. Boss's ledger, gas cylinder, 1 marinated chicken leg. This recent ghost story dungeon yielded substantial rewards for Jiang Fan. Not only did he acquire special items and permanent abilities, but he also collected a plethora of common items. Even the peculiar calming pills, known for their ability to induce a stupor, were purchased in additional quantities for his exit. The moment to tear apart the eerie target with bare hands was drawing near. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, vanishing from the realm of ghost tales. As Jiang Fan disappeared from the ghostly space, within the dungeon of his mother's ghostly world, a notebook nestled deep within the wardrobe began to reveal its inscriptions. December 14th. Clear weather. They did not discover anything. Oh, 1 million. I have struck it rich. March 26th. Clear weather. Damn it. How can weather change so abruptly? It has caused me to catch a cold. If only mother were here, she would surely brew me ginger tea. Oh, why do I keep thinking of her? March 27th. Clear weather. Today I conversed with the pharmacy clerk. She expressed envy for my wonderful mother, though sadly, her health is poor. April 1st. Overcast. A staff member from Yongshan Group called me, stating they need a lung cancer patient for an experiment. What a joke. I'm not ill. Why call me? Is this some sort of April Fool's prank? April 42nd. Clear weather. The Yongshan Group called me again, claiming there is an experiment that could allow me to meet someone I wish to see. I chuckled. It seems there is no one I particularly desire to encounter. May 25th. Clear weather. Today is my birthday, yet no one is here to celebrate. I long for some twice-cooked pork. May 29th. I have agreed to their proposal. Mother, I will soon be able to savor the twice-cooked pork you made. Outside, as the final ghostly announcement echoed. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Could one truly opt out of the ghost tale game? Yet, a staggering 100 million points. Who could amass such a sum? Reflecting on the 2 consecutive annihilations in the ghost story dungeon, nations collectively sighed. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's choice to eradicate the anomalies in Nanxing, everyone shook their heads, including the populace of Daxia. Although Jiang Fan's efforts to eliminate the anomalies were commendable, prioritizing self-improvement was deemed more crucial. In the realm of ghost tales, survival was the greatest service one could render to their country. They gazed up at the man still lingering within the ghostly space. In this eerie narrative, there exists a game with over 200 participants from various nations. Even at the final moments, several chosen ones remain alive. Yet, it is only Jiang Fan from the Great Xia nation who survives. The world quickly discerns the disparity between him and the others. All the deceased chosen ones seem to have acted in ways that harmed their maternal figure at critical junctures, whereas Jiang Fan refrained from causing any harm. Remarkably, he even endured until the morning of the 8th day, emerging victorious with an astonishing score exceeding 20,000 points. This score evokes memories of a previous chosen one from our nation, who only amassed 2,000 points. Indeed, the chasm between individuals can sometimes surpass that between humans and dogs. Not to mention, the highest score recorded globally was 4,000 points, achieved by a chosen one from a foreign land, who ultimately perished in the game. The disparity in points is quite straightforward to comprehend, given that the previous challenge was rated 0 stars, while this current one holds a 1-star rating. The means by which Jiang Fan successfully navigated through 2 challenges remains a mystery. As nations worldwide gazed upon the remarkable score of over 20,000 points, they were envious, having never encountered such a sum before. Simultaneously, they grasped the ultimate truth, that harming the maternal figure was a grave error. Yet the methodology behind solving the puzzle eluded them. It is far more beneficial to teach one how to fish than merely to provide a fish. Consequently, nations sought assistance from the Great Xia and Jiang Fan, hoping he would disclose the process of overcoming the challenges within the eerie narrative for the benefit of future chosen ones. Upon returning to the real world, Jiang Fan did not hesitate to share the details of his 2 successful attempts at the challenge, including the illusions he encountered and his speculations. Making the strategies public served not only his interests but also benefited all nations that collectively resisted the eerie narrative. After Jiang Fan published his strategies, nations summoned their most astute detectives, scholars, and even CEOs of major corporations, all striving to dissect the puzzle-solving methodology to provide future chosen ones with an enhanced chance of survival. Initially, it was assumed that this 1-star challenge, having claimed so many lives, would be exceedingly difficult. However, after comparing Jiang Fan's strategies and insights, the nations fell into silence. It was not that the eerie narrative was insurmountable, but rather that it was deceptively simple, despite the difficulty rating escalating from 0 to 1 star. The actual method for overcoming the challenge was remarkably easy to discern. Chapter 83. The Tombstone of Su Fu, 3,000 Young Souls. The Path Home for a Dog. The bust challenge reveals a 10 yuan note left by the maternal figure. Of this, 5 yuan was spent on rice cakes from the supermarket downstairs for personal consumption. 2 yuan was for the fare, leaving 3 yuan to purchase expired rice cakes at the road hall station, thus allowing entry into the illusion through the acquired rice cakes. Once inside the illusion, the majority of the clues necessary for overcoming the challenge had already emerged. With the clues presented, the chosen ones who have reached this stage are far from foolish. The next steps simply involve answering the questions posed by the woman in red and bringing the true Xian back home. It is quite straightforward. However, the vast majority of the chosen ones, including them, may have anticipated the necessity of purchasing rice cakes in the store to stave off hunger. Yet they could not have foreseen the requirement to disembark midway to acquire expired rice cakes. After all, the bus is a sanctuary. There is no need for them to alight. The second scenario, involving the mother, astonished nations far and wide. How could it be so simple? The detectives, scholars, and citizens of various countries observed the revealed process of completion in silence. In comparison to the first scenario with the bus, The second scenario with the mother was decidedly more straightforward. By merely preventing the mother from entering the bedroom, one could acquire the true rules of the eerie tales and the clues for completion from another world. Apologizing to the mother and wishing her a joyous Thanksgiving would suffice. Presenting her with a promotional flower from the pharmacy would further ensure her protection, enabling a safe passage through the inferno in the corridor. All of this was inscribed within the rules, requiring only adherence. Everything appeared deceptively simple. Yet, one must first ascertain the accuracy of their deductions regarding the rules. The zero-star scenario only necessitated rule inference, while the one-star upgraded scenario demanded the unraveling of the backstory behind the eerie tales, leading to critical choices. The rules of both one-star scenarios were intricate, compounded by the concealed narratives. Successfully navigating through them while fully uncovering the secrets lurking in the shadows without breaching a single rule was indeed a testament to one's understanding. Jiang Fan, with his meticulous thought process, intelligence, decisiveness, and unwavering confidence, firmly upheld his choices. Nations turned their gaze towards the east in awe, murmuring complexities. In the great Xia, there exists Jiang Fan. What fortune! May our nation also be graced with such a chosen one. Jiang Fan did not hold an absolute conviction that the completion conditions comprised solely his singular path. At the conclusion of the mother scenario, he penned, "In reality, there are multiple methods to achieve completion. I suspect that they might allow the mother to enter the room, thus obtaining an alternate clue for completion, potentially leading to the mother's demise and the eradication of the eerie. However, given the current strength of the chosen ones, they are unable to fully vanquish the mother. Their power is insufficient. Thus, this method of completion is not only incorrect, but would conversely lead to their demise. Though the eerie tales are formidable, with careful attention to detail and thoughtful choices, we can withstand the horror of the uncanny and attain ultimate victory." Jiang Fan's remarks garnered nearly universal approval. His shared process and hypotheses were met with resounding praise. Countless individuals flocked to Jiang Fan's comment section to leave messages. "Oh my, great Xia's Jiang Fan. You are the first to willingly share the method of completion. I represent the kingdom of Ba in thanking you. I too believe there is more than one way to complete the task. It is merely your prowess that confines you to a single method. I cannot even discern the most basic rights and wrongs of the eerie tales. I feel utterly defeated. We, the Bread Nation, wish to maintain a cordial friendship with the Great Xia. Bread is on sale at a discount. Great Xia's Jiang Fan. You're the second Great Xia person I admire. Thank you, Jiang Fan, for sharing your method for clearing the level. It has proven invaluable to me, as I hail from a land of broccoli and remain uncertain when the paranormal tales might select me." Jiang Fan's announcement regarding the dungeon completion process swiftly surged to the world's trending topics, albeit not ranking among the top. The forefront was occupied by significant news from various nations, detailing the devastating impacts of the paranormal occurrences or the heinous act of Beck, who cruelly murdered 17 individuals, or the chilling gaze of the eerie mother. These various pieces of news were of great consequence and sparked extensive discussions worldwide, until a more momentous piece of news emerged. With astonishing rapidity, it claimed the #1 spot on the global trending list. The last paranormal punishment in Sakura Nation resulted in an earthquake, revealing a tombstone beneath the collapsed Yasukuni Shrine, suspected to be the tomb of Su Fu from the Qin dynasty. This announcement resonated with the intensity of a colossal wave, stirring the hearts of all. With access to a formidable information repository, countries have developed an understanding of various cultures. Upon learning of the Qin dynasty Su Fu's tomb appearing beneath the Yasukuni Shrine, minds immediately recalled the historical accounts from the Great Xia, chronicling how Su Fu led 3,000 young boys and girls to the immortal island in search of elixirs. The tomb of Su Fu surfaced in Sakura Nation. It is well known that Sakura Nation has always been a diminutive landmass, resembling an island, and its geographical proximity to the Great Xia is not substantial. Thus, one might speculate that the ancestors of Sakura Nation were indeed the 3,000 youth brought over by Su Fu during the Qin dynasty. Could it be that the bloodlines of Great Xia flow through Sakura Nation? This revelation is, quite frankly, more sensational than the tales of Mr. Wong next door. Countries began to shift their focus towards Sakura Nation, their gaze transfixed. The Sakura government promptly issued a statement regarding the emergence of a tombstone beneath the collapsed Yasukuni shrine. This is merely a prank. The individual responsible has been apprehended. Please refrain from such jests. Oh, as nations observed the clearly visible tombstone on the news, partially obscured by soil, yet still discernible, it was evident that this tombstone was substantial, emanating an ancient aura. How could a stone weighing over 100 kilograms be tossed beneath the collapsed Yasukuni shrine in broad daylight? Do they think we are foolish? In response, the citizens of Sakura Nation voiced vehement opposition. Impossible. This must be false news. Indeed, someone must be playing a prank. Our esteemed royal lineage from Sakura Valley could never be tainted. If we truly descended from the Great Xia, then this failure in the paranormal tales means that Great Xia too shall face the eerie emergence. Agreed, Great Xia must also endure the bizarre contamination. Amidst the uproar among the populace of Sakura Nation, Great Xia also issued a statement. Some who are alive have already passed. Some who are dead continue to live. The sixth princess of Great Xia even made a spontaneous alteration to the film being broadcasted. Grandson, Birdman, the journey of a dog returning home, call me dad again. This turn of events elicited hearty laughter from the domestic online community. What a situation. We are still reluctant to acknowledge it. Our ancestors certainly did not have such unfilial descendants. Sufu, I never imagined that even in death, I would fare better than some living individuals. My dog has gone astray today. How coincidental. My own pet has been stolen by some little thief. Truly, the profundity of the Great Xia language is remarkable. The land of cherry blossoms has observed the actions of Great Xia and has instantly grasped their significance. Yet, at this moment, there is silence. Who has leaked the news? I explicitly forbade any disclosure regarding the tombstone. The emperor, filled with a mix of fury and despair, is enraged that someone has published photographs of the tombstone. The despair stems from the revelation that the tombstone has been authenticated as genuine. This implies that everyone in the land of cherry blossoms, including himself, might actually be of Great Xia descent. The attendants tremble with apprehension, having exhausted all efforts to trace the source of the news, which seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Get out! The emperor roared, his face flushed with anger, feeling as if he might explode. Suddenly, his breathing became labored, and he swayed before collapsing to the ground. The attendants, pale with fear, shouted, "Quick, someone help! The emperor has fainted from rage." Following this, the news of the emperor's fainting spell spread quietly, leaving the world to discuss the melodrama unfolding in the land of cherry blossoms with amused expressions. For 3 consecutive days, the incident regarding Su Fu's tombstone in the land of cherry blossoms dominated global trending topics, firmly securing the top position. In second place was the newly trending news of the emperor's fainting episode. It can be said that citizens from all over the world, including Jiang Fan, enjoyed their time amidst these bizarre tales. Jiang Fan's extensive efforts to dispel the supernatural occurrences in Nanxing were widely publicized and celebrated throughout Great Xia, with accolades proclaiming him a hero of the nation. With the image of a hero who banishes the strange, the public sentiment towards Jiang Fan reached unprecedented heights. Countless individuals gathered not far from Jiang Fan's residence, discreetly raising their phones and cameras, hoping to capture a photo of him when he stepped outside. Soon enough, the 3 days of respite vanished in an instant, ushering in a new wave of supernatural tales as anticipated.